Have you heard? The wealthy Yi Xiaofeng from Qihai City has recently hoarded over a dozen tons of pork. An elderly man casually remarked while holding a deck of playing cards. Another elderly gentleman discarded 2 cards, .2 pairs. Is the price of pork set to rise? Old Zhang, will you manage it? If not, I'm going to play my hand. Not my concern. Old Zhang shook his head and added, I've heard that Yi Xiaofeng is not only stockpiling pork but also hoarding pharmaceuticals, grains, and a multitude of other commodities, each in quantities exceeding several tons. A young man named Li Heng, who was observing the game, interjected, What does it matter? Even if the world were ending, there's no need to hoard so much. Li Heng, tall and slender at just 22 years of age, was a student at a nearby, third-rate university and often visited this place to play poker. Today, with no one else to play with, he simply watched the cards. As Li Heng took the bus back to campus, he purchased 2 egg pancakes at the school gate. Just as he prepared to return, a limited edition white sports car pulled up. The door swung open, and a handsome young face leaned out from the window. Li Heng's pupils widened. Wasn't that the wealthy Yi Xiaofeng, who had hoarded so many supplies? What could he possibly want at the school? In the midst of his speculation, a fragrant breeze wafted by, followed closely by a long-haired girl in a white dress, gliding past him like a celestial being. Under Li Heng's envious and reluctant gaze, Yi Xiaofeng shared a kiss with a campus belle. As the luxurious sports car roared away, leaving a cacophony in its wake, Li Heng muttered under his breath, What a noisy contraption. Clutching his 2 bags of egg pancakes, he strolled towards the dormitory, contemplating how he would act once he acquired wealth. At mealtime, the campus was bustling with students who gathered in groups, chattering animatedly, while others playfully dashed past Li Heng. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he noticed several couples engaged in conversation by the flower bed. Suddenly, a female student lunged unexpectedly at a male classmate with whom she had been chatting. Like a monkey, she mounted the young man, her head pressed tightly against his neck, seemingly kissing him. Yet, a piercing scream from the male student transformed the scene into one of horror. Startled, Li Heng halted, and those around him quickly dispersed, observing from a distance. It was then that they realized what had transpired. The girl had bitten the boy's neck. Li Heng and the others stood frozen, bewildered by the bizarre occurrence and uncertain of how to intervene. Just as Li Heng contemplated stepping in to separate them, chaos erupted. The crowd nearby suddenly became tumultuous, with 7 or 8 individuals collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently. Within mere seconds, they rose again, their eyes bloodshot, lunging at others. They attacked with the ferocity of rabid dogs. Li Heng trembled, feeling a sense of déjà vu, yet unable to recall where he had witnessed such madness. Suddenly, a man with bloodshot eyes charged at him, baring his teeth. In a panic, Li Heng hurled his egg pancake at the man's face and fled towards the school exit. The more he ran, the more fear gripped him. The streets were filled with fleeing individuals, the rabid attackers, and the lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood. Once outside the school, he hastily commandeered an electric scooter and sped towards home. However, after traveling less than a kilometer, he abandoned that idea upon seeing the dire situation on the streets. There were even more assailants here. Vehicles lay crumpled together, blocking the entire street, while plumes of smoke and flames billowed from the towering buildings. Occasionally, people leaped from the windows. One individual fell from the heights, landing directly in front of Li Heng and splattering him with blood. Surveying his surroundings, Li Heng noticed that just beyond a small grove lay the renowned villa district of Qihai City. Without a second thought, he dashed through the trees and scaled the wall into the neighborhood. This residential area boasted robust security measures, and with relatively few inhabitants, it was not in chaos like the outside world. Li Heng treaded cautiously through the community, encountering no one along the way. After 10 minutes, he spotted a familiar white sports car in the distance. Could it be Yi Xiaofeng's vehicle? Did this man reside here? Having hoarded a significant amount of supplies, did he possess foreknowledge of impending calamity? Casting a glance at the car, Li Heng turned to retreat, believing it wise to maintain a safe distance from such a perilous individual. Yet he knew he could not stray too far, for this man held valuable resources. In times of need, he could potentially procure some of what he lacked from Yi Xiaofeng. A few minutes later, he halted before a quaint villa. Without hesitation, he scaled the wall, shattered a window, and leapt inside. Once inside, he quickly searched the rooms, finding them vacant. He then gathered some old wooden planks to board up the shattered window. After a considerable amount of effort, he finally sank onto the sofa, panting, his gaze fixed vacantly outside. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and opened a video stream. The footage was filled with reports of similar attacks from various locales, with audacious individuals even broadcasting live, excitedly recounting the chaos outside. Li Heng glanced at the comments section, eager to gauge the public's reactions. Many speculated that these attackers were indeed zombies, heralding the imminent apocalypse. In the dimly lit room, Li Heng sat upon the soft sofa, his gaze steady as he fumbled with his phone. Moments ago, the internet had gone dark and the power had failed. This world was crumbling. From the earlier video, he had witnessed countless harrowing scenes. Towering buildings collapsed, vehicles collided, and human corpses lay scattered like livestock in a slaughterhouse, unattended and unclaimed. Crimson blood stained the streets, and the city was suffused with an atmosphere of horror and death. At that moment, the entire world was engulfed by zombies. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to those from films. Yet the reality was that they moved with alarming speed, matching the pace of a human jogger, resulting in rapid contagion. As night fell, the number of infected humans neared 70. The sky bore no stars, and the moon had hidden itself, casting Li Heng's room into deeper darkness. He slowly closed his eyes, straining to listen to the sounds beyond his walls. Faintly, he could hear distant screams and the low growls of the undead. Suddenly, a flickering yellow light pierced through the window. Chapter 2. The apocalypse descends. Li Heng abruptly opened his eyes, seizing the kitchen knife from the table, and rushed to the window. Peering through the crevice of the wooden boards, he spotted a sleek black sports car parked not far from the villa. Its headlights glaring so intensely that he had to squint. The car door swung open, revealing a girl with long black hair who emerged, brandishing a long knife and clad in a black leather jacket and jeans. Behind the car, a dozen zombies were hastily approaching her. The girl glanced back and swiftly made her way to the villa's wall, pressing her hands against it. With a powerful pull, she vaulted over the wall and into the villa. Approaching the entrance, she retrieved a key from her pocket. The door creaked open. Upon entering, she slammed the door shut, and just as she turned, a voice called out from behind her. "Who are you?" The girl shivered slightly. Turning around with her long knife held defensively across her chest. "Who are you?" "This is my home." Li Heng replied with a hint of pride. "Indeed, this is my home." In the dim light, a smirk played at the corners of the girl's mouth, laced with sarcasm. "Are you certain this is your home?" As she spoke, her right hand delved into her pocket, producing a set of keys which she waved lightly in front of Li Heng. The sound of the keys clinking together resonated through the otherwise silent room. At that moment, the moon shyly peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a faint glow that allowed Li Heng to discern that the girl indeed held a key. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he took a few steps back and defiantly asserted, "You should consider the time that I reside here, so of course, it is my home. But rest assured, I have no intention of forcing you out." The girl scoffed coldly, moving to the window to draw the curtains shut before switching on the lamp. The sudden brightness made both of them frown in unison, their gazes locked in wary assessment. Li Heng felt a flicker of surprise. The girl was strikingly beautiful, though her expression remained rigid. The bloodied long knife in her grip was unsettling, prompting Li Heng to resolve to coexist peacefully with her. A seemingly delicate girl who could venture here alone clearly possessed considerable skill. Seating herself on the sofa, the girl began to wipe the blade of her knife with her sleeve. After several strokes, she would occasionally glance up at Li Heng, her eyes conveying an enigmatic meaning that stirred unease within him. Li Heng bit his lip and softly inquired, "Do you have any idea what the situation is like outside?" The girl continued to clean her knife, responding coolly, "Have you ever watched a zombie movie? It's just like in the films, perhaps even worse." Li Heng was not overly surprised. He had anticipated such a scenario. Rubbing his hands together, he sat beside the girl and remarked, "So you've seen zombie movies too? That's good to know. The fact that we crossed paths and can coexist suggests a certain fate brought us together. I believe we should unite for our future. What do you think is most important in the world to come? Clearly, it is supplies. Thus, we must take advantage of the fact that zombies haven't gathered here yet and venture outside to scavenge for resources." Noticing the girl's lack of response, he sought to fill the silence. "By the way, I still don't know your name. Ruffling her tousled hair, she replied slowly, Zhao Zishuan, that I'm Li Heng, he introduced, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill, only to be met with her indifference. She sidestepped his hand, as if it bore something unclean. Li Heng frowned, pressing on, are you not going to search for supplies? Zhao Zishuan glanced out the window, contemplating before saying, perhaps tomorrow during the day. It's too dark to see at night. Li Heng nodded, aware that zombies were not only swift, but also possessed an acute sense of smell. Nighttime posed no hindrance to them, while it certainly complicated matters for the living. Thus, venturing out by day would be far more advantageous. Silence enveloped the room, and Li Heng attempted to speak several times, only to be intimidated into silence by the girl's knife-wiping motions. Minutes later, Zhao Zishuan suddenly stood and headed upstairs, instructing Li Heng, I'm going to rest upstairs. You stay below and don't come up. Watching her retreating figure, Li Heng felt a surge of indignation but replied, all right, no problem, that I promise I won't come up. What does she take me for? I wouldn't go up even if she asked me to, he thought, listening to the sound of her footsteps ascending the stairs until silence fell again, cloaking the room in darkness. Li Heng approached the window, which had been boarded up, and peered through the gaps. A few tattered zombies wandered in the distance, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a graveyard. Just yesterday, this place had been alive with light, bustling with people along the tree-lined paths of the community. Removing his jacket, he reclined on the sofa, draping it over himself, attempting to maintain a state of half-sleep. That night, he seemed to drift in and out of consciousness, his mind racing with thoughts of the past and future, contemplating both joyous and terrifying memories, the living and the dead. The sound of footsteps above roused him from his stupor, causing him to sit up abruptly, inadvertently letting his jacket fall to the floor. As he bent to retrieve it, he glanced at the staircase. Zhao Zishuan descended leisurely, her long knife still in hand. Li Heng nodded at her, but she ignored him, heading straight for the refrigerator and emptying its contents onto the floor. Once she finished, Zhao Zishuan warned him against stealing any food before proceeding to rummage through other rooms in the villa. Soon enough, she returned with an impressive array of food, a staggering pile of snacks among them. Li Heng couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight, awkwardly asking, can I have some too? Zhao Zishuan nodded, tossing him a bag of snacks. Eat quickly. We have many tasks ahead. After a brief meal, Li Heng inquired about their next steps. Zhao Zishuan gestured towards the windows. This afternoon, we'll scavenge for supplies. For now, let us fortify our current shelter. Li Heng felt that reinforcing the room was unnecessary since they couldn't remain here indefinitely. Upon expressing his thoughts, Zhao Zishuan's face hardened. Even if it means death, I will die here. Seeing her determination, Li Heng chose to remain silent. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so, Zhao Zishuan stated as she continued to clean her knife. Chapter 3. The girl who kills the donkey after the millstone. The glint of the knife flashed across Li Heng's face, leading him to acquiesce to her demands. That he smiled, picking up tools to assist Zhao Zishuan in reinforcing the room. After a morning of labor, they had fortified the space thoroughly. By afternoon, they cautiously opened the door, ready to venture outside in search of resources. The sun still shone warmly, but the world had grown chillingly cold. Li Heng surveyed the surroundings and suddenly asked, do you know Yi Qiufeng? He seems to live around here, and I've heard he stockpiled a significant amount of supplies before the apocalypse hit. Zhao Zishuan responded while walking ahead. He does live here. I've also heard tales of his hoarding. Could it be that he had foreknowledge of what was to come? As they conversed, they carefully advanced. There were few zombies nearby, and more than 100 meters away, a few roamed aimlessly, oblivious to the pair's stealthy approach. They first decided to search the neighboring house. Approaching the right-side neighbor's home, they found the door firmly shut, leaving them uncertain about the situation. Li Heng exchanged glances with Zhao Zishuan, gripping the kitchen knife. I'll check inside. You stay guard outside. Zhao Zishuan nodded. Li Heng smashed a window and leapt into the room. Scanning for danger, he quickly made his way to the door, opening it to let Zhao Zishuan in. Just as she entered, low growls echoed from upstairs, and two zombies came barreling down from the second floor. Zhao Zishuan sprang forward, positioning herself in front of Li Heng, her knife slicing through the air and severing one zombie's head cleanly. Meanwhile, the second zombie lunged for her, but she deftly stepped back, stabbing her blade into its skull, sending it crashing to the ground. The skirmish lasted barely 3 seconds. Before Li Heng could react, she had already dispatched the threat. Li Heng bit his lip, Realizing that this was not a woman to be trifled with, they ascended the stairs, where blood stained the corridor, the acrid scent causing Li Hang to gag several times. They proceeded cautiously, searching each room meticulously. After nearly an hour, they managed to gather all usable items and bring them downstairs. While the items were chaotic, they were all functional: various cooking spices, drinks, toilet paper, lighters, and more. Although not abundant, retrieving them was still a challenge. Li Hang scratched his head, looking outside and asking, "How do we carry everything back?" Zhao Zishuan replied, "I'll drive the car over shortly." Li Hang nodded. While Zhao Zishuan went to fetch the car, he resumed his search of the room. During the second search, no valuable items were discovered. However, a considerable number of banknotes were found beneath the bed and within the crevices of the sofa. Once treasured, these notes had now become mere scraps of paper, so insignificant that even using them for toilet purposes seemed an affront. Before long, Zhao Zishuan arrived in her sleek red sports car. Parking it outside without drawing the attention of the zombies, she remained in the vehicle, poised to start the engine at a moment's notice, while Li Hang was tasked with loading the items into the car. The trunk and back seat were filled to capacity, yet numerous items still awaited transport. Climbing into the passenger seat, Li Hang wiped the sweat from his brow and urged, "Let's move quickly." After a mere 200 meters, they reached their residence. The pair transferred their haul inside before returning to the previous villa to collect the remaining items. This flurry of activity consumed the day until evening fell, when it was time for dinner. Li Hang cast a pitiful gaze at Zhao Zishuan. The responsibility for their meals rested solely on her shoulders. Whatever she presented, he consumed. This evening's fare was particularly bountiful, consisting of 3 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and a bottle of beer. After their meal, the two sat idly, staring at their phones, rendered useless by the absence of an internet connection. Fortunately, they possessed a solar charger, alleviating concerns about their phones dying. Li Hang had several short videos on his device, but regrettably, there was no opportunity to watch them. He placed his phone on the table and casually remarked, "That Yi Qiufeng seems intriguing, but don't you think we should pay him a visit?" Zhao Zishuan's demeanor shifted, her expression cooling as she replied, "If you wish to go, then by all means, do so, that I shall not accompany you." Noticing her discontent, Li Hang, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you? Do you have a conflict with him?" Zhao Zishuan responded coldly, "No. It's simply that everyone is aware of his poor character." Li Hang recalled Yi Qiufeng's audacity in picking up their school's bell, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Indeed, his character leaves much to be desired. Let us forego the visit. If we find ourselves in need of supplies in the future, we can retrieve them from him." Zhao Zishuan nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Clearly approving of Li Hang's suggestion, they exchanged a few more casual words before retiring for the night. Much like Li Hang, Zhao Zishuan bore no emotional attachments. Although not an orphan, her parents had passed away years prior, and the relatives she once knew had long been out of touch. Thus, she, too, felt unmoored. With only this house to hold her affections, that it was intended to be her marital home, yet before she could marry, her parents had departed from this world. The next day, after their meal, Li Hang and Zhao Zishuan ventured outside once more in search of supplies. They confined their search to the vicinity, avoiding distant locales. Today's conditions differed from those of yesterday. The number of zombies had noticeably increased. However, they remained at a safe distance from the villa, so the two encountered no immediate danger. By afternoon, a dozen zombies wandered near the villa, with 2 even obstructing the entrance, relentlessly battering the fragile wooden door. Listening to the thuds of their assaults, Li Hang and Zhao Zishuan stood silently by the window, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Zhao Zishuan suddenly spoke, "You've been sheltering here for quite some time. Perhaps it's time for you to leave?" Li Hang turned abruptly, astonished by her words. "What do you mean?" A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Could this woman be contemplating disposing of him? Although he hadn't contributed significantly, it felt rather unethical to simply cast him aside. "It's not personal. I just find it awkward to live together, given our different genders. Do you see that villa across from us? I believe you could reside there. This way, we can still assist one another without being completely vulnerable," she proposed. Chapter 4. A new camp. Li Hang stroked his chin, contemplating her suggestion, which indeed held some merit. However, with so many zombies outside, relocating to another villa at this time seemed perilously reckless. Why hadn't she mentioned this sooner? Had she done so a day earlier, the transition would have been far simpler. Without allowing Li Hang a chance to respond, Zhao Zishuan asserted. Prepare yourself. We shall make a dash for it. Li Heng's lips twitched. He had intended to suggest waiting a few more days. But Zhao Zishuan had already turned towards the door and flung it open. Resigned, he shook his head and tightened his grip on the kitchen knife as he followed her outside. It appeared Zhao Zishuan had a plan. Once inside the vehicle, she began outlining her strategy. Her approach was straightforward. She would drive him to the opposite villa, whereupon he could enter while she drew the surrounding zombies away. Li Heng was skeptical about the plan's efficacy. He questioned Zhao Zishuan. What if there are zombies in that villa? What if they don't follow you, but instead come after me? She glanced at the knife in his hand and then out the window, stating coolly, then it would simply be your unfortunate fate. Besides, can you not handle a few zombies? I, as a woman, can take them on. Irritated, Li Heng exited the vehicle and slammed the door shut, deliberately shouting to attract the zombies' attention. As a few zombies converged on him, he sprinted towards the villa Zhao Zishuan had indicated. The distance was manageable, merely 200 meters. For the moment, he needn't worry about the zombies behind him. But three now approached from ahead. One zombie, staggering with a severed arm, lunged at him. Li Heng raised the kitchen knife high, channeling his thoughts of Zhao Zishuan, and brought it down with force, with a sickening squelch. The zombie's head was cleaved in two, blood spraying around it that moment. The remaining two zombies reached Li Heng. He swiftly kicked one to the ground before dispatching the other and bolted towards the villa. Meanwhile, Zhao Zishuan honked the car horn, drawing the zombies' attention once more. The loud honking not only attracted the nearby zombies, but also those lurking at a distance. Two zombies approached the car, slamming against the windows with force. With each impact, bloody handprints marred the glass, and as the windows became entirely coated in blood, Zhao Zishuan started the vehicle and sped away. Simultaneously, Li Heng shattered the villa's glass and leapt inside. Upon entering, he immediately commenced a search of the rooms. After ensuring the area was secure, he began fortifying the windows for enhanced protection. After dismantling a significant portion of the first floor, he finally secured the windows. Staring at the exposed concrete floor, Li Heng pondered. He contemplated the prospect of breaking through the concrete to create a hideout, an excellent refuge should they face attacks from firearms in the future. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. Startled, he rushed to the window and spotted Zhao Zishuan's red sports car returning. The trunk was overflowing with supplies. So much so that the lid could not close. With no zombies in sight, Zhao Zishuan had cleared away the earlier threats. Li Heng grinned and flung the door open. Hurry, the zombies will be here soon. Zhao Zishuan exited the vehicle, brandishing a long knife, and instructed, get moving. I'll keep watch. Li Heng nodded and hurried to the trunk, unloading supplies. Before long, he had transferred everything inside. Just as he was about to speak to Zhao Zishuan, she climbed back into the car and shouted, I'm off now. If supplies run low, I'll bring you more. You'll have to make do for a few days. Watching the red sports car drive away, Li Heng couldn't help but curse under his breath. What did this mean? Was she attempting to leverage the supplies against him? A feeling of being trapped welled up within him. He had no desire to be beholden to anyone. He resolved to seek supplies on his own the following day. That night, while seated by the window on the second floor, Li Heng munched on a sausage, shining a flashlight towards the opposite villa. The beam illuminated a figure within the window, barely discernible. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow slightly, locating her flashlight and returning his gesture with a brief flicker. Li Heng then shifted his gaze to a distant, large villa that emitted a faint glow, difficult to spot unless one looked closely. The owner of that villa was Yi Qiufeng, the individual rumored to hoard countless supplies. If he could procure all of Yi Qiufeng's resources, he would never have to worry about sustenance again. With a safe haven secured, he could live out his days in this apocalyptic world. Descending to the living room, Li Heng lit a cigarette and began to smoke in the dimly lit room. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from outside, startling him from his seat. He hurried to the window to investigate. Not far from the crooked villa, a man in uniform was sprinting towards Li Heng's residence. Li Heng feigned ignorance and retreated to the sofa. After a few more gunshots, silence enveloped the area. 2 minutes later, he heard the door outside rattling, followed by frantic cries for help. Li Heng retrieved a cigarette, bent down to hide beneath the sofa, and lit it furtively, taking deep drags as he contemplated the unfolding chaos. Having just taken 2 puffs, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside, startling Li Heng into a shudder. He swallowed hard, feigning calm as he straightened his posture. yet the cigarette in his hand trembled slightly. Soon, tranquility returned, and Li Heng discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with force before shaking his head and retreating upstairs for a rest. The following day, the scorching sun ascended high into the sky, rousing Li Heng from a drowsy slumber as he felt the heat. The first thing he did upon waking was to survey the room and the surroundings outside. At the entrance of the villa lay a large pool of blood, yet no one, not even a zombie, was in sight. Once assured of his safety, he hurried to the second-floor window to gaze at Zhao Zishuan's villa. But the distance rendered everything invisible. Li Heng contemplated acquiring a walkie-talkie to establish communication with Zhao Zishuan, also seeking companionship and conversation. After aimlessly wandering around the room, he resolved to venture outside in search of supplies. Upon opening the door, silence enveloped him, interrupted only by the whisper of the wind brushing past his ears. Chapter 5. The mysterious tycoon and the school beauty. Li Heng quickly scanned his surroundings before vaulting over the wall to the neighbor's house on the right. He aimed to thoroughly scour the area for supplies while also eliminating any zombies lurking in the nearby villas, thus ensuring his safety. Upon reaching the neighbor's villa courtyard, he cautiously peered through a window. The sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. Inside, several zombies donned in safety helmets were aimlessly roaming about. Having just completed renovations, Li Heng hastily returned to his villa and then scaled the wall to the neighbor's house on the left. This residence proved to be remarkably secure. Devoid of both inhabitants and zombies, Li Heng rummaged through the place, but found little in terms of food or useful items. Returning home disheartened, exhausted, he slumped onto the sofa, snacking on a few meager treats he had scavenged, and closed his eyes, pondering what to do that afternoon. Barely a minute had passed when a series of sharp sounds erupted from outside. Reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations, this sound was all too familiar to him, echoing the rapid fire of a submachine gun, growing ever closer as if it had arrived at his doorstep. He rushed to the window, only to behold a figure clad in heavy armor, completely encased in protective gear. This individual wielded a black submachine gun, with a belt of ammunition slung across his torso and 2 handguns holstered at his waist. While 2 additional submachine guns were strapped to his back, Li Heng rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. After all, firearms were prohibited in their country. Even amidst an apocalypse, weapons were not possessions one could simply acquire. Who was this person? How could he be so heavily armed? As the gunfire rang out, the surrounding zombies were drawn closer, yet none dared approach the armored figure under the relentless barrage of bullets. In no time, the man brandishing the submachine gun reached the entrance of Li Heng's villa. He swiftly dispatched the pursuing zombies before casting a sideways glance at the villa, raising a hand as if to greet Li Heng. Tension coursed through Li Heng as he remained motionless. Just then, the armored man retrieved a dagger from his boot. Li Heng braced himself for an impending assault, only to witness the man crouch down and begin to extract something from a zombie's body with the knife. Li Heng's view was obstructed by the wall, leaving him unable to discern the details clearly. As the man crouched, a horde of zombies charged from the distance, prompting Li Heng to worry for the stranger's safety. Surrounded on all sides by approximately 70 to 80 zombies, even a man armed with firearms would find it difficult to escape if cornered. He also feared that if the man were to be overwhelmed, he might burst through the door, leading to an uncertain fate for Li Heng. Gripping a kitchen knife, he thought to himself that if the man dared to enter, he would ambush him from behind the door. While lost in thought, the crouching man stood up, his hands drenched in blood, appearing more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Unhurried, he wiped the dagger clean and returned it to his boot, then brandished a submachine gun, firing indiscriminately as he began to retreat. Watching the man carve a bloody path through the horde of zombies, Li Heng was awestruck, wishing he possessed such prowess. Unable to see the man from the first floor, he hurried to the second floor for a better vantage point. As the saying goes, higher ground offers a broader view, and indeed, from the second floor, he once again spotted the armored figure. A minute later, the man climbed into a sedan that sped off toward a nearby villa. At that moment, Li Heng's expression froze in disbelief. The car had halted at Yi Qiufeng's villa. Could it be that this armored man was Yi Qiufeng himself? At that juncture, 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle, the armored man and a girl. Recognizing the girl as their school's beauty, the very one Yi Qiufeng had come to escort, Li Heng's conviction solidified that the armored figure was indeed Yi Qiufeng. Li Heng bit his lip, enviously yearning for firearms of his own. With weapons in hand, what threat could a mere handful of zombies pose? In the afternoon, Li Hong, risking his life, made his way to Zhao Zishuan's villa. Along the way, he had dispatched several zombies and arrived at the villa nearly drenched in blood. Originally, this villa community had not been overwhelmed with zombies, but Yi Qiufeng's gunfire earlier had drawn many towards the area. Observing Li Heng's disheveled state, Zhao Zishuan frowned. Remaining seated on the sofa without budging, Li Heng approached her, used a tissue from the table to wipe the blood from his face, and gasped, "Did you see what happened at noon?" Zhao Zishuan nodded silently, her expression growing grave. "You came over to discuss that incident, didn't you?" Li Heng affirmed with a nod, sitting beside Zhao Zishuan. "That guy is Yi Qiufeng. With all those weapons, shouldn't we consider asking him for some?" Zhao Zishuan scoffed. "And what do you intend to use for payment?" Li Heng paused, momentarily taken aback. He almost mentioned offering supplies, but then recalled that Yi Qiufeng had hoarded countless resources and had no need for such. After a brief silence, he despondently replied, "I believe we should at least inquire. After all, we are both human and reside in the same community. Perhaps he might generously share a few guns with us." Zhao Zishuan dismissed Li Heng's optimistic notion with a scoff. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Perhaps Yi Qiufeng would indeed bestow upon them some meager offerings, albeit with an air of condescension. Even if Li Heng hadn't proposed this idea, she too was curious to meet Yi Qiufeng, for he was exceedingly enigmatic, having managed to prepare supplies and weapons in advance, indicating he was privy to much information. By 4 in the afternoon, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan stood before Yi Qiufeng's villa. The structure loomed over them, elevated by more than a meter, making it impossible to scale the walls. The entrance was a formidable iron gate, as tall as the walls, resembling a fortified bunker. Fearing that knocking might attract zombies, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan hesitated to announce their presence. An idea struck Li Heng. He gathered some stones from the roadside and hurled them toward the villa to capture the attention of its occupants. This tactic proved effective. For a few minutes later, a small iron window in the gate swung open, revealing the face of a striking woman. Li Heng recognized her as the school beauty, with a look of irritation. She rubbed her head and exclaimed, "Who threw the stones?" Li Heng gestured towards Zhao Zishuan with his right hand, indicating that it was her doing, and promptly added, "We wish to see Yi Qiufeng." "Wait here," the beauty replied tersely, slamming the iron window shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 6. It was her doing, not me. In a short while, the iron gate was gently pushed open, revealing a narrow passageway suitable for only one person at a time. The school beauty, still exuding impatience, beckoned them inside. As they entered the villa courtyard, the door slammed shut behind them. They surveyed the surroundings, which were stark and devoid of any decor. The beauty led them forward. Assuming the demeanor of a hostess, inside the villa's living room, Yi Qiufeng lounged with a cigar dangling from his lips, one leg crossed over the other, while cradling a blonde beauty in his arms. The girl delicately offered him a glistening grape, and as he savored the flavor, his eyes closed in enjoyment. That moment, the beauty led Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan into the villa. The blonde glanced at the newcomers and gently nudged Yi Qiufeng with her elbow, whispering, "Young master, we have guests." Yi Qiufeng yawned, eyes slowly opening to reveal a piercing gaze that settled on Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan, resembling a predator sizing up its prey. Sensing the weight of his gaze, Li Heng's steps faltered. Zhao Zishuan remained unfazed, her demeanor as composed as when she hunted zombies, as if the situation was merely a breeze. Before Yi Qiufeng could utter a word, Zhao Zishuan casually seated herself on the sofa opposite him. Li Heng followed suit, unable to resist clenching his hands in his pockets. Yi Qiufeng produced a box of cigars from his coat, tossing it across the table, and inquired if they wished to partake. Li Heng, intrigued by the taste of a cigar, fought against his curiosity and declined, stating that he did not smoke. Zhao Zishuan cast a sidelong glance at the cigars, but remained silent. Yi Qiufeng scrutinized Zhao Zishuan for a considerable time before breaking into a grin. "Zhao Zishuan, I remember you were just like this back in middle school. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit, have you?" Zhao Zishuan let out a cold laugh, remarking, "You have changed quite a lot." Yi Qiufeng smiled faintly, suddenly shifting the topic. "What brings you here?" Zhao Zishuan stated bluntly, "I wish to purchase some firearms from you." Yi Qiufeng squinted thoughtfully, taking a puff from his cigar before speaking. the smoke billowing from his mouth lending him an air of authority and enigma. That I possess firearms, though not in abundance, and I certainly cannot sell them to you. However, I can offer other weapons for sale. Li Hong, curious, inquired, what other weapons do you have? Yi Qiufeng replied with a grin, a variety of melee weapons, blades, clubs, you name it. Interested? I could offer you a discount. Upon hearing this, Li Hong curled his lip in disdain. Losing interest immediately, Zhao Zishuan scoffed coldly, rising to tell Li Hong, let's go. Li Hong obediently followed her out. Observing their departure, Yi Qiufeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, a blonde beauty beside him offered him a glistening grape. Yi Qiufeng turned slightly, declining the fruit. Wait a moment. While I cannot sell you weapons, we might find a way to collaborate. Zhao Zishuan halted, turning to Yi Qiufeng with evident impatience. What kind of collaboration? Yi Qiufeng chuckled, beckoning them to sit. Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan had no intention of complying, reluctant to show their interest in weapons. Noticing their refusal, Yi Qiufeng turned to the blonde beauty. Fruit, please. She fed him a piece of apple. And as he savored it, the room echoed with the crisp sound of crunching. Eventually, it was Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan who capitulated, returning to the sofa, silently fixated on Yi Qiufeng. Zhao Zishuan's glare was sharp, as if she would dismantle him if he remained silent. Yi Qiufeng gazed out the window, leisurely stating, did you not express a desire for weapons? I am aware of a location where they can be found. We can retrieve them, and we will split the spoils, 80-20. Upon hearing this, Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan immediately contemplated the division of spoils. With Yi Qiufeng suggesting an 80-20 split, they questioned who would receive the larger share. Zhao Zishuan's already icy demeanor darkened further, her expression falling as she retorted, are you implying we receive only 20%? Yi Qiufeng nodded, calmly explaining, I provide the information and the location. You receive 20% purely out of consideration for our shared history. Anyone else would only receive 10. How many weapons are there? Zhao Zishuan queried. Yi Qiufeng shook his head. I am uncertain. There is a police station nearby, which likely houses an armory containing a significant number of weapons. As Li Hong absorbed their conversation, he began to ponder Yi Qiufeng's true intentions, recognizing it was premature to discuss the division of spoils. What is your specific plan? Li Hong asked. Yi Qiufeng produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes. Lighting one before tossing the entire box to Li Hong. Smoke one. My plan is straightforward. I will provide you both with weapons, and you will accompany me to retrieve them. Li Hong lit a cigarette. Puffing away, the simplicity of the plan was overshadowed by its inherent danger. With only the three of them, they were at a disadvantage, and the rewards seemed minimal. They would send two to assist Yi Qiufeng's one. And though he provided the weapons, a mere 20% share felt unjust. A 50-50 split seemed more reasonable. Lacking the confidence to negotiate himself, Li Hong deferred to Zhao Zishuan. She extended 4 fingers before Yi Qiufeng, asserting her stance with conviction. We demand 40%. As there are 2 of us, after our share, each of us would still receive the same as your proposed 20%. Should you disagree, we will seek the weapons on our own. Her last remark carried an implicit threat. Yi Qiufeng took a deep drag from his cigarette, the stub reduced to a mere remnant. He crushed it into a rosewood ashtray, reluctantly conceding, fine, it is settled. He signaled the blonde beauty beside him, who nodded and ascended the stairs. Shortly after, she returned, breathless, dragging a large white suitcase. Observing her struggle, Li Hong kindly rushed to assist, taking the suitcase from her, only to be taken aback by its unexpected weight. Pondering what it contained. Chapter 7. Fully armed for the armory, Li Hong placed the suitcase near the sofa, brushing off the dust as he asked, what is inside? Why is it so heavy? Yi Qiufeng chuckled, squatting before the suitcase and unlocking its combination. As it creaked open, Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan beheld its contents, a collection of firearms, with a few green grenades perched atop. Yi Qiufeng turned to them, clearly pleased with their astonished expressions. Just some ordinary firearms. Make do with what you find, Li Hong thought to himself. Brag all you want. If they are so ordinary, why not gift us some? He bent down to carefully examine a handgun, wary of the trigger, fearing an accidental discharge. Zhao Zishuan remained motionless on the sofa, as though the suitcase contained nothing more than air, failing to pique her interest. Yet, Li Hong could discern her inner turmoil through the subtle shifts in her expression. Yi Qiufeng then announced, prepare yourselves. We shall act shortly. Li Hong nodded, glancing at Zhao Zishuan. Will you take the handgun or submachine gun? Both, she replied succinctly. Li Heng chuckled, hastily distributing the firearms. He claimed 2 handguns, 2 submachine guns, and 4 grenades, leaving the remainder for Zhao Zishuan. After selecting her gear, she retained a grenade, a triangular military dagger, 2 knives, 1 handgun, and 1 compact submachine gun. Li Heng grinned, scratching his head, attaching the remaining items to his person. The weight was somewhat burdensome, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even if 100 zombies were to swarm, he would not falter. Once prepared, the trio departed the fortified stronghold, climbing into a modified Humvee Li Hung. The vehicle resembled a heavily armored hedgehog, its exterior clad in layers of metal and adorned with numerous blades. 8 rotating blades, although inactive, began to spin with speed and wind, capable of slicing through obstacles even without activation. The windows were bulletproof, reinforced with a layer of metal mesh. 2 heavy machine guns atop the vehicle could rotate a full 360 degrees, while additional weaponry was mounted at the front, rear, and underneath. Details Yi Qiufeng chose not to disclose, as if he harbored reservations about Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. The vehicle crushed any zombies in its path. They arrived at the police station without firing a single shot. Though the entrance was not heavily barricaded, a handful of zombies blocked their way, seemingly searching for something as they shuffled aimlessly. No sooner had they parked than the nearby zombies began to approach. Before Li Heng could react, Yi Qiufeng hurled a grenade outside and opened the car door. Action. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Heng followed suit, tossing a grenade and crouching as his submachine gun erupted in gunfire. Zhao Zishuan descended alongside him, and the trio converged, with Yi Qiufeng clearing the way at the police station entrance. Li Heng guarding their rear, and Zhao Zishuan managing the flanks. In less than a minute, they reached the station's entrance, only to find it secured with chains. Li Heng pondered their entry. Yi Qiufeng shattered a window with a swift kick and charged inside. With Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan hot on his heels, you fend off the zombies while I barricade the entrance, Yi Qiufeng instructed, scanning for something to block the shattered window. As he searched, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan fought valiantly against the relentless zombies. Even with their submachine guns, they felt overwhelmed by the horde of unyielding foes, but their grenades proved effective in stalling the onslaught. At that moment, Yi Qiufeng returned with a wooden door, slamming it against the broken window. Find something heavy to secure this door, he called to Li Heng. Nodding, Li Heng dashed into a nearby room, retrieving several black sofas to prop against the door. The zombies continued to batter the wooden barrier, but upon realizing it held firm, they retreated a short distance, resuming their aimless wandering. The trio exchanged relieved glances, and Yi Qiufeng whispered, "Let's head upstairs." Li Heng furrowed his brow and deliberately slowed his pace to follow Zhao Zishuan, whispering, "Did you see that just now? The door has been locked from the inside." Zhao Zishuan nodded, understanding Li Heng's implication. The locked door strongly suggested the presence of someone inside. She silently shook her head, signaling Li Heng to refrain from saying anything further. Li Heng acknowledged with a slight nod. Yet inwardly he harbored doubts, wondering if Yi Qiufeng intended to harm them. He felt he should remain vigilant and not fall victim to any trickery. The dilapidated first floor appeared as if it had been ravaged by a tsunami, with numerous rooms ajar, scattered with splattered blood and mangled corpses. Observing the surrounding bodies, Li Heng became increasingly convinced that there were living beings within the police station, as he noted that most of the corpses had been shot in the head. As they ascended to the second floor, Yi Qiufeng halted before an iron door, which, although not locked, was firmly shut. "Why have we stopped?" Zhao Zishuan inquired. Why Yi Qiufeng glanced back at the two of them and calmly stated, "The door has been locked from the inside." This revelation conveyed a wealth of information. It implied that someone was indeed inside, and Yi Qiufeng had been aware of it all along. Li Heng shot a glare at Yi Qiufeng, questioning with dissatisfaction, "You knew there were people inside all along. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Yi Qiufeng disregarded Li Heng's remark and turned to Zhao Zishuan, asking, "Do you still intend to go in?" Zhao Zishuan's expression was cold. Having come this far, it would be pointless not to enter. However, she added, "We cannot just waltz in unprepared." She looked at Yi Qiufeng and slowly said, "Of course we must enter. But I believe we should renegotiate our share." Yi Qiufeng smiled knowingly, anticipating her response. "All right, how about a split of 60-40? I take 50, and you take 60." Although Yi Qiufeng's share was diminished, He wore a smile that gave Li Hong a sense of foreboding. Despite his loss, why did he smile so brightly? Zhao Zishuan found the proposed division agreeable and nodded in acceptance. As for Li Hong's concerns, it was evident that Zhao Zishuan and Yi Qiufeng paid them no mind. Disregarding his opinion entirely to that moment, Yi Qiufeng retrieved a round clock from his backpack. He pressed it against the door, and it adhered there, prompting him to instruct Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan to find a place to hide. Li Hong recognized it as a timed bomb. Although he had never encountered one, he had seen similar scenes in movies. 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion reverberated. Startled, Li Hong recoiled, hastily covering his ears that a cloud of smoke engulfed him, causing him to cough uncontrollably. As the smoke cleared, the three of them remained motionless, uncertain of what lay beyond the door and reluctant to enter recklessly. Li Hong turned to Yi Qiufeng and asked, "What exactly is inside? Are there zombies or living people?" He believed Yi Qiufeng should have an answer. Yi Qiufeng, gripping his handgun and fixating on the corner, replied gravely, "I'm not sure that I visited this place before. And there were quite a few people inside. Now, it's hard to say. They might have turned into zombies, or perhaps they are still alive." Zhao Zishuan, growing impatient, remarked, "Why not just go in and find out?" With that, she brandished her submachine gun and stepped forward. Li Hong followed closely, muttering for her not to act impulsively. Yi Qiufeng trailed behind, casting wary glances over his shoulder, seemingly apprehensive of what might lurk behind them. Upon reaching the blown-open door, the disheveled interior lay empty. Gazing down the long corridor, Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow and whispered to Li Hong, "Be careful." Li Hong nodded in agreement, scrutinizing their surroundings. The corridor is too clean. Someone must have tidied it up. Implicitly, he suggested that there were indeed living occupants, and Zhao Zishuan silently concurred with this thought. Yi Qiufeng also acknowledged with a grunt, remaining at the rear, his eyes occasionally darting behind them. At that moment, an iron door on the right side of the corridor suddenly swung open. Startled, the three froze. As the door opened, a figure cautiously emerged, brandishing a submachine gun aimed at Li Hong and the others. "Who are you? Why have you intruded here?" As the man appeared, Li Hong instinctively aimed his gun at him. Yi Qiufeng, grinning, waved a hand at the man, slowly stating, "What's this? Don't you recognize me?" The man's expression darkened at the sight of Yi Qiufeng, realizing, "It's you that you're here to steal our supplies." Yi Qiufeng chuckled coldly, retorting, "When did these supplies become yours? Whoever can seize them owns them. If you lack the ability, don't obstruct my work, or I won't hesitate to be ruthless." Listening to their exchange, Li Hong was utterly baffled, unaware of the circumstances. Zhao Zishuan calmly regarded the man before her and inquired, "We are unaware of the specifics regarding this batch of firearms. Could you enlighten us? If these firearms belong to you, we will leave immediately." Her intention was to convey to the man that she and Yi Qiufeng were not allies. The man seemed to grasp Zhao Zishuan's meaning, casting a surprised glance at both her and Li Hong, before shifting his gaze to Yi Qiufeng and recounting the circumstances surrounding the firearms. He was a detective from this police station, having taken refuge here since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Just days prior, Yi Qiufeng had attempted to seize the firearms, only to be thwarted by the man. The man believed that since he resided here and was a police officer, the firearms rightfully belonged to him. After hearing the man's account, Li Hong shook his head, unconvinced that the firearms were his. Zhao Zishuan also disagreed, stating seriously, "If it were merely that, then these firearms cannot be considered yours." Unable to hold back, Li Hong added, "You claim they are yours, yet why didn't you relocate them?" The man displayed a hint of embarrassment, his voice faltering, "I don't have the key. That scoundrel took it." He pointed accusingly at Yi Qiufeng. Yi Qiufeng smirked triumphantly, saying, "You don't even have the key, and yet you dare to claim these are yours? Step aside and let us pass. I have no desire to spill blood today." The man, undeterred by Yi Qiufeng, took a step back and warned, "Don't think you can just walk through. My men outnumber you." And he left his final thought unspoken, casting a cold glance at Yi Qiufeng. Then he turned and shouted, "Everyone, come out." As he spoke, several doors along the corridor swung open, revealing 7 or 8 individuals, including 2 women. Each brandished a handgun, their expressions rife with wariness and anger. A young man with red hair stepped forward and frowned at the man. "Fourth brother, why waste your breath on them? Just take them out. We have the numbers to deal with them." Faced with the sudden emergence of people, Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan felt a surge of panic, while Yi Qiufeng appeared unfazed, sneering at the assembled group. A bunch of useless fools. I should have eliminated you last time. The man known as Fourth Brother tensed at Yi Qiufeng's words, his body coiling like a compressed spring, ready to spring into action. At that moment, Yi Qiufeng abruptly asked, "Where's Lin Baichuan? Without him, you lot are no match for me. Hurry and bring him out." Li Heng regarded Yi Qiufeng with suspicion, wondering how many secrets Lin Baichuan was hiding. Fourth Brother replied sternly, "Aren't you quite the hotshot? Why not go find him yourself?" Tension hung in the air as both sides reached a stalemate. After a few minutes, Yi Qiufeng, growing impatient, turned to Zhao Zishuan and said, "Let us make our move." Zhao Zishuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just as she was about to strike, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Without warning, Yi Qiufeng's body was propelled into the air, crashing against a nearby wall. The sudden and bizarre event left Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, Li Heng felt a kick to his back, causing him to tumble to the ground. As he flipped over to sit up, he found nothing behind him, leaving him to wonder if he had lost his mind. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan experienced a similar fate, suddenly collapsing to the ground. However, her response was swifter than Li Heng's. As she was about to hit the ground, she braced herself with her hands, flipping up and executing a sweeping kick behind her. Her long, straight legs sliced through the air, striking an invisible entity, followed by a dull thud and a muffled grunt. At this juncture, Li Heng also managed to rise, gripping a triangular bayonet and swinging it around, bewildered. What is happening? Is there a ghost? Zhao Zishuan calmly analyzed. It seems to be some form of invisibility ability. Realizing the implication, Li Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting it's a superpower? Zhao Zishuan nodded silently. Aside from supernatural abilities, there was no other explanation for their predicament. Just as they were speaking, a hoarse male voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "You are truly astute. That I indeed possess extraordinary abilities. Not only do I have such powers, but your companion Yi Qiufeng also possesses them. Did he not inform you?" His words are laden with incitement and mockery, leaving Li Heng quite uncomfortable, not solely due to the man's rhetoric, but also because of Yi Qiufeng's concealment. Although he comprehends Yi Qiufeng's reasoning, he remains dissatisfied that he resolves to distance himself from Yi Qiufeng. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Yi Qiufeng does not appear to be a match for this invisible adversary. With a quick glance over his shoulder, he smiled and addressed the emptiness. "Brother, might you consider revealing yourself? We harbor no ill intentions. Please do not misunderstand. We were deceived by that rascal Yi Qiufeng, which is why we have come here." His demeanor left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly Zhao Zishuan, who displayed a look of disdain, feeling embarrassed by Li Heng's actions. Li Heng, however, remained unfazed, flashing a grin at Yi Qiufeng, whose lips were stained with blood, revealing a blend of helplessness and embarrassment. Yi Qiufeng rubbed the bruised spot and looked at Li Heng with a cheerful expression. "Are you surrendering a tad too swiftly? Did you not hear him say that I also possess extraordinary abilities? Perhaps I could defeat him." Li Heng paused, taken aback by this notion, and shot Yi Qiufeng a sidelong glance, seemingly signaling him to remain silent. Yi Qiufeng pondered whether Li Heng was attempting to infiltrate the opposing side to assist at a critical moment. If that were the case, it would indeed be advantageous. However, Li Heng had no intentions of being an undercover agent. He merely wished to play both sides and survive in this world. Both Yi Qiufeng and Lin Baichuan were capable of eliminating him, leaving him no choice but to navigate between the two. Lin Baichuan, skeptical of Li Heng, did not deactivate his invisibility and remained hidden, silent. While he stayed quiet, no one could pinpoint his location. Fourth Brother looked on smugly at Yi Qiufeng, his voice noticeably louder than before. "I advise you to leave promptly, or you shall face dire consequences." Yi Qiufeng let out a cold laugh and suddenly commanded, "Attack!" At that instant, Zhao Zishuan charged at Fourth Brother and his companions. Meanwhile, Yi Qiufeng prepared to confront Lin Baichuan. Just as Zhao Zishuan took her first step, Li Heng rushed towards her, tackling her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Zhao Zishuan kicked at Li Heng's thigh, shouting, "Bastard! What are you doing? Get off me!" Li Heng held her tightly, calling out to Fourth Brother and the others. "What are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend him. You are nothing but a scoundrel, a traitor." Zhao Zishuan berated him, her small fist striking Li Heng fiercely, though he winced in pain. He clung to Zhao Zishuan resolutely. At that moment, Fourth Brother and his men surrounded Zhao Zishuan, and Li Hong, one of them pulling Li Hong away while the others seized Zhao Zishuan. Just as they prepared to bind her with rope, Li Hong dashed in front of the man holding the rope, snatched it away, and grinned at fourth brother, saying, "Let me tie her up. You have no idea. This girl is quite formidable, likely trained in martial arts. We must secure her tightly." As he spoke, he circled behind Zhao Zishuan. Beginning to bind her, he tied her up firmly, the ropes leaving distinct impressions on her form. Though restrained, Zhao Zishuan's mouth was relentless, hurling insults at Li Hong. Li Hong, feigning ignorance, finished his task and returned to face Zhao Zishuan, pinching her smooth, soft cheek and boasting, "Ha! Look at you now. Ugh, remove your filthy hands." Zhao Zishuan turned her head away, spitting at Li Hong that he grimaced at the sight of her saliva, nearly retching. Despite her attractive appearance, her spittle seemed no different from anyone else's. Just then, Lin Baichuan, who had remained invisible, finally revealed himself, having been lurking beside Li Hong. As Li Hong wiped his face, Lin Baichuan gently tapped his shoulder, remarking, "Well done, but I cannot place my trust in you." After saying this, he gestured to fourth brother, indicating that they should bind Li Hong as well. Fourth brother, along with two others, moved to capture him. However, before they could act, Li Hong raised his hands and squatted down, adopting a posture of surrender. Witnessing his lack of backbone, not only Zhao Zishuan and Yi Qiufeng felt vexed, but even fourth brother and his men regarded him with scornful gazes. Fourth brother, filled with disdain, kicked Li Hong, declaring, "We cannot harbor such a traitor among us." He then turned to Lin Baichuan, suggesting, "I think we should kill him." The others nodded in agreement, with Zhao Zishuan nodding the fastest. Lin Baichuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let it be. We have no deep-seated enmity with him. Why kill him? Once we deal with Yi Qiufeng, we can release these two. Not far away." Yi Qiufeng let out a cold chuckle, retrieving a golden dagger from his pocket. His gaze intensely fixed on Lin Baichuan as he brandished the dagger. Zhao Zishuan, who had been bound, suddenly tensed. The ropes that had constrained her inexplicably loosened, and she shot forward like a bullet towards Lin Baichuan. The moment she made her move, Yi Qiufeng also sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, far exceeding Zhao Zishuan's. Before she could reach Lin Baichuan, Yi Qiufeng's dagger was poised at Lin Baichuan's throat. "Don't move. If you do, I will slay you." As Yi Qiufeng uttered these words, Zhao Zishuan reached Lin Baichuan's side. At that moment, fourth brother and his group reacted, surging forward to encircle both Zhao Zishuan and Li Hong, the latter of whom was entirely ignored. Leaning against the wall, Li Hong cautiously edged away, anticipating a potential gunfight. He had no desire to remain in the fray, while Yi Qiufeng and fourth brother conversed. Li Hong audaciously hopped into the room from which fourth brother had just emerged. While Yi Qiufeng and the others noticed Li Hong's movements, but chose to disregard him. Chapter 10. I did this. Do you have any objections? Upon entering the room, which spanned over 40 square meters, Li Hong scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on a fruit knife resting on a nearby table. He leaped towards the table, grasped the knife behind his back, and began to slice through the ropes. Just as he was about to sever them, a gunshot rang out from outside, startling him into halting his actions before he could fully comprehend the situation. A barrage of gunfire erupted around him. Finally, he managed to cut through the ropes. He freed himself and rushed to the door, peering outside. His mouth agape, he stared in disbelief. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the previously adversarial Yi Qiufeng and fourth brother were united against a horde of zombies that had suddenly invaded. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, despite their continuous gunfire from submachine guns. They struggled to halt the relentless advance of the undead. Zhao Zishuan cast a glance back at Li Hong, exasperatedly shouting, "What are you dawdling for? Come help." Li Hong rolled his eyes, thinking that with so many zombies, they should find a place to hide rather than face them head-on. Instead of joining the fray, he called out to Lin Baichuan, "We need to head upstairs. Staying here is pointless." His words prompted a realization among the others. Lin Baichuan quickly added, "Yes, let's move upstairs and barricade the lower levels." While fending off the zombies, they began their retreat. Soon enough, they reached the stairwell leading to the second floor, spotting a large wooden cabinet at the stairway. Li Hong called for everyone to assist in moving it to block the zombies. However, this obstacle proved to be of little use, merely buying them some time. Subsequently, they ascended to the third floor. The door leading to the third floor corridor was locked tight, surrounded by a heap of debris. Li Hong, upon witnessing this, could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Who in their right mind blocked this off?" Fourth brother shot him a glare, responding angrily, "That was me." "Do you have a problem with it?" Li Hong pursed his lips, choosing not to retort. Lin Baichuan interjected, "There are numerous zombies on the third floor, which is why we barricaded this area." Li Hong was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of zombies on the third floor. Given Lin Baichuan and his group's capabilities and armaments, it was astonishing that they could not eliminate the zombies there. With threats looming from both directions, he was at a loss. Anxiously, he began pacing in circles. Lin Baichuan, unruffled, instructed fourth brother and the others to shift the debris to the center of the stairway to impede the zombies. Although Li Hong was uncertain about the next steps, he was perceptive enough to assist. Once the debris was cleared, a dusty, blood-stained iron door came into view. Lin Baichuan surveyed his companions and inquired, "Are we all prepared?" The group nodded, each arming themselves. Fourth brother stepped forward, cautiously extracting a black key and unlocking the third floor's door. He listened intently for any sounds within, then shook his head. Whispering, "I hear nothing." Lin Baichuan commanded, "Open the door." Fourth brother beckoned someone over, and the two of them grasped the door handles. Slowly and carefully pushing the door ajar, as the door swung open, Li Hong and the others immediately cast their gazes inside. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Inside the corridor stood a dozen zombies, their backs turned towards Li Hong and his companions. In the next moment, these undead creatures seemed to sense someone behind them. Abruptly turning their heads and emitting a series of chilling howls, as the zombies charged towards them, Li Hong shouted a rallying cry. This call to action proved remarkably effective. Lin Baichuan and the others behaved like automatons responding to a command, instantly dashing into the corridor. As for Li Hong, he positioned himself amidst the crowd, neither rushing forward nor lingering at the back. Believing that the center offered the greatest safety, he pondered in confusion why. Despite the number of zombies being nearly equal to their own, Lin Baichuan and his companions did not eliminate them. Just as doubts clouded his mind, a swarm of zombies suddenly surged forth from the far end of Corridor 3. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the frontmost zombies were almost pushed forward, with the two leading ones toppling over and being trampled by their fellow creatures. Li Hong glanced at the spot from which the zombies had emerged and inquired, "Is that the staircase?" Fourth brother affirmed, stating, "Indeed, there are many zombies on the upper floors. We must swiftly block the exit. Otherwise, we shall have no chance." Chapter 11. We are in this together. Upon hearing fourth brother's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Baichuan surveyed the corridor in both directions and began assigning tasks. He instructed Li Hong and a few outsiders to hold back the zombies from behind, while he would take the remaining group to confront the zombies in front and seal the door. Fourth brother was to stay in the center to assist them, though in reality, his role was to keep a watchful eye on Li Hong and his companions while helping them deal with the zombies. With only 3 of them, Li Hong and his companions could not possibly hold off the zombies without fourth brother's assistance. The situation for Li Hong was dire. They could only slow the zombies' advance, but lacked the strength to stop them, let alone barricade the entrance. Conversely, Lin Baichuan's group fared much better. They successfully secured the door and returned to aid Li Hong and his companions after more than 10 minutes of fierce combat. Both entrances were effectively blocked. Leaning against the corridor wall, Li Hong and his group gasped for breath, shaken yet relieved. During their brief respite, they huddled together like friends, the previous tension dissipating. However, once the rest period concluded, both sides returned to a state of vigilance. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Li Hong quickly interjected, "Stop glaring at each other. Even if a fight is inevitable, let us deal with the immediate danger first. For now, we should focus on how to escape from this place." As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack, which still contained some food sufficient for a few days. In contrast, Lin Baichuan's group had no backpacks and thus lacked provisions. When hunger strikes, desperation can lead to reckless actions. Upon hearing Li Hong's words, Lin Baichuan and the others, instead of being deterred, merely scoffed. Suddenly, Li Hong's gaze fell upon Lin Baichuan. "By the way, you can turn invisible. So you're not worried about food." Fourth brother grinned. "You're not as dim-witted as I thought. Since you kindly reminded us, allow me to return the favor. The food in your backpack isn't plentiful." Li Hong was taken aback. How could he be so concerned about others while neglecting his own predicament? "Haha, I'm just a kind-hearted person who cares for you all, to the point of forgetting myself." Li Heng shamelessly praised himself before shifting gears. Given my good nature, at a critical moment, it's one thing not to help others, but it's quite another not to help me. Fourth brother rolled his eyes, thinking this guy truly had no shame. Yet he found his banter amusing enough to keep around like a pet. Lin Baichuan chuckled lightly, saying, "We can help you, but you'll need to pay a price." Before Li Heng could respond, Yi Qiufeng coldly interjected, "We have plenty of food, so you needn't trouble yourself." With that, he unfastened his backpack and pulled out a bag of bread and a carton of pure milk. He took a bite of the bread, sipped the milk, smacked his lips, and provocatively glanced at Lin Baichuan and the others. Seeing Yi Qiufeng enjoying his meal so heartily, Li Heng felt a twinge of envy. He retrieved similar items from his backpack but consumed them without the air of irritation that Yi Qiufeng exhibited. Instead, he inquired if anyone else wanted some. After confirming that no one else was interested, he found a relatively clean room to eat in, hoping that his companions would be less troubled knowing he was out of sight. Li Heng had barely taken a few bites when Zhao Zixuan entered the room with the same food. Li Heng flashed her a toothy grin, beckoning her to join him. However, Zhao Zixuan chose to sit across from him, eating while maintaining a steady gaze. Initially, Li Heng felt uneasy under her intense scrutiny, but he had grown accustomed to it by now that he continued eating nonchalantly. Disregarding her presence, Zhao Zixuan picked up some crumbs from her lap and suddenly tossed them at Li Heng, her face icy as she demanded, "Were you trying to harm me earlier?" Li Heng swallowed his food in confusion and replied, "Harm you? When did I ever do that?" Zhao Zixuan huffed, her cheeks puffed in irritation. "When you tied me up." Li Heng glanced towards the door and lowered his voice. "How could I harm you? I was worried about Yi Qiufeng, so I intentionally tied you up to prevent any conflict between you and Lin Baichuan. Besides, didn't I tie the rope securely when I bound you?" Zhao Zixuan nodded silently, munching on her bread as she remarked, "Those two are quite dangerous. You mustn't offend them. Also, why do they all possess special abilities? You should investigate further that if I'm correct, they must have acquired their powers through some method, which means we also have a chance to gain abilities. If we could acquire powers ourselves, it would bolster our means of self-defense." Li Heng finished the last piece of bread, smacking his lips in reluctance. "Why should I be the one to investigate? I'm not close with them. It would be easier for a girl like you to gather information." Zhao Zixuan shot him an icy glare. "I'm not good with words. You, on the other hand, are quite eloquent, so it's only fitting that you do the investigating." Li Heng chuckled, then suddenly asked, "So, are we considered allies now?" "Yes, allies," Zhao Zixuan replied with a hint of hesitation, mentally reiterating, "For now. For now." After finishing their meal, the two emerged from the room at that moment. Everyone in the corridor turned to look at them. Much like onlookers observing a couple exiting a hotel, Li Heng grinned broadly, his expression rather lewd. Zhao Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly, her breath becoming uneven, her chest rising and falling rapidly, hearing her somewhat hurried breaths. The expressions of those around them grew increasingly peculiar. Lin Baichuan coughed, admonishing fourth brother and the others for their shamelessness before stating his intention to go downstairs to retrieve food. Zhao Zixuan shot Lin Baichuan a sharp look, pondering who exactly he was calling shameless. Was it others or himself? Li Heng, however, seemed unconcerned, even swaggering over to Yi Qiufeng, patting his belly while murmuring about feeling comfortable. It was unclear whether he was referring to the food or something else entirely. Half an hour later, Lin Baichuan suddenly appeared before Li Heng and the others, his back loaded with a bulging sack. He placed the sack on the ground and beckoned fourth brother and the others over. They gathered around the sack, and Lin Baichuan began distributing various provisions from within. Watching the assortment of food emerge from the sack, Li Heng mused that the group's rations were rather mediocre. Aside from a few pieces of bread, the remainder consisted of some steamed buns and pickled vegetables, with some buns already showing signs of mold. Once they had finished their meal, Li Heng curiously inquired of Lin Baichuan whether, in addition to his ability to turn invisible, the items he carried could also become invisible. That he asked this because, upon Lin Baichuan's arrival, both he and the sack had appeared simultaneously, suggesting that the sack had also been rendered invisible. Lin Baichuan did not withhold the truth, cheerfully informing Li Heng that the items he touched could indeed turn invisible, albeit under certain conditions, which he did not disclose. Seizing the opportunity, Li Heng further inquired, "How did you acquire your special ability? Was it innate?" As soon as the words left his mouth, aside from Zhao Zixuan, who maintained a calm demeanor. The expressions of the others shifted noticeably, their gazes fixing on Li Hong, silently reprimanding him for broaching such a sensitive topic. Chapter 12. These two have something going on. Before Lin Baichuan could respond, fourth brother interjected angrily. Are you out of your mind? Why do you ask everything? Li Hong, equally incensed, retorted, Why are you cursing at me? I was merely asking. If you don't want to share, you don't have to. I'm not forcing you. Fourth brother opened his mouth to continue his tirade, but was silenced by a glare from Lin Baichuan, which intimidated him into submission. Lin Baichuan chuckled softly, contemplating, Even if you hadn't asked, I would have found a moment to discuss this with my brothers. The truth is my ability stems from a zombie. This revelation was nothing short of shocking. Aside from Yi Qiufeng, who frowned in the corner, Li Hong and fourth brother's group stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Lin Baichuan smiled and elaborated on how he had come to possess his powers. The morning following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Lin Baichuan encountered an injured zombie. This particular zombie was exceptionally formidable, its speed surpassing that of a normal human, and its strength significantly enhanced. After an arduous struggle, Lin Baichuan managed to slay the creature. Upon its defeat, he discovered a thumb-sized crystal core nestled within its brain. The core shimmered with a translucent brilliance, gleaming with an otherworldly luster in the sunlight. Lin Baichuan, uncertain of what it was, bit into it, only to find it shattered instantly upon contact, dissolving in his mouth. After consuming the crystal nucleus, he was suddenly beset by excruciating pain that rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an inexplicable power surging within him, a force he could manipulate at will. Once this power was unleashed, he found himself capable of invisibility. Lin Baichuan slowly recounted his experience. The crowd gradually awakened to the revelation. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and yearning, as if they believed that in the near future, they too could possess extraordinary abilities. Zhao Zixuan, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain herself. So, according to you, if we manage to slay such a zombie and consume its crystal nucleus, we will acquire superpowers. Lin Baichuan chuckled softly and replied earnestly, I cannot guarantee that. I am merely sharing my own experience. As for the truth of the matter, I cannot say. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Yi Qiufeng, suggesting, Yi Qiufeng also possesses abilities. Perhaps he should share his insights. All eyes turned to Yi Qiufeng, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. With a grim expression, Yi Qiufeng shot a fierce glance at Lin Baichuan, inwardly cursing him for being thoughtless. How could such a secret be divulged? How could everyone become privy to it? If only the two of them were in on this secret, they could discreetly harvest the crystal nuclei from the zombies' brains and use them for grand endeavors. Now, with so many aware of this information, it was inevitable that they would want to share in the spoils. That a flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes as he contemplated silencing them. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion, not out of reluctance, but because he believed that with his current strength, it would be difficult to eliminate this group. If a conflict arose, he might very well be the one to perish. Noticing Yi Qiufeng's silence, the crowd grew somewhat displeased. Fourth brother kicked a nearby soda can toward Yi Qiufeng's position, calling out, Are you going to speak or not? If not, at least say something. The can clattered loudly as it struck the floor, interrupting Yi Qiufeng's thoughts. Though he had no desire to speak, under the pressure of the crowd's gaze, he could only offer a brief account. My situation is similar to Lin Baichuan's. I too consumed a zombie's crystal nucleus and gained abilities. However, I must caution you, this substance is not easily digested. Consuming it carries a risk to life. Before he could elaborate, fourth brother interrupted, exclaiming excitedly, Even if there's danger, we are not afraid. The others nodded in agreement. And Li Hong followed suit, reassured by the absence of any crystal nuclei at present, thus unperturbed by potential threats. Moreover, he had no faith in Yi Qiufeng's words. For some time, the group engaged in fervent discussions surrounding the topic of superpowers. They clustered around Lin Baichuan, inquiring about which types of zombies bore crystal nuclei, what it felt like to consume one, and how he felt after gaining his abilities. As they questioned him, they exchanged insights, drawing on their recollections of films, television shows, and novels, quickly deducing that zombies with crystal nuclei were mutated variants. These zombies possessed inherent special abilities, making them exceedingly dangerous, and ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to defeat them. The group then began to strategize on how to eliminate these mutated zombies. Some hoped Lin Baichuan would assist, and he readily agreed, Others proposed forming a small team, while some preferred to act independently. Li Heng contemplated teaming up with Zhao Zishuan, but she preferred to go solo, believing that operating alone would prevent the need to share any potential rewards if two or more individuals were involved and they managed to kill a mutated zombie. The question of who would claim the crystal nucleus would be a troublesome issue. To avoid such complications, Zhao Zishuan resolved to act alone. Her gaze drifted through the shattered glass, contemplating that once she acquired her abilities, she would assist Li Heng in obtaining one as well. Engrossed in conversation with fourth brother and the others, Li Heng inadvertently glanced at Zhao Zishuan, noticing her demeanor and the subtle expression on her face. He immediately sensed something amiss. Surely, she wasn't considering abandoning him again. Previously, she had allowed him to stay at her home, helping her move things and slay zombies, only to cast him aside once it was all over. Now that he had gathered intelligence for her, was she contemplating the same fate? Li Heng approached Zhao Zishuan with a cheerful demeanor, nudging her with his elbow. "What are you thinking? Are you plotting to discard me again? A girl shouldn't harbor such thoughts. Otherwise, no one will dare to marry you." Zhao Zishuan chuckled softly, replying in a gentle tone. "Does this world still require marriage?" Li Heng retorted. "Of course it does. How else would you? You know, get lost." Zhao Zishuan snapped back that Li Heng chuckled awkwardly, muttering a plea not to be cast aside this time. Before rejoining fourth brother and the others in conversation, as night fell, the group prepared to rest. Lin Baichuan, during his respite, suddenly vanished from sight before the others, leaving no clue to his whereabouts. Fourth brother and his companions shared a room, but why each Xiaofeng had intended to invite Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan to stay with him, as they had arrived together and formed a team. However, Zhao Zishuan declined his proposal, kicking Li Heng and insisting he follow her to another room. Watching the two enter the room, Yi Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether there was something more between them. Chapter 13. The ones pushed out to face death to be on the safe side. After entering their room, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan took turns resting, one sleeping while the other kept watch. As the only girl on the third floor, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that, Zhao Zishuan's presence made her particularly vulnerable. Li Heng, being a man, understood the thoughts of men all too well. He felt uneasy not just about others outside, but also about his own safety. Zhao Zishuan, for her part, trusted no one, keeping her long knife close even in slumber. The night passed peacefully, and as dawn broke, Li Heng awoke to hunger. Having eaten too little the previous night, he felt famished by midnight. Unfortunately, food was scarce, and he had to endure the hunger. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was retrieve a bag of bread and a carton of milk from his backpack, devouring them ravenously. These provisions had been allocated by Yi Xiaofeng, intended to last 3 days and consisting of bread, milk, and mineral water. There were 3 bottles of mineral water in total, and Li Heng had yet to drink any. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and turned to Zhao Zishuan, who stood at the window. "Have you eaten?" he inquired. Zhao Zishuan responded with a non-committal indicating she had not. "What are you looking at?" Li Heng pressed. Zhao Zishuan narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering. "There are far too many zombies outside. We likely won't be able to leave anytime soon." Li Heng approached the window and peered down, confirming that the streets were indeed crowded with zombies, swarming like ants. He frowned, murmuring in puzzlement, "Something feels off. When we arrived, there didn't seem to be this many zombies, and the sudden appearance of that horde last night was rather peculiar. Do you think someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Zhao Zishuan brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, letting out a dismissive hum. Seemingly unfazed as they stepped out of the room, they spotted fourth brother and several others engaged in exercise, counting loudly. Upon seeing the two emerge, fourth brother immediately paused his activity, winking at Li Heng. "Did you sleep well last night, brother?" Li Heng patted his lower back, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Not really." Fourth brother laughed heartily. Well. The group erupted into laughter. Zhao Zishuan maintained a stern expression, pretending not to understand their banter. Li Heng, not wishing to elaborate further, quickly changed the subject, asking, "What is Lin Baichuan up to?" Fourth brother informed him that Lin Baichuan typically remained invisible, so his whereabouts and activities were unknown to anyone. When the time was right, Lin Baichuan would surely reveal himself. Li Heng scanned the surroundings, sensing that Lin Baichuan might be lurking nearby. An unsettling feeling akin to being watched. It was as if someone were covertly monitoring his every move. He knew Lin Baichuan was observing him, yet could not pinpoint his location. In another room, Yi Qiufeng heard voices outside and stepped out, leaning against the doorframe with a languid demeanor, resembling a sunbathing elder. Upon spotting Yi Qiufeng, fourth brother felt a surge of irritation, finding him perpetually irksome. Unable to restrain himself, he taunted, "Aren't you supposed to be looking for those weapons? Why haven't you gone yet?" His words, rather than dissuading Yi Qiufeng, only served to incite him further why Yi Qiufeng had indeed intended to pursue those weapons. But unexpected circumstances had delayed him. Now that fourth brother had publicly mentioned it, he seized the opportunity. With a smile, he replied, "Since you brought it up, I suppose I should take action," turning to Zhao Zishuan. He added, "Look, they are urging us to search for those weapons. Perhaps we should get moving." Zhao Zishuan shrugged, offering no opinion. Li Heng surveyed the two groups. Calculating his next move, fourth brother scrutinized Yi Qiufeng for a prolonged moment, wondering if Yi Qiufeng was attempting to deceive him. Seeking weapons at this juncture was perilously dangerous. Did he truly possess the courage to do so? Just as he was about to probe Yi Qiufeng further, he felt a sudden poke from behind, followed by a whisper in his ear. "Tell them you will cooperate with them to seek out those weapons." The speaker was none other than the hidden Lin Baichuan. Upon hearing Lin Baichuan's words, the fourth brother was momentarily taken aback, but then he turned to Yi Qiufeng with newfound confidence. "I have decided to collaborate with you all to locate that cache of weapons." The others, including Li Heng, were somewhat astonished by his declaration. It quickly dawned on them that the fourth brother's sudden change of heart must have been prompted by some covert suggestion from Lin Baichuan. Li Heng's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of Lin Baichuan, but he found no trace of him. However, he was certain that Lin Baichuan was lurking nearby, perhaps even right beside the fourth brother. Yi Qiufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a while before smiling and nodding in agreement. Zhao Zishuan expressed no objections either. Subsequently, the group deliberated on how to divide the weapons. Li Heng had anticipated that there would be significant discord over the distribution. But to his surprise, everyone reached a consensus in a remarkably calm manner. According to the agreement, Li Heng, Zhao Zishuan, and Yi Qiufeng would each take 20%, leaving the remaining 40% for the fourth brother and his associates. This arrangement clearly placed the fourth brother and his group at a disadvantage, yet he seemed unconcerned at why Yi Qiufeng also did not appear to take undue advantage. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were the beneficiaries. Yet both felt a sense of unease that was even greater than before, particularly Li Heng, who suspected that the fourth brother and Yi Qiufeng were harboring ulterior motives. While they spoke sweetly now, it was uncertain whether they would honor their word later. Perhaps, once they located the weapons, they would turn against him and Zhao Zishuan with lethal intent. It was possible that Zhao Zishuan might not die, but her fate would certainly be no better than death. Li Heng cast a glance at Zhao Zishuan and subtly gestured for her to be cautious. She silently nodded, lowering her head in contemplation. In truth, she was reluctant to seek out the weapons so soon. She wished to first acquire supernatural abilities, enabling her to contend with Lin Baichuan and Yi Qiufeng. By finding the weapons now, she felt utterly powerless to confront the two. In such a scenario, they might withhold every weapon from her, leaving her helpless. Furrowing his brow slightly, he resolved to delay their efforts. That moment, Yi Qiufeng and the fourth brother had begun formulating a plan. The armory was located on the top floor, and to access it, they needed to clear out the zombies residing above. Completely exterminating the zombies was nearly impossible, so their only option was to lure the zombies downstairs, trap them, and then stealthily ascend. The fourth brother, having once worked there, was intimately familiar with the layout. He sketched a simple diagram of the building for everyone and pointed to a location, saying, "This is the nearest route. We can reach the top floor in 3 minutes." The group nodded gravely, understanding the gravity of the task at hand. However, the pressing question lingered: who would attract the zombies? The task of luring the zombies was exceedingly perilous, essentially tantamount to a death wish. Such a self-sacrificial endeavor was a heavy burden for most to bear. Yi Qiufeng's gaze suddenly fell upon Li Heng. Li Heng possesses superior physical capabilities. I believe he is the most suitable candidate for this task. The other's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding in agreement, showering Li Heng with praise and proclaiming him to be capable of anything, akin to a deity. Chapter 14. We are partners. If one dies, we all die. Li Heng rolled his eyes in exasperation. This group was utterly insufferable, with Yi Qiufeng being the most detestable. Zhao Zishuan, at this moment, remained silent, neither supporting nor opposing Li Heng. An idea struck Li Heng, and he smirked, addressing the group. I believe the most fitting candidate for this task is actually Lin Baichuan. He has the ability to become invisible, so after luring the zombies, he would be in no danger. Upon hearing this, the group fell into an abrupt silence, the atmosphere growing tense. The fourth brother and his companions recognized the validity of Li Heng's suggestion, but were unwilling to let Lin Baichuan undertake the task. Yi Qiufeng feigned interest, echoing Li Heng's words, but with a non-committal attitude. Li Heng attempted to call out for Lin Baichuan, hoping to coax him out, after calling for a while without response. Li Heng grew frustrated and sternly declared, "If you don't come out, I swear I'll curse your mother." This threat proved effective, as Lin Baichuan suddenly appeared behind Li Heng, delivering a powerful kick to his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. That moment, as Li Heng fell, Zhao Zishuan raised her blade. "What are you doing?" She coldly scrutinized Lin Baichuan, her frigid gaze freezing the air, causing the fourth brother and the others to hold their breath, their bodies tense as they observed her. Just then, Li Heng scrambled to his feet, brushing off the spot where he had been kicked, chuckling. "It's nothing at all." That he positioned himself in front of Zhao Zishuan, addressing Lin Baichuan. "You heard what we discussed, right? How about you take on this task?" Lin Baichuan shook his head. "Not a chance." Before Li Heng could retort, Lin Baichuan continued, "The fourth brother and his group lacks supernatural abilities. I cannot trust them to accompany Yi Qiufeng. Therefore that I must stay with the fourth brother and his group." Li Heng inwardly cursed, feeling betrayed. They showed loyalty to others, but were utterly ruthless toward him. Yi Qiufeng licked his lips and chuckled sinisterly. "How about this? Lin Baichuan and I will handle attracting the zombies." Li Heng found this suggestion acceptable, and the fourth brother and the others had no objections. However, Zhao Zishuan disagreed. "No, without you two, we cannot manage the other zombies." Li Heng shot Zhao Zishuan an annoyed glare, blaming her for speaking out of turn, while Yi Qiufeng raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Lin Baichuan glanced at Zhao Zishuan, frowning deeply. He believed Yi Qiufeng's earlier proposal was the best option and was taken aback that Zhao Zishuan had rejected it. "Let Li Heng and me attract the zombies," Zhao Zishuan suddenly proposed, shocking everyone. The group looked at her incredulously, unable to fathom why she would volunteer for a task that others were reluctant to accept. Their eyes then turned to Li Heng. Although Zhao Zishuan was willing, it was uncertain whether he would agree, as he had clearly expressed his unwillingness moments ago. Just as Li Heng was about to voice his dissent, Zhao Zishuan preempted him. "You need not concern yourself with him. I will make the decisions regarding him." Li Heng turned to glare at Zhao Zishuan, feeling disgruntled. "Why should I listen to you?" Zhao Zishuan's expression tightened, and with a swift motion, her blade rested against Li Heng's throat. "Will you listen or not?" The cold steel sent a shiver down Li Heng's spine, yet he managed a reluctant nod, feeling aggrieved. The others suppressed their laughter at Li Heng's disgruntled demeanor. As Zhao Zishuan slowly withdrew the blade, Li Heng plopped down onto the ground, sulking in solitude. He had little interest in the ensuing discussions among Zhao Zishuan and the others. After a while, the others began to prepare, leaving only the aggrieved Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan in the corridor. Zhao Zishuan gently nudged Li Heng with her foot. "Are you angry?" Li Heng kept his gaze lowered, stealing a glance around, and replied in a hushed tone, "I'm not angry. I know you have other plans for staying behind." Zhao Zishuan acknowledged with a hum, squatting beside Li Heng and whispering, "Once they leave, I will explain everything to you." Li Heng looked up at her, inquiring, "Can't you let me go with them?" Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow slightly, her delicate face puffed in a pout, her voice laced with a hint of intimacy. "We are partners. You need to stay and help me." Li Heng gazed earnestly at her, pondering if she was hinting at something deeper. Half an hour later, Lin Baichuan and the others emerged from their room. Fully armed, they acknowledged Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan with a silent nod before proceeding to the far right room of the corridor. Upon entering, they locked the door behind them. A peephole on the door allowed them to observe the outside world. Li Heng inspected his equipment, feeling a sense of trepidation that he and Zhao Zishuan were about to face countless zombies, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. The two approached the third-floor stairwell that had previously been blocked by Lin Baichuan. The room adjacent to the stairwell was where Lin Baichuan and his group were currently situated. Soon, Li Heng would have to open this location, allowing the zombies to enter and drawing them to the innermost part of the third floor. Once the zombies were inside, Lin Baichuan and the others could emerge from their hiding place and seal off the third floor entirely. This strategy would make it considerably easier to deal with the remaining zombies. Li Heng glanced back, anxiously rubbing his temples. Why do I feel like this corridor won't accommodate so many zombies? Zhao Zishuan, while clearing the debris blocking the iron door, responded, That is their concern, not ours. Li Heng nodded. Then inquired, Have you thought about how we will escape? Zhao Zishuan replied, Once we open the door, we will run inside, towards the innermost room. Li Heng glanced back at the corridor, which was lined with rooms. He quickly pressed for clarification, to the left or the right, to the left. At this point, they had cleared the obstacles in front of the door, leaving only the iron door standing. The cold iron door loomed before them, dividing the building into two distinct realms. Opening this door was a leap into the unknown. Zhao Zishuan placed her hand on the frigid doorknob, a shiver coursing through her palm and spreading to her heart. With a creaking sound, the iron door opened with a shrill "C-R-Y-D." At the same moment, Zhao Zishuan's voice rang out. Run! In an instant, the two figures darted down the corridor like the wind, racing towards its end. The two individuals had scarcely dashed a meter when a swarm of dark shadows surged behind them, akin to a bursting flood that instantaneously inundated the corridor. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan had no choice but to run. Their actions devoid of any superfluous movement, even daring not to turn back and fire their weapons. They sensed that pausing for even a second would result in being overwhelmed by the zombies. At the end of the corridor, a door on the right stood ajar, like fledgling puppies. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan tumbled into the room, with Li Heng deftly closing the door behind them. The moment the door clicked shut, they were horrified to hear the thuds of zombies colliding against it, a sound that seemed as if it would shatter the door into splinters. Watching the door tremble violently, Li Heng rose from the floor, pressing his back against it. Come help me, he urged. Zhao Zishuan, although feeling that using her body to block the door was of little efficacy, complied, leaning against it as well. This is too dangerous. Li Heng wiped the sweat from his brow and added, Now, can we discuss why you decided to stay behind? Chapter 15. The mutated zombie smiles at me. Zhao Zishuan leaned against the door as if taking a moment to rest. In contrast, Li Heng was strenuously bracing against the door, his face contorted from the exertion. Noticing Zhao Zishuan's silence, he impatiently prodded, Speak up. With a leisurely tone, Zhao Zishuan replied, Last night, while I was on watch, I encountered a peculiar zombie, likely a mutated one. Li Heng was momentarily taken aback, and then he grasped her intent. You can't be serious. You want to kill that zombie? If it truly is a mutated one, we stand no chance against it. He wanted to express that she was out of her mind, but refrained from voicing the thought. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Though Zhao Zishuan's voice was cold, a hint of amusement danced at the corners of her mouth. Li Heng rolled his eyes in frustration. While he wished to flee, the opportunity to do so had long since vanished. As he felt the door behind him gradually cease its violent shaking, his heart began to relax, his body sliding down to sit on the floor. Given the situation, Li Heng resolved not to blame Zhao Zishuan. He fervently urged her against confronting the mutated zombie, but she remained resolute, determined to proceed. Eventually, Li Heng, out of options, uttered a stern warning. I can assist you, but I will not take risks. If there's any threat to my life, I won't be there for you. Zhao Zishuan responded with a simple Having awaited this assurance, rest assured, I won't put you in danger. Li Heng smirked. He knew Zhao Zishuan all too well. She spoke sweetly, yet when it came to action, she was ruthlessly determined, to the point where one could liken her heart to that of a serpent. Zhao Zishuan informed Li Heng that the mutated zombie resided on the second floor, and they needed to descend from the third floor's window to reach it. Li Heng frowned deeply. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of a zombie yet, let alone kill one, which seemed an insurmountable task. The number of zombies on the second floor outnumbered those on the third, essentially leaping from one inferno into a larger one. Are you really not reconsidering? Li Heng asked gravely. Zhao Zishuan offered no verbal response, but instead demonstrated her resolve through action. She unfastened her backpack and retrieved a rope, securing one end before opening the window and letting it dangle down. Under Li Heng's watchful gaze, she climbed onto the windowsill and began to descend the rope. Li Heng approached the window to peer down, witnessing a horde of zombies gathered ominously below, his heart sinking with guilt as he glanced back at the slender Zhao Zishuan. she reached the second floor's window. Kicking it open with her foot before entering the room, the sound of shattering glass made Li Heng's heart race. He feared it would alert the zombies on the second floor. Moments later, Zhao Zishuan poked her head out of the window, beckoning him to join her. Come down. It's safe. Li Heng did not share her sense of security, rubbing his forehead with his thumb and forefinger. He grasped the rope tightly and gave it a firm tug. Once satisfied that it was secure, he cautiously began his descent. Upon reaching the second floor's room, he crouched at the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any commotion outside. Faintly, he could hear the incessant shuffling of zombies. He returned to Zhao Zishuan, frowning as he inquired, "How do we find that zombie if we can't even see what's happening outside?" Zhao Zishuan grinned mischievously, patting his shoulder. "Precisely because we can't see. That's why I need your help." Li Heng's guard instantly went up, and he stepped back. "What do you intend for me to do?" Zhao Zishuan cleared her throat, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. "I need you to go to the first floor and draw the zombies away." "Absolutely not." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Heng resolutely declined. Zhao Zishuan retrieved a new rope from her backpack, securing it as she spoke. "It won't be dangerous. Once you're on the first floor, just throw a grenade outside." Li Heng remained silent. While it sounded simple, the execution was far from it. Zhao Zishuan continued, "If you sense any danger, you can climb back up the rope." Li Heng still said nothing, yearning to ascend the rope to the third floor, which felt safer than their current predicament. Noticing her inability to persuade him, Zhao Zishuan's brow furrowed, her grip on her knife tightening slightly. Abruptly, she waved the blade in front of him, the glint of the weapon catching Li Heng's eye. The blinding reflection compelled him to avert his gaze, shielding his eyes with his hand. "What are you doing? Are you threatening me?" "Think carefully," Zhao Zishuan warned, her tone growing colder. Li Heng contemplated the dire situation. Aside from Zhao Zishuan, a formidable force lurked upstairs. If he antagonized her now, his life would be at stake. Even if she didn't eliminate him, others surely would. After much deliberation, he concluded that it would be wiser to acquiesce to Zhao Zishuan. "Fine, I'll go down now." Li Heng approached the window, leaning out to survey the scene below. There, a multitude of zombies congregated near the wall's base. Fear gripped him, and he quickly withdrew, frantically gesturing to Zhao Zishuan. "No way, there are zombies everywhere down there. If I go down, I'll surely be caught." Zhao Zishuan glanced outside, her brow furrowing slightly. The zombies on the first floor reached out, almost able to touch the window. It was indeed perilous to descend from there. However, with a bit of caution, it might not be as dangerous as it seemed. Zhao Zishuan stroked her chin, contemplating. "How about this? I'll go down to attract the zombies, and you stay up here to search for the mutated one. Once you spot it, find a way to hold it off." Li Heng nodded vigorously, immediately agreeing to this plan. After all, once Zhao Zishuan descended, he could remain hidden in the room without a care. Zhao Zishuan shook her head gently, having perceived Li Heng's intentions, but chose not to comment. She positioned herself on the windowsill, gripping the rope tightly as she began to lower herself. Li Heng crouched at the window, helping her observe the situation below. As Zhao Zishuan's legs reached the first floor window, Li Heng anxiously whispered, "Be careful." Below, the zombies raised their hands, reaching futilely for the air. Unable to grasp anything that moment, Zhao Zishuan pressed her feet against the glass, forcefully shoving herself inside. The glass shattered with a loud crash, and she swiftly entered the room. Simultaneously, she hurled a grenade she had prepared at her waist out the window. With a thunderous explosion, the surroundings fell into a deafening silence. Li Heng crouched beneath the window, deciding to wait for Zhao Zishuan's return, resolute in not seeking the mutated zombie. After a while, he heard a blast from downstairs, the tremors shaking the floor beneath him. Through the small glass window by the door, he caught sight of zombies rushing toward the opposite end of the corridor. Suddenly, a bloodied face appeared before the small window, its crimson eyes fixated on Li Heng. He froze, breath caught in his throat, his body as rigid as a statue. The sight of the deformed zombie's twisted visage filled him with dread, and he envisioned his own lifeless form. Then, in a startling moment, his pupils widened. Just moments ago he saw that zombie smiling, as if it were grinning at him. Chapter 16. Slaying the first mutated zombie in a daze. Li Heng snapped back to reality. Gripping his submachine gun, he aimed it at the doorframe and pulled the trigger. The echo of gunfire reverberated through the room. The zombies, initially headed for the second floor, were drawn to the noise, crashing frantically against the door. Before long, Li Heng's ammunition was expended. He discarded the empty weapon and seized another submachine gun from his back, continuing the assault, with one hand firing and the other gripping the rope. He prepared to ascend to the third floor. Just as he turned to climb, a voice called out from below, "Don't go up. Have you spotted the mutated zombie?" Without a second thought, Li Heng replied, "Yes, besides the mutated zombie, there are other zombies here. We can't handle them. Let us hurry and flee." As he spoke, he stowed his submachine gun, grasping the rope with both hands, ready to ascend to the third floor. "Hold on a moment. I'll come up to assist you," Zhao Zishuan shouted. Li Heng cursed. "What do you mean, hold on? We need to run." With that, he began to climb upwards, seeing Li Heng disregard her. Zhao Zishuan drew her pistol and fired a shot upward. The sudden gunfire startled Li Heng, causing him to nearly lose his grip. He glared down at Zhao Zishuan, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Zishuan's expression turned stern as she warned, "Go back, or I'll shoot." Li Heng glanced between Zhao Zishuan and the upper floor, muttering a curse before reluctantly returning to the second floor. The door to the room shook violently, threatening to give way. That he glanced at the small window, realizing the mutated zombie had vanished without a trace. He had just intended to convey the message to Zhao Zishuan, advising her not to come up, but by the time he turned around, Zhao Zishuan had already climbed up. He replied irritably, "The mutated zombie has vanished." Zhao Zishuan shot him a fierce glare, reproaching him for having fired the gun. If he hadn't discharged his weapon, the other zombies wouldn't have been attracted, and the mutated one would have remained. "What now?" Li Heng inquired. Zhao Zishuan, with an edge in her tone, retorted, "What else can we do?" "As you wish, let's hurry to the third floor." Ignoring her sarcastic tone, Li Heng pretended not to hear and dashed to the window, preparing to escape. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired outside the corridor. The zombies that had been battering the door abruptly ceased their assault and began to retreat, disappearing without a trace in a matter of moments. Sensing the anomaly, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged worried glances, a palpable sense of danger emanating from beyond the door. Suddenly, a grotesquely contorted face reappeared in the small glass window, and the next instant, the door shattered with a loud crash. Both Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan trained their weapons on the entrance. Their eyes fixated on the threshold, there stood the previously departed mutated zombie, gazing at them with a chilling indifference. Tat-tat-ta. Li Heng aimed at the creature's head and opened fire. Unfortunately, his aim was inaccurate, and he failed to hit the zombie's cranium. Zhao Zishuan stowed her submachine gun, gripping her long knife tightly. Her gaze locked onto the mutated zombie. With a terrifying screech, the mutated zombie lunged toward Li Heng, who instinctively ducked behind Zhao Zishuan, swiftly switching his submachine gun for a triangular bayonet. Meanwhile, Zhao Zishuan charged at the zombie. True to her martial arts training, she exhibited a level of combat prowess that set her apart from the average person. Just as she was about to engage the mutated zombie, she deftly pivoted, maneuvering to its right side, her blade gliding toward its neck. The mutated zombie sensed the imminent threat and twisted its neck. But the long knife still managed to slice a deep gash across its throat, astonishingly without a single drop of blood oozing from the wound. With a furious roar, the mutated zombie's chest suddenly split open, revealing 4 desiccated red tendrils that emerged from within. 2 of these tendrils quickly ensnared Zhao Zishuan's legs, dragging her toward the monstrous creature. Zhao Zishuan was pulled approximately a meter before she forcefully sat up, swinging her long knife at the tendrils that bound her legs. The knife struck the tendrils with a resounding clang, akin to hitting iron. That moment of distraction, Li Heng seized the opportunity. He had somehow maneuvered behind the zombie, thrusting his triangular bayonet toward the back of its head. If he succeeded, the mutated zombie would undoubtedly meet its demise. As the bayonet was about to make contact, the zombie's head suddenly jerked, causing the weapon to graze its ear instead. The mutated zombie swiftly turned, one tendril wrapping around the bayonet, while another ensnared Li Heng's waist, forcefully flinging him against the wall. Li Heng grimaced in pain, lying on the ground motionless for several seconds. When he finally regained his bearings and looked toward the zombie, he saw it had dragged Zhao Zishuan to its feet. The mutated zombie crouched down, its mouth, oozing yellowish slime, slowly moving toward Zhao Zishuan to bite. Li Heng quickly drew 2 handguns from his waist, aiming at the creature's head and firing multiple shots. His aim was commendable, with one bullet striking the mutated zombie's face, yet it failed to inflict fatal damage. As the zombie glared at him in fury, Zhao Zishuan tightened her grip on her long knife and fiercely lunged at the zombie's temple. Li Heng watched as the long knife pierced through the zombie's head, the tip emerging from the opposite temple, glinting ominously in his direction. The 4 tendrils of the mutated zombie convulsed violently, as if experiencing acute distress. Eventually falling still, Li Heng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, muttering, "That was too perilous. I will never engage in such activities with you again, and don't drag me into your troubles. If you must, find someone else." Zhao Zishuan untangled the tendrils from her legs, crouching to examine the zombie's head. Under Li Heng's fearful gaze, she sliced open the skull with her long knife, extracting a beautifully crafted crystal from within. Li Heng sprang to his feet, rushing to her side, captivated by the crystal she held. This was the very object that had bestowed powers upon Yi Qiufeng and the others, and now it was within his grasp. No, to be precise, it belonged to both him and Zhao Zishuan. But to whom should this crystal be given? Zhao Zishuan casually pocketed the crystal, and amidst Li Heng's discontented glare, she stated, "Let's head to the 3rd floor first." Zhao Zishuan urged Li Heng to ascend to the 3rd floor, but he was reluctant, insisting she should scout the situation first. With a resigned shake of her head, she proceeded to the 3rd floor. As Li Heng departed the 2nd floor, he cast a deliberate glance toward the door, puzzled by the absence of zombies, which seemed rather illogical. Chapter 17. The third possessor of powers. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan crouched in a corner, resembling 2 frightened little mice. Li Heng glanced up at the heavily barricaded window across from them and turned to Zhao Zishuan, inquiring, "What has become of them?" Zhao Zishuan shook her head, replying she did not know, then added, "You needn't worry about them. They have 2 ability users among them, and they are certainly not endangered." Li Heng nodded silently. He harbored no concerns for Yi Qiufeng and his group. Rather, he was anxious about whether those individuals would hoard the weapons for themselves. That it had been quite a while without any news. How would they ascend once they moved upstairs? Would they be left waiting indefinitely? Zhao Zishuan cast him a peculiar glance, curiously asking, "Did you not hear our plan earlier?" Li Heng sheepishly scratched his head. He had been too angry in the corridor to pay attention to their discussion. Embarrassed to admit he had missed it due to his anger, he mumbled something vague about not paying attention. Zhao Zishuan patiently reiterated the plan to him. Their strategy was to wait until Yi Qiufeng and his group ascended, at which point they would lower a rope for Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng to climb up. Li Heng glanced out the window, feeling inexplicably anxious, his mind spiraling into wild thoughts. Do you think they might intentionally let go of the rope while we are climbing? This bizarre notion startled Zhao Zishuan, who pondered it carefully. Realizing there might be a possibility, she reached into her pocket, retrieving a handkerchief, and began to meticulously wipe her long knife. When Li Heng saw her hand dive into her pocket, he assumed she was about to produce the crystal, only to find it was merely a handkerchief. An expression of discontent crossed his face, though he was too shy to voice it directly. As Zhao Zishuan continued to clean her knife, she mused, "We are bound to confront that group sooner or later." Li Heng echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, there are 2 ability users among them. We would be no match." Speaking of ability users reminded Zhao Zishuan of the crystal. She glanced at Li Heng, slowly lowering her long knife, and produced the crystal from her pocket. "Who do you think should consume this crystal?" Li Heng stared at the dazzling crystal, momentarily at a loss. Initially, he had no intention of consuming it himself. He was wary of potential side effects and did not wish to become a guinea pig. However, he was also unwilling to simply let Zhao Zishuan have it. Noticing Li Heng's hesitation, Zhao Zishuan tossed the crystal onto his lap, casually remarking, "Given your indecisiveness, you clearly don't want me to use it. You should take it instead." Li Heng picked up the crystal, kneading it in his hands before tossing it back to Zhao Zishuan. "You go ahead. Once you gain your powers, remember to protect me and help me procure another crystal." "All right," Zhao Zishuan exclaimed, eagerly taking the crystal and popping it into her mouth without a second thought. Watching her consume it so readily, Li Heng suddenly felt a pang of regret. Yet, there was no turning back now. He couldn't very well pry open Zhao Zishuan's mouth and snatch the crystal back. Initially, after consuming the crystal, Zhao Zishuan showed no immediate reaction, but after about 10 minutes, her fair complexion flushed crimson and her body began to twitch slightly. Moments later, her convulsions intensified, her face contorting as if something were constricting her. The veins in her body visibly swelling. Zhao Zishuan groaned in pain, succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Heng, at a loss, pushed her gently while calling her name, "Zhao Zishuan. Zhao Zishuan. Wake up." Time passed, and Li Heng's voice grew hoarse from calling her name. Yet Zhao Zishuan remained unresponsive. Is she dead? Li Heng slumped to the ground, quietly praying for her. In the afternoon, the scorching sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Zhao Zishuan's frail form in warmth, a rosy hue appearing on her pallid face. Suddenly, her fingers twitched slightly. After a moment, her eyelashes began to flutter. In an instant, she opened her eyes and bolted upright, startling Li Heng, who instinctively recoiled several steps back, watching her warily. Are you all right? Zhao Zishuan raised her hands. Fingers splayed, and with a playful woe, pretended to lunge at Li Heng. However, it was merely a jest, and she did not actually leap at him. Even so, it sent a jolt of fear through Li Heng, who thought she had transformed into a zombie. Realizing she was merely teasing him, he exhaled in relief, scolding, "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Zishuan covered her mouth, stifling laughter, her body trembling with joy. "Have you gained powers?" Li Heng asked eagerly. Zhao Zishuan narrowed her eyes slightly, attuning herself to the changes within her body. She extended her right hand forward, fingers splayed wide, only to clench them into a fist moments later. At the instant she tightened her grip, a burst of flames erupted from her hand, enveloping her fist and swiftly spreading up her arm. The heat radiating from the flames scorched Li Heng, prompting him to shield his face with his hand and take several steps back. Such an intense temperature was far greater than that of ordinary flames. With a flick of her wrist, Zhao Zishuan extinguished the fire on her arm. She nodded at Li Heng, signaling, "This is my ability. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone." Li Heng responded with a grunt, gazing enviously at Zhao Zishuan's arm that had just been ablaze. Regretting having given her the crystal core, after studying her for a moment, he inquired, "Are you feeling any discomfort? Any other sensations?" Zhao Zishuan shook her head and replied, "I feel no adverse effects. In fact, I feel more energetic and powerful than before." Li Heng smacked his lips, undeterred, and asked, "Are you sure you don't feel anything negative?" "None," she affirmed. Li Heng let out a sigh, leaning against the wall, his demeanor forlorn, and chose to remain silent. Zhao Zishuan, however, had no time to console him. She needed to familiarize herself with her newfound powers swiftly. At 3 in the afternoon, while Li Heng was resting, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of loud claps coming from the window. Turning to look, he saw a rope swaying back and forth outside. He quickly roused the meditative Zhao Zishuan. The two approached the window, and Zhao Zishuan leaned out to gaze upward, where they spotted their fourth brother vigorously shaking the rope from the fifth-floor window. Upon seeing Zhao Zishuan, he greeted her, "You're safe. Come up." Zhao Zishuan acknowledged with a good, retracting her body before telling Li Heng, "I'll go up first." Li Heng nodded in agreement, having no objections. Subsequently, the two of them climbed to the fifth floor in succession. As Li Heng reached the top, he was taken aback by the sight of several individuals before him. These people appeared no better than the zombies outside, their clothing tattered and their bodies smeared with blood. One even missing an arm. What happened to you?" Li Heng asked incredulously at his question. Lin Baichuan and the others looked rather grim, feeling somewhat mocked by Li Heng's words. Initially, their task had been the most perilous. Yet now Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan had returned unscathed while they bore the scars of their encounter. The individual who had lost an arm was particularly incensed, his temper flaring as he retorted, "What the hell do you mean by that?" Chapter 18. Hidden agendas. Seeing the hostility directed towards him, Li Heng's expression soured. Having expressed concern only to be met with insults felt utterly unjust. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Zhao Zishuan intervened. "Enough, everyone is exhausted. Let's rest." The others quickly shifted the topic, allowing the moment to pass. As they settled in the room, Lin Baichuan approached Li Heng with a bottle of mineral water. "Want some?" he offered. Li Heng shook his head, remaining silent. Lin Baichuan placed the bottle between them and sincerely apologized on behalf of his companion. "My brother was in the wrong. I apologize for his behavior." "It's fine. I understand," Li Heng replied, not wishing to press the matter further. After all, he could empathize with their plight. Losing an arm would certainly dampen anyone's spirits. "We've had some bad luck," Lin Baichuan sighed, recounting their ordeal. After Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan had drawn the zombies away, Lin Baichuan and his group had taken action. Initially, Lin Baichuan had ventured out alone, cloaked in invisibility to assess the situation. He dealt with the zombies at the entrance before allowing his companions to emerge. Once outside, they blocked the exits on the third floor and proceeded to the fourth. While on the fourth floor, they encountered a few zombies, and in the midst of their banter, they managed to eliminate the threat. Seeing so few zombies on the fourth floor, they assumed the fifth floor would be even less populated. And thus, they let their guard down. However, the reality on the fifth floor was starkly different. The number of zombies was significantly greater, many of whom were inside the rooms. After a fierce battle, they finally cleared the fifth floor. But not without sustaining injuries and losing 2 members in the process. Upon hearing about the deaths, Li Heng fell silent, a sense of sorrow washing over him. Just as the group remained enveloped in grief, Zhao Zishuan, rather insensitively, suggested, "When are we going to retrieve those weapons?" For brother and his companions furrowed their brows at Zhao Zishuan. Though they remained silent, their displeasure and disdain were unmistakable. Zhao Zishuan, fully aware of their discontent, disregarded their feelings and began checking her gear, appearing ready for action. Although the others felt discontent, they too wished to locate the weapons quickly, so they refrained from voicing their objections. Under Lin Baichuan's guidance, the group made their way to the weapons cache. The black blast-proof door loomed like a small mountain, preventing them from entering, its surface marked with several bloody handprints, hinting that someone had once attempted to break in. Lin Baichuan turned to Yi Qiufeng and asked, "Where's the key?" Yi Qiufeng smiled, producing the key and tossing it to Lin Baichuan. Lin Baichuan caught it deftly and unlocked the blast-proof door. As the door swung open, for brother and his companions immediately raised their weapons, their gazes fixed on the interior, which was starkly empty. After a few moments of silence, Lin Baichuan instructed, "Go in," and for brother led the way into the room. Once it was confirmed safe, for brother beckoned Lin Baichuan to follow. As Lin Baichuan stepped inside, Li Heng and the others trailed behind, grateful for Lin Baichuan's presence. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to scout ahead. Upon entering, they encountered another blast-proof door, and Lin Baichuan once again used the key to unlock it. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by rows of iron shelves, neatly displaying a variety of weapons, with boxes of ammunition stacked below. "Let us take inventory," Lin Baichuan commanded. The group set to work cataloging the weapons. After 2 hours of effort, they completed their inventory: 367 firearms, 162 bulletproof vests, 2 boxes of grenades, and a total of 36 boxes of assorted ammunition. Li Heng cradled an unfamiliar sniper rifle, fascinated. After weighing it in his hands, he turned to Lin Baichuan and asked, "Can I have this gun?" For brother grinned mischievously. "Sure, you can have the gun, but you can't claim anything else." Lin Baichuan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, if you want this gun, you must forfeit the rest." Seeing these two offer no concessions, Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan for help, glancing at Yi Qiufeng as well, hoping for some support. Zhao Zishuan remained silent, while Yi Qiufeng chimed in, but instead of aiding Li Heng, he sided with for brother, even suggesting that if Li Heng was unwilling, he could take the gun instead. Uncertain if Yi Qiufeng genuinely desired the gun, Li Heng resolved not to let him have the upper hand. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to claim the rifle. Strapping it to his back, he declared, "I'll take this gun. The bullet should belong to me as well, right?" For brother laughed heartily. Of course, I'll find you some bullets." He eagerly retrieved the bullets for Li Heng and placed them firmly in his hands. There were only 3 boxes of sniper rounds, each containing 100 bullets, totaling 300. Li Heng hurried outside to examine the sniper rifle, leaving the distribution of the remaining weapons to the others. The rest of the group allocated the weapons. There were no disputes, and they quickly finished dividing everything. Just as they completed the distribution, for brother sarcastically remarked, "Now that you've secured your gear, shouldn't you be on your way?" Li Heng, still absorbed in studying the sniper rifle, shifted his gaze from the weapon to for brother and the others. Currently, they were surrounded by zombies outside and had no means of escape. Moreover, for brother and his companions had no need to leave, as they already resided there. Zhao Zishuan and Yi Qiufeng exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Although there had been zombies outside when they arrived, they were not numerous, allowing for a possible breakout. However, the situation had drastically changed. For reasons unknown, a horde of zombies had gathered outside, making their exit exceedingly difficult. Even Yi Qiufeng, endowed with abilities, sensed the danger of venturing out. If they remained inside, they would have to coexist under the same roof as Lin Baichuan and his group, which would inevitably lead to complications, especially given their already tenuous relationship. Despite the light-hearted banter, everyone harbored ulterior motives. Some may have even contemplated betrayal. Why did Li Heng head for the door with just a sniper rifle? He feared that conflict might arise among the group. so he sought a position near the exit for an easier escape. Moreover, with only a sniper rifle in hand, he believed he wouldn't be the primary target if hostilities broke out. He was no fool. Every action he took was meticulously considered, from wielding the sniper rifle to following Zhao Zishuan's lead in attracting zombies, and even relinquishing the crystal core. Chapter 19. A sleepless night. Let us be clear. If you intend to stay here, you must provide us with certain supplies daily. For the sake of our shared struggle, I won't ask for much. Just one gun and a box of bullets for each day you remain. Lin Baichuan made his demands with a grin, clearly disinclined for them to stay. Yi Qiufeng let out a cold laugh and said, "The 5th floor belongs to you. The 4th floor is not under your jurisdiction, and we shall temporarily reside there. However, rest assured, we shan't linger in this desolate place for long. We shall depart in a few days." Fourth brother stepped forward, intending to make things difficult for them and demand their exit from the building. But he was halted by Lin Baichuan, who raised a hand to block him. Lin Baichuan addressed fourth brother, saying, "Let it be. After all, we have fought together. Allow them to stay on the 4th floor for the time being." While he spoke these words, he was secretly seeking an opportunity to retrieve the weapons belonging to Li Hong and his companions. Fourth brother nodded, his expression icy as he warned, "Once you descend, do not dare return. Should you set foot on the 5th floor, do not blame me for being ungracious." Yi Qiufeng ignored him and beckoned Li Hong to move their belongings. Li Hong cast a glance at Yi Qiufeng, recalling how he had been treated earlier, and replied, "You can move your own things. I will only assist Zhao Zishuan." Zhao Zishuan smiled, pointing to a nearby pile of weapons. "These are all mine." The two took an hour to transport their belongings to the 4th floor. Throughout their efforts, Yi Qiufeng leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, observing them with a smile. When Li Hong finally finished moving his things, Yi Qiufeng's belongings remained untouched as Li Hong passed by him. Yi Qiufeng suddenly coughed. Li Hong halted, unsure of his intentions. Noticing Li Hong's pause, Yi Qiufeng turned to fourth brother and the others, waving his hand, and called out, "Fourth brother, I have something to discuss with you." Fourth brother, growing impatient, asked, "What is it?" Yi Qiufeng replied, "I will give you 2 guns if you have someone help me move my things down." Fourth brother pondered for a moment and felt this was a lucrative deal. After all, if he was merely sitting there, why not earn some weapons in exchange for moving a few items? He summoned 2 individuals to assist Yi Qiufeng. Yi Qiufeng, with a smug demeanor, remarked to Li Hong, "See, you and those who are moving things are no different. You're just doing menial labor." Li Hong, infuriated, returned to the 4th floor and said to Zhao Zishuan, "Those scoundrels under fourth brother are truly despicable." Yi Qiufeng offers them 2 guns, and they rush to help him move. Zhao Zishuan shook her head, speculating on the source of Li Hong's anger. Was he implying she should offer him something? Considering this, she pointed to the pile of weapons before her and suggested, "How about I give you 2? Li Hong quickly waved his hands. "That's not what I meant." Later that evening, Li Hong retrieved some food from his backpack. Glancing at the dwindling supplies, he said with concern, "We don't have much food left. When shall we leave?" Zhao Zishuan shook her head, stating they couldn't leave just yet, not with so many zombies outside. Venturing out would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, those individuals would not let them leave easily. Li Hong felt a jolt of alarm and furrowed his brow. Do they truly intend to kill us for our supplies? I don't see Lin Baichuan as that kind of person, but Yi Qiufeng seems capable of such treachery. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if we collaborate with Lin Baichuan to eliminate Yi Qiufeng first? Zhao Zishuan shot him a sidelong glance and smiled. Why not collaborate with Yi Qiufeng instead? Li Hong insisted, "We must first deal with the most dangerous threat." Zhao Zishuan nodded. "I have no objections. Since this is your idea, you should negotiate with Lin Baichuan." "And you?" Li Hong inquired. Zhao Zishuan covered her mouth and yawned. "This time, I will follow your lead." Li Hong remained silent, believing that Zhao Zishuan was reluctant to sever ties with Yi Qiufeng completely, thus allowing him to negotiate. Should anything go awry, she could shift the blame onto him. That night, Li Hong strolled to the staircase of the 5th floor. There, 3 individuals were smoking, one of whom was fourth brother. Fourth brother had heard footsteps from below and was pondering who it could be. If it were Yi Qiufeng, he would be quite ungracious, ready to deliver a harsh beating. "It's you," fourth brother said, slightly disappointed, tossing a cigarette to Li Hong. Li Hong lit the cigarette and sat on the stair steps. "Fourth brother, I wish to discuss something with you." Fourth brother waved off the other 2. signaling them to leave. Once they had departed, fourth brother sat beside Li Hong and asked bluntly, "What do you want to talk about?" Li Hong took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Let us work together to eliminate Yi Qiufeng. What do you think?" Fourth brother's eyes brightened, and he was about to agree, but hesitated as he noticed the half-burnt cigarette in his hand. "Why do you want to target him? And what is Zhao Zishuan's stance?" Li Heng reassured him. "You need not worry about Zhao Zishuan. She will listen to me. As for why I want to deal with Yi Qiufeng, would you believe me if I said I simply find him displeasing?" Fourth brother patted Li Hong on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "I believe you. I find him quite irritating as well." Li Hong forced a smile in return. Once fourth brother finished laughing, Li Hong continued. "To deal with Yi Qiufeng, we need Lin Baichuan's assistance. Can you persuade him?" Fourth brother replied with a smile. "No problem." Li Hong glanced around, wary that Lin Baichuan might be eavesdropping. Just then, footsteps echoed from below. Li Hong and fourth brother exchanged glances, speculating who was ascending the stairs. Li Hong stood up and peered down, his brow furrowing. Seeing his expression, fourth brother deduced who was coming. "Oh, you all are here." Yi Qiufeng called cheerfully as he ascended the stairs. Fourth brother squinted and asked, "What brings you up here? Have you forgotten my previous warning?" Yi Qiufeng shrugged nonchalantly, mocking, "What right do you have to warn me? If it weren't for Lin Baichuan's sake, your life would have long been extinguished." Before fourth brother could retort, Yi Qiufeng continued, "I came to discuss matters with Lin Baichuan. You should inform him." Li Heng's heart sank. Discuss matters? What could possibly need discussing at this hour? Did he intend to conspire with Lin Baichuan against him? Li Heng's expression tightened, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Qiufeng. Yi Qiufeng remained calm, nodding at him. "What are you doing up here?" Li Heng smacked his lips, offering some vague responses. Just then, footsteps resounded once more from below. The three turned their attention downward, and this time, there was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly Zhao Zishuan. Indeed, Zhao Zishuan ascended the stairs, wielding a long knife, stepping deliberately with each stride. With every step she took, the tension among the group intensified, as if an invisible pressure were slowly encroaching upon them. Fourth brother cleared his throat and abruptly declared, "I will go find Lin Laodai." With that, he exited the stairwell, leaving only Li Hong, Zhao Zishuan, and Yi Qiufeng in the narrow corridor. Chapter 20. "We are finished." Yi Qiufeng stretched languidly and smiled. It seems everyone is wide awake and eager for conversation. Noticing the other two had ignored him, he added, "You need not conceal your intentions from me. I know what you are planning." Zhao Zishuan remained silent, while Li Hong could not help but interject, "What do you think we are planning?" Yi Qiufeng replied, "You intend to unite with Lin Baichuan to eliminate me." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that Yi Qiufeng would be so forthright, Yi Qiufeng continued, "Do not forget that we are in this together. If we were to unite, it should be against them." Li Hong shot a peculiar glance at Yi Qiufeng, wondering why, if he wished to join forces with them, he was seeking out Lin Baichuan on the 5th floor. Yi Qiufeng, noticing Zhao Zishuan's continued silence, asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" Zhao Zishuan smiled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "The conflict between you men. I prefer to stay out of it. This time, I will follow Li Heng's lead." Yi Qiufeng let out a cold laugh and said nothing further. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor on the 5th floor. Li Heng, who had planned to speak, fell silent. Moments later, fourth brother and Lin Baichuan arrived at the staircase. 5 individuals crowded the small staircase, creating an unusually cramped atmosphere. Upon their meeting, there was much to say, yet they found themselves unable to voice it, standing in silence. "I heard you were looking for me," Lin Baichuan inquired. Li Heng confirmed with a nod and asked in return, "Have you spoken with fourth brother?" Lin Baichuan smiled and nodded affirmatively. Li Heng pressed on. "Then what is your stance?" As he posed this question, Yi Qiufeng's expression noticeably shifted to one of tension, involuntarily stepping forward, as if preparing for confrontation. Simultaneously, the others' expressions changed, and they readied themselves to act. Fourth brother had kept his hand behind his back since entering, and now it subtly shifted, revealing a portion of a black handgun. Meanwhile, Yi Qiufeng's long knife had never left his hand, but its blade had subtly shifted position to face Li Hong. All eyes were now on Lin Baichuan, waiting for his response. Should he express support for Li Hong, Zhao Zishuan and fourth brother would act immediately. Lin Baichuan fixed his gaze on Yi Qiufeng, making a decisive choice. Yi Qiufeng, "I am sorry," he declared. With his words, he vanished from sight. In that instant, Zhao Zishuan and fourth brother sprang into action. Yi Qiufeng, having anticipated this, suddenly disappeared from view, much like Lin Baichuan had moments before. Zhao Zishuan and the fourth brother's attacks fell short, leaving them stunned as they gazed at the spot where Yi Qiufeng had just been. Utterly bewildered, Li Heng also wore a dazed expression, questioning the situation. Could it be that Yi Qiufeng possessed the ability to become invisible? Yet, even if he could conceal himself, it merely obscured his form. It would not shield him from their strikes. However, their assaults clearly failed to make contact with any object, implying that Yi Qiufeng had indeed vanished. Space manipulation abilities. Zhao Zishuan concluded immediately. Li Heng swallowed hard. Pondering whether Yi Qiufeng could teleport. If such powers existed, it would be immensely terrifying. The three individuals at the stairway exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move now that Yi Qiufeng was nowhere to be found. Zhao Zishuan's expression darkened as she declared, "We should return." Li Heng nodded in agreement and followed her downstairs. Observing their retreating figures, the fourth brother suddenly chuckled, a particularly eerie sound. Upon returning to the room, Li Heng sat on the sofa, anxiously murmuring to himself, "This is disastrous, absolutely disastrous. Why Yi Qiufeng actually possesses such powers? What if he suddenly appears before me and kills me?" Zhao Zishuan glanced at him, silently nodding. "It is quite possible. You should be cautious." Li Heng felt a twinge of fear. Initially, he had hoped for some comforting words from Zhao Zishuan, but instead, she only added fuel to the fire. Zhao Zishuan was indifferent to Li Heng's fate. Her primary concern lay with the extraordinary abilities Yi Qiufeng had just demonstrated. After a brief contemplation, she murmured to herself, "Yi Qiufeng's powers must be teleportation. A capability I have encountered in novels, truly terrifying. However, he cannot utilize teleportation without limits. If he could, he would have already eliminated all of us." Li Heng nodded silently, expressing his worries. "As long as he doesn't suddenly appear before me and kill me." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brows furrowed in contemplation. Lin Baichuan had previously clashed with Yi Qiufeng. Do you think Lin Baichuan is aware of Yi Qiufeng's abilities? If he knows, he should realize that we cannot defeat Yi Qiufeng. Why, then, would he still choose to collaborate with us? Zhao Zishuan's pupils dilated, sensing the oddity in the situation. Li Heng rose, pacing back and forth while murmuring, "Have they been conspiring all along? But tonight's events, how can they be explained?" At that moment, in a room on the 5th floor, Lin Baichuan, the fourth brother, and Yi Qiufeng sat together, a bottle of red wine resting on the round table before them. Yi Qiufeng uncorked the wine and poured a glass for each of them, raising his glass. "Come, let us celebrate first." The sound of their glasses clinking resonated harmoniously in the room, akin to a jubilant melody. The fourth brother placed his glass down and grinned, saying, "I simply don't understand. You could have eliminated them directly. Why complicate matters so?" Yi Qiufeng took a sip of wine and replied leisurely, "I am not one to indiscriminately take lives. I will not kill without just cause. As you saw today, it was Li Heng who sought to kill me first, thus I had to retaliate." The fourth brother waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. What reason do you need to kill someone? This is the apocalypse. No one cares about your past actions, nor why you would choose to kill." Yi Qiufeng reclined in his chair, gazing upward with a profound expression. "As long as there exists a place for humanity, reputation is an exceedingly significant matter." Lin Baichuan, who had remained silent, chuckled softly. "Some people require reputation, while others do not. Brother Yi, if you wish to achieve great things in the future, a good reputation is essential." The fourth brother, unwilling to listen to their musings, interrupted impatiently. "All right, let us discuss what to do about those two. What else can we do?" "Naturally, we kill them," Yi Qiufeng replied calmly. The fourth brother's eyes widened. "You intend to kill the woman too? Leave the woman to me," Yi Qiufeng stated. Lin Baichuan frowned, aware of Yi Qiufeng's intentions, and coldly remarked, "Let us just kill her." Yi Qiufeng set his wine glass down and shot a glance at Lin Baichuan. "You handle Li Heng, and I will take care of the rest." "When shall we act?" the fourth brother inquired. Yi Qiufeng glanced at the outside sky. "They are likely asleep now. We will strike in the morning." Once his figure vanished, the fourth brother cursed under his breath. "Look at his demeanor, truly infuriating. One day, I will make him pay." Lin Baichuan rubbed his temples, gravely stating, "Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan are not to be trifled with, especially Zhao Zishuan." Chapter 21. Escape. The fourth brother dismissed the concern. It's just a woman, do not underestimate women, Lin Baichuan remarked, shaking his head as he noted the fourth brother's lack of seriousness. Forget it. Yi Qiufeng will handle that woman, so we need not worry. The fourth brother sighed. What a pity. If it weren't for Yi Qiufeng's terrifying powers, we should truly consider collaborating with Li Heng and his group. Lin Baichuan scoffed. His ability is not that impressive. It merely allows him to instantaneously relocate someone to a spot 100 meters away. He cannot control where he lands, and each use takes a significant toll on him. This ability, while seemingly fearsome, is essentially just a means of escape. Pausing, Lin Baichuan continued, his choice to act in the morning is due to his current weakness. The fourth brother suddenly understood, slapping his forehead in frustration. We should have struck while he was vulnerable. Lin Baichuan sighed, shaking his head. A dying camel is larger than a horse. We might not even be able to kill him if we engaged. Meanwhile, in a room on the 5th floor, Zhao Zishuan cast a glance at the sleeping Li Heng before quietly approaching the window to gaze into the distance. In the dark night, a few stars twinkled faintly, illuminating the otherwise pitch-black world with glimmers of light. She sensed keenly that the individuals upstairs harbored ill intentions. Point 1 Yi Qiufeng was already difficult to contend with. If he were to join forces with Lin Baichuan, she would find herself as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Suddenly, Zhao Zishuan turned resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. The only course of action now was to abandon this cache of weapons and leave discreetly. She awoke Li Heng and shared her thoughts. Initially groggy, Li Heng became alert upon hearing her plan. Gazing at the pile of weapons before them, he clenched his teeth in reluctance. These were items he had risked his life to procure. Is there no way to hide these weapons? Zhao Zishuan shook her head. This place is too small. Where could you possibly conceal them? It might be best to leave them here. Perhaps they will turn on each other over these. The two gathered several ropes of varying lengths and tied them together. Then, they threw one end down to the ground while securing the other end upstairs. Zhao Zishuan descended first, carefully grasping the rope as she moved downward. Just as she neared the bottom, two zombies ambled into her line of sight. These zombies stared intently at the swaying rope, seemingly pondering its movement. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan's feet were mere centimeters away from the zombies' heads. If she descended any further, she would be exposed. If the zombies looked up, they would spot her as well. Drawing the long knife from her back, Zhao Zishuan aimed for the head of one zombie and plunged it downwards. As she withdrew the knife and aimed for the second zombie, it remained oblivious, still fixated on the swaying rope. After dispatching both zombies, Zhao Zishuan surveyed her surroundings and signaled for Li Heng to descend. Once he successfully joined her, they began searching for usable vehicles. The surrounding zombies moved past them, and as long as they remained silent, the zombies were unlikely to detect their presence. Eventually, Li Heng discovered a white sedan that could still run. He waved at Zhao Zishuan, beckoning her over. Zhao Zishuan approached Li Heng, inspecting the car, and whispered, "Are you certain it works?" Li Heng replied uncertainly, "It should be fine." They climbed into the vehicle, and Zhao Zishuan started the engine. To her relief, it roared to life. The car began to move slowly. Li Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she accelerated directly out. The roar of the sedan attracted zombies from all directions. In response, Zhao Zishuan pressed the gas pedal to the floor, speeding away at maximum velocity. With few obstacles along the route, they swiftly evaded the zombies. Hundreds of zombies, seeing the car vanish from sight, ceased their pursuit, lingering nearby and forming a new horde on the 5th floor of the police station. Lin Baichuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the spot where Li Heng and the others had appeared moments ago, unable to suppress a chuckle. These two are quite clever. They ran away swiftly. Lin Baichuan had already noticed Zhao Zishuan descending via the rope but chose not to intervene. At that moment, the fourth brother entered the room. Why let them go? Isn't that akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain? Lin Baichuan smiled. Indeed, it is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. But the mountain they inhabit is not ours. It is Yi Qiufeng's. The saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Yi Qiufeng will have his hands full once he returns. The fourth brother furrowed his brows, asking, what shall we do next? Now it is just us and Yi Qiufeng. Lin Baichuan smirked slightly, his calm demeanor tinged with arrogance. What else can we do? Of course, we let him pack his things and leave. Does he truly think he can stand against us alone? The fourth brother laughed heartily, rubbing his hands together, eager to confront Yi Qiufeng. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a white sedan came to a halt before a villa. As the car came to a halt, A throng of over a dozen zombies surrounded it. Inside the vehicle, Li Heng retrieved a triangular military dagger and rolled down the window, aiming for the head of a zombie. Mirroring Zhao Zishuan's actions. Minutes later, the zombies encircling the car were all dispatched. Li Heng opened the car door and gazed at the long-lost villa, a wave of nostalgia washing over him, evoking a profound sense of homecoming. He turned to Zhao Zishuan, who had just exited the vehicle, and inquired, "Are you heading to your villa or mine?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zishuan, appearing quite fatigued, replied, "Let's rest at your place for the night." The two of them scaled the wall into the courtyard, after which Li Heng produced a key and unlocked the villa's door. Once inside, he proudly boasted, "Isn't this place splendid? It's not inferior to your villa." Zhao Zishuan merely acknowledged with a faint weakly stating, "I need to rest first." With that, she ascended to the second floor with an air of familiarity. Li Heng patted the sofa beside him, thinking to himself that he would have to make do downstairs for the night. The following morning, Li Heng rose early to prepare breakfast for Zhao Zishuan. Just as he finished, she made her way down the stairs. She took a seat at the dining table and picked up a piece of bread. After a few bites, feeling a bit choked, she reached for a nearby cup of milk, only to find it warm. She glanced at Li Heng, perplexed. Li Heng chuckled, "I heated it on the stove." Zhao Zishuan smiled and continued eating. After a brief pause, she suddenly said, "In a few days, Yi Qiufeng will undoubtedly return. What do you plan to do?" Li Heng pondered deeply, lost in thought. At present, he saw only two paths before him, either to leave this place and venture far away, or to confront Yi Qiufeng head-on. Chapter 22. What is my ability? He possessed firearms and provisions, and could survive should he choose to depart. Yet such a choice carried its own risks, for he would have to contend not only with zombies, but also with other humans. As for his current surroundings, Li Heng felt reasonably content, as this was a villa district with a relatively low number of zombies. Aside from the threat posed by Yi Qiufeng, he had little else to worry about, especially with Zhao Zishuan aiding him. After contemplating for a while, he spoke to Zhao Zishuan. "If you are willing to continue assisting me, I shall remain. If not, I will leave. Of course I will help you." Zhao Zishuan responded without hesitation. She moved to the window and said slowly, "But don't forget, I still owe you a crystal nucleus." Li Heng's eyes widened. If he could acquire an ability before Yi Qiufeng returned, he would have no reason to fear him. Excitedly, he approached Zhao Zishuan and declared, "Let's go find that crystal nucleus right now." Zhao Zishuan rolled her eyes. "What's the rush? Only mutated zombies possess crystal nuclei. We first need to locate a mutated zombie and then devise a way to eliminate it." Li Heng eagerly nodded, agreeing to whatever Zhao Zishuan suggested as long as it meant obtaining the crystal nucleus. For the next 2 days, the pair scoured the vicinity of the villa in search of traces of mutated zombies. Regrettably, after 2 days of searching, they found nothing. The initially exuberant Li Heng was worn down by the fruitless endeavor. Languidly reclined on the sofa, muttering to himself. 2 days had passed with no results, and he doubted there would be any hope for tomorrow. Can't you hold it together for just 2 days? Zhao Zishuan mocked before swiftly ascending the stairs. Li Heng understood that impatience would yield no results, yet he remained anxious about Yi Qiufeng's potential return. In the morning, the two set out in the car to continue their search for mutated zombies. Previously, they would stop every few minutes, but this time they drove for over 10 minutes before halting. The car came to rest at a desolate intersection, where 2 solitary zombies, having detected the humans, limped towards them. Li Heng brandished his triangular dagger, dispatching the 2 zombies before turning to Zhao Zishuan. "This place is devoid of zombies. How could there be any mutated ones here?" Zhao Zishuan replied. "Not necessarily. Mutated zombies possess a degree of intelligence. They might understand that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Are they really that clever?" Li Heng scoffed, entirely unconvinced. While he believed that mutated zombies possessed some intelligence, he could not fathom that it equated to that of humans. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan made a shushing gesture and crouched down, prompting Li Heng to do the same. "What's wrong?" he whispered. Zhao Zishuan responded quietly, "I sense something approaching." Li Heng remained silent, aware that such phenomena could be both astonishingly miraculous and utterly absurd. They crouched for about a minute when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. Sounding as if a heavy object were being dropped to the ground, Li Heng discreetly peeked outside and beheld a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall. This individual was not only tall, but also corpulent, resembling a sumo wrestler, with every step causing his flesh to quiver. Vivid, spiderweb-like crimson lines marred his skin, stretching across his entire body. When Li Heng glimpsed the creature's face, he gasped in horror. The giant's complexion was pallid, veins bulging, and his white irises glimmered with flecks of red. This was undeniably a mutated zombie. Li Heng felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Zhao Zishuan casually unhooked a grenade, preparing to throw it at the mutated zombie. Observing her actions, Li Heng swiftly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Zhao Zishuan shook off his grip, retorting, "What about you?" Li Heng seized the grenade, insisting, "If you blow him up, what if the crystal nucleus shatters?" Zhao Zishuan found herself momentarily speechless, realizing he had a point. Li Heng gestured to the long knife at her side. "Use your knife instead. I'll provide fire support." As he spoke, he retrieved his sniper rifle and aimed at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie, seemingly aware of the human's presence, grasped a nearby car door and wrenched it off with ease, then hurled the car door towards Zhao Zishuan's position. "Run!" Li Heng shouted, rolling to the side and taking cover behind another vehicle. Zhao Zishuan reacted far quicker than Li Heng. Before he had even finished his warning, she was already several meters away. The car door crashed against another vehicle with a tremendous thud. Meanwhile, Li Heng opened fire, squeezing the trigger as a bullet soared toward the mutated zombie's eye. But alas, it missed. He fired several more rounds, all failing to strike a vital area. At this juncture, Zhao Zishuan had closed in on the mutated zombie. Li Heng set down his sniper rifle, grasping his triangular dagger to assist her. Zhao Zishuan maneuvered behind the mutated zombie, intending to sever its head. However, when her blade struck the zombie's neck, she realized something was amiss. Her knife failed to penetrate. The mutated zombie abruptly spun around, seizing the long knife with one hand, while its other fist swung toward Zhao Zishuan. The force of the punch generated a powerful gust. And even before the fist reached her, Zhao Zishuan's hair was whipped back by the wind. Sensing the imminent danger, she quickly crouched to evade the blow, relinquishing the knife from her grasp. The zombie, having overexerted itself, lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Heng lunged forward, gripping his triangular dagger and aiming for the zombie's head. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the zombie's skull, it suddenly shifted its head, narrowly avoiding the attack. The dagger struck the concrete, leaving a small crater filled with cracks. At that moment, the mutated zombie sat up, clutching Li Heng's leg and attempting to bite into it. In a critical moment, Zhao Zishuan appeared behind the mutated zombie. To prevent it from biting Li Heng, she had no choice but to choke the zombie with her long knife. The zombie, undeterred by the threat of death, was driven solely by the desire to consume flesh. Even with the blade constraining its neck, it persisted in its frantic attempts to bite Li Heng. As the zombie strained forward, Zhao Zishuan pulled back with all her might. The combined force proved too much for the zombie's neck, resulting in a gruesome snap. Blood and viscous matter sprayed over Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. The two of them brushed off the viscous remnants clinging to their bodies as they approached the severed head that had rolled a considerable distance. Upon reaching it, Zhao Zishuan withdrew a dagger from her boot and handed it to Li Heng, saying, "You do it." Li Heng nodded, suppressing his nausea as he pried open the skull and extracted the crystal nucleus. Chapter 23. Zombie Guinea Pig. The moment Li Heng held the crystal nucleus, all unpleasant sensations vanished, and he found himself brimming with exhilaration at the prospect of acquiring supernatural abilities, just as he stood there in a daze. Zhao Zishuan doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. But don't celebrate too soon. Remember what Yi Qiufeng warned you as, that why Yi Qiufeng had previously mentioned that consuming the crystal nucleus could lead to enhanced abilities. But it also posed the risk of death. Li Heng tucked the crystal nucleus into his pocket, then patted it, stating, "We shouldn't place too much stock in his words. Let us return home." The two drove back to the villa. Upon their return, Li Heng's first order of business was to meticulously clean the crystal nucleus. This was something intended for consumption. He could not afford to be as careless as Zhao Zishuan, who had ingested something unclean. The thought of her eating a crystal nucleus made Zhao Zishuan's throat constrict slightly, inducing a mild sense of nausea. Impatiently, she urged, "Hurry up and eat it." Li Heng nodded, glancing between the crystal nucleus and Zhao Zishuan. "If I die, make sure to cremate me. Don't just toss me outside." Having settled his affairs, Li Heng tilted his head back and popped the crystal nucleus into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and before he could savor its flavor, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. Immediately following was an unbearable pain that caused him to faint. Zhao Zishuan sat motionless on the sofa. Earlier, she had seen Li Heng writhing in agony, yet she had not intervened. Now, witnessing Li Heng succumb to unconsciousness, the tension on her face eased slightly when she had taken the crystal core. Her condition had been quite similar to Li Heng's present state. It seemed that once he regained consciousness, he would likely possess extraordinary abilities. Li Heng awoke around 8 o'clock in the evening, having been unconscious for significantly longer than Zhao Zishuan. Upon regaining consciousness, his first instinct was to survey his surroundings, realizing that he was lying on the floor, momentarily disoriented. After several seconds, he recollected the events leading up to his fainting. He cast a reproachful glance at Zhao Zishuan, intending to voice a complaint, but upon recalling that she had remained by his side, he refrained from doing so. What abilities had he acquired? Zhao Zishuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Heng shut his eyes, sensing the power within him, and indeed, there was an inexplicable force present. However, when he attempted to unleash it, no remarkable transformations occurred. Noticing that Li Heng exhibited no changes, Zhao Zishuan frowned and stood up, suggesting, "Try hitting me." Li Heng threw a punch at Zhao Zishuan, who raised her hand to block his fist. The moment their fists collided, Zhao Zishuan felt a strange sensation, as if something within her was being drawn away. Alarmed, she kicked Li Heng back several steps. Li Heng rubbed his abdomen and glanced at the hand he had just used to strike. Just moments ago, he too had sensed something unusual, as if his palm were attempting to absorb something. Had Zhao Zishuan not kicked him, he believed he could have captured that elusive force. Your powers are rather peculiar. It seems they can devour certain energies. However, I am uncertain about the specifics. We should conduct some experiments, Zhao Zishuan suggested, picking up an apple from the table and tossing it to Li Heng. He caught the apple and, using his inner power, attempted to interact with it. The apple remained unresponsive, and he felt no unusual sensations. He shook his head, stating, "It doesn't work. Try something else," Zhao Zishuan urged. Li Heng nodded and began to experiment with various objects. The table, chairs, plates, knives, the toilet, curtains. After trying numerous items, they concluded that his ability had no effect on inanimate objects. Next, they needed to test living beings. In the room, the only living entities present were Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Hesitant to use Zhao Zishuan as a test subject, Li Heng turned his attention to the zombies outside. The two ventured outside and intercepted a zombie wandering along the shaded path. Upon spotting them, the zombie lunged forward eagerly. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged glances, each grasping one end of a rope and spreading apart. As the zombie approached the rope, they quickly circled behind it, using the rope to ensnare it. In no time, the zombie was tightly bound. Zhao Zishuan delivered a swift kick, knocking the zombie down, and declared, "Let the experiment begin." Li Heng crouched beside the incapacitated zombie, placing his hand upon its body. Suddenly, that familiar sensation returned. This time, he distinctly felt a force flowing from the outside into his palm and then spreading throughout his body. Observing the bound zombie, he noticed its body gradually withering. Withdrawing his hand, excitement gleamed in his eyes. "I understand now. This ability resembles the technique of energy absorption." Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow, unsure of what he meant. "What is this technique of energy absorption?" Li Heng explained. "It is from the story The Smiling, Proud Wanderer." Seeing Zhao Zishuan still puzzled, he elaborated, "It's a martial art from the drama The Smiling, Proud Wanderer." Understanding dawned upon Zhao Zishuan. She realized that Li Heng's abilities indeed bore resemblance to this technique. The two returned to the villa, smiles illuminating their faces, particularly Li Heng, whose joy was palpable, as if his face were inscribed with the word happy. He intended to open a bottle of red wine to celebrate, but just as he turned to fetch it, Zhao Zishuan suddenly remarked, "Now that you possess powers, I should take my leave," although they lived only a few hundred meters apart. Hearing Zhao Zishuan express her intention to depart stirred a sense of melancholy in Li Heng. He contemplated whether he should persuade her to stay, but after much thought, he found no suitable reason. Ultimately turning to her with a smile, asking, "When will you leave?" Zhao Zishuan grabbed her coat, stating that she would leave immediately. Li Heng escorted her to the door, watching her disappear into the darkness. In recent days, the two had idly spent their time, nearly eradicating the zombies in the villa area, rendering it relatively safe. One morning, as Li Heng slept soundly, he was abruptly awakened by a blaring horn. He sat up suddenly, wondering who was honking in front of his house, thinking it was quite inconsiderate. Upon opening the window, he spotted a woman clad in a sheer dress seated in a white sports car. The woman saw him as well and waved in greeting. Li Heng recognized her as the campus belle from Yu Qiufeng's villa. Reluctantly, he raised his hand and called out, "Isn't that the campus belle? What brings you here?" The campus belle smiled charmingly and said, Young Master Yi invites you as a guest. Will you come? Li Heng was taken aback, asking, he has returned? Yes. The campus bell confirmed. Li Heng then inquired if Zhao Zishuan would join them. To which the campus bell replied that she would. He nodded and said, then I shall go as well. Chapter 24. That person has returned in the afternoon. Li Heng discreetly sought out Zhao Zishuan, asking if she was aware of Yi Qiufeng's return. On her table lay a collection of firearm parts, and at that moment, she was assembling a gun. Upon hearing Li Heng's question, she set down the partially assembled submachine gun and replied indifferently. The campus bell mentioned this morning that he has returned, though I cannot verify its truth. We shall see tonight. Li Heng hesitated, asking, what if it's a trap? Zhao Zishuan picked up a bullet from the table and said, even if it is a trap. We both have abilities, so they cannot do anything to us. While that logic seemed sound, Li Heng remained uneasy. Moreover, there was a significant disparity between different abilities. Some powers were exceedingly formidable, while others were nearly ineffective. Although both he and Zhao Zishuan possessed decent abilities, they had only just acquired them and were not yet adept at harnessing their powers. In a confrontation, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Noticing Li Heng's indecision, Zhao Zishuan reassured him, do not worry, there will be no danger. Li Heng nodded, feeling it best not to press further. With the evening approaching, he lingered at Zhao Zishuan's place, reluctant to leave. At 8 o'clock that evening, the two arrived at Yi Qiufeng's villa. This time, they did not need to knock. As soon as they approached the door, the campus bell swung it open. Upon entering the living room, Li Heng immediately spotted Yi Qiufeng. He was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, a cigar in his right hand and his left arm draped around a blonde beauty, exuding an aura of indulgence. Zhao Zishuan took a seat across from him, her knife resting on the table. She scrutinized Yi Qiufeng and asked, why did your return go unnoticed? Did you fail to acquire that batch of weapons? At the mention of the weapons, Yi Qiufeng's expression darkened. He had indeed failed to secure them. From the outset, his intention had been to use others to eliminate his enemies. Whether Li Heng dispatched Lin Baichuan and his group, or Lin Baichuan eliminated Li Heng and his companions, it would benefit him either way. Upon learning that Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan resided here, he had contemplated their eradication. He did not wish for any threats to exist in his domain. However, he had not anticipated that Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan would flee overnight, leaving their weapons behind. This turn of events had then pitted Yi Qiufeng against Lin Baichuan in a struggle for the weapons. Although Lin Baichuan had the advantage in numbers, Yi Qiufeng was not afraid of them but found himself unable to contend with them. Originally, he had intended to take his share of the weapons, but Lin Baichuan had thwarted him, culminating in a confrontation that he lost. After his defeat, fearing that Lin Baichuan would seek revenge, he had fled using his teleportation ability. He had lost both the weapons and his standing, returned home injured, and now lay low for a few days before daring to return. His invitation to Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan was a bid for temporary alliance against Lin Baichuan. If Lin Baichuan were to come here, they would need to unite against him. Yi Qiufeng was cautious not to imply that Lin Baichuan would dare to confront him, as he knew full well he was not currently a match for Lin Baichuan. Observing Yi Qiufeng's troubled demeanor, Zhao Zishuan realized her suspicions were confirmed. Yi Qiufeng forced a strained smile, gritting his teeth as he said, the weapons were seized by them, which is also why I invited you here. Not only did they take my weapons, but they also took yours. They are our common enemy, thus we should collaborate earnestly to confront them. This revelation caught Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan off guard. They had initially thought Yi Qiufeng sought to cause them trouble. Instead, he was proposing cooperation, which piqued their interest. Li Heng analyzed Yi Qiufeng's previous statements, saying, if I understand correctly, Lin Baichuan intends to come here to create trouble. Yi Qiufeng acknowledged with a non-committal without providing a clear answer. Li Heng pressed further, asking, what if Lin Baichuan does not seek us out? Yi Qiufeng clenched his fist tightly, only to slowly release it afterward. If he did not seek trouble, then neither would I. Li Heng exhaled a sigh of relief. If that were the case, he would be willing to cooperate. His only fear was that Yi Qiufeng intended to lead them back for revenge. He glanced at Zhao Zishuan, seeking her opinion. Zhao Zishuan nodded and replied, I have no objections. Thus, a brief verbal alliance was established. Yi Qiufeng specifically asked a blonde beauty to bring a bottle of red wine and some delectable snacks. He gestured towards the spread of food on the table and said, today, feel free to indulge. These delicacies are quite rare. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan stared at the assortment before them, utterly dumbfounded. The items were those they had only previously dreamt of: fried chicken, skewers, spicy hot pot, braised pig trotters, sweet and sour pork, and Peking-style shredded pork, among others. Their curiosity about the origin of this feast was overshadowed by the knowledge that some questions were better left unasked. After a moment of astonishment, they became completely captivated by the scrumptious offerings, forgetting everything else. Once they had eaten their fill, Yi Qiufeng set down his chopsticks and suddenly inquired, "Have you considered what you will do in the future?" Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged confused glances, unsure of his meaning. Yi Qiufeng smiled and continued, "In a post-apocalyptic world, survival alone is exceedingly difficult. Have you not thought about rebuilding a home and living there in the future?" Li Heng had entertained this idea, albeit fleetingly, while Zhao Zishuan had no such thoughts. She merely wished to reside in his villa. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Yi Qiufeng pressed on. "I intend to establish a base centered around the villa community and hope you will join me." Join? Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were momentarily taken aback. They quickly grasped Yi Qiufeng's implication. To join meant to become his subordinates. Zhao Zishuan shook her head defiantly, stating, "I am not interested." Li Heng followed suit, echoing, "Neither am I." Their resolute rejections caused Yi Qiufeng to furrow his brow. Gently tapping the table with his fingers, he said, "Since you are unwilling to join, I will not force you. However, I plan to build a base here. And you reside in this vicinity. What do you propose we do?" The implication was clear. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were to vacate. While Li Heng was indifferent, Zhao Zishuan was not. The villa was her home. Her small face tightened, and she firmly declared, "I will not move, unless it is to my death." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiufeng's expression darkened. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he replied, "Very well. There is no rush on this matter. We shall discuss it later." Li Heng felt there was no point in prolonging the conversation, so he stood up and announced, "If there is nothing else, we will take our leave." By the way, may I pack some of this food to go? Yi Qiufeng's lips twitched, but he nodded. Li Heng packed up all the food, carrying a large plastic bag in each hand, and left the villa with Zhao Zishuan. On their way back, they encountered a zombie, which Zhao Zishuan dispatched with a single stroke, her mood evidently soured. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhao Zishuan's villa, Li Heng handed her one of the bags. "This is yours." Zhao Zishuan accepted the bag and turned to re-enter the villa. Chapter 25. A Gift of Heads. Upon returning to the villa, Li Heng reclined on the sofa, contemplating Yi Qiufeng's earlier words. Yi Qiufeng had made it abundantly clear that the villa community was his territory. If they wished to stay long-term, they would need to join his ranks. Otherwise, conflict was inevitable. Reflecting on Zhao Zishuan's reaction, Li Heng rubbed his temples. Given Zhao Zishuan's nature, she would certainly refuse to join and would never leave. The ultimate outcome would undoubtedly be a fierce confrontation. He exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, "It seems preparations for the future are in order." The following morning, Li Heng idly gazed out the window and happened to see Yi Qiufeng driving away in a car. Its purpose unknown. Throughout the day, Li Heng lingered by the window, awaiting Yi Qiufeng's return. As evening approached, he spotted Yi Qiufeng's car returning, and to his surprise, 2 additional figures were inside. Frowning, he wondered if Yi Qiufeng intended to form his own group. He hurried to Zhao Zishuan's villa to share this news with her. Upon hearing it, Zhao Zishuan displayed little reaction, casually munching on bread as she said, "Don't concern yourself with him." Li Heng felt a twinge of worry and urged, "Perhaps we should join him. After all, we have nothing to lose." Zhao Zishuan looked up at him, her tone dripping with disdain. "Are you willing to be his lackey?" Li Heng coughed lightly. He was reluctant, but understood the circumstances. If given a choice between death and servitude, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "But don't you wish to stay in this villa? Is it not worth tolerating a little for that?" His words seemed to resonate, as Zhao Zishuan gazed contemplatively at the starry sky outside, remaining silent for a considerable time. Neither spoke, and after several minutes, Zhao Zishuan finally replied dismissively, "We'll see how it goes." Li Heng chose not to press further. Her tone indicated a slight shift. Over the next month, life progressed smoothly. In that time, Yi Qiufeng returned with over a dozen individuals, all appearing as destitute as beggars upon arrival. Yet, after a few days in the villa, they transformed into a polished group, armed and brimming with confidence. Occasionally, they would swagger past Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan's villa, flaunting their newfound prowess. Yi Qiufeng's ranks swelled. Li Heng sensed an ever-widening rift between them. It was only a matter of time before they would inevitably clash. One morning, 2 of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates sought out Zhao Zishuan to discuss matters. With a cool demeanor, she allowed them entry and instructed them to wait momentarily. She then retreated to her bedroom to retrieve a walkie-talkie, a tool they had found during their previous scavenging missions. After contacting Li Heng, Zhao Zishuan returned to confront the visitors. What do you want? She demanded assertively. The two subordinates, Li Daniu and Zhou Ping, exchanged glances. Li Daniu, eyeing Zhao Zishuan's stunning visage, let out a lewd chuckle before speaking. Is it so wrong to come and see you? We are neighbors after all. I live right next door. They did not reside within Yi Qiufeng's villa, but rather in the surrounding houses. Do you have business or not? If not, I kindly ask you to leave, Zhao Zishuan replied, her impatience palpable as her grip tightened on her knife. Aware of Zhao Zishuan's formidable nature, Li Daniu quickly addressed the matter at hand. We are expanding our base, and your location falls within our scope. Thus, we came to inquire if you would join us or prefer to relocate, or perhaps we would have to eliminate you. I have no desire for your demise, for I am quite taken by you. Join us, and I assure you a life of comfort. Shut your foul mouth. Did Yi Qiufeng send you? Zhao Zishuan retorted. Zhou Ping interjected. This minor matter doesn't require troubling Yi Xiao. We can handle it ourselves. Just give us a straightforward answer. What will it be? Zhao Zishuan gripped her long knife tightly. This is my home. You may do as you please, but I will neither leave nor join you. Li Daniu, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, You foul woman, don't test my patience. Do you believe I won't take action against you right now? As his words fell silent, Zhao Zishuan's long knife swiftly sliced through his neck, blood coloring the purple table in an instant. Zhou Ping, paralyzed with fear, fell to his knees, just as Li Daniu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Li Hong arrived hurriedly. Upon reaching the entrance, he froze in shock at the sight of Zhao Zishuan standing over Li Daniu's corpse. Stunned, he stood silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, still reeling from the shock, did not flee. Instead, he remained on his knees, drawing a handgun from his waist and aiming it at Zhao Zishuan. Just as the gun was raised, Zhao Zishuan's knife snaked around his wrist with a swift motion. With a sharp sound, his wrist was sliced open, and the gun clattered to the floor. Before he could react, Zhao Zishuan delivered a powerful kick, sending him rolling toward Li Hong. You take care of this one, she said, generously offering him a head. Li Hong glanced at the terrified figure on the ground, unconvinced. You do it. I'm a saint. To him. Even playing the role of a saint was preferable to completely antagonizing Yi Qiufeng. After all, one should leave room for future encounters. Zhao Zishuan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Hong. After a long moment, seeing that he had no intention of acting, she picked up the fallen gun and fired 2 shots at Zhou Ping. His body convulsed for a moment before falling still. Zhao Zishuan tossed the gun onto the sofa and retrieved a dagger from her boot. She carved the words, I am Li Hong, into Zhou Ping's face. If anyone asks who killed these two, we will say one of us took one, she stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Zishuan tossed the dagger to Li Hong. Consider it a gift. Li Hong nodded, reluctantly picking up the dagger. He sat on the sofa, discreetly hiding the dagger within the cushions, and sighed. They were merely minor lackeys. A little intimidation would have sufficed. Zhao Zishuan clenched her fist, gritting her teeth as she replied. Those 2 scoundrels have insulted me before. I have long desired to deal with them. Today was the perfect opportunity. Li Hong surveyed the 2 corpses on the floor, his brow furrowed with concern. So, you have no intention of joining them? Zhao Zishuan responded with a non-committal sound. Choosing not to speak further, it was clear that having slaughtered their men, joining forces was out of the question. This stance reflected Zhao Zishuan's resolve and determination. Later that evening, Yi Qiufeng arrived, accompanied by 4 subordinates, seething with anger as he sought retribution from Zhao Zishuan. Noticing Li Hong's presence, Yi Qiufeng nodded. Well, since we are all gathered here, it is time to resolve our issues. He settled into a chair opposite them, lighting a cigar and inhaling deeply. The smoke quickly enveloped the trio, creating a haze that, while still allowing them to see one another, rendered their true intentions obscured. Chapter 26. This man truly knows how to speak. Zhao Zishuan spoke directly. We have no objection to your constructing a base, but you must not encroach upon our territory. Li Hong chimed in. Indeed, the area is vast. There is no need to establish your base at our expense when you could easily do so in any of the other 3 directions. Yi Qiufeng exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, which hung in the air like a predatory beast. What would you do if there were outsiders residing next to your base? My leniency in allowing you to leave is a courtesy. Others would have already dealt with you harshly. His tone hardened, his face contorted with anger. Yet, I did not expect you to be so ruthless as to harm my brother. Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan remained silent. Yi Qiufeng continued. I will not take my wrath out on the innocent. Whoever harmed my brother should step forward. and we shall settle this. He understood that Li Heng was indecisive and easily swayed. With a mere threat, he could turn against Zhao Zishuan, but he insinuated that only one person would bear the brunt of his vengeance, implying that if Li Heng pointed a finger at Zhao Zishuan, he himself would be spared. Zhao Zishuan frowned slightly, realizing the underlying attempt at sowing discord. She cast a wary glance at the shifty-eyed Li Heng, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Generally, those lacking resolve and easily intimidated would turn against Zhao Zishuan upon witnessing such tension. However, Li Heng was not one of those individuals. Although he was contemplative, he had his own principles. He would not stoop to betrayal. Moreover, Zhao Zishuan possessed extraordinary abilities. Who could ascertain their strengths? Zhao Zishuan was far more formidable than Yi Qiufeng. Should he betray her now? And if Zhao Zishuan emerged victorious, he would surely face dire consequences. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan interjected with a light laugh. It was indeed us who killed your two subordinates. Each of us took one. Yi Qiufeng furrowed his brow, turning to Li Heng. Is that true? You killed my brother as well? Li Heng lowered his head, feigning coercion, and quietly affirmed. Zhao Zishuan's heart raced with irritation upon witnessing his cowardice. This fellow, if he were not such a poor actor, could have played a more commendable role. After Li Heng nodded, Yi Qiufeng's expression darkened, losing its earlier gentleness, as if he were shrouded in shadows, exuding a palpable sense of death. How dare you? His words hung in the air as his four subordinates raised their submachine guns, aiming at Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Simultaneously, Zhao Zishuan's blade rested against Yi Qiufeng's throat. Li Heng drew two handguns from his waist, leveling one at each adversary. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the scent of blood pervading the room, as all stood motionless, each wary of making any sudden movements that might ignite a violent confrontation. Yi Qiufeng cast a sidelong glance at the blade at his neck, smirking coldly. Do you really think you can harm me? Zhao Zishuan, unyielding and defiant, retorted. You might want to test that theory. Do not assume you are the only one with extraordinary powers. Li Heng, intrigued by her boldness, inquired. Do you possess abilities as well? Zhao Zishuan slowly raised her left hand. Watch closely as she spoke. Flames erupted from her palm, enveloping her armed in the astonished gazes of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates. The fire seemed to swirl and meld into Zhao Zishuan's body. Yi Qiufeng raised an eyebrow. Surprised. You have kept this hidden well. With a slight pressure, Zhao Zishuan's blade drew blood from Yi Qiufeng's neck. Now might you reconsider your stance? Yi Qiufeng pondered briefly before suddenly conceding with a smile. Very well. This territory is yours. Li Heng, sensing the ease with which Yi Qiufeng acquiesced, felt a twinge of skepticism. This man surely had ulterior motives. Zhao Zishuan, scrutinizing Yi Qiufeng, cautioned him against any treachery. As the blade slowly withdrew from his throat, Yi Qiufeng begrudgingly nodded and rose from his seat. Let us depart. Watching the group exit, Li Heng furrowed his brow. Is that all there is to it? Zhao Zishuan jested. Perhaps they were intimidated by my abilities. Li Heng retorted. Do you genuinely believe that? Zhao Zishuan fell silent. After further conversation, Li Heng returned to his own villa. As he walked down the dimly lit path, he mused that life now bore little difference from that before the apocalypse, aside from fewer people, less resources, diminished entertainment, and the omnipresent threat to life. Suddenly, two figures sprang from the thicket, one to the left and one to the right, charging straight for him. Having learned several combat techniques from Zhao Zishuan, he felt more adept than the average person. Though still unpracticed, he swiftly drew a triangular military dagger, swiping at the individual on the right. As that person dodged, the one on the left struck him across the back with a wooden stick. Wincing in pain, Li Heng pivoted to seize his assailant's wrist. Following that, he activated his devouring ability. A strange force instantly relaxed the opponent's body, rendering them as soft as cotton, unable to lift a finger. However, Li Heng found himself immobile. If he moved away from contact, the devouring effect would dissipate. At that moment, the other assailant swung a wooden stick at Li Heng's head. With no choice, he released his grip on the first attacker and focused on the second. The one under his influence was severely incapacitated and posed no immediate threat. In a one-on-one confrontation, Li Heng felt confident. Within a few exchanges, he had the assailant on the ground, begging for mercy. Grasping the individual's hair, Li Heng demanded, "Who sent you?" The captive complied with every inquiry, revealing himself to be dispatched by Yi Qiufeng, who sought to capture Li Heng to threaten Zhao Zishuan. Li Heng remained skeptical. Yi Qiufeng was no fool. If he truly intended to apprehend him, why send merely two individuals? Did he truly underestimate Li Heng? With a steely gaze, he lightly grazed the dagger across the assailant's face. Is everything you say true? Why only send the two of you? It's all true. We are quite capable. So Yi Qiufeng believed two of us would suffice. The captive continued. Also, it seems Yi Qiufeng has a secret stash filled with supplies. Whenever we need provisions, we go to him, and he always provides generously. Chapter 27. Only capable of retreating, Li Hong, intrigued by the individual's willingness to divulge information, released his grip on the hair and asked, "What else do you know?" The captive pondered briefly before responding. "I overheard Yi Qiufeng conversing with those two women, mentioning that many like him have been preparing for the apocalypse, stockpiling vast resources. Additionally, I heard Yi Qiufeng claim he possesses a unique ability, though I cannot confirm its authenticity. I believe he speaks the truth. That is my assessment. As the man shared his thoughts, Li Hong delivered a swift punch to his head, rendering him unconscious. Placing his hand upon the captive's chest, he attempted to activate his devouring ability once more. However, this time, it faltered. Sighing, Li Hong shook his head. While his power was formidable, it came with strict limitations. Successful devouring required direct contact. Any barrier, no matter how thin, would render it ineffective. Yet, should he succeed, the benefits would be immense. Not only could he absorb another's strength, but he might also gain their abilities. Looking down at the slumbering stranger, Li Heng resolved to spare him. Am I too kind-hearted to be labeled a do-gooder? A flicker of concern crossed his mind, but he remained steadfast in his principles and kindness. Rising to his feet, he stood in the darkness, his gaze distant. In this world, he found no one he could trust, no one to rely upon. Even Zhao Zishuan was not enough to instill confidence. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan had settled in for the night. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from outside. Peering through the peephole, she recognized Li Heng and promptly opened the door. "What brings you back here?" Li Heng lingered at the threshold, feigning a look of innocence. "I was attacked on my way back. It must have been Yi Qiufeng's doing. You must help me take revenge." His final words dripped with a hint of playful pleading. Zhao Zishuan wrinkled her brow in disdain, her lovely features sharpening with determination. "He intends to use you as leverage against me." Li Heng nodded slightly, then suddenly broke into a sinister grin. "Hee. It seems I no longer need to conceal my intentions. Let us go find him and show him what we are capable of." Zhao Zishuan gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you playing a game of changing faces with me? One moment you're bold, the next you're timid." Li Heng chuckled darkly, remarking, "From what I've gathered from Yi Qiufeng's subordinates, he doesn't possess any significant abilities. Aside from that teleportation skill, he seems to lack any other talents. More importantly, this fellow holds a vast amount of resources in his hands. If we can capture him, those resources will rightfully belong to us." Zhao Zishuan opened the door for him. "Do you really think we can capture him?" Li Hong rubbed his ears and mischievously replied, "I know we may not be able to capture him, but as long as we can defeat him, what else can he do but hide from us? At that point, we can threaten him and demand his resources." Zhao Zishuan's brow furrowed. What if he escapes? What if he refuses to comply? Li Hong had not considered this question and pondered. If he is willing to abandon the campus beauty and the golden-haired femme fatale, as well as the fortress he has painstakingly built, then we can only accept our misfortune. Zhao Zishuan shook her head with a smile, her long hair flowing, a faint fragrance wafting past Li Heng. Refreshing him, the two prepared their weapons and strode purposefully towards Yi Qiufeng's villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Li Heng arrogantly kicked the door, producing a deafening bang that echoed through the tranquil night. Inside, Yi Qiufeng and a group of his subordinates awaited news from Li Daniyu and Zhou Ping. After a long wait, the two had yet to return, and Yi Qiufeng was beginning to lose his patience, contemplating sending someone to search for them. Just then, a noise came from outside the door, startling everyone. A few timid ones even drew their guns. Yi Qiufeng frowned, glancing at the nearby monitor, instructing his subordinates, "Check the surveillance." Two individuals rushed to the monitor, leaning in to view the computer screen, which displayed 8 split images, one of which showed the entrance point. One person exclaimed, "Young master, there are 2 individuals at the door." They seemed to be Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Li Heng approached the monitor, kicking aside the two who were still leaning over, intently observing the entrance. After confirming it was indeed Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan, he slowly closed his eyes, realizing that Li Daniyu and Zhou Ping had failed. Let them in. 2 subordinates exited the living room to open the door, but as soon as it swung open, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan each delivered a punch, knocking them unconscious. Upon entering the living room, they found themselves surrounded by armed individuals. Behind this group, Yi Qiufeng twirled a golden lighter, deep in thought. The lighter ceased its motion, and Yi Qiufeng suddenly looked up, his cold gaze sharp as a blade. "What brings you here?" Li Heng replied. "What do you think? We're here to beat you up." With those words, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan launched their attack simultaneously. Li Heng kicked one person aside and then seized another with each hand, immediately employing his devouring technique. Zhao Zishuan was even more formidable, her long knife glinting ominously. There were two cries of agony, and soon the wrists of those two were severed, their guns clattering to the ground. In an instant, all 5 of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates were stripped of their combat capability. He still had 4 subordinates left, but they had retreated to other villas to rest. Even with these 4, the situation was unlikely to change. Yi Qiufeng sprang to his feet, brandishing a sharp golden dagger. With a chilling smile, "Do you really think you can kill me with just the 2 of you?" Li Heng gripped his triangular military dagger firmly, retorting without hesitation, "Stop pretending to be grandiose. Your only skill is teleportation. That ability serves no purpose beyond allowing you to flee. You currently have 2 choices, either teleport away or allow us to capture you. Is that so?" Yi Qiufeng replied with a cold smile, turning his golden dagger with a fierce expression. "Today, I will show you just how formidable I truly am, and whether or not I am merely a master of teleportation." With that, he raised his dagger, lunging toward Li Heng. Hearing his words and witnessing his aggressive move, Li Heng's heart momentarily quaked. Could this fellow have hidden talents? Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, her long knife slicing toward Li Heng's front, attempting to intercept Yi Qiufeng's assault. Just as Yi Qiufeng's dagger was about to clash with Zhao Zishuan's blade, he vanished into thin air. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan both froze in shock, then quickly realized what had transpired. Yi Qiufeng had used his teleportation to escape. Zhao Zishuan couldn't help but chuckled that Li Heng had indeed been correct. Aside from teleportation, Yi Qiufeng possessed no other skills. This was the first time Li Heng had seen Zhao Zishuan smile so radiantly and energetically, leaving him somewhat entranced. In the past, Zhao Zishuan had smiled, but it had never been out of genuine happiness. It was more a polite gesture or a forced smile, never a reflection of joy. "What shall we do next?" Zhao Zishuan inquired with a smile. Li Heng surveyed their surroundings and immediately thought of Yi Qiufeng's 2 beautiful companions. Rubbing his hands together, he declared, "Let us first locate those 2 lovely ladies." Zhao Zishuan shot him a disdainful glance, generously stating, "If you find those 2 beauties, they are all yours." Li Heng was elated. He hurriedly ascended the stairs to search for the 2 women. Soon, he dragged them down from upstairs. Zhao Zishuan sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, frowning at Li Heng's rough handling. "Can't you be a bit gentler?" Li Heng affectionately patted the golden-haired beauty's head, causing her to see stars, nearly fainting. "Am I not gentle enough?" He produced some rope and bound the 2 beauties, giving them a gentle push that sent them tumbling to the ground. "Let us search for his secret warehouse," Li Heng suggested to Zhao Zishuan. She nodded in agreement. From the exterior, Yi Qiufeng's villa appeared unremarkable. But as Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan explored the entire villa, they discovered it was far larger than they had imagined. The upper floors were quite standard, but the basement had been completely hollowed out by Yi Qiufeng. The basement comprised 5 levels, each with an area exceeding 400 square meters, partitioned into rooms of varying sizes. Each room bore a glowing sign detailing its contents, some labeled snacks, others rice, hygiene products, hardware parts, automotive components, gasoline, and so forth. After touring the first floor of the basement, they intended to proceed to the 2nd level. However, upon reaching the staircase to the 2nd floor, they were confronted by a massive metal door. This door resembled a bank vault, exuding an air of solemnity and inviolability. Attempting to breach it with explosives would be futile. Only something like a missile could suffice. There are so many valuable items on the 1st floor. The remaining levels must hold plenty as well. How can we open it? Zhao Zishuan pondered, glancing at Li Heng. Aware of his clever ideas, Li Heng pursed his lips. "Let us head back to the villa and ask those 2 beauties if they have the key. If they don't, we will have to seek out Yi Qiufeng." As they exited the 1st floor, Li Heng discovered a loudspeaker in one of the rooms. Zhao Zishuan observed him holding the loudspeaker. Puzzled, with so many valuable items around, why did he choose a loudspeaker? Once they returned to the villa's living room, Li Heng lounged on the sofa, propping his leg up casually. He gently kicked the golden-haired beauty, inquiring, "Do you have the key to the 2nd basement level? If you do, I'll let you live. If not, your chances of survival are slim." The campus beauty and the golden-haired beauty were tied together, their backs against one another, each half-heartedly mumbling. Seeing their stubbornness, Li Heng chuckled. "If you don't speak up, I might just take you to the bedroom for questioning. You think Yi Qiufeng will still care about you if he finds out you are with me?" This tactic proved effective. The 2 beauties immediately began to speak over one another, Their words were somewhat jumbled, and Li Heng grew irritated, slapping the campus beauty. What are you making noise for? You, be quiet. The campus beauty looked at Li Heng with a wronged expression, not daring to speak. The golden-haired beauty quickly chimed in. I know where the key is. This revelation piqued the interest of both Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan. The golden-haired beauty continued. The key is with Yu Qiufeng. The first part of her statement excited them, but the latter half incited their frustration. Zhao Zixuan, not one to coddle women, slapped the golden-haired beauty across the face. Li Heng rolled his eyes, lamenting that Zhao Zixuan had marred such a delicate face. What else do you know? Li Heng asked. The golden-haired beauty blinked a few times, pitifully replying, I also know. He has another secret base elsewhere, but as for where it is, I have no idea. Upon finishing her statement, the campus beauty shot her a fierce glare. Zhao Zixuan tossed the question back to Li Heng. What should we do now? Li Heng waved the loudspeaker in his hand. Naturally, we need to find him and have a little chat. Subsequently, Li Heng exited the villa, calling out Yu Qiufeng's name through the loudspeaker. After a while, there was no response from outside. Li Heng pondered. Could it be that he was not nearby? That seemed unlikely. With so many critical resources at stake, how could he afford to abandon them? There exists another possibility. He may have gone to seek reinforcements. Li Heng persisted in calling out for another half hour, yet silence still reigned outside. Frustration welled up within him, and he threatened, if you do not come out, I shall set fire to all those supplies. He continued, come out, and let us converse. We harbor no ill intentions, merely a desire to procure some supplies. Provide us with a portion, and we shall vacate this place. After shouting these words, Li Heng waited for another 10 minutes. Observing that no one emerged, he returned to the villa. Upon seeing him return, Zhao Zixuan mockingly remarked, your method proved futile. Li Heng nodded and replied, since he refuses to show himself, we shall incinerate this place. I am going to prepare some gasoline. Zhao Zixuan presumed Li Heng was speaking in jest. However, when she witnessed him entering the living room with a large drum of gasoline, she realized he was indeed serious. Surprised, she exclaimed, you truly intend to burn this place down? Li Heng nodded, exasperatedly stating, if we cannot have it, then it shall not be left for others. Zhao Zixuan silently agreed and rose to assist Li Heng in transporting the gasoline. In no time, the two had moved over a dozen drums. They poured a significant portion of the gasoline into the basement, while a smaller amount was distributed around the villa, including 2 drums outside. Having accomplished this, Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan exited the villa. Li Heng held a lighter in one hand and a megaphone in the other, issuing an ultimatum. I ask you one last time. Will you come out? Yet, the surroundings remained devoid of any response, save for a few zombies who, upon hearing Li Heng's voice, approached from a distance. However, before these zombies could reach them, Zhao Zixuan dispatched them with a small fireball that pierced their skulls, ending their lives. Li Heng tossed the megaphone into the villa's courtyard and prepared to ignite the gasoline. Just as he was about to flick the lighter, a voice called out from a distance. Wait. Li Heng turned to follow the sound, and there emerged the impeccably groomed Yu Qiufeng from another villa, accompanied by 4 individuals, his last remaining subordinates. Yu Qiufeng strode forward several meters, halting 10 meters away from Li Heng. He glared at the duo, accusing, you two have been concealing your strength. Were you plotting against me all along? Li Heng, uninterested in his banter, cut to the chase. Speak, how much supply are you willing to part with? Yu Qiufeng was taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, pondering for a considerable time before finally responding, will my willingness matter? I could refuse to give you anything at all. Would you accept that? Now, how much do you wish to offer? Li Heng glanced at Zhao Zixuan, seeking her input. She thought for a moment and raised a single finger. Before she could articulate a number, Yu Qiufeng interjected. If you desire 1 ton, very well, I shall provide it. Realizing his swift acquiescence indicated that 1 ton was of little concern to him, Li Heng quickly countered, who said we wanted 1 ton. What we require is an entire floor's worth of supplies. Chapter 29. Resource Acquisition. Yu Qiufeng's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Heng. You truly dare to ask for that much? Why not demand the entirety of the 5 floors? Li Heng rolled his eyes, replying, I would indeed like that. Can you provide it? Asking for an entire floor's worth of supplies is already a concession on our part. Consider this. We have already accessed the 1st floor. Even without your approval, we could take what we desire. Our inquiry is a sign of respect towards you. Do not test our patience. Initially, Yu Qiufeng found merit in this argument. But upon further contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Although they had opened the 1st floor, their access was limited. Many rooms remained sealed to them. You are asking for too much. After deliberation, he resolved against granting them such a substantial request. He was acutely aware that these two would behave like parasites, draining him of his resources day by day. Allowing them to take one floor today could lead to them extracting another tomorrow. Until he was utterly depleted, he needed to bide his time until his abilities advanced, at which point he could confront them without fear. The more he contemplated this, the angrier he became, feeling humiliated as a reborn individual threatened by these two. Unlike other reborn individuals, his resurrection had altered many circumstances. Individuals like Li Heng had never existed in his past life, yet they had emerged now. The apocalyptic timeline remained unchanged, providing him ample preparation. From what he understood, he was not the sole reborn individual in this world. There were others scattered across various regions. However, the nature of their abilities remained a mystery to him. Noticing Yi Qiufeng's silence, Li Heng remained patient. Zhao Zixuan raised an eyebrow, impatiently flicking her long knife to catch Yi Qiufeng's attention. The sudden glimmer startled Yi Qiufeng, causing him to flinch. "What are you doing?" Zhao Zixuan queried. "Have you finished your thoughts?" Yi Qiufeng replied. "The supplies on one floor are too plentiful. I possess very little myself. I can offer you at most half of one floor." Zhao Zixuan considered this, deeming half a floor acceptable, yet she turned to Li Heng for confirmation. After contemplating, Li Heng stated, "Half a floor is agreeable, provided we may choose freely from that half." Yi Qiufeng nodded, thinking to himself that he would allow them to revel in their temporary victory. Soon, when his spatial slashing ability manifested, he would show them how to deal with their insolence. The spatial slash was an aggressive ability. Currently, Yi Qiufeng possessed two abilities, teleportation and spatial storage. According to his memories from before rebirth, consuming certain crystal cores could unlock the spatial slash ability, a skill both formidable and lethal, capable of striking without a trace. It resembled an air attack, with the point of impact entirely variable. Before his resurrection, he had relied on this ability to dominate his foes. Just then, Zhao Zixuan's voice broke through his reverie. "What are you pondering now?" "Nothing of consequence. I consent to your terms. If I provide the supplies, will you then depart? Will you refrain from troubling me in the future?" We will, Li Heng replied, though inwardly he thought they would disturb him daily. Yi Qiufeng recognized the insincerity in their words, but chose to feign belief as he led them back into the villa. Upon entering the living room, he spotted two bound women, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Rather than immediately questioning Li Heng, he scrutinized the two women for a considerable time, confirming they had not endured any mistreatment before stating, "Release them." Li Heng jested, "Do you still want them? They have been alone with me for quite some time." Yi Qiufeng's eyes twitched, a glint of menace flashing within. He realized Li Heng was maliciously mocking him. But since he had not truly harmed either woman, he sought to project his benevolence while also desiring the two for himself. With righteous indignation, he declared, "They are mine and shall forever remain so. Regardless of the circumstances, I will protect them. Should you not release them, we will be forced to fight to the death." Observing his pretentious demeanor, Li Heng felt a surge of nausea. Yet, Zhao Zixuan appeared to believe Yi Qiufeng was genuinely decent, asserting that they should release the women, as they ought not to use them as bargaining chips. Just as Li Heng was about to expose Yi Qiufeng's hypocritical behavior, Zhao Zixuan impatiently kicked him from behind, urging, "Hurry and let them go." Li Heng scratched his head, left with no choice but to comply. The two women rose from the floor, pitifully approaching Yi Qiufeng. He opened his arms wide, embracing both women and gently stroking their hair, soothing their wounded spirits. Watching this scene, Li Heng felt a pang of discontent. When would he have such a moment? Zhao Zixuan, unwilling to witness their displays of affection, coldly remarked, "Let us focus on serious matters." Yi Qiufeng nodded in agreement, leading the two women to the lower level. Subsequently, Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan began selecting supplies. Once they had chosen all the supplies, Li Heng took charge of driving, while Zhao Zixuan remained to guard the area. He located a nearby truck and brought it to the villa's entrance, commencing the transfer of supplies. The total supplies amounted to several tons, and it took them several days to complete the task. As they finally transported the last batch of supplies, Yi Qiufeng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. These two rascals had finally departed. To avoid provoking them, he even made a point to escort them to the door. Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan ignored him, directly getting into their vehicle and returning to the villa. Their respective villas were filled to the brim with supplies, far exceeding what could fit inside both. Some supplies had to be left outside the villas. Sitting atop a wooden crate of supplies, Li Heng pondered aloud. What shall we do with all this? Should we not, like Yi Qiufeng, establish an underground base? Zhao Zishuan shared this sentiment, having intended to reside here long-term. A personal base would be ideal. She gestured towards the underground area, suggesting, "We could construct a base here." Li Heng nodded, his expression troubled. "I wish to assist you. But with just the two of us, it may prove rather challenging." The base established by Yi Qiufeng was constructed prior to the apocalypse, undoubtedly built by hired hands. Presently, we find ourselves in a dire predicament, lacking manpower and resources. Relying solely on the efforts of two individuals is simply untenable. Chapter 30. Just a few hours away, Zhao Zishuan was acutely aware of the futility of their situation, yet no alternatives presented themselves. They resolved to dig and see what could be achieved. Li Heng managed a wry smile, realizing he was indeed compelled to excavate the base manually. Not only was digging a base a monumental task, even creating a grave for oneself would require considerable time. Noticing his reluctance, Zhao Zishuan remarked, "Remaining idle serves no purpose. What else would you do? Consider this excavation as a form of physical exercise." Li Heng's eyes widened slightly. Her reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Without further ado, they took a brief respite before commencing their labor outside the villa. Their initial objective was to excavate a deep pit, which would later be extended. According to Zhao Zishuan, the underground base should be at least 20 meters deep. It remains a mystery from where she gleaned that a depth of 20 meters could withstand a nuclear strike. Li Heng had not yet contemplated the necessity of shielding against nuclear attacks. If it were truly required, he believed a depth of at least 100 meters would be essential. For now, they would adhere to Zhao Zishuan's plan and aim for 20 meters. Although 20 meters did not seem particularly deep, the reality of the excavation proved to be quite the opposite, leaving Li Heng breathless. They toiled from afternoon until night, managing to dig only a few meters. Li Heng, utterly exhausted, gasped for breath, while Zhao Zishuan appeared quite at ease. She set her shovel aside and smiled at Li Heng, saying, "This is merely a form of training. Once you can dig for an entire day without feeling fatigued, it will be a testament to your enhanced strength and stamina." Li Heng, worn out like a dog, slumped to the ground, nearly panting. He weakly nodded, lacking the energy to speak. That night, Li Heng returned to his own villa to rest. The following day, he ventured back to Zhao Zishuan's villa to continue digging. Thus, they spent day after day excavating to construct their base. After nearly half a month of labor, their base began to take shape. Though it was not yet fully excavated, a preliminary form was emerging. With a few more months of effort, the external structure of the base would be established, and their subsequent task would be to fortify it, ensuring it possessed formidable defenses. Caught up in their excavations, they paid little heed to Yi Qiufeng. Meanwhile, Yi Qiufeng had been busy recruiting personnel, gathering all the survivors in the vicinity to his side. To avoid detection by Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan, he did not bring everyone back to the villa area. Instead, he returned with just a handful of individuals, leaving the majority stationed outside. One day, when Li Heng spotted Yi Qiufeng returning with several companions, he dismissed it as inconsequential. He was aware that Yi Qiufeng was amassing a following, yet he remained oblivious to the extent of his recruitment efforts. On a particular day, Yi Qiufeng departed with a dozen subordinates, the purpose of which remained unknown. While Li Heng basked in the sunlight on the second floor, he chanced upon this spectacle, which set off alarm bells in his mind. He promptly seized the walkie-talkie to inform Zhao Zishuan of the situation. Yi Qiufeng and his entourage arrived at an abandoned factory situated a few kilometers away. Within this dilapidated structure lurked a mutated zombie. The previous day, Li Heng had inadvertently stumbled upon this creature while accompanied by his subordinates. Initially, he intended to eliminate the zombie, but soon discovered that this particular mutated variant was exceptionally formidable. Even with the combined efforts of 4 of his subordinates, they proved no match for the creature. Had it not been for Yi Qiufeng sacrificing 4 of his own men, he likely would have lost his life in that encounter. Today, he returned with a larger contingent, driven by the belief that vanquishing this mutated zombie would elevate his abilities. Gunfire and explosions reverberated within the factory. Initially, only the sounds of gunfire and explosions filled the air, but soon thereafter, the anguished screams of humanity mingled with the furious roars of the zombies. After a tense 15 minutes, silence descended. Yi Qiufeng, panting heavily, crouched before the mutated zombie, clutching a golden dagger. Surrounding him lay the dismembered remains of those torn apart by the creature. 6 individuals stood nearby, some tending to their injuries, while others rested on the ground. That evening, Yi Qiufeng returned with 6 subordinates. As they passed by Li Heng's villa, he deliberately honked the horn. The jarring sound jolted Li Heng, who had been resting. Awake, did he rush to the window to see Yi Qiufeng's vehicle driving past the villa. A frown creased his brow. It was evident that this was a calculated provocation, and Yi Qiufeng's newfound arrogance suggested he had some form of support. While pondering the implications, a beam of flashlight suddenly illuminated the window. He turned to the villa and reached for the walkie-talkie, saying, "Did you hear that?" Zhao Zishuan's voice crackled through the speaker. "Yes, what is going on?" Li Heng replied, "It's that rascal Yi Qiufeng causing trouble. I'm not sure what has gotten into him, but he is suddenly acting quite brazen." Zhao Zishuan responded, "His audacity indicates he must have something backing him. It seems he is preparing to seek revenge on us." Li Heng nodded, suggesting, "Perhaps we should confront him now." Zhao Zishuan agreed, and together they made their way to Yi Qiufeng's villa. As they arrived, Yi Qiufeng was just finishing up, and his subordinates had already retired to rest. While Yi Qiufeng was preparing to shower and retire for the night with two beautiful women when he heard Li Heng's voice resounding from outside. Upon hearing him, Yi Qiufeng gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could grab the hammer beside him and smash Li Heng's head. "What brings this guy here?" The blonde beauty furrowed her brow, concern evident in her eyes. Yi Qiufeng commanded, "Go open the door." The blonde nodded and hurried to answer. When Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan entered the living room, they found Yi Qiufeng smashing walnuts with a small hammer. With each strike, the walnuts shattered into pieces, rendering the insides inedible. Witnessing this, Li Heng felt it was a gross waste. "If you're not going to eat them, why not let us have a go?" In this post-apocalyptic world, walnuts are exceedingly precious and considered a rare delicacy. Yi Qiufeng set down the hammer and spoke sarcastically, "These walnuts may appear tough, but they cannot withstand my blow. Yet at times, a single strike may not suffice to break them. Even if I do succeed, the shell may splinter and cause me pain." His insinuation seemed to liken Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng to walnuts. While he portrayed himself as the hammer, Zhao Zishuan smirked, raising an eyebrow. "You'd best be careful not to confuse the walnuts with the hammer." Yi Qiufeng snorted dismissively and waved his hand. "Take a seat. Why are you here in the dead of night?" Li Heng replied, "We've exhausted the supplies you provided and seek to borrow some more." Yi Qiufeng's eyelid twitched. The supplies he had previously given were sufficient for these two for several years. Yet they returned after just a few days. Although Li Heng shamelessly claimed it was merely a loan, he had no intention of returning anything. What frustrated Yi Qiufeng the most was that he was mere hours away from dealing with this troublesome pair. Chapter 31. Spatial Slash. To placate the duo, Yi Qiufeng offered, "Very well, but it's rather late today. Let us discuss it tomorrow." Li Heng, taken aback by the prompt agreement, sensed an ulterior motive and insisted they needed supplies that very night. Yi Qiufeng cursed Li Heng inwardly but maintained a facade of compliance. "Fine, let us say I agree to provide you with supplies tonight. But are you capable of transporting them all in one night?" Li Heng disregarded this concern, stating, "That's none of your concern. Whether we can carry them is our business. Just provide us with the items. Besides, don't you have a considerable number of subordinates? They can assist us in moving the supplies." Yi Qiufeng, growing impatient, inquired, "How much do you actually need?" Li Heng extended a single finger. Yi Qiufeng gazed at that finger, which seemed destined to break tomorrow, and chuckled. "What does that one finger signify? A pound, a ton, or perhaps an entire layer?" Li Heng proclaimed, "Would you actually give me an entire layer? I want a ton, but it must be from the second layer of supplies. And we will select what we need ourselves." Yi Qiufeng feigned reluctance and nodded, leading the two of them to the entrance of the second underground layer. Before them were 3 doors. The first door required a key, the second a fingerprint, and the third a password. Simply unlocking the doors took Yi Qiufeng 10 minutes. Upon reaching the final door, both Li Heng and Yi Qiufeng were taken aback. The password for this door consisted of a staggering 36 digits. Li Heng scoffed from behind Yi Qiufeng. "Is it really necessary to have so many passwords?" Yi Qiufeng, while unlocking the door, sneered, "What do you think? Even with all these passwords, they still want to keep you out." Li Heng cleared his throat, choosing not to respond further. Upon entering the second layer, he found it quite similar to the first, though the quality of items was notably superior. Subsequently, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan began to select their desired supplies. After approximately half an hour of deliberation, they concluded their selection. "When will you move out?" Yi Qiufeng inquired. Li Heng, without much thought, replied, "Tomorrow, perhaps." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiufeng felt a surge of delight that he mused, "If you plan to move tomorrow, then you won't be able to. Tomorrow will be your demise." A smile spread across his face as he responded, "All right." Back at Zhao Zishuan's villa, while consuming food, Li Heng gazed out the window, his mind restless. Abruptly, he sprang up from the sofa, furrowing his brow. Why do I feel so uneasy? Zhao Zishuan silently nodded. I share this sentiment. The ease with which Yi Qiufeng had acquiesced felt suspicious. As though he were harboring a scheme, Li Heng affirmed. To be safe, I shall stay here tonight. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brows, uncertain whether he sought refuge for safety or simply desired to stay at her place. Nevertheless, she acquiesced that a night of safety ensued at dawn. Li Heng stood before the window on the second floor, gazing at Yi Qiufeng's villa in the distance. Once Zhao Zishuan awakened, the two shared a simple breakfast before proceeding to Yi Qiufeng's residence. Yi Qiufeng had long awaited their arrival in the living room. Apart from him, two beautiful women sat by his sides, flanked by a dozen of his subordinates. Witnessing this setup, Li Heng sensed that procuring the supplies from this place would not be an easy feat. Today, Yi Qiufeng was a stark contrast to the previous day, exuding an inexplicable aura, his gaze exceptionally sharp as he lightly tapped a walnut with a hammer. You have arrived, Yi Qiufeng greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhao Zishuan inquired, why are there so many people today? Do you intend to fight us again? Yi Qiufeng laughed heartily, suddenly raising his hammer, and with a sharp crack, shattered the walnut. Since you have mentioned it, I certainly cannot refuse. Zhao Zishuan narrowed her eyes, perplexed by his sudden arrogance. You don't intend to use these individuals against me, do you? They are hardly a match. Yi Qiufeng replied with a smile. They indeed cannot, but I can. You? Zhao Zishuan regarded him with suspicion. Yi Qiufeng's demeanor darkened as he abruptly raised his hand. At that moment, the space above Zhao Zishuan warped unexpectedly. Immediately after, a translucent blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, surged forth from the distorted space. The entire process transpired in less than a second. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the blade, Zhao Zishuan reacted swiftly. She flipped her palm, conjuring a circular shield of flame. The transparent blade struck the flame shield, igniting a flurry of flames that splattered in all directions, causing those nearby to flee in terror. As they scrambled, many drew firearms, opening fire on Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. The moment Yi Qiufeng initiated his attack, Li Heng retaliated. He focused on dealing with these minor adversaries wielding guns. One individual had just drawn his weapon when Li Heng kicked him to the ground. Another attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Li Heng swiftly turned, seized his arm, and unleashed his ability to absorb. Within moments, the assailant became limp, collapsing like a puddle of mud. Li Heng consumed the power of his foe, then proceeded to engage others. This was a battle. There was no time to waste on absorption. Once the skirmish concluded, he could leisurely absorb their strength later. Be careful, Zhao Zishuan's voice called out, as Li Heng dealt with the lackeys. Without a moment to ponder, he grabbed the nearest man and hurled him backward as a shield. With a sickening thud, the descending translucent blade cleaved the human shield in two, spraying blood that drenched Li Heng's front. He staggered back, momentarily blinded by the crimson mist, and dropped the severed shield, retching violently. Just as he expelled the contents of his stomach, the gunfire nearby startled him, forcing him to swallow it back down. He glanced at the shooter, resembling a panther, who swiftly approached. Li Heng lunged at this person, delivering a powerful punch that crushed the assailant's face, sending him flying. At his current level, Li Heng found it effortless to dispatch these minor foes. However, Zhao Zishuan faced a more formidable challenge. Yi Qiufeng now wielded the terrifying ability of spatial slashes. His attacks were not only sharp but also came from unpredictable angles, leaving Zhao Zishuan bewildered. After only a few exchanges with Yi Qiufeng, she felt two long gashes tear across her back, blood streaming down as she left a trail of crimson with each step. Li Heng watched, his heart racing, and struck with increasing ferocity, nearly knocking out each opponent with a single blow. Just as he dispatched the last of his nearby foes, a chilling scream pierced the air. Zhao Zishuan had been struck again by a spatial slash, leaving a deep gash across her chest. I shall assist you, Li Heng roared, charging towards her. 32 Indeed chapter. I shall bite off a piece of you, just you. Yi Qiufeng scoffed disdainfully, then stroked his chin. It seems you possess an ability too, but I cannot discern what it is. Care to enlighten me? Li Heng smirked, his fists clenched. Isn't it sufficient to just strike you to find out? With that, he suddenly drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at Yi Qiufeng. Yi Qiufeng was caught off guard by such a treacherous maneuver. Fortunately, Li Heng's aim faltered, and both shots missed. Nonetheless, the unexpected gunfire startled Yi Qiufeng. He was not yet capable of deflecting bullets. Should he be hit, even if he survived, he would surely be wounded. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath, waving his hand as a spatial slash descended from above. Aimed directly at Li Heng's head. If struck, Li Heng would be cleaved in two. Instinctively, Li Heng recoiled, sidestepping the attack, and turned to Zhao Zishuan. How shall we proceed? Li Heng's combat experience was lacking. He found himself at a loss in such a dire situation. Zhao Zishuan, wielding her long blade, advanced from the right towards Yi Qiufeng, instructing, "Get close and engage in close combat." Li Heng nodded, letting out a fierce cry to divert Yi Qiufeng's attention before launching his own assault from the opposite side. Yi Qiufeng dismissed Li Heng, focusing instead on Zhao Zishuan, employing spatial slashes to obstruct her advance. He then turned slowly to face the charging Li Heng. As Li Heng reached him, he attempted to grasp Yi Qiufeng's wrist. But Yi Qiufeng retaliated with a kick, sending him sprawling. Li Heng crashed onto a table, shattering it to splinters. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his lower back, then rose once more, charging at Yi Qiufeng. Zhao Zishuan, gravely injured, had lost much of her combat capability. Yet, she continued to move, aware that her very presence was a significant threat to Yi Qiufeng. Despite her pain, she persisted, seeking to create opportunities for Li Heng. Li Heng charged at Yi Qiufeng again, only to be fiercely kicked away once more. After 4 attempts, he found himself exhausted, questioning the point of continuing to attack when he could not even land a blow. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Zhao Zishuan struck again by a spatial slash, which sliced into her thigh, causing her to collapse to her knees. Her face pale, she clutched her long blade with one hand while supporting herself on the ground with the other, gritting her teeth in an effort to rise. Yet, before she could fully stand, Yi Qiufeng rushed in, delivering a kick that sent her flying, her body spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Li Heng's expression contorted with fury, flames of anger igniting within him. "I will slay you," he bellowed, charging once more at Yi Qiufeng. In that moment, an idea struck him. When he reached Yi Qiufeng again, the latter raised his foot to kick him away, but this time, Li Heng did not falter. Instead, he clung to Yi Qiufeng's leg. Yi Qiufeng sneered coldly, raising his fist to strike Li Heng. As the blow approached, Li Heng felt the rush of wind, sensing the impending pain that if that fist landed on his head, it would likely leave a gaping hole. Whether he lived or died was uncertain, but he would surely lose half his skull. With a fierce grin, Li Heng lowered his head and shouted, "I will bite you to death." Yi Qiufeng's punch missed, and instantly, a sharp pain surged through his thigh. A strange sensation washed over him. It felt as though something was siphoning the power from his body. Though the draw was subtle, he could distinctly feel it, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread within him. Li Heng clung tightly to Yi Qiufeng's leg. His teeth sunk into the flesh as he activated his absorption ability. The idea that had just come to him was to bite his opponent, thereby establishing physical contact and allowing him to utilize his ability. Although he had never tried this method before, he was fortunate to find success. "Let go!" Yi Qiufeng roared in fury, striking Li Heng's back with his fists. The sound echoed like hammers against the floor. Yet, Li Heng's grip remained unyielding. Despite Yi Qiufeng's relentless attempts to shake him off, he refused to relent. He was determined to drain Yi Qiufeng of all his energy, leaving him a mere husk. As Yi Qiufeng continued to strike, he grew increasingly terrified. The strength within him was waning, and soon he would be powerless. He realized that this was undoubtedly the work of Li Heng, although he did not understand the specifics. He was certain that killing Li Heng would dispel this strange sensation. Li Heng's resilience was remarkable. A mere barrage of punches would not suffice to fell him in mere minutes. Those precious minutes could very well lead to the depletion of Yi Qiufeng's powers. Desperate, he scanned his surroundings for something to eliminate Li Heng. Not far off, a multitude of weapons lay scattered. Yet with Li Heng's jaws clamped on his leg, he found himself unable to move. "Hand me a knife," Yi Qiufeng suddenly shouted. His subordinates had already been incapacitated, but the 2 beautiful women remained unscathed. Hiding not far away, upon hearing the urgent call of Yi Qiufeng, the campus belle swiftly drew the firearm concealed behind her back. Before she could toss the weapon to Yi Qiufeng, Zhao Zishuan, who was kneeling, hastily brandished her own gun, aiming it at the campus belle and the blonde beauty. "Don't move. If you so much as twitch, I will end your life." The campus belle, rendered motionless by fear, dared not make another move. Yi Qiufeng glanced at his unconscious subordinates, realizing they were beyond hope. Resolutely, he crouched down, pressing his hands firmly against Li Heng's head, forcefully pushing it backward with all his might. He pulled his leg back. A sickening sound echoed as Li Heng bit down hard, tearing a piece of flesh from Yi Qiufeng's leg. Li Heng collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Too weary to spit out the flesh lodged in his mouth, merely gazing at Yi Qiufeng. Clutching his thigh, Yi Qiufeng trembled from the pain, instinctively wary of approaching Li Heng, uncertain whether this man would take another bite. The sight of Li Heng gnawing at the flesh from his own leg filled Yi Qiufeng with revulsion and an inexplicable fear. Li Heng, who usually appeared timid and cowardly, had unexpectedly displayed a fierce and terrifying side. Crouched on the ground, Yi Qiufeng rested while coldly observing his adversaries, contemplating how to eliminate them. Zhao Zixuan's gaze remained fixed on him, fearful he might suddenly turn his aggression toward Li Heng. Stealing a glance at Li Heng, who lay motionless, her worry deepened. What if he has succumbed to death? Suddenly, Li Heng spat out the piece of flesh from his mouth. Chapter 33. The garbage mountain. The sight of the flesh flying from Li Heng's mouth startled everyone present. Inducing a shudder, the scene was utterly horrific. Yi Qiufeng's lips twitched violently, his facial muscles quivering, his eyes reflecting not just terror, but also fury and murderous intent. Li Heng abruptly stood up, surveying his surroundings with vigilance. His gaze locking onto Yi Qiufeng. The sound of his teeth grinding echoed eerily in the stillness of the room. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Heng spotted the kneeling Zhao Zixuan. He rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Are you all right? Yi Qiufeng shook his head, using the long knife to prop himself up. First, we must deal with Yi Qiufeng. Li Heng lowered his head, biting his lip as he murmured, I can't defeat him. Zhao Zixuan encouraged him. You can do this. You already bested him once. Just muster your strength, and you can eliminate him. Li Heng furrowed his brow, his expression rife with reluctance. Though he appeared fine, he had sustained considerable injuries from Yi Qiufeng's earlier assault, with several bones in his back fractured. Moreover, he had absorbed a significant amount of power, causing turmoil within his body. Externally, he seemed unscathed, but internally, the energy surged violently through his meridians, inflicting immense pain. With the enemy focused on him, he could not reveal his true condition to Zhao Zixuan and had to feign calmness. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Li Heng turned to see 7 or 8 individuals storming in, armed and swiftly encircling him and Zhao Zixuan. With his subordinates finally arriving, Yi Qiufeng felt a measure of relief, yet remained cautious, reminding his men to be wary of Li Heng. He then stepped forward slightly, inquiring, Shall we continue fighting? Li Heng tilted his head defiantly, retorting, Do as you wish. Both Li Heng and Yi Qiufeng were reluctant to engage in battle. Lacking confidence in their ability to defeat one another, neither wished to concede, resulting in vague exchanges. Zhao Zixuan discerned the underlying tension and proposed, If you provide us with what you promised, we will consider this matter settled. If not, we shall engage in a fight to the death. One of Yi Qiufeng's newly arrived subordinates, unfamiliar with the situation, pointed his gun at Zhao Zixuan, cursing, Why are you so arrogant? Do you think I won't shoot you? Yi Qiufeng's heart sank at his subordinate's foolishness, fearing Zhao Zixuan might erupt in anger. Allow me to think it over, he replied hastily. The subordinate, taken aback, could hardly believe Yi Qiufeng's response. In his mind, Yi Qiufeng was an invincible force, possessing extraordinary abilities, someone who feared no one. What had transpired today that he was being restrained by a woman? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Yi Qiufeng harbored feelings for this woman, thus treating her with such leniency? He chuckled, addressing Yi Qiufeng, Big brother, if you fancy this woman, my brothers and I can help you capture her. You can have your way with her. Why bother being polite? Before Zhao Zixuan could express her outrage, Yi Qiufeng's expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he drew a handgun from behind him. A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the forehead of the talkative subordinate. The man stared wide-eyed, attempting to point at Yi Qiufeng, but before he could lift his hand, he collapsed to the ground. The other subordinates, bewildered, exchanged glances, unsure of what had just transpired or why Yi Qiufeng had turned on his own. Do you know why I killed him? Because he spoke too much. Yi Qiufeng's icy voice reverberated throughout the room. His subordinates fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. Yi Qiufeng turned to Zhao Zixuan. You can take the items. Zhao Zixuan nodded, stating, Have your men move the items outside. We won't linger here. Subsequently, Li Heng assisted Zhao Zixuan in leaving the villa. They did not venture far, resting at the flower bed across from the villa's entrance. As they took a break, Yi Qiufeng's subordinates began transporting supplies. Li Heng closed his eyes, striving to assimilate the newfound power within him. Unfamiliar with supernatural abilities, he had to explore everything on his own. After an hour, he gradually understood how to harness the absorbed power. Regardless of its nature, power is ultimately a form of energy, and the essence of energy remains constant. Li Heng's first task was to refine the strength of others through his own power, transforming it into a more potent force, ultimately making it his OWN. By the time he fully absorbed the energy within him, it was already the next morning. Yi Qiufeng's subordinates remained busy, having gone an entire night without sleep. Yet none dared to complain. "How are you holding up?" Li Heng inquired softly. Zhao Zixuan coughed lightly, covering her mouth with her hand. When she removed her hand, Li Heng noticed a small amount of blood in her palm. "Are you all right?" Zhao Zixuan shook her head, pursing her lips. "It's nothing serious. After gaining supernatural abilities, our bodies are significantly stronger than ordinary people. This minor injury is akin to a common cold. A few days of rest will suffice." Li Heng expressed doubt. "Really? You mustn't deceive me. If you're not well, please tell me promptly, so I can find a way out." Zhao Zixuan, irritated, coughed twice and retorted, "If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut." Li Heng chuckled, then furrowed his brows. "Yi Qiufeng is truly formidable. We barely managed to hold our own against him. It seems we can no longer rely on him for supplies." Zhao Zixuan responded, "We have ample supplies. There's no need to provoke him further." "But what if he seeks to trouble us?" Li Heng asked. Zhao Zixuan gazed toward the villa, contemplating. "For the time being, that seems unlikely." Li Heng nodded silently, a sudden thought striking him. "We could build a wall near the villa to separate ourselves from Yi Qiufeng and his men." Zhao Zixuan nodded, considering the idea, though she recognized it would require Yi Qiufeng's input. She directed her gaze toward the villa entrance, addressing a short man who had just set down supplies. "Go fetch Yi Qiufeng. We need to discuss something with him." Yi Qiufeng's subordinates exchanged glances but said nothing. Before long, Yi Qiufeng emerged from the villa, his complexion pale, dark circles under his eyes, a white bandage wrapped around his thigh, and leaning on a cane, resembling a severely ill individual who had just been in an accident. He leaned against the villa's entrance, asking, "What do you want from me?" Zhao Zixuan replied, "Continuing this back and forth is not a viable solution, so Li Heng has proposed an idea." "What idea?" Yi Qiufeng inquired. Li Heng explained, "It's not much of a solution. We suggest erecting a wall between us. We will use the wall as a boundary, ensuring we do not disturb one another." Yi Qiufeng's eyes darkened as he pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Zixuan. "Can't you just move away?" Chapter 34. A familiar voice. Zhao Zixuan shook her head resolutely, responding, "Unless I am dead." Yi Qiufeng fell into deep thought again, puzzled as to why Zhao Zixuan was so determined to remain. While he contemplated, Zhao Zixuan added, "This place may hold different significance for you than it does for me." Yi Qiufeng nodded, seemingly understanding. He had invested much effort into this place. Leaving was out of the question. Zhao Zixuan's earlier words clearly indicated that this place was also of great importance to her. Forcing her to leave was impossible. Currently, Yi Qiufeng had no means to deal with Zhao Zixuan and could only coexist peacefully with them for the time being. "Very well, I agree with your proposal." With that statement, he leaned on his cane and returned inside. In the following days, Zhao Zixuan and Li Heng busied themselves with transporting supplies. With only the two of them, the task stretched over 10 days. Yi Qiufeng's subordinates offered no assistance, instead choosing to chat idly at the entrance. Enjoying the spectacle, those who possess audacity often utter words laced with sarcasm and mockery. However, such remarks are merely verbal, as no one dares to engage in combat with Zhao Zixuan and her companion. During the altercation at the villa, several of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates were merely rendered unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, they recounted their harrowing experiences to others. Consequently, it became widely known that Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering them formidable entities. While Li Heng and his group were occupied with transporting supplies, Yi Qiufeng was not idle. He instructed some of his men to operate bulldozers and excavators to demolish several nearby villas. Once the villas were reduced to rubble, the debris was transported to the vicinity of Zhao Zixuan's villa. A substantial amount of construction waste accumulated at the designated site. It transformed into a continuous mound, resembling a formidable barrier that separated Yi Qiufeng's villa from those of Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan. Upon observing the crude barricade constructed by Yi Qiufeng, both Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng expressed their satisfaction. Although the wall appeared unsightly, it proved remarkably effective. Vehicles could not pass through, and even if someone attempted to scale the refuse pile, it was no easy feat. Moreover, the heap was continuously reinforced and elevated. Given time, this mound would truly become an imposing hill. After the supplies were fully transferred back to the villa, Li Heng proposed an idea to Zhao Zishuan. He suggested they set traps near the garbage wall to prevent any intrusions. This was primarily aimed at thwarting Yi Qiufeng and his men. Aside from themselves, there were no other individuals in the vicinity. Li Heng also believed they ought to establish a base. Their base need not attract outsiders, but it should adequately protect their living area, completely barring the entrance to zombies. This undertaking was considerable and could not be accomplished in just a month or two. That the two were not rushed. They would construct it whenever time permitted. That if they were pressed for time or fatigued, they would forego the construction. Most of their time was still spent hunting mutated zombies. The purpose of building a base was to create a sanctuary of their own. While hunting mutated zombies was essential for safeguarding their home from harm. Without adequate strength, no matter how well built the base, it would merely be a flimsy facade, easily pierced. 6 months swiftly passed. A new order emerged in the apocalyptic world. Numerous bases, both large and small, had been established throughout various locales. Bases like those of Li Heng and Yi Qiufeng were among the smallest, more accurately described as makeshift shelters. However, Yi Qiufeng's base could indeed be considered a legitimate stronghold, particularly in terms of resources, surpassing many larger bases in abundance. Presently, Yi Qiufeng's base housed over 30 individuals, predominantly males, with only 4 or 5 women, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. These enchanting women resided in the same villa as Yi Qiufeng, while the men occupied other villas. Li Heng's situation remained unchanged, with only himself and Zhao Zishuan present. Previously, there had been individuals attempting to join their camp, but the pair had declined their offers. There were also those foolish enough to try to seize their base, only to find themselves as mere bones amidst the refuse wall. During his leisure time, Li Heng often stood by the villa window, gazing at the garbage wall in the distance. In the past, he could still see the villas on the other side of the debris. But now the mound had risen to over 30 meters, obscuring his view of those structures, leaving only the azure sky visible. This colossal refuse wall had effectively severed the ties between them and Yi Qiufeng. While Li Heng was lost in contemplation of the garbage mound, a sudden explosion echoed from afar, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The gunfire was intense, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Li Heng picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Zhao Zishuan in the adjacent villa. There's gunfire, and it sounds like a large number of people. Should we investigate? Mind your own business, Zhao Zishuan replied. Typically, she refrained from involving herself in such matters. However, at times, when boredom struck, they would venture out for a little excitement. We haven't been out in over half a month. A little stroll wouldn't hurt. After a moment of consideration, she acquiesced. All right. The two gathered their gear and convened downstairs. Their camp had now taken shape. With a radius of 1,000 meters surrounding their villa designated as their territory, they had even erected barbed wire 1,000 meters away. Outside the wire, numerous zombies roamed, yet none infiltrated their space. The two drove to the entrance of the barbed wire, disembarked, and eliminated a few zombies lurking just outside before driving through and securing the gate behind them. Throughout their departure, the gunfire continued unabated. Based on their extensive experience, they estimated that over 30 individuals were engaged in the shootout. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the incident, parking nearby and stealthily approaching the battlefield on the street 300 meters away. Two factions were locked in combat. One group was easily identifiable as Yi Qiufeng's subordinates, while the other remained unfamiliar to Li Heng. However, the opposing side was numerous, likely members of another base at that moment. A voice rang out, cursing, "Yi Qiufeng, you son of a dog, I swear I will skin you alive." Hearing that voice, Li Heng felt a jolt of recognition. Though he couldn't quite place it, he glanced at Zhao Zishuan. "Does that voice sound familiar to you?" Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow, sharing the same sentiment. Just then, one of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates shouted, "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of seeing our master? If you want to meet him, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, I'll be forced to bring your corpse to him." Chapter 35. Rescue of an old friend. The opposing faction remained silent, opting instead to express themselves through gunfire. Both sides exhibited comparable firepower, with handguns, submachine guns, and grenades in play. In addition to confronting their immediate adversaries, they also had to contend with the zombies attracted by the commotion. Some, overly focused on their enemies, were suddenly ambushed by zombies, leading to their anguished cries. By the time their comrades reacted, those individuals had already succumbed to infection. Observing from the shadows, Li Heng suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. That voice belonged to Si Ge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zishuan thoughtfully considered, agreeing that the voice indeed resembled Si Ge's. As the two speculated, another of Yi Qiufeng's subordinates called out, "Si Ge, surrender quickly. Lin Baichuan has already fled. What are you holding out for? Do you really want to see your men perish?" Silence reigned on Si Ge's side. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should lend assistance to an acquaintance. Li Heng smirked, inquiring, "What do you think?" Zhao Zishuan bit her lip, surveying the two warring factions. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believe we should offer our help. Will this provoke Yi Qiufeng?" Li Heng feigned concern. Though he secretly wished to aid CGE, it was not so much that he had a strong bond with him, but rather he sought to leverage CGE's strength to eliminate their greatest adversary. Yi Qiufeng, however, he did not want others to perceive his intentions, thus adopting a reluctant facade. Zhao Zishuan, well acquainted with his character, recognized that beneath his seemingly harmless demeanor lay a cunning mind. He was adept at orchestrating schemes, leaving others ensnared in his intricacies, ultimately making them accountable for his machinations. For instance, others believed that Li Heng was merely Zhao Zishuan's subordinate, while in critical matters, he often took the lead. Even more infuriating was his tendency to remain in the shadows, allowing Zhao Zishuan to bear the brunt of responsibility, leading to the misconception that all actions were hers alone, with him having no part in it. If you're unwilling, then so be it, Zhao Zishuan teased. Li Heng rolled his eyes, chuckling. "Let us lend him a hand. Yi Qiufeng certainly let us off easily. Having Si Ge on our side could help us share the firepower." "Then I'll defer to your judgment." Zhao Zishuan smiled, feigning ignorance. Li Heng retrieved his sniper rifle. He took aim at the individual who had just spoken, gently squeezing the trigger. With a soft crack, a bullet pierced the back of the speaker's head, causing him to collapse onto the vehicle. The sudden chaos sent the others into a frenzy, as they crouched low and scrambled for cover. "Who the hell is shooting?" one shouted. Just as he finished his exclamation, Li Heng fired again, hitting another in the forehead. Witnessing another fall, the remaining members were paralyzed with fear, firing wildly while retreating towards their vehicles. Once inside, they hastily sped away. To Si Ge and his group, still unaware of the situation, randomly fired a few shots at the retreating enemies, but none found their mark. The battlefield, once filled with the cacophony of gunfire, fell eerily silent, heightening the tension. To Si Ge's group, fully concealed, dared not expose themselves. After a moment, CGE's voice echoed through the street. "Is anyone there?" "Yes," Li Heng replied. Si Ge called out again. "Are our friends here to assist us?" Li Heng retorted, "What do you think?" Si Ge fell silent once more. A little while later, he cautiously peeked from behind a vehicle, scanning the surroundings. Noticing no one, he exclaimed, "That voice sounds familiar. Haven T, we met somewhere before." Li Heng, brandishing the sniper rifle with confidence, stepped out from behind the vehicle and waved at Si Ge in the distance. "Si Ge, do you still not recognize me?" Upon sighting Li Heng, fourth brother was momentarily taken aback. Quickly retracting his head beneath the card, the familiar face. Indeed, it was his brother. Confounded, he pondered how Li Heng could still come to their aid after they had previously deceived him. "That you're like a turtle, retreating and advancing," Li Heng mocked. Fourth brother, still concealed in the shadows, replied, "Thank you for your help just now. Brother, I find it rather perplexing. We once betrayed you, yet you bear no grudge against us." Recalling past events, Li Heng felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted coldly, "I do hold a grudge, but my greater ire is reserved for Yi Qiufeng." Fourth brother cautiously poked his head out, his body following suit as he approached Li Heng with care. His subordinates revealed themselves as well, each gripping their firearms, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, nodding at fourth brother. Upon reaching Li Heng, fourth brother opened his robust arms, embracing him warmly and patting his back enthusiastically. "Consider it a life debt. I shall repay you in due time." Li Heng mused. What does he mean by considering it a life debt? It is indeed a life owed. After a brief embrace, they parted ways. Li Heng took a few steps back, scrutinizing fourth brother. Noticing his disheveled state, Li Heng could not help but inquire, "How did you end up in such a predicament?" Fourth brother sighed and recounted the tale. Just days prior, Lin Baichuan had led a team to hunt mutated zombies. During the hunt, they fell into an ambush set by Yi Qiufeng, leaving Lin Baichuan gravely injured and missing. Subsequently, Yi Qiufeng surrounded their base. Initially, Yi Qiufeng sought fourth brother's surrender, which he vehemently refused, resulting in a fierce gunfight. Ultimately outmatched, fourth brother detonated the base and fled with his followers. Enraged, Yi Qiufeng commanded his men to pursue them. Leading to the earlier encounter, Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow. "Why did you run this way? Are you not aware this is Yi Qiufeng's territory?" Fourth brother smiled wryly. "I know, but all other paths were blocked." "What do you plan to do next?" Li Heng asked. Fourth brother contemplated before replying. "I wish to locate Boss L. as long as I can find him. I need not fear Yi Qiufeng." Li Heng nodded. "You want to find him immediately. It's best to establish a temporary camp. We can't have a group of people wandering aimlessly." Fourth brother acknowledged this, suddenly inquiring, "Where are you staying?" His tone suggested he wished to join Li Heng and his group. At this moment, Li Heng fell silent, clearly unwilling to disclose that information. Zhao Zishuan interjected, "We reside nearby, not far from Yi Qiufeng." Upon hearing this, fourth brother immediately abandoned the idea of joining them, with those two residing so close to Yi Qiufeng. If he moved his group there, they would inevitably be discovered, leading to an inevitable clash. Without needing the two to express it, he understood they would prefer he did not come. Moreover, he harbored doubts about their intentions. Chapter 36. Using a knife to kill. Are there any suitable hiding places in this vicinity? Fourth brother asked. Li Heng pondered briefly, pointing to a distant ancient structure. "That is a museum. If you can gain entry, it will surely provide safety." The museum once housed numerous valuable artifacts, and its security measures were formidable. You could undoubtedly take advantage of them. Furthermore, it should be relatively unoccupied, so entering should not pose significant issues. Though the area surrounding the museum has a high zombie presence, making entry somewhat challenging, fourth brother replied confidently, "No worries, we can manage." When Li Heng offered assistance, fourth brother declined. Subsequently, he led his group toward the museum. As they gradually disappeared from view, Zhao Zishuan kicked Li Heng from behind. Puzzled, "Are you plotting something again?" Li Heng feigned innocence. "Please, don't paint me in such a negative light. You definitely have ulterior motives." Zhao Zishuan's gaze sharpened as she seized his ear. "Speak up, or I'll twist your ear off." With that, she increased her grip, causing Li Heng to yelp in pain. Nearby, two zombies were drawn to the commotion, baring their teeth and lunging at him. Zhao Zishuan flicked her fingers, and two small flames shot forth like bullets, piercing the zombies' skulls. The creatures collapsed instantly, engulfed in flames. Witnessing this, Li Heng's lips twitched. "Your powers have grown stronger, yet mine remain unresponsive." Zhao Zishuan ignored him, pressing on with her earlier question. With no alternative, Li Heng relented. "Release my ear, and I shall share my thoughts." Zhao Zishuan complied, and as he rubbed his ear, he explained, "The museum is indeed an excellent location, filled with countless antiques. While it is true that in chaotic times, gold and antiques flourish, once everyone grasps this concept, some will undoubtedly seek to claim these antiques for themselves. Even if they hold no value now, they will in the future. Given Yi Qiufeng's character, he would surely wish to acquire this collection." Zhao Zishuan contemplated for a moment before coldly stating, "You sent fourth brother there to incite a conflict with Yi Qiufeng, did you not?" Li Heng quickly shook his head, clarifying, "I do not wish for them to clash. Rather, I hope fourth brother can restrain Yi Qiufeng." Zhao Zishuan shot him an exasperated look. "Isn't that the same as inciting a fight?" The two drove back to the base. As Li Heng exited the vehicle, he hesitated, glancing at Zhao Zishuan inside. "By helping fourth brother, Yi Qiufeng may become aware and might come looking for us today. You should prepare accordingly." Zhao Zishuan shot him a glare, stepping on the gas, causing the car to zoom past him. By 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the land. This moment, Li Heng sat on the sofa, dining, when suddenly, bright beams of light illuminated the villa. Startled, he immediately ducked beneath the table. The strong light swept through the villa, seemingly searching for something. Crawling to the window, Li Heng peered towards the source of the light. It emanated from a garbage mound, where a dozen individuals wielding flashlights were directing their beams towards Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan's room. Realizing these were Yi Qiufeng's men, Li Heng drew his pistol at that moment. A radio on his waist crackled to life that Yi Qiufeng's group had arrived. Zhao Zishuan's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Li Heng replied with an affirmative grunt. Slowly crawling back to the table, he found a flashlight and returned to the window, shining it towards the garbage mound. When Li Heng illuminated the group, they promptly extinguished their flashlights, plunging the room into darkness. Moments later, someone shouted through a loudspeaker, "Our young master is awaiting your presence. You should come out quickly. If you do not, we shall come find you." Li Heng straightened his back, leaning against the door, and asked via the radio, "Should we go out?" Zhao Zishuan replied with a simple "go out," then fell silent. A few minutes later, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan met at a designated spot, gradually making their way towards the garbage mound, which lay several hundred meters away. Upon reaching within 200 meters, they halted, gazing upwards to see a dozen figures atop the mound. Li Heng produced a loudspeaker, calling out, "Yi Qiufeng, what do you intend to do?" Yi Qiufeng responded, "What do you think I intend? You know best what you've done." "We have done nothing," Li Heng insisted. Another voice from the garbage mound retorted, "What are you pretending for? Our men were killed by your sniper rifle. And we found the shell casings at the scene." In the darkness, Li Heng's expression was obscured, yet his voice rang out clearly, unaffected by the accusation. "Indeed, I did shoot 2 individuals today, but I was unaware they were your men. Had I known, I would surely not have acted." "Surely, you wouldn't hold a grudge over 2 dead men, would you?" Yi Qiufeng kicked a piece of garbage, sending a black plastic bag tumbling down. "Resembling a decapitated head, I could overlook this matter. But you must tell me one thing." Li Heng quickly surmised what he sought to know, hastily responding, "You wish to inquire about 4th brother's whereabouts? That fellow seems to have gone to the museum." After a brief silence, Yi Qiufeng erupted in anger. "You truly have no honor, betraying 4th brother so readily." Li Heng chuckled, defensively proclaiming, "I have no relations with him. How can this be considered betrayal?" Yi Qiufeng, disinterested in further banter, descended the mound with his men. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan made their way back. Nearing her villa, Zhao Zishuan suddenly halted. "You intend to use a knife to kill. But who is the knife? And who is the victim?" Li Heng scratched his head, utterly bewildered. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Upon returning to his own villa, Li Heng turned on the lights and took a brief rest before switching them off and heading upstairs. Just as he entered the bedroom, he turned back to open the door quietly. Slipping out as the villa door creaked open, Li Heng stealthily emerged, disappearing into the night. 20 minutes later, he found himself in front of a small establishment named Zhang Jihuoxiao. The entrance secured with a padlock. Li Heng retrieved a set of keys from his waist. This set of keys comprises over 100 pieces accumulated by him over the past 6 months. He located one of the keys and unlocked the padlock on the door. Inside the shop, a thick layer of dust covered everything, and in the center stood a motorcycle shrouded in a canvas cover. Li Heng lifted the canvas and pushed the motorcycle out. After closing the shop's door, he revved the engine and sped towards the museum. The small eatery he had just visited served as one of his clandestine strongholds, of which there were more than 100, nearly blanketing the entire city. Chapter 37. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao. Before long, Li Heng arrived near the museum. He gauged the distance between himself and the museum, estimating it to be about 1,000 meters, an area relatively safe. Any closer, and he would face a horde of zombies. From his backpack, he retrieved a large speaker containing a pre-recorded message. He activated the speaker and placed it atop an abandoned car before hastily departing on his motorcycle. Beneath the shrouded darkness of night, the speaker's sound resonated loudly, seemingly echoing throughout the heavens. "The enemy is coming! The enemy is coming!" The hoarse voice of a man repeated incessantly. At that moment, inside the museum, Sigu and the others were resting on the 2nd floor. Faintly, someone caught the sound from outside, but it wasn't clear. He nudged his companion, who remarked, "Did you hear something outside?" Another countered, "What sound? You must be dreaming." "No, there really is a sound. Listen closely," urged another. The room fell into silence. After a moment, someone said, "It seems there really is a sound." Sigu opened his eyes, rose, and approached the window, carefully listening. Indeed, there was a sound outside. "The enemy is coming! The enemy is coming!" Instantly alert, he wondered if someone was warning him. Not daring to take it lightly, he awakened everyone and prepared them for battle. The warning continued for half an hour before it abruptly ceased. After an hour of waiting, CGE's group grew uneasy. Could someone be toying with us? One inquired as Igu remained contemplative and silent. Few knew they were here, and even if someone did, it was unnecessary to play such tricks on them. He speculated that it might have been Li Heng who had overheard something and come to alert them. He turned to the group and said, "It's best to remain cautious. A few of you come with me to set traps. The rest stay alert and don't fall into a deep sleep." After issuing the orders, he led 4 or 5 individuals to the first floor to prepare traps. Around 5 in the morning, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the museum out on the first floor. A dozen armed individuals had mysteriously appeared, engaging in combat with Gu and his group. Positioned above, CGE's team managed to force their adversaries to cower in retreat, coupled with the traps around them. The enemies soon found themselves overwhelmed and withdrew from the museum. Upon exiting, they were beset by a swarm of zombies, forcing them to fight their way back, suffering heavy losses. Gu, from the window on the second floor, smoked a cigarette, watching the beleaguered enemies flee, and laughed heartily. After his mirth subsided, he turned to his subordinates with a serious expression. "How did these intruders gain entry?" The men exchanged glances, equally perplexed. One suggested, "If the traps hadn't worked, the enemy might have reached the upper floors. They were grateful for the warning sound from the previous night, which had allowed them to prepare. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Half an hour later, the gunfire outside ceased. Gu glanced outside and noted that the enemy had not retreated but instead was hiding in the mobile building across from the museum. By 8 in the morning, Yi Qiufeng learned of his mission's failure. Enraged, he resolved to personally lead a team to eliminate Gu and his group. Meanwhile, as Yi Qiufeng berated his subordinates for their ineptitude, Li Heng remained blissfully asleep, not awakening until noon. After rising, he took a leisurely stroll outside the villa, deliberately passing by Zhao Zishuan's residence, satisfied that no one had discovered the events of the previous night. He returned to the villa, savoring a cup of coffee while watching a film on his phone. The movie had been discovered in a USB drive at a mobile store, containing not only a plethora of legitimate films, but also a myriad of less reputable ones. Less than 10 minutes into the film, Zhao Zishuan's voice crackled over the intercom. "I saw Yi Qiufeng and his men leaving in an armed vehicle. They must be heading to deal with Gu." Li Heng pondered Zhao Zishuan's thoughts before inquiring, "Are you considering assisting Gu?" Zhao Zishuan was taken aback by the question, as it had originally been her idea to help him. Now, with the roles reversed, she found it peculiar. "What? Are you unwilling to help him?" she retorted. Li Heng lit a cigarette, grinning mischievously. "My abilities have yet to progress significantly. Now is not the time to provoke Yi Qiufeng. However, Gu cannot be neglected either." "What exactly do you intend to do?" Zhao Zishuan asked impatiently. Raising her fist, Li Heng pointed towards the rubbish hill, speaking insidiously, "We could surround Wei to rescue Zhao." Zhao Zishuan's gaze shifted to the rubbish hill, and she couldn't help but smile. "You certainly have a knack for schemes." Subsequently, the duo set their plan into motion. Instead of climbing the rubbish hill, they drove around it, arriving at the entrance of Yi Qiufeng's base. The base was quite grand, with a rising black gate that barred all living beings from entry. Flanking the gate were 2 3-story watchtowers, with guards stationed above. Upon spotting the sudden arrival of a black sedan, the guards immediately triggered the alarm, its shrill sound reverberating throughout the base. Before Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan could exit the car, several individuals ascended from the watchtower, led by none other than the campus belle. The campus belle exuded even more charm than before, clad in a sleek black tracksuit and a white baseball cap. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, and she wielded a blade akin to Zhao Zishuan's. Dark sunglasses obscured her eyes, while her slightly raised crimson lips conveyed a sense of confidence and pride. Watching her from below, Li Heng was taken aback. She was a stark contrast to the campus belle he had previously known. "What a remarkable transformation," he marveled. Zhao Zishuan nodded, her eyes narrowing. A once fragile girl now radiated confidence and dominance. Clearly having endured much, I sense a familiar aura from her, if I'm not mistaken. "She must be an ability user," Li Heng exclaimed, wide-eyed at Zhao Zishuan's perceptiveness. "Can you really detect from so far away?" Zhao Zishuan questioned. Having possessed their abilities for about 6 months, they had gained a certain understanding of their powers. Every ability user emanated a distinct aura, and each could sense it, although the range varied by strength. For instance, Li Heng could only perceive auras within a meter or 2, while Zhao Zishuan could sense them from up to 100 meters away. In terms of perceptive range, Zhao Zishuan's prowess far exceeded Li Heng's. Zhao Zishuan haughtily shook her head, and stepped out of the sea. Li Hung followed suit. Just as they alighted, the guards in the watchtower aimed their weapons at them. Chapter 38. The confident campus belle, seeing the array of weaponry pointed at them from above, Li Hung instinctively took a few steps back, retreating behind Zhao Zishuan. She shot him an exasperated glare before focusing her attention on the watchtower. Her brow furrowed in concern. Many of the weapons were unfamiliar to her. This marked the first time she and Li Hung had approached the main entrance of the base. Each level of the two watchtowers was equipped with 2 heavy machine guns, and the third level boasted a cannon. The weaponry in the hands of the guards was formidable, with several wielding heavy machine guns and others brandishing flamethrowers. It was evident that most of these weapons did not originate from the police station, leading Li Hung and Zhao Zishuan to realize that Yi Qiufeng likely possessed access to other armories. Zhao Zishuan turned to Li Hung, stating, Yi Qiufeng couldn't have acquired these weapons before the apocalypse. Could he? Her words prompted Li Hung to ponder, nodding thoughtfully. Clearly, Yi Qiufeng was aware of some concealed armories, and these weapons were likely sourced from there. It was impossible for him to take everything from a single armory. They would need to find an opportunity to extract that information from him. While the two were engaged in discussion, the campus belle called out from above, What are you two doing here? Do you think that with the young master gone, you can run rampant? Her soft voice dripped with sarcasm and provocation, seemingly intent on inciting the paired. Li Hung, from behind Zhao Zishuan, shouted, Don't misunderstand us. We're neighbors, and we were just bored, hoping to take a look inside. In no way, the campus belle retorted. Zhao Zishuan, unwilling to waste time, shot a glare at Li Hung and scolded, Why aren't you making a move? Li Hung chuckled awkwardly, lowering his voice as he replied, I was waiting for your command. How could I act without your order? With a fierce nod, Zhao Zishuan suddenly drew her gun and fired a couple of shots towards the watchtower. As she fired, she rolled to the side, seeking cover behind the open sedan door. Li Hung, taken aback by her sudden action, scrambled after her. Are you trying to get me killed? He exclaimed, lightly bumping her arm. As Zhao Zishuan continued firing, she retorted, Who told you to use me all the time? I didn't, Li Hung replied, a bit embarrassed as he picked up his pistol and began returning fire at the adversaries. He had been practicing his shooting skills. While he couldn't claim to hit every target, his accuracy was commendable. However, despite firing more than a dozen shots, he failed to hit a single target. In stark contrast, Zhao Zishuan's accuracy was impeccable, as she struck true with every shot, each one landing squarely on the enemy's head, instilling such fear that they dared not show themselves again. While firing, Zhao Zishuan kept a watchful eye on Li Hung. Noticing that he had not managed to hit any adversaries, she felt a surge of irritation and suddenly kicked him out of the vehicle. Fortunately, Li Hung was quick-witted, rolling and scrambling back to the safety of the car's door. Why did you kick me? He protested. Zhao Zishuan, her anger palpable, retorted, What are you pretending for? Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You deliberately missed your shots, didn't you? Hoping to leave a good impression on them, so that if we were ever captured, you could beg for mercy? Li Hung, caught in his ruse, maintained his composure, saying, I assure you, that was not my intention. I simply cannot bring myself to harm them. Are you not aware that I am nicknamed Saint? My heart is filled with kindness. Zhao Zishuan shot him a glare, thinking to herself, If only you were truly a saint, I'd shoot you without hesitation. Then, with a sardonic tone, she remarked, How can you be a saint? You are clearly a sage. Li Hung casually fired a couple of shots in the direction of the enemy. Curiosity piqued. He asked, And why am I a sage? Zhao Zishuan explained, A sage views all things as mere fodder. You treat everything as a dog, considering only yourself as human. Hence you are a sage. You care for no one but yourself. Li Hung fell silent. Yet internally he mused, I still care for you. Under the relentless fire from the two of them, the group holed up in the watchtower was left in disarray. They only exposed their guns to shoot downwards, paying no heed to whether they hit anything. The mere sound of gunfire sufficed. Realizing this tactic was futile, the campus belle immediately ordered everyone to cease firing, then picked up a megaphone to address them. Both of you possess abilities, do you not? I have abilities as well. Shall we have a contest? Upon hearing her words, Li Hung and Zhao Zishuan halted their assault. Zhao Zishuan stood up and said, Very well, then come down. The campus belle hesitated for a moment, instructed her subordinates, and then descended with 4 of them. When did you acquire your abilities, and what are they? Li Hung inquired. eager to glean information for Zhao Zishuan. The campus belle did not conceal the truth, calmly extending her palm to reveal a flame flickering before her. Li Heng glanced at Zhao Zishuan, surprised to discover that her abilities also revolved around flames, leaving him uncertain as to who among them was stronger. With both wielding fire, it seemed only fitting that they should engage in combat. Elated, Li Heng felt any lingering guilt dissipate, and with a grin, he remarked to Zhao Zishuan, "I was going to step in, but seeing as her abilities mirror yours, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene." Zhao Zishuan retorted with a sharp "get lost." Striding forward a few paces, the campus belle mirrored her movements, standing opposite her. Without any further ado, both women summoned flames in their palms almost simultaneously and hurled them at one another. In that moment, the disparity in their strengths became evident. Zhao Zishuan's flames were distinctly more potent than those of the campus belle, and her speed in launching the attack was far superior, although it appeared they acted in unison. In truth, Zhao Zishuan's flames were unleashed the instant the campus belle's flames began to materialize. Moreover, as Zhao Zishuan released her fire, she was already in motion. The campus belle's flames missed Zhao Zishuan entirely. While Zhao Zishuan's flames struck the campus belle squarely on the shoulder, it was fortunate that the campus belle managed to evade in time. Had she not, the flames would have seared her chest. The intense heat instantly charred half of her clothing, sending her flying several meters away. Her subordinates rushed to her side, frantically kicking and beating at the flames until they were extinguished, although the campus belle had only sustained minor burns. The chaotic rescue nearly caused her to faint. Her delicate face and lithe figure bore the marks of hands and feet. Li Heng's eyes were fixated on her, unblinking. The campus belle's subordinates and those in the watchtower were equally captivated. Despite the numerous imprints on her skin, her fair complexion remained unblemished. "What are you staring at?" the campus belle snapped, slapping one of her subordinates and snatching his jacket to drape over herself. Then glaring furiously at Zhao Zishuan, "You shameless wretch, how dare you humiliate me?" Zhao Zishuan arched an eyebrow, deftly conjuring 4 fireballs in her right hand. With a flick of her arm, she sent the 4 fireballs hurtling toward the campus belle in a square formation. Chapter 39. The business of killing the campus belle had no time to think. Swiftly seizing one of her subordinates and using them as a shield, the flames engulfed her subordinates, forcing the campus belle to retreat hastily. She dashed into the base, shouting, "Close the door! Close the door!" As the base door began to close slowly, the heavy machine guns atop the watchtower unleashed a barrage of fire upon the ground. The overwhelming firepower compelled Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan to retreat several meters to avoid the onslaught. Once the gunfire subsided, the campus belle stood atop the watchtower, glaring menacingly at the two below. As she pondered how to deal with them, several figures suddenly emerged beneath the watchtower, led by a striking blonde beauty. These two had long been vying for favor beside Yi Qiufeng, leading to constant friction. In an attempt to undermine one another, they each garnered their own faction of loyalists. When Yi Qiufeng departed, he intended to temporarily entrust the management of the base to the blonde beauty. However, for reasons unknown, the campus belle managed to sway Yi Qiufeng, who ultimately bestowed the authority of the base upon her instead. This was the reason for the campus belle's presence in the watchtower. Otherwise, it should have been the blonde beauty there. "What brings you here?" the campus belle inquired, her brow furrowed in displeasure. The blonde beauty glanced at the two below before responding nonchalantly, "I heard you were going to have a fight with those two down there. So I thought I'd come to see the spectacle. If by chance you were to be killed, I'd be ready to take over the entire base." After saying this, she suddenly covered her mouth in distaste and stepped back a few paces. "What is that smell emanating from you? It's truly repugnant." As she spoke, she waved her hand in front of her nose point. One of the campus belle subordinates chuckled. The campus belle was just defeated, and rather spectacularly at that. Her clothes were nearly burned off. The blonde beauty erupted into laughter, doubling over and pounding the ground with her hands. The campus belle, gritting her teeth in rage, flushed red and snapped. "Are you here to mock me?" The blonde beauty composed herself, turning her gaze back to the scene below. "You cannot defeat them. We should wait for young master to return." Her desire for Yi Qiufeng's return stemmed from the hope that he would reclaim authority. If he did not return, she would remain under the campus belle's influence. The campus belle's brows knitted together as she immediately countered. She did not wish for Yi Qiufeng to return so soon, as she had concocted a plan during his absence, one that involved eliminating the blonde beauty. However, Her scheme had yet to unfold when Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan appeared if Yi Qiufeng returned. Her plans would be entirely thwarted. Gazing at the two below, the campus belle perceived an opportune moment to eliminate the blonde beauty. She could easily kill her and frame Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan for the act. The blonde beauty was no fool. She harbored intentions that aligned with the campus belle's. She too wished to use this opportunity to rid herself of the campus belle. Both women were silently calculating their strategies. Ignoring the two beneath the watchtower, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan noticed the blonde beauty as well. Seeing the two above remain silent for so long left them puzzled, unsure of what schemes were afoot. "Shall we retreat for now?" Li Heng suggested. Zhao Zishuan countered. "Is it appropriate to leave now?" Li Heng squinted, a grin spreading across his face. "It seems to me that those two women up there have significant discord. If we leave, it might afford them the chance to turn on each other." Zhao Zishuan directed her gaze upwards, contemplating for a long moment before shaking her head gently. "Do not underestimate them. Anyone who survives in this apocalypse is no simpleton. Especially women, they are even more formidable." Li Heng scoffed, beginning to devise another scheme. "What if we do this? You could call the campus belle down, and we could discuss a plan to dispose of the blonde beauty together, but I'm sure the campus belle would be more than willing to collaborate." Zhao Zishuan, visibly reluctant, questioned, "Why don't you call her down?" Li Heng's reasoning was quite simple. Women share common ground. Zhao Zishuan recognized he merely sought to distance himself from the situation, but ultimately acquiesced. She called out to the campus belle in the watchtower. "The lady I just fought, could you please come down? I have something to discuss with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Heng chimed in, and the blonde beauty should come down as well. The campus belle and the blonde beauty were bewildered by their intentions, but complied. This time, they were accompanied by a dozen or so followers. "What do you want me to come down for?" the campus belle asked, reiterating, "Do not think you can enter the base. Even if we die, you will not gain access. This is merely the first line of defense, with two more behind it." Li Heng chuckled. "We have no intention of entering. That we called you down to discuss a business proposition." "What kind of business?" the blonde beauty asked coldly. Li Heng glanced at her before turning his attention back to the campus belle. Grinning as he said, "We used to attend the same school. I'd like to discuss a deal with you." The campus belle blinked, a seductive smile crossing her face as she smugly addressed the blonde beauty. "Did you hear that? He wants to discuss business with me. You have no part in this, so you might as well head back." The blonde beauty let out a soft hum, smiling cheerfully as she gazed at Li Heng. "Can I stay here, handsome?" Her melodious voice carried a hint of seduction, leaving Li Heng utterly enchanted. He nodded, dazed, and stammered, Of course." The blonde beauty responded with a coy smile, exuding an allure that captivated all around her. Meanwhile, others cast scornful glances at Li Heng, particularly Zhao Zishuan, who wished she could kick him straight into the arms of their adversaries. Clearing his throat, Li Heng suddenly adopted a serious tone, declaring, "This business I am engaged in is one of murder." Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The individuals behind the campus belle tightened their grips on their weapons. Although the dart barrels were aimed at the uneven ground, they could just as easily be turned on the enemy in an instant. "What do you mean?" the campus belle inquired. Li Heng replied, "Let us collaborate and eliminate this blonde beauty, shall we?" His blunt suggestion left everyone present momentarily speechless. As they struggled to comprehend, Li Heng continued, "If you are unwilling, then we shall join forces with the blonde beauty." He then turned to her. "Are you willing to collaborate with us to take down the campus belle?" The blonde beauty reacted swiftly, understanding his implication, and opened her mouth to agree. However, before she could speak, the campus belle interjected. "No problem." As she spoke, flames erupted from her hands, striking fiercely at the blonde beauty. Zhao Zishuan darted forward, her long blade radiating a blinding light. After the brilliance flashed, a mist of blood enveloped the surroundings. Seizing the moment, Li Heng charged at the two bewildered adversaries. In an instant, the blonde beauty was engulfed in flames, shrieking as she danced amidst the inferno. Her subordinates were swiftly dispatched, leaving only 4 of the campus belle's followers. With her blade in hand, Zhao Zishuan aimed to eliminate the remaining 4. The campus belle promptly halted her, saying, "They are my people." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zishuan hesitated momentarily, yet Li Heng did not pause. With swift precision, he seized one individual by the wrist and ominously stated, "We must silence them. Do you wish for Yi Qiufeng to find out?" The campus belle's pupils widened, and she promptly unleashed 2 fire arrows, extinguishing the last 2 foes. Blood stained the ground, and several charred bodies emitted thick plumes of smoke. The individuals in the watchtower were still trying to grasp the situation when a clever one shouted, "Close the gates." The heavy doors slowly began to descend, and the campus belle realized the urgency, racing towards the entrance while shouting, "Don't close it." Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan also sprinted towards the door. All 3, being ability users, moved much faster than ordinary people. Just as the gates were about to shut, they managed to slip inside. They paused at the threshold, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They understood that everyone in the watchtower must be eliminated. Otherwise, their actions could reach Yi Qiufeng's ears. Zhao Zishuan was indifferent to Yi Qiufeng discovering their deeds, as she held no fear of him. Her motivation for eliminating this group stemmed solely from their status as enemies. Li Hong shared the same sentiment. They needed to silence any witnesses. The campus belle, with clarity of thought, stated, "There are 16 individuals upstairs. We must not let them escape." Then, the trio ascended the watchtower by the time they descended. Both towers had been consumed by flames, crackling and popping as the fire raged on. As the flames gradually subsided, the 3 regained their composure. The campus belle turned to her companions and asked, "Is our collaboration at an end?" Li Hong rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you truly understand what collaboration entails? It is a mutual benefit that we help you eliminate your rival. But what assistance have you rendered us?" "What do you mean?" The campus belle feigned ignorance. Li Hong replied, "It's quite simple. I wish for you to assist us with a task." "What do you want me to do?" the campus belle inquired, adding, "I will never harm you." Qiufeng. Li Hang, feeling a pang of jealousy, replied coldly, "You needn't worry about killing Yi Qiufeng. Just summon him back to us. Is it really that simple?" the campus belle asked incredulously. Li Hong nodded and then glanced at Zhao Zishuan. "Do you have anything else to add?" Zhao Zishuan looked at the campus belle and asked, "I would like to know how you acquired your abilities." The campus belle explained that her powers also stemmed from consuming a crystal core. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zishuan felt disappointed. She had hoped the campus belle had obtained her abilities through other means. At that moment, Li Hong cautioned the campus belle, "You can shift the blame for this incident onto Lin Baichuan or someone else. Just ensure it does not fall upon us if Yi Qiufeng suspects us. You will find yourself in dire straits as well." This last statement served as a veiled threat to the campus belle. Biting her lip in frustration, she chose not to retort. Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan drove back to the base, heading to Zhao Zishuan's villa. Given the success of their plan, Li Hong intended to celebrate at her residence, particularly because it housed an array of fine wines. Previously, he had wished to take some home, but Zhao Zishuan had declined. She produced 2 bottles of high-end red wine, opening one and pushing it towards Li Hong. "Drink up, but don't overindulge." Li Hong poured himself a glass, taking a hearty sip before asking, "When do you think Yi Qiufeng will return?" Zhao Zishuan shifted her shoulders and replied, "That depends on when the campus belle contacts him." Speaking of the campus belle, she suddenly inquired with curiosity, "What is her real name?" "Wang Xiaocui," Li Hong responded. Zhao Zishuan appeared surprised. It was such an ordinary name. Yet, the bearer possessed extraordinary beauty, experiences, and life. At that moment, Wang Xiaocui had returned to the center of the base. The personnel there were aware that the first line of defense had been breached, but the specifics remained unclear. Several high-ranking officials gathered around Wang Xiaocui, questioning her about what had transpired. She informed them that several powerful ability users had come and destroyed the first line of defense, and that the blonde beauty had been killed in the fray. Upon learning of the blonde beauty's demise, the base personnel erupted in chaos. Everyone knew she was Yi Qiufeng's prized possession. Now that she was dead, how would they explain this to him upon his return? "What are we to do now?" someone asked. Wang Xiaocui replied, "Immediately contact the young master and urge him to return swiftly." The base center was equipped with a radio station. Yi Qiufeng had taken one with him when he left. Meanwhile, Yi Qiufeng was commanding his subordinates in battle. They had already breached the 2nd floor of the museum and were close to capturing Fourth Brother. Witnessing his subordinates huddled behind cover like turtles, Yi Qiufeng fired 2 shots at the ceiling in frustration. "What are you all doing? Charge forward. Whoever brings down Fourth Brother will be promoted to captain." The position of captain was the highest rank in Yi Qiufeng's base, second only to him, and offered the finest privileges as well. Hearing that the captaincy was at stake, the crowd surged with renewed vigor. Launching their first wave of assault, Fourth Brother, having prepared in advance, could hold out for a while longer, but not for long. The sun's rays grew weaker, casting shadows over much of the museum while Yi Qiufeng stood in a dark corner. A cold smile creeping across his face that in just an hour, he would ensnare all the enemies here at Haiti that moment. A subordinate rushed in hurriedly. "Young master, a message has come through the radio. Sister Xiaozi urgently needs to speak with you." Yi Qiufeng's smile vanished instantly, his expression darkening as he approached the armored vehicle. "What happened? Has our base been attacked?" He had anticipated an assault on the base, and was certain it was Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng behind it. Wang Xiaocui responded, "The base has indeed been attacked. We have suffered heavy losses. The first line of defense has been destroyed. You must return quickly. If you delay, I fear for the base's safety." Yi Qiufeng's face registered shock. "What did you say? The first line of defense has been destroyed. How is that possible?" Wang Xiaocui explained. "The enemy has several powerful ability users. They are formidable, and there's one more piece of bad news." She added, "What other news?" Yi Qiufeng frowned. "Sister Pu has been killed." Yi Qiufeng staggered slightly. This news was even more difficult to accept than the destruction of the first line of defense, without giving Yi Qiufeng the opportunity to respond. She continued, "You must return swiftly. The morale at the base is unstable, and I fear a riot may ensue." "Understood," Yi Qiufeng replied coldly. He lit a cigar and gazed indifferently out the window, lost in thought. The gunfire in the background irritated him greatly. Suddenly, he slammed his palm on the table and commanded, "Order everyone to retreat." His subordinates immediately exited the vehicle and called for the others to withdraw. Although this group was unaware of the situation, they complied and swiftly retreated. Amidst the roar of engines, Yi Qiufeng and his team hastily departed from the museum. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the museum, Fourth Brother witnessed Yi Qiufeng's abrupt exit and was equally perplexed. One of his subordinates, gritting his teeth, inquired, "Fourth Brother, what is happening? Why have they ceased fighting?" Another added, "Indeed, they were on the verge of combat. Why the sudden retreat?" Fourth Brother retrieved a crushed box of cigarettes from his pocket and extracted a crooked cigarette, which one of his men promptly lit for him. After taking a drag, Fourth Brother pondered aloud, "Perhaps someone is assisting us from the shadows. Who could possibly help us?" A subordinate scratched his head in confusion. Fourth Brother lifted his eyes slightly and remarked, "It is the person who alerted us." "Who do you think that could be?" Fourth Brother countered. Gazing at them as the group mulled over the possibilities, their gazes landed on Li Heng. Throughout their encounters with Yi Qiufeng, they had fought numerous battles. Yet never had anyone come to their aid until they met Li Heng. After a brief analysis, Fourth Brother instructed everyone to clean the battlefield and reset the traps, awaiting the enemy's next move. When Yi Qiufeng returned to the base, he could see from a distance the first line of defense reduced to rubble. 2 watchtowers lay in ashes, transformed into dark mounds, viewing the devastated homeland. Yi Qiufeng stumbled slightly as he walked. Step by step, he meticulously observed his surroundings, etching the damage into his memory. Upon reaching the second line of defense, he felt a measure of relief as it remained unscathed. The gate slowly swung open, and the personnel greeted Yi Qiufeng warmly. He strode past them without uttering a word, while the others followed in silence. In the living room, the group took their places according to rank, with Wang Xiaocui sitting beside Yi Qiufeng, her heart racing. "What is going on?" Yi Qiufeng asked in a deep voice. All eyes turned to Wang Xiaocui, the sole survivor. Yi Qiufeng noticed their collective gaze and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Why does everyone look to you?" Wang Xiaocui forced a smile and replied softly, "Because I am the only one who survived." Yi Qiufeng nodded, suddenly laughing. "Then you are quite fortunate." Wang Xiaocui bowed her head. Silent, as though bearing a heavy grievance, Yi Qiufeng tapped the table and said, "Speak up. What truly transpired? Why was Park Shanju murdered? How was the first line of defense breached? Give me the details." While Yi Qiufeng had been absent, Wang Xiaocui pondered how to relay the events to him. Now, she had crafted a narrative, uncertain if he would believe it once she finished to lend authenticity to her account. She omitted Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan's identities and their collaboration, recounting the remaining events truthfully. After hearing Wang Xiaocui's account, Yi Qiufeng poked his ear with a finger and replied leisurely, "Though the assailants wore masks, you had close contact with them. Do you have any idea who they could be?" Wang Xiaocui shook her head, remaining silent. Yi Qiufeng continued, "Could it possibly be Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan?" Wang Xiaocui considered this seriously and said, "It is possible. Sister Park perished in flames, and Zhao Zishuan possesses fire abilities. which aligns with that. However, I only heard male voices, and their heights did not resemble those two. Might it be someone else? She pondered. We have made enemies. Perhaps others are seeking vengeance against us. Just then, Wang Xiaotsui almost uttered Lin Baichuan's name, but hesitated, recalling that she did not know him well enough. If she mentioned him, it would be an unintentional confession. Yi Qiufeng shot her a sidelong glance. His gaze suddenly sharp as he directed his attention to the others, demanding, "What have you all been doing?" Such a significant incident occurred at the first line of defense, and no one thought to intervene. A voice rose, "Young master, we heard Sister Xiaotsui was engaged in combat and intended to assist, but Sister Park stopped us, saying we were unnecessary, and took a dozen brothers to the first line of defense." Yi Qiufeng scrutinized them, finding no fault in their explanation, and chose not to comment further. Wearily, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Wang Xiaotsui cautiously rose to leave, but just a few steps away. Yi Qiufeng halted her. "Xiaotsui, wait a moment." Wang Xiaotsui stiffened, remaining in place. The others quickly turned to leave in the living room. Only Yi Qiufeng and Wang Xiaotsui remained. Yi Qiufeng lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. The smoke enveloped the room, causing Wang Xiaotsui to cough softly. "I know you and Sister Park did not see eye to eye. Her death is unfortunate, but now you are my sole companion. I hope you will not disappoint me." Wang Xiaotsui nodded slightly, feeling that Yi Qiufeng was aware of everything. Remembering his kindness towards her, she felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, reflecting on her recent experiences, that guilt dissipated like the smoke before her. Chapter 42. The Pursuit of Entertainment. What are you thinking about? Yi Qiufeng patted Wang Xiaotsui's shoulder. She shook her head and replied, "Nothing much, just reminiscing about the past." Yi Qiufeng grasped her arm, gently patting her soft, delicate hand, speaking tenderly, "Do not overthink. I am here for you." Wang Xiaotsui shyly responded with a soft her cheeks flushed, upon seeing her enchanting visage and bashful demeanor. Yi Qiufeng suddenly flipped, pinning her beneath him. Li Hang gazed toward the garbage heap, his thoughts in disarray. He was uncertain of Yi Qiufeng's intentions and how Wang Xiaotsui might respond. Nor did he know if Yi Qiufeng would return with a host of followers to annihilate them. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life with Zhao Zishuan's voice. "What are you up to?" Zhao Zishuan rarely initiated contact with Li Heng unless there was a purpose. Li Heng picked up the radio, responding lazily, stargazing. "What about you?" Zhao Zishuan coughed lightly and said, "Come over here." Li Heng's eyes widened, his imagination running wild. What could she want at this hour? Did she have something on her mind? Is something the matter? He probed cautiously. "Nothing much, just a bit bored," she replied. Li Heng let out a sound of understanding and said he would be there shortly. At Zhao Zishuan's villa, Li Heng slouched on the sofa, reluctantly holding his phone as he transferred a zombie movie to her via Bluetooth. "I asked that the reason you summoned me," he said, casting a disappointed glance at Zhao Zishuan. While speaking, his eyes squinted as if he were trying to convey something. Zhao Zishuan coughed again, apologizing. "I was just so bored and thought of watching a few films." Li Heng opened his mouth, unsure how to continue the conversation. Although Zhao Zishuan sounded sincere, her seriousness rendered further discussion difficult. Zhao Zishuan then suggested, "Tomorrow, let us go search for supplies. Perhaps something entertaining." Li Heng perked up, tilting his head in inquiry. "What kind of entertainment are you looking for?" Zhao Zishuan reminisced about past activities, elaborating, "There are many forms of entertainment, like billiards, basketball, table tennis, or bowling." Li Heng chuckled, teasing, "Is there nothing other than balls that interest you?" Zhao Zishuan shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "Don't engage me in trivial conversation, or I may just have to take drastic measures." She quickly shifted the topic, suggesting they could find some arcade machines or other games at the mall, asserting that there were plenty of fun things available. Li Heng found the idea agreeable, but preferred to approach it differently from Zhao Zishuan's suggestions. He enjoyed opposing her views, intentionally provoking her as a source of amusement in his life. "If only we had more people, it wouldn't be so dull." Zhao Zishuan scoffed, mocking, "Then go across to the other side. There are plenty of people there, and beautiful women too. I'm sure they would be eager to climb into your bed if they saw you." "I prefer those who are not forward," Li Heng replied, gazing at Zhao Zishuan with a glint in his eye. Zhao Zishuan, flustered, grabbed a cushion from behind her and hurled it at him. "What are you staring at?" Li Heng dodged the cushion and glanced at his phone. "Transfer complete. Do you want to watch something else?" Zhao Zishuan grasped her mobile phone, her expression icy as she remarked, "No need. You may leave." Li Heng waved his hand in annoyance. "Go." Go, go. I shall depart at once. The following day, the two, adhering to their plan from the previous night, drove towards the largest mall in the vicinity. The area where Li Heng and his companions resided was known as Qinghua District. Before the apocalypse, Qinghua District was a suburban area with a sparse population. Although there was a university nearby along with several residential communities, there were no particularly bustling commercial streets in the vicinity. Finding large entertainment venues nearby was utterly impossible. Thus, their goal today was to advance towards the city center, a suggestion put forth by Li Heng. His motivation for this suggestion was not to seek out large entertainment establishments, but rather to scout the terrain for future preparations. Zhao Zishuan wished to remain here, yet he did not share her sentiment. Despite the profound bond he shared with Zhao Zishuan, he would not confine himself to this place indefinitely. Moreover, the area was exceedingly unsafe. He had an unsettling feeling that their residence would one day be obliterated, prompting him to seek an escape route in advance. The pair drove past the highway and arrived at the more vibrant Ningxi Avenue. On the right side of Ningxi Avenue stood the Wanda Mall. Once a hub of leisure and entertainment, it was teeming with people during holidays. Now, however, the human presence had vanished, replaced instead by a horde of zombies. Particularly at the entrance, the zombies were clustered together, forming a formidable wall of corpses. Even if the zombies did not attack, it would be exceedingly difficult to squeeze through. The two parked their vehicle 200 meters away from the building. A few nearby zombies detected their presence and ambled over to the car door, tapping against it with their hands, resembling elderly women in their slow approach. In such circumstances, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan possessed considerable experience in dealing with zombies. They had long kept steel pipes in their vehicle, one end of which was sharpened to a point. They cracked the window open just a sliver and extended the steel pipe outwards. With a gentle poke, the zombie was dispatched. According to Zhao Zishuan, as long as their vehicle was sturdy and stocked with sufficient supplies, they could eliminate all ordinary zombies in the world. Observing the scene at the mall entrance, Li Heng furrowed his brow, analyzing cautiously. With all the zombies crowding inside, could there be humans surviving in there? Zhao Zishuan nodded, her impatience evident as she replied, "Your analysis is as good as nonsense. Even if there are no zombies around, there could still be survivors inside the building. Please refrain from such pointless analyses in the future." Li Heng sighed in frustration and pointed towards the building opposite, suggesting, "Let us connect the two buildings with a rope and slide across using a pulley." Zhao Zishuan found this idea lacking and pouted. "Is there no better method, one that doesn't require us to kill any zombies to enter the building?" "Indeed," Li Heng rolled his eyes, "you could turn into a zombie, and then you wouldn't need to kill any." Zhao Zishuan kicked him lightly, armed herself, opened the car door, and crouched as she approached the building across the street. Li Heng followed cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on their rear. Despite their verbal sparring, the two exhibited remarkable synergy, silently dispatching a dozen zombies before finally arriving at the community entrance to enter the building. There were two routes. The first route led through the street-side shops, which was rather perilous. The second route entered through the community's hallway, which appeared to be the safer option, hence they chose it. Due to the presence of a main gate, the number of zombies in the community was significantly fewer compared to the street. They effortlessly reached the building entrance and entered the hallway. Upon entering, just as they intended to rest for a moment, a shadow suddenly darted down the stairs. Chapter 43. I have a gun too. Both were startled, initially suspecting it to be a zombie. However, when the shadow landed before them, they realized it was a mutated creature. Mutated creatures are a new form of life that arises from animals infected by the virus, possessing formidable attack capabilities. The creature before them was a mutated dog, the size of a wolfhound, with all its fur stripped away, revealing blood-red skin and exposed muscles that sent shivers down their spines. The mutated dog opened its mouth. Its teeth were coated with a thick, yellowish substance, emanating a foul odor. With a growl, it lunged at Li Heng. He raised his trident dagger, aiming for the mutated dog. The beast twisted in midair, evading the dagger and landing to Li Heng's right. As soon as the mutated dog's four legs touched the ground, it lunged at Li Heng again. Li Heng sidestepped, causing the mutated dog to miss and crash onto the ground. Just as it landed, it sprang up once more, charging at Li Heng. This time, instead of dodging, Li Heng charged forward, raising his trident dagger. The mutated dog did not anticipate this. It was caught off guard and could not evade, resulting in the dagger piercing through its body. Li Heng forcefully swung the dagger, flinging the mutated dog against the wall with a thud. The creature crumpled to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Heng muttered to himself, "This creature is incredibly fast. If we encounter a few more, we would have no choice but to flee." Zhao Zishuan pouted. They rarely encountered mutated creatures. The ones they had seen most frequently were mutated dogs and cats, along with the occasional mutated sparrow flying overhead. They had never fought against the mutated sparrows, but had battled mutated dogs and cats several times. Aware of the dangers posed by these creatures, be cautious, Zhao Zishuan advised. Leading the way with her long knife as they ascended the stairs, Li Heng secured his trident dagger behind him and drew a handgun. Following closely behind as they climbed, they encountered several zombies. Before Li Heng could raise his gun, Zhao Zishuan had already dispatched the zombies. Upon reaching the top floor, Li Heng gazed across at the adjacent building. His fists clenched in anticipation. Zhao Zishuan removed her backpack and retrieved a rope with a grappling hook attached to one end. She spun the grappling hook a few times before hurling it forward. The hook flew swiftly, securing itself to a spot on the opposite building. Zhao Zishuan tugged on the rope, confirming its stability, and then secured the other end, creating a taut line at a T. This moment, Li Heng produced a pulley from his backpack. He placed the pulley on the rope, gripping it with both hands and testing its movement. The pulley glided effortlessly several meters along the rope. Satisfied, Li Heng informed Zhao Zishuan, "All is well. We can proceed." Zhao Zishuan nodded, and the two sequentially used the pulley to slide over to the top of the adjacent building. Upon their arrival, before they could survey their surroundings, a voice suddenly boomed, "Don't move." Almost immediately, a group of individuals emerged from behind nearby debris. Some wielded knives, others carried clubs, while one brandished a black handgun. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan raised their hands, indicating their lack of hostility. Li Heng scrutinized the approaching group. They were ragged and emaciated, clearly having endured considerable hardship. However, the man with the gun was robust, donned in sunglasses and a black trench coat, resembling a gangster. Accompanying him were two individuals who looked like typical street thugs. Judging by their appearances, these three appeared well-fed, with plump faces and bright eyes, yet their gazes radiated a cruel malice. Before they drew too close, Li Heng quietly inquired of Zhao Zishuan, "What should we do?" Zhao Zishuan replied, "We have guns. What is there to fear?" As she spoke, she drew her handgun and fired 2 shots into the air. The deafening gunfire startled those around them, causing them to hesitate. The armed man across, taken aback, had not anticipated that the 2 sudden arrivals would also be armed. His gun, initially aimed at Li Heng, swiftly shifted to Zhao Zishuan. "Don't move. With just one gun, do you think you can take us all down?" Before he could finish, Li Heng brandished his gun, gesturing with it. "Hey, I have one too. Can I take you all down now?" The armed Wang Renfu's pupils dilated, his throat involuntarily tightening. He had thrived in this apocalyptic world due to his firearm. Believing himself to be the emperor in this realm, commanding others as he pleased, indulging in whatever whims he desired, anyone who defied him would find themselves cowering in fear with just a glimpse of his gun. In reality, he had only fired his gun once, and that had not resulted in any fatalities. Currently, it contained only 3 bullets. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Wang Renfu hastily holstered his gun and called out to the others, "Are you all blind? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and welcome our 2 friends." The others stood frozen, unsure how to respond, merely clutching their weapons awkwardly. Frustrated, Wang Renfu's lips twitched as he shouted, "Continue clap. Start clapping for me." The others dropped their weapons, feebly applauding. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously lowering their handguns, although the group had shown them goodwill. The 2 were acutely aware that this motley crew could turn hostile at any moment. As Li Heng advanced, he pondered how to handle this group. Given his and Zhao Zishuan's capabilities, dealing with them would be a trivial task. Yet, what troubled him was whether or not to eliminate everyone present. In a world beset by doom, where the hearts of men are fraught with malice, this band of rogues could strike at any moment. To preemptively guard against such treachery, he contemplated the annihilation of these individuals. Yet, the heinous act was one he was reluctant to undertake himself. He wished for Zhao Zishuan to take on the task. After all, Zhao Zishuan had already claimed countless lives. A few more would be of little consequence. As they approached Wang Renfu, Li Heng purposefully nudged Zhao Zishuan's arm, signaling her to act. Zhao Zishuan, with evident reluctance, let out a low grunt, ignoring him. Wang Renfu, a myopic man, had failed to discern Zhao Zishuan's beauty until she drew near, at which point he was struck by her exquisite allure. Among the company he had kept, there were a few with decent figures, yet none possessed her striking appearance. Upon seeing Zhao Zishuan, he was akin to a zombie spotting a human. Yearning to pounce and sink his teeth into her, his two subordinates behind him gawked, drooling at the sight. Realizing she was indeed a beauty, Wang Renfu licked his lips, reaching out to touch Zhao Zishuan's shoulder. While she too contemplated the elimination of this group, she was equally averse to taking action herself. She wished to delegate the opportunity to Li Heng, yet never anticipated that they would dare to lay hands on her. Igniting her fury, Chapter 44. Encircled just as Wang Renfu's hand neared Zhao Zishuan's shoulder, she swung her long blade. Wang Renfu felt a flash of light before a line of crimson appeared, extending from his forehead to his neck. With a thud, he collapsed, breathless. His two subordinates, still entranced by Zhao Zishuan, were abruptly silenced by the sharp crack of gunfire, ending their lives. Zhao Zishuan glanced at the gun in her hand, disdainfully passing it to Li Heng, stating, "The rest is up to you." Li Heng hurriedly waved his hand. "Forget it. They seem rather pitiable. Let us spare their lives." Zhao Zishuan's petite face tightened with anger as she hurled the handgun to the ground and turned to stride into the building. "Do as you wish." Li Heng's eyes darted around before he retrieved the gun from the ground and confiscated Wang Renfu's weapon. He surveyed the terrified group across from him, stowed the ropes, and then pursued Zhao Zishuan. Upon reaching the door to the top floor, the two ascended to the 6th level of the building. As the door closed behind them, Zhao Zishuan halted and turned to glare at Li Heng. "Why didn't you kill them? Do you have any idea how dangerous they are?" Li Heng nodded, hastily explaining, "Listen to me. I have plans for them. While their existence poses a threat, they can also assist us greatly." "What could they possibly do for us?" Zhao Zishuan inquired. Li Heng stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "We can't simply risk everything for a few trinkets, can we? But at how much can just the two of us carry?" Zhao Zishuan grasped his intent. He wished for the group outside to aid them. The notion appeared sound, yet the peril was considerable. Zhao Zishuan scoffed, "Aren't you afraid they might stab you in the back?" Li Heng patted his chest confidently. "With two of us possessing abilities, we need not fear them. That I could stand here unmoving, and they wouldn't be able to harm me in the slightest." Observing his self-assured demeanor, Zhao Zishuan chose to remain silent. Just as they were deep in discussion, a series of loud thuds erupted from behind the door. Moments later, the noise ceased. Li Heng glanced at the door, attempting to open it, but found it firmly shut. Zhao Zishuan mocked, "This is the result of your letting them go. They must have damaged the door." Li Heng sheepishly scratched his head and shook the backpack behind him. "Not to worry. I have grenades in here." Zhao Zishuan chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. The two surveyed their surroundings and proceeded to explore ahead, leaving the group behind the door unmentioned. The 6th floor housed clothing and daily necessities. The spacious area was divided into several sections, with all but a 2-meter-wide pedestrian passageway occupied by shops. The duo tread carefully, opting for alternate paths when encountering zombies. Only when routes were exhausted would they engage in combat, using cold weapons to eliminate the undead quietly. Soon, they reached the 5th floor, a former entertainment and leisure area. As they beheld the myriad of attractions, Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. They huddled in a corner, strategizing. The 5th floor was teeming with more zombies than the 6th. Moreover, many of the entertainment devices were bulky. Transporting them would require more than just the two of them. While they could manage to carry a few badminton or ping-pong paddles, or a couple of gaming consoles, larger equipment necessitated additional manpower. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan could not help but admire Li Heng's foresight. Had he not spared the group upstairs, they would have returned with nothing of value. "Let us head back upstairs and have a proper discussion with them," Zhao Zishuan suggested. Li Heng nodded, proudly lifting his chin as he led the way back up. Upon reaching the rooftop entrance, Zhao Zishuan crossed her arms, looking on with an air of amusement. "Are you truly planning to use grenades to blast this open? Such a commotion would surely attract the zombies downstairs." Li Heng chuckled. "Using grenades is too rudimentary. I usually employ a different method." As he spoke, he pointed to his head. Zhao Zishuan rolled her eyes in disdain, eager to see how he intended to unlock the door. Li Heng raised his hand and gently rapped on the heavy iron door, pressing his mouth to the crack, whispering, "Is anyone there?" As he continued to knock for about 2 minutes, silence lingered on the other side. Zhao Zishuan grew impatient. "Shall I take over?" Li Heng waved his hand dismissively. Signaling that it was unnecessary, he persisted with his previous approach, knocking and speaking. However, this time his words shifted, rather than merely inquiring if anyone was present. He added a wealth of information. "Open the door. I have matters to discuss with you that if you do not open it soon, I shall force my way in. Oh, you truly believe this flimsy iron door can withstand a bullet? A few shots from me would easily breach it. If I fire at the door, the zombies will be drawn here. I may escape, but you will be trapped." Li Heng repeated his ultimatum several times. Yet still, there was no response from beyond the door. Zhao Zishuan leaned in closer, peering through the gap. "Can they hear us?" Li Heng nodded, affirming that the individuals on the other side could indeed hear. Suddenly, the door creaked ominously. Both Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan stepped back, watching as a crack appeared and the door slowly swung open. When it fully opened, Li Heng was greeted by a group of individuals wielding weapons. Blocking the entrance, he raised his hands in a placating gesture, signaling that he bore no arms. Upon seeing that Li Heng was unarmed, the group's gaze shifted to Zhao Zishuan, their expressions rife with wariness and concern. They had witnessed her dispatch Wang Renfu with a single stroke, and now feared for their lives, especially with Zhao Zishuan still gripping her long blade. Noting their fixated stares, Li Heng cleared his throat and gestured toward her weapon, suggesting, "Could you perhaps conceal the long blade behind you?" Zhao Zishuan's delicate features remained icy as she slowly tucked the blade away. The two then stepped into the penthouse. The individuals present were astute. They encircled the pair with their weapons drawn. They had strategized, recognizing that surrounding the duo would render them vulnerable, even if they possessed firearms. After all, two guns could only target two individuals, while their numbers would allow for a greater chance of striking them down. Chapter 45. I want to follow you. Li Heng discerned the intentions of the group and smiled at Zhao Zishuan. "Let them see our true strength." Zhao Zishuan cast a glance at the surrounding individuals and abruptly raised her hand. A massive inferno erupted from her palm, akin to a gushing oil well. The flames soared to about a meter high before suddenly fanning outwards, resembling an individual wielding an umbrella. This spectacle horrified those nearby, causing them to abandon their previously devised strategy, scattering in fear of being scorched in an instant. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan found themselves encircled by empty space, as everyone retreated to a safe distance. The group had already harbored fears of Zhao Zishuan. Witnessing her conjure flames only heightened their terror in their minds. Zhao Zishuan was a demon, far more fearsome than the zombies themselves. Li Heng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Zishuan. Signaling her to extinguish the flames, he then stepped forward, hands behind his back, adopting an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "You have witnessed our power. Do not attempt to outsmart us. I have a task for you all." The crowd gazed at him, tense, while some furtively scanned for escape routes, and others mustered the courage to inquire, "What do you want us to do?" Li Heng grinned deviously. "There are abundant supplies downstairs. I need you to bring them up here." Without allowing them a moment to ponder, he continued, "This is not a negotiation. It is an order. If you refuse to obey my commands, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. However, if you comply, not only will you remain unharmed, but you will also gain access to numerous supplies." The last statement proved pivotal. Upon hearing that they too could acquire provisions, the crowd immediately felt compelled to assist. One brave soul dared to question, "Why should we trust you?" Li Heng shot a fierce glare, brandishing his handgun at the individual. "Do you believe now?" The man recoiled, pitifully replying, I believe, under Li Heng's coercive persuasion. Dissent among the group dissipated. He then proceeded to assign them tasks. Retrieve the items from downstairs. They first needed to eradicate the zombies on 2 levels and prevent any from ascending. Li Heng, well versed in scavenging for supplies, entrusted Zhao Zishuan with a portion of the group to seal off the entrances between the 4th and 5th floors, thus thwarting the advance of the zombies below. Meanwhile, he led another group to clear the 6th and 5th floors of the undead. Observing the meager weapons in the hands of his comrades, Li Heng shook his head in dismay. He handed Wang Renpu's handgun to a gaunt young man. "You take this weapon. What is your name?" "I am Han Zuxing," the young man replied. Li Heng nodded and remarked to Zhao Zishuan, "You should give them your firearm as well." Zhao Zishuan scanned the crowd and handed her pistol to a curvaceous girl with long hair. Dressed in denim shorts, her long, slender legs remained smooth and fair even amidst the harshness of the apocalypse. Li Heng could not fathom Zhao Zishuan's reasoning for bestowing a firearm upon a girl. Even if her intentions were noble, she failed to consider that a girl wielding a gun might invite peril upon herself. Li Heng retrieved food from his backpack, distributing it among the group as he urged, "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we shall commence our operation." Zhao Zishuan also laid out the supplies. Once everyone had eaten, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan led their respective groups into action. This operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, resulting in only 6 fatalities, with the remaining individuals sustaining only minor scrapes. After vanquishing the zombies, Li Heng, still uneasy, conducted another patrol to ensure the area was clear. Once he confirmed the absence of threats, he guided the group to the 5th floor. Although the 5th and 6th floors were not designated for food supplies, the multitude of shops still housed a considerable amount of provisions. The reason the occupants of the rooftop had survived thus far was due to their successful scavenging on the 6th floor. Li Heng noted the hunger-laden glances of the group, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves, eager to seek out food. He quickly interjected, "Behave yourselves. You can search for food later. For now, we must move our belongings upstairs." The crowd turned to Li Heng, uncertain of what he intended to transport to them. Everything aside from food seemed worthless. Thus, they presumed Li Heng's intent was to relocate provisions to that moment. Li Heng pointed to several gaming consoles and instructed, "First, move these items upstairs. Also, dismantle that billiard table over there and bring it along." Upon hearing Li Heng's orders, the crowd stood in stunned silence. They had risked their lives to come here only to be tasked with moving what they deemed useless objects. Noticing their inaction, Li Heng frowned and urged, "What are you waiting for? Move swiftly. Once we finish with our belongings, the rest will be yours." Han Zuxing approached Li Heng, his demeanor submissive as he inquired, "Brother, why don't we search for food first?" Li Heng proudly lifted his chin and replied, "We won't be taking food. It is reserved for you." Upon hearing his words, the crowd was incredulous, suspecting Li Heng was attempting to deceive them. Observing their reluctance to work, Li Heng felt irritation rising within him, contemplating how to intimidate them. Before he could speak, Han Zuxing shouted at the group, "Stop dawdling and get to work." The crowd complied with Li Heng's instructions and transported all the items to the rooftop. In addition to the gaming consoles, Li Heng also moved various other necessities, including brand-name clothing that he could never afford before and a multitude of kitchen knives. Recently, he had been practicing his knife-throwing skills. Unable to obtain real throwing knives, he had resorted to using kitchen knives as substitutes. Currently, he concealed over 20 fruit knives on his person. Once all items were relocated, Li Heng gathered everyone and announced, "Now you may search for food." The crowd remained skeptical, unable to believe that Li Heng would truly leave the food for them. They hesitated, fearing that any movement would provoke Li Heng to use his weapon against them. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan declared, "Go ahead. We will not take the food." Her words evidently held more weight than Li Heng's. As the crowd cautiously began to approach the exit, most of them departed. Yet Han Zuxing and the armed girl lingered. Han Zuxing flashed a toothy grin at Li Heng and ingratiatingly said, "Brother, that I wish to follow you to Li Heng." A man of great caution, found it hard to trust even Zhao Zishuan. How could he permit a stranger to accompany him? As he prepared to decline, the armed girl interjected, "I want to follow you." Her gaze remained fixed on Zhao Zishuan, indicating that her statement was directed at Zhao Zishuan rather than Li Heng. Chapter 46. Sleep with me. Li Heng cast a glance at the girl, his curiosity piqued. If only Han Zuxing were replaced by her, he might reconsider. Living alone was profoundly lonely. Having a girl by his side would undoubtedly add vibrancy to his existence. Although he and Zhao Zishuan were together, they did not share a life. Zhao Zishuan, with a discontented expression, coldly retorted, "Did I not give you a gun? You can survive on your own. Why do you wish to follow me?" The girl lowered her head and murmured, "Even with a gun, I cannot survive." Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow and suddenly turned her attention to Han Zuxing. "Did I guess it, because he possesses a gun that you feel threatened?" Han Zuxing shivered, nearly dropping his weapon in fright. The girl remained silent, aware of her predicament. Her concerns extended beyond mere intimidation. As a girl, even with a firearm, she could not constantly keep watch over others. A moment's lapse could result in her weapon being seized, leading her to a fate reminiscent of her past, as a mere plaything in the hands of men. Observing the girl's silence, Zhao Zishuan presumed she had discerned the girl's thoughts. With an icy glare directed at Han Zuxing, she gradually raised her long knife. "I can eliminate him for you." The blade glinted dangerously before Han Zuxing's eyes, causing him to collapse to the ground. Discarding his gun, "Spare me, spare me. I don't want the gun anymore. Please, have mercy." Li Hong quickly interjected, "There's no need for violence. Just let him have his weapon back." Zhao Zishuan lowered her knife and turned to the girl, asking, "Is that acceptable now?" The girl shook her head resolutely, stating, "I simply want to follow you." Zhao Zishuan's expression remained frosty as she bluntly replied, "Then go perish." The girl looked up, bewildered by Zhao Zishuan's harsh words. When Zhao Zishuan had given her the gun, the girl felt a sense of assistance. Why then did Zhao Zishuan now speak so cruelly? Li Hong, hesitant to interject, frequently glanced at the girl. Why not let her accompany me? Ultimately, Li Hong could no longer suppress his thoughts. As soon as he spoke, both girls turned their attention to him. Zhao Zishuan's brows knitted tightly together, her knife trembling slightly. The girl appeared frightened, already envisioning what would transpire if she followed Li Hong. "Whatever, just as long as you don't follow me," Zhao Zishuan coldly declared before turning her back to examine the gaming consoles. She kicked one with force, causing it to clatter noisily. What a useless gaming console. Does it require electricity? Li Hong feigned ignorance to Zhao Zishuan's remarks, fixing his gaze on the girl as he meaningfully suggested, "Following me is certainly better than remaining here. Think it over carefully." After a brief pause, the girl finally murmured, I will follow you." She seemed to expend her last ounce of strength, lowering her head after speaking. She fully understood her situation. She had merely jumped from one perilous situation to another. Although the intensity of the flames might have shifted, the harm they inflicted remained unchanged. Li Heng's expression was serious, yet his heart brimmed with joy. He could finally savor the beauty of life in this apocalypse. Much like Yi Qiufeng in that moment, he eagerly wished to depart. Li Heng approached Zhao Zishuan, who was still preoccupied with the gaming consoles, and cautiously suggested, "Shouldn't we head back now?" Zhao Zishuan delivered another forceful kick to the gaming console, retorting, "So you truly found gaming consoles, did you?" Li Heng coughed slightly, taken aback by her remark. Normally unflustered, he now exhibited signs of embarrassment, scratching his head as he repeated, "We should return." Zhao Zishuan did not dwell on their earlier exchange. She patted the gaming console and, with a frown, remarked, "How are we supposed to transport all these items?" Li Heng replied, "We can move the items to the rooftop of the adjacent building and then lower them to the first floor using ropes." "And then what?" Zhao Zishuan inquired. Li Heng answered, "At that point, we can find a few trucks and transport everything back." Zhao Zishuan let out a scoff. "Do you truly consider the zombies as mere air?" Li Heng chuckled. "In the presence of just the two of us, they are indeed like air." Following this exchange, Li Heng beckoned the others to transport their belongings to the adjacent building. Once the items had been successfully moved across, Li Heng, Zhao Zishuan, and the girl proceeded to the other side. Han Zuxing and the others anxiously watched from the rooftop of the skyscraper. Upon reaching the opposite side, Li Heng untied the rope and returned it to his backpack. He glanced at the group across and waved goodbye to them. The ensuing tasks would rest solely on the shoulders of Li Heng and his two companions. Zhao Zishuan would descend to clear out the zombies, while Li Heng and the girl were tasked with lowering the items from the upper floor. During the transfer, Li Heng exchanged a few brief words with the girl, learning that her name was Lin Yin and that they attended the same school. After completing the move, Li Heng and Lin Yin descended. He scoured the vicinity for 2 trucks, driving them into the residential area to load all the items. Once everything was packed, Li Heng, exhausted, leaned against the back door of the truck, panting heavily. "I'm utterly drained. Honestly, we didn't need to carry so much." Zhao Zishuan, surveying the surroundings, replied, "What nonsense. Have you forgotten your roots now that you have a woman? You have company, while I must rely on this scrap metal to pass the time." At this juncture, she suddenly turned to Lin Yin and bluntly asked, "Do you know what you're getting into by following him?" "I do." Lin Yin's voice was barely audible. As long as you understand," Zhao Zishuan said, refraining from further comment. Li Heng remained silent as well, for his intention in bringing the girl back was to relish life. Had it not been for this purpose, he would never have taken someone back with him, nor allowed anyone to dwell under the same roof. After a brief respite, Li Heng prepared to depart. Stretching lazily, he turned to Lin Yin and said, "Here is another chance for you. Think carefully. Will you accompany me or not? If you choose not to, you may remain in this building. You will be entirely alone here, with no one to harm you. However, any provisions will be solely your responsibility. Of course, we can leave you some weapons. But to obtain them, you must share a bed with me. As he uttered the earlier phrases, Zhao Zishuan and Lin Yan were taken aback, their hearts stirred. They felt they had misjudged Li Hong. Realizing he was not a man driven solely by lust, yet, upon hearing his final words, they recognized their earlier assumptions were not entirely unfounded. Li Hong was indeed a scoundrel, a shameless individual, driven by both greed and desire. Ling Yin turned to face the dilapidated building, which loomed like a wounded beast, exuding an aura of unknown peril. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, "I am willing to return with you." Li Hong cast a triumphant sidelong glance at Zhao Zishuan. Playfully blinking as if to flaunt his success, Zhao Zishuan retaliated with a swift kick to his calf, scolding, "Get moving and drive." Li Hong hummed a tune as he climbed into the truck. While Zhao Zishuan entered another, Lin Yin, feeling the spring knife hidden at her waist, joined Li Hong in his vehicle. Chapter 47. I am not tired at all. Inside the truck, Li Hong and Lin Yin fell into a silence. He refrained from any inappropriate actions, initially intending to strike up a conversation. Yet, upon noticing Lin Yan's nervous demeanor, he opted for quietude. Upon returning to the base, the trio unloaded all the items into Lin Yan's villa. After placing the last item down, Li Hong hastily exclaimed, "We should head back now." Zhao Zishuan frowned, suggesting, "Let's rest a moment before we leave." Li Hong waved his hand dismissively, insisting, No, I am not tired at all." As he spoke, he made his way outside. Suddenly, Zhao Zishuan dashed to his side, firmly grasping his shoulder. "I instructed you to rest a bit. Did you hear me?" Her beautiful eyes glinted with anger and menace. Li Hong, feeling irked, attempted to shrug her off. However, as he moved, Zhao Zishuan's grip transformed into a claw, fiercely digging into his shoulder. "So you dare to resist? Are you defiant?" With each exertion of her grip, a wave of pain shot through Li Hong's shoulder. Wincing, he pleaded, it hurts. I was wrong. Can't I just take a break?" Zhao Zishuan released him, storming back to the sofa, crossing her legs and rhythmically tapping the long knife against the table. Li Hong, seated across from her, shot her a defiant glare. Lin Yin stood awkwardly to the side, her gaze cast downward, her hands nervously fiddling with her clothing, her mind a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. 10 minutes later, Li Hong inquired, "May I leave now?" Zhao Zishuan slammed the knife onto the table and turned to ascend the stairs. Scram. Gazing at the gleaming knife on the table, Li Hong contemplated warning her to take it upstairs. Yet, fearing Zhao Zishuan's wrath and the possibility of being barred from leaving, he remained silent. After she ascended, Li Hong discreetly placed the knife beneath the table. Lin Yin observed this peculiar act and curiously asked, "Why did you put the knife underneath?" As he turned to exit, he replied, "That knife is of great significance to her. Leaving it on the table makes it vulnerable to being seen or taken." Lin Yin followed him, contemplating for a few moments before summoning her courage to say, if such an important item slipped her mind, she must be truly furious. Her anger indicates how much she cares for you. Li Hong scoffed dismissively. "She doesn't care about me at all. She envies me, resents me, and wishes for my downfall. That I know her too well." "Oh, you think she is jealous? Do you believe she has feelings for me? Which explains her previous behavior? You're mistaken. She deliberately creates this illusion for us." Lin Yan's expression turned to one of shock, as she had genuinely believed Zhao Zishuan was envious. However, hearing Li Hong's assertion, doubts began to creep in. Is it not so? She asked. Li Hong sighed, feigning vulnerability. "This woman is cunning. She pretends to be jealous and angry to win me over, hoping I will assist her. In truth, she holds no genuine affection for me, nor does she care about whom I associate with." Lin Yin scratched her head, her previously clear thoughts muddled by Li Hong's words, unsure whether to trust him or her own instincts. She found herself caught in a dilemma. Under the moonlight, Li Hong observed Lin Yan's dirty little face. Though her expression was hidden from view, her beautiful eyes betrayed the inner turmoil stirred by his earlier comments. Li Hong felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. As for his previous statements, they were mere fabrications. Upon returning to the villa, Li Hong immediately instructed Lin Yin to take a shower. With her head bowed, she quietly responded, "I have no change of clothes." Li Hong, feeling frustrated, smacked his forehead. Among the supplies they had retrieved today were numerous brand-name clothes, but he had forgotten to bring back a few sets. Not wishing to venture back to Lin Yan's villa, he suggested, "There are men's clothes. Can you make do with those? Lin Yin replied, her voice even softer. Could you please fetch me a few items? I can't keep wearing men's clothes forever. Fine. Li Heng acquiesced reluctantly, adding, but don't go out alone. It's dangerous here. Lin Yin mistakenly believed Li Heng was concerned she might flee and said, if you're worried about me, I'll accompany you. Realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions, Li Heng clarified, that's not what I meant. It's genuinely hazardous here. Do you see that mountain of trash? He pointed to a distant heap of refuse, speaking earnestly, on the other side of that mountain reside many people. They harbor ill will towards us, and if you fall into their hands, your fate would be even worse than on the rooftop. Lin Yin trembled slightly, responding with a soft Noticing her anxiety, Li Heng reassured her, there's no need to be overly fearful. They seldom come here. I'll retrieve your clothes while you explore. There are plenty of fascinating items here. Li Heng approached the entrance of Zhao Zishuan's villa once more, feeling exasperated as he sighed. How could he have forgotten to unlock the door when leaving? Now, he had to trouble Zhao Zishuan to come downstairs and let him in. He knocked on the door, calling out, Zhao Zishuan. Please open the door. Zhao Zishuan leaned out from a second-floor window, glancing down. What brings you back at this late hour? Are you seeking death? I came to fetch a few pieces of clothing for the girl. Just a moment, Zhao Zishuan replied, but then fell silent. After a while, she tossed a bundle of items down. Here's your stuff. Now hurry and leave. If you disturb me again, I'll take care of your woman. Li Heng, shouldering the package without uttering a word, returned in defeat. Upon opening the villa door, he bent down to set the bundle on the floor. Just as he was about to straighten up, he felt something press against his back. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot. Li Heng slowly raised his hands and turned to face Lin Yin, who was gripping a handgun, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Are you joking? Li Heng refrained from any movement while speaking, genuinely fearing that this woman might pull the trigger in her state of anxiety. Lin Yin shook her head, her gaze resolute, declaring, I am not jesting. With a sigh, Li Heng nonchalantly lowered his raised arms, retorting, even if you were to kill me, what would it change? Just as you previously worried. Does possessing a single firearm ensure your safety? Chapter 48. A firearm. Lin Yin pressed her pale lips together, summoning her courage to assert, you have many guns here. If I were to kill you, I would not merely possess one firearm, but an arsenal. During her earlier exploration of Li Heng's room, she discovered an abundance of weapons hidden throughout the villa, some tucked away in corners, others stashed in cupboards, beneath the bed, and even concealed within flower pots. The realization of the numerous firearms ignited a thought in her mind. If Li Heng were to perish, everything here would belong to her. She could leverage these weapons to gather many followers, commanding their obedience. From that moment forth, she would rise above others rather than be subjugated by them. I apologize, but you have only yourself to blame for your lasciviousness, Lin Yin declared, preparing to pull the trigger. However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Heng swiftly grasped her wrist and seized her weapon. His speed was so remarkable that Lin Yin had no chance to react. He twirled the handgun playfully before tossing it onto the sofa, mockingly stating, with such meager skills, you dare to threaten me? Lin Yin stood there in a daze, her mind a blank slate. Li Heng pinched her cheek playfully and patted her thigh, grinning as he said, go take a shower. Yet, Lin Yin remained motionless. Li Heng gently guided her towards the bathroom, placing his hands on her shoulders, whispering in her ear, would you prefer to wash yourself? Or shall I assist you? I can manage on my own, she stammered, trembling as she entered the bathroom and swiftly closed the door. Li Heng settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette. As he smoked, he proclaimed loudly, I initially had no intention of doing anything to you. I simply felt pity and wished to care for you like a sister. However, I never anticipated that you would attempt to kill me. Since you are so merciless, I shall no longer show any compassion. With that, he let out a low, sinister chuckle. Inside the bathroom, Lin Yin crouched in a corner, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably as she listened to Li Heng's words. In the deep of night, the bathroom door creaked open. Li Heng raised his head, his gaze falling upon Lin Yin, whose long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Wrapped in a white towel, she appeared as if she had emerged from a misty realm. Ethereal and enchanting, her delicate features, as fragile as porcelain, framed a pair of eyes that shone like the moon. Li Heng's throat constricted as he approached, grasping her slender hand and enveloping her in his embrace. Inside, the warmth of spring blossomed, while outside, the biting cold prevailed. That night, Li Heng slept exceptionally well. Around 8 in the morning, Li Heng woke once, indulged in some intimacy with Lin Yan, and then drifted back to sleep. At noon, Zhao Zishuan tossed a grenade in front of Li Heng's villa, rousing him from slumber. Dressed in his pajamas, he leaned over the second-floor balcony, pointing at Zhao Zishuan below, angrily exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you causing here?" Zhao Zishuan, seated in her red sports car, gleefully replied, "I noticed you had a zombie here, so I took the liberty of eliminating it. You should be thanking me. Yet here you are, berating me. Clearly, you are the one who has lost their marbles." Gritting his teeth, Li Heng retorted, "Do you really need a grenade to deal with a single zombie? You did that on purpose." Zhao Zishuan made no attempt to defend herself, instead stating, "Get in the car quickly. Yi Qiufeng wants to see us." Li Heng frowned slightly and hurried downstairs. Once in the car, he inquired, "What does Yi Qiufeng want with us?" Zhao Zishuan glanced up at the building and shook her head. "I have no idea. That woman's still asleep." Li Heng shamelessly replied, "She woke up earlier than I did and even made breakfast for me." "But you ruined it." He shot her a reproachful glance and continued, "What do you mean? Do you want her to come along?" Zhao Zishuan countered, "What do you mean? Do you truly wish for her to be your pet?" Li Heng gave her a look before opening the car door and returning to the villa. Lin Yan stood by the window on the first floor, observing the two outside, and noticed Li Heng's return. "Did you forget something?" she asked as he stepped inside. Li Heng shook his head. "Why don't you come with us?" Lin Yan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Then, as if understanding something, she timidly asked, "Are you afraid I might run away?" Li Heng shook his head. "We want to show you the world. Will you come? If not, that's fine too." Lin Yan eagerly nodded, wanting to leap with joy but restrained herself in Li Heng's presence. She glanced at the faux flowers on the windowsill and asked, "May I take a gun?" Li Heng replied affirmatively. "Do you want to wear a bulletproof vest?" Lin Yan shook her head pitifully, feeling mocked by Li Heng. Once they reached the car, Zhao Zishuan shot Lin Yan an encouraging smile and settled in. The sports car transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding out of the base. After 10 minutes, they arrived at Yi Qiufeng's base. As the vehicle approached the first line of defense, Lin Yan was taken aback by the scene of devastation before her. "Has something happened here?" she asked. Li Heng rubbed his forehead, feigning anger. "A few days ago, someone destroyed this place. The people here think we did it. They probably summoned us for this reason." "Then why did you still come?" Lin Yan asked. Puzzled, Li Heng replied, "We don't wish to have a conflict with them. We are here to clarify things." Listening to Li Heng's nonsensical explanations, Zhao Zishuan rolled her eyes. This guy lies as easily as he breathes. And it's utterly off-putting. Nonetheless, she resolved to play along. She cautioned Lin Yan, "If a fight breaks out, find somewhere to hide." Lin Yan obediently nodded. Gripping the handgun at her waist, Li Heng had been admiring Lin Yan's thigh, but noticed her hand reaching for the gun. Realizing she was nervous, and reassured her, "No need to be anxious. We are both superhumans, and there is no real danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan grew even more anxious. They may be superhumans, but she was not. If a confrontation arose, would she be the first to perish? As the vehicle passed the second line of defense, Lin Yan observed the imposing walls and heavy weaponry, her heart racing with trepidation. Such formidable equipment made her feel that the opposition was far stronger. Reflecting on the defenses at Li Heng's base, they seemed flimsy in comparison. Lin Yan couldn't help but ponder whether living in this base would be better than residing with Li Heng. "Stop the car!" someone shouted from atop the 10-meter-high concrete wall. The red sports car came to a halt, and the three of them exited the vehicle. The iron gate of the wall slowly began to rise, halting at a height of 2 meters. From within, Yi Qiufeng, accompanied by Wang Xiaocui and several subordinates, walked out slowly. Chapter 49. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Upon their meeting, Yi Qiufeng and his entourage immediately focused their attention on the unfamiliar Lin Yan. The sudden appearance of an additional person caused Yi Qiufeng to feel a bit apprehensive. He worried that this stranger might also be a superhuman. "Who is this beautiful lady?" he inquired casually. Li Heng replied, "Our companion. Is she also a superhuman?" Yi Qiufeng asked, probing. Li Heng, aware of the implications behind the question, responded with a mischievous grin, "That's a secret. If you wish to know, you might have the opportunity to spar with her." Yi Qiufeng snorted derisively, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, sternly stating, "No wonder you dared to attack my base. It appears you have gained an ally." Li Heng's expression shifted from pride to surprise. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we did it?" Seeing his rapid change in demeanor, Zhao Zishuan, and Wang Xiaozue exchanged glances, secretly impressed. This guy must have a canine spirit, flipping from friendly to hostile in an instant. Yi Qiufeng, however, was not convinced by Li Heng and coldly retorted, "Don't put on an act in front of me. Who else could it have been but you?" Fuming, Li Heng drew his handgun, aiming it at Yi Qiufeng's forehead. "Are you looking for trouble? You've been killing indiscriminately. You've made many enemies. Why would you falsely accuse us?" As he pulled out his gun, the others followed suit, the atmosphere instantly thick with tension. "Is it really not you?" Yi Qiufeng's tone softened somewhat. Li Heng holstered his weapon, impatiently replying, "Of course, it wasn't he us if it had been. Do you think the second line of defense could have stopped us?" Yi Qiufeng nodded thoughtfully. In truth, whether or not Li Heng's group was responsible was of little importance. What mattered was that he sought an excuse to eliminate both Li Heng and Lin Yan. Yet, the unexpected appearance of Lin Yan made him hesitant to act rashly. If Lin Yan were also a superhuman, he could easily find himself on the receiving end of a deadly counterattack. "Fine, I believe you," Yi Qiufeng decided, opting not to take immediate action that he intended to send someone to probe Lin Yan's background first. "Unless there's nothing more, we'll be leaving," Li Heng stated. Why Yi Qiufeng smiled. "Since you're already here, why not come in for a while? I'll treat you to a nice meal." Li Heng dared not accept the invitation and flatly refused. Undeterred, Yi Qiufeng suddenly extended an invitation to Lin Yan. "Would you like to come see our base? Although Li Heng and his companion's base is quite commendable, it pales in comparison to ours. Our base is replete with all the necessities, rivaling the comforts of life before the apocalypse." Lin Yan was utterly incredulous about Yi Qiufeng's assertions and had no intention of visiting. Moreover, whether she went or not was beyond her control. Li Heng was genuinely concerned that Lin Yan might succumb to temptation. So he grasped her arm and began to retreat. As they walked, he remarked, "I appreciate your kind intentions. Your base may be impressive, but women are not suited for your environment. One can only assume that the women at your base have become mere tools." "How dare you? You slander me," Yi Qiufeng retorted loudly. "The women in my base are happy and free. No one can force them to do anything." Wang Xiaozue also defended Yi Qiufeng. The three of them climbed into a vehicle and swiftly departed from the scene. Inside the car, Lin Yan sat silently, her head bowed. Li Heng cast her a sidelong glance and coldly inquired, "Are you contemplating a visit to that base?" "No, I have no such thoughts." Lin Yan quickly shook her head. Li Heng leaned back against a seat, gazing at the cerulean sky, and spoke slowly, "I understand your fears. That base harbors what you dread most. Did you notice how many men and women were there? If you were to go, there would be only two outcomes. One, you would be with Yi Qiufeng. The other, you would be with every other man besides him." Zhao Zishuan interjected, "There's another possibility." "What other outcome?" Li Heng asked, intrigued. Zhao Zishuan replied, "The other scenario is that Yi Qiufeng would tire of her and hand her over to his subordinates." Their banter left Lin Yan trembling in fear. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yan appeared as docile as a kitten, obediently clutching her phone while seated on the sofa. She was engrossed in a film titled "I Spit on Your Grave," which revolved around a girl who, after being victimized by a group of men, embarked on a path of vengeance. Li Heng had seen the film before, and upon discovering Lin Yan was watching it, a chill ran down his spine. He squinted, pondering whether Lin Yan might emulate the film's darker themes to prevent any negative influence. He snatched her phone and replaced it with an animated film. Lin Yan became absorbed in the animation, not due to its quality, but rather the sheer enjoyment of using her phone. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, casting warm rays upon Lin Yan, enveloping her in a sense of tranquility and comfort, almost as if she had returned to a time before the apocalypse. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the window, more dazzling than any ordinary illumination. In that instant, as the light fell upon Lin Yan, Li Heng sprang forward to shield her. With a shattering sound, the glass fractured. Almost simultaneously, something tore through Li Heng's clothing, revealing a black bulletproof vest beneath. He seized Lin Yan's hand, pulling her beneath the table while pressing his body against hers. "Stay hidden, there's a sniper outside." With that, he leaped up and dashed to a nearby bookshelf, where his sniper rifle was mounted. As he retrieved the weapon, the sniper opposite them fired multiple rounds toward Lin Yan's hiding spot. The red wooden table was pockmarked with holes, each surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. With just a few more shots, the entire table would splinter apart. Lin Yan trembled beneath the table, tears streaming down her face as she recalled Li Heng's earlier act of bravery. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, No one had cared for her, nor had anyone acted on her behalf. Yet, this possessive rogue, Li Hong, had shielded her from bullets. His emotions were a tangled W-E-T that moment. Li Hong aimed his sniper rifle. Ready to retaliate, he scanned the area where the shots had originated through the scope, only to find it deserted, with the gunfire having ceased. Just then, Zhao Zishuan's voice crackled through the radio. What happened? Li Hong picked up the radio, his tone laced with irritation. Your reaction time is abysmally slow. We've been ambushed. Zhao Zishuan scoffed, seemingly unconcerned. Is that so? Why didn't they manage to kill you? Li Hong rubbed his chest, feigning weakness. Fortunately, I was wearing a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, I might have really been killed. Well, you're not dead, are you? Zhao Zishuan muttered before cutting off the communication point. 2 minutes later, Zhao Zishuan arrived at Li Hong's villa. Noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead, Li Hong chuckled. Did you run all the way here? Zhao Zishuan ignored him, her focus fixed on the shattered window, her demeanor grave. This has to be Yi Qiufeng's doing. Has he finally lost his patience? Li Hong glanced at the riddled table, and then at the trembling Lin Yan, calmly analyzing the situation. I suspect Yi Qiufeng initially intended to eliminate us by inviting us over. However, he didn't anticipate that we would have an extra person, which is why he hesitated to act. His recent ambush was likely a test to determine if Lin Yan possesses any abilities. Zhao Zishuan questioned, Do you think they figured it out? With a sigh, Li Hong gestured toward the battered table. It's evident they did. Just look at the state of that table. If Lin Yan were an ability user, she wouldn't have remained hidden beneath it. What should we do then? Lin Yan wiped her tears and looked up with watery eyes. Li Hong paced the living room, his hands clasped behind his back. The numbers on Yi Qiufeng's side were overwhelming, coupled with heavy firepower. He and Zhao Zishuan stood little chance. Furthermore, both Yi Qiufeng and Wang Xiaozue were ability users. Even if they weren't, their superior firepower and numbers would still pose a significant threat. Seeing Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan at a loss, Lin Yan hesitantly suggested, Why don't we just leave this place? Li Hong shot a glance at Zhao Zishuan, sarcastically explaining to Lin Yan, We're on the same wavelength. But someone here has a screw loose. She'd rather die than leave. Lin Yan stole a glance at Zhao Zishuan, instinctively recoiling. Zhao Zishuan picked up a nearby cup and hurled it at Li Hong, urging, Stop dawdling and think of a solution. Li Hong rolled his eyes and resumed strategizing. Suddenly, he halted mid-step. I have an idea. What idea? Zhao Zishuan inquired, stepping closer. Lin Yan hesitated but also approached Li Hong. Curiosity piqued. Li Hong lit a cigarette, reclining on the sofa as he coolly proposed. We can unite with others to confront Yi Qiufeng. He has offended many while attempting to expand his power. Those individuals will undoubtedly want to eliminate him. Besides, we could also enlist the help of people from other bases. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow, expressing doubt. Will they truly assist us? Li Hong chuckled. They won't be helping us. They'll be helping themselves. I am confident that I can persuade them to take action. What devious scheme have you concocted now? Zhao Zishuan scoffed, mentally branding him as untrustworthy. Li Hong grinned mischievously. In this apocalyptic world, resources are in dire scarcity. We can spread the word about Yi Qiufeng's stockpiles, and perhaps we won't even need to lift a finger. Those people will attack him on their own. Lin Yan pursed her lips and murmured, While that sounds easy in theory, executing it will be quite difficult. When I returned with you from the skyscraper, I didn't see anyone or any bases along the way. You mentioned seeking help earlier, but do you even know where those people are? Li Hong scratched his head, admitting, I hadn't considered that. However, finding them isn't insurmountable, that we should first locate Sigo. He should have contacts from other bases. Through him, we can reach out to those individuals. Nonetheless, time is of the essence. I fear Yi Qiufeng may act soon, and we must devise a plan to stall for time. At this point, he covertly glanced at Zhao Zishuan, hesitating to speak. Zhao Zishuan, noticing his gaze, frowned and asked, What are you looking at? Just speak your mind. Li Hong drew a deep breath and said, Can we leave this place for now? To avoid any misunderstandings, he quickly clarified, Just temporarily. We'll return to confront them in a few days. Zhao Zishuan hesitated, pouting, If we leave, what if Yi Qiufeng burns down my home? At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly suggested, What if we employ a feigned retreat? You two can contact others while I stay behind to guard this place. If Yi Qiufeng sees that I'm alone, he'll likely think we're up to something and won't dare to attack recklessly. Li Hong clapped his hands in approval, praising, What a brilliant idea. Zhao Zishuan, Still apprehensive about the potential destruction of her villa, remained indecisive, Li Heng decisively stated, "Here's the plan. You'll stay behind. But you must remain hidden. I'll go find Si Gu alone." With that, Zhao Zishuan acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Li Heng set off to find Si Gu, who was not too far from their base. Half an hour later, he arrived near the museum. Drawing his submachine gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire at the museum's glass, the sound attracting Si Gu and his crew's attention. As Si Gu peered outside, he recognized the shooter as Li Heng. He instructed his subordinates not to fire their weapons, then shouted towards the outside, "Li Heng, what are you planning to do?" Li Heng, straining his voice, yelled back, "I need to get inside. You all help me distract the zombies." Fourth brother understood his intention immediately and promptly ordered his men to go downstairs to lure the zombies away. At the same time, he personally led a group to the second floor. From a window on the second floor, they lowered a rope for Li Heng to climb up. Li Heng dashed to the museum's base, grabbed the rope, and ascended. Once he reached the second floor, he sat beneath the window, panting heavily, and inquired, "Can you contact the people from other bases?" Fourth brother handed Li Heng a bottle of mineral water and replied, "I can get in touch. Do you wish to reach out to them?" Li Heng nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, "I need to take down Yi Qiufeng, and I require assistance from the personnel at other bases." Upon hearing the mention of eliminating Yi Qiufeng, Fourth brother's interest was piqued. He rubbed his hands together and declared, "Count me in. However, do you believe the people from other bases will assist you?" Li Heng took a sip of water, exuding confidence as he replied, "That's for you not to worry about. Just bring them here." Fourth brother scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. "There are so many zombies on the road. They might hesitate to come. Moreover, I lack the charisma to persuade them. Perhaps it would be better for us to go find them ourselves." Li Heng pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I'll first take you all to my place, and then the two of us can head to the other bases." Fourth brother had no objections and quickly gathered his men to prepare for withdrawal. The retreat went remarkably smoothly, with no casualties. This success was primarily due to their superior equipment. Each person wielded a submachine gun, sufficient to fend off the zombies. After repelling the zombies, they could leave in their vehicles. Once they were in the car, they would essentially be safe. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan and Lin Yin anxiously gazed outside, fearful that Yi Qiufeng might arrive with his men. Suddenly, Lin Yin spotted several cars approaching slowly from a distance, which terrified her. Could it be that Yi Qiufeng and his group had come? Chapter 51. The base's overlord in the shadows. Zhao Zishuan also noticed the situation. She immediately drew her submachine gun and aimed at the foremost black sedan. As soon as the car came within range, she would not hesitate to fire. When the vehicle entered her firing range, Zhao Zishuan pulled the trigger. The rapid gunfire shattered the tranquility of the base, catching those inside the car off guard. Fourth brother's expression turned fierce as he drew his weapon and directed an angry question at Li Heng. "What do you mean by this?" Li Heng hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Stay in the car. I'll step out to clarify." Once outside, he raised his hands and shouted, It's me, don't shoot." Upon seeing Li Heng emerge from the vehicle, Zhao Zishuan ceased firing. Li Heng turned to the occupants of the car and reassured them, "It's all right now. You can exit the vehicle." The people inside cautiously stepped out, weapons drawn, and surveyed their surroundings. Li Heng led everyone to his villa, and upon arriving, the tense atmosphere significantly relaxed. He invited everyone to make themselves comfortable and called Lin Yin down from upstairs to prepare food and drinks for the group. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zishuan joined them. She greeted fourth brother before taking a seat beside Li Heng. As fourth brother munched heartily, he inquired, "How did you acquire such an abundance of supplies?" Li Heng replied with pride, "These goods were seized from Yi Qiufeng. That fellow has a massive warehouse filled with countless resources." Fourth brother swallowed the food in his mouth, excitement evident as he said, "If we eliminate him, won't everything belong to us?" Li Heng clapped him on the shoulder, affirming, "Exactly, which is why we need to contact the personnel from other bases. Just the few of us cannot handle him." Acknowledging Yi Qiufeng's prowess, fourth brother had no objections. He placed his food on the table and eagerly suggested, "Let us set off right now." Li Heng glanced at fourth brother's ravenous subordinates and asked, "Could you have your men temporarily follow Zhao Zishuan's orders?" "No problem," fourth brother responded, clapping his hands to gather attention. "Li Heng and I are heading out for a task. From this moment on, you will follow Zhao Zishuan's commands." Anyone who dares to defy her will face dire consequences upon my return. The subordinates stood up in unison, assuring their compliance. Li Hung nodded at Zhao Zishuan before departing with fourth brother. As they exited the villa, fourth brother moved towards a black sedan, only to be halted by Li Hung. What's wrong? Fourth brother scanned the surroundings, noticing no other vehicles. Li Hung stated, "We'll take a motorcycle." He retrieved a motorcycle from the villa's underground garage and brought it before fourth brother, saying, "Hop on." Fourth brother sat behind, uncertain where to place his hands. Is it all right if I wrap my arms around your waist? Li Hung casually remarked, pressing the throttle. The motorcycle surged forward like a cat hunting a mouse. The motorcycle proved far more convenient than a sedan, its compact size allowing it to navigate various roads. Unlike the car, under fourth brother's guidance, the duo reached a base situated over 100 kilometers away. This base was established behind a dirt hill, which stood over 20 meters wide and 30 meters high, providing a formidable defense against both zombies and humans attempting to ascend from below. As they arrived at the base's foot, 4 or 5 figures emerged from the hilltop. Some wielded makeshift bows, while others carried slingshots. One individual with a slingshot aimed at Li Hung. With a flick of his wrist, he released a steel ball that hurtled towards Li Hung, missing him and striking the motorcycle instead, producing a sharp sound. Li Hung glanced at the motorcycle, now sporting a small dent, and noticed a shiny steel ball on the ground. Looking up at the people on the hill, he couldn't help but scoff at their primitive weaponry. He drew his handgun and fired a shot, the deafening noise startling the figures on the hill into retreat. Mimicking a scene from a film, Li Hung blew on the gun's muzzle and called out with bravado, "Let your leader come out." He then turned to fourth brother, "Why do I get the impression that this base isn't all that impressive? They lack even a decent weapon." Fourth brother replied, "Though their weaponry is subpar, their leader is formidable. He is also an ability user." Just as they conversed, more figures appeared at the summit. One individual donned a black cloak, a black fedora atop his head, and a silver iron rod in his right hand, exuding an aura reminiscent of Su Wenxiang from Shanghai Bund. Fourth brother whispered to Li Hung from behind, "This person is Li Buqian, the leader of this base." Li Hung nodded and gestured for fourth brother to initiate the conversation. Fourth brother stepped forward, waving his hand in greeting. "Li Buqian, do you remember me?" Li Buqian removed his hat, scrutinizing the two below, then replaced it, replying, "I don't recognize you." Fourth brother's lips twitched, feeling embarrassed in front of Li Hung. He continued, "I'm fourth brother. My elder brother is Lin Baichuan." "I know Lin Baichuan, but I can't recall you." Li Buqian shifted his tone. "Who you are isn't important. What's crucial is why you are here." Li Hung interjected, "We've come to discuss a business proposition with you." A sudden silence fell over the hill, yet Li Hung could see Li Buqian conversing with his subordinates. After a moment, Li Buqian said, "Since it's a business discussion, come and sit with us." Li Hung pointed at the dirt hill before them, asking, "Must we climb up?" Li Buqian did not answer, leading his men down the hill. "Let's climb. I did the same last time," fourth brother remarked helplessly. As Li Hung and fourth brother began their ascent, they were quickly surrounded by a group of individuals. Li Buqian approached Li Hung, kicking him to the ground. "Remove their weapons." 2 individuals rifled through Li Hung and fourth brother's belongings, confiscating all their weapons. Upon seeing the armaments, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, feeling they had offended someone significant. Li Buqian stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the weapons strewn on the ground. There were 4 handguns, 2 submachine guns. For grenades, 2 packs of explosives, and some food and tools. One person stammered, "They can't possibly be part of the military." In this person's mind, only a military entity could possess such weaponry. Before speculation could continue, Li Hung interjected, "We are not military personnel. We are ordinary people just like you. We acquired these weapons from another base." Li Buqian pondered for a moment before instructing his subordinates to collect the weapons. Chapter 52. The Bone Manor. He then chuckled amiably, assisting Li Hung to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Come, let us discuss inside." As he spoke, he took Li Hung's hand, and the two walked in, grinning like brothers. The base was quite ordinary, consisting mainly of single-story houses, built against the mountain. It effectively thwarted the invasion of common zombies, which was its most significant advantage. Upon entering a modest bungalow, Li Buqian welcomed Li Hung and Si Gu to take a seat, offering each of them a red Pagoda Mountain cigarette. The 3 engaged in conversation while smoking. Li Buqian inquired, "You mentioned wanting to discuss business with me. May I ask what business it entails? Li Heng took a leisurely puff, exhaling a smoke ring as he replied, our base is located in the Qinghua district. And there is another base nearby, led by a man named Yi Qiufeng. This Yi Qiufeng possesses a staggering amount of resources, enough to fill 5 stories at the very least. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but wonder just how much such an abundance entailed. It seemed considerable that Li Heng continued. Moreover, this individual is a spatial ability user that I suspect he may possess the power of spatial storage. Of course, these details were not the crux of the matter. Oh, you know what the key point is? The group, still reeling from Li Heng's initial revelation, was left even more astounded and curious by this new assertion. If that was not the main point, then what could possibly be? Even Si Go, who had some prior knowledge, widened his eyes in anticipation. Li Heng glanced around, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he stated, the pivotal point is that this fellow may very well be a reincarnator. A reincarnator, someone gasped, seemingly aware of the implications. Li Heng nodded gravely. Have you read any online novels? Among the 8 or so present, 4 or 5 nodded in acknowledgement. One individual, particularly fond of online literature, even amidst this apocalyptic world, quickly grasped the significance and asked, are you suggesting that this reincarnator knew of the impending apocalypse before it occurred, and thus hoarded resources? Li Heng gave a thumbs up to that person, grinning mischievously as he affirmed, precisely, he indeed began stockpiling resources well before the apocalypse. But if you frequently follow the news, you would know this individual is a notorious tycoon in our city. After a brief silence, the eyes of the group ignited with fervor, their faces alight with excitement. It was as if they envisioned a treasure, and if they could unlock this treasure, they would never again have to worry about food. Li Buqian removed his hat and earnestly asked, if this business goes through, what profit can we expect? Li Heng replied, I'm uncertain about the profit, as we currently lack sufficient manpower. Li Buqian expressed some disbelief. Is our number not sufficient? Si Gu smirked, your meager group wouldn't even fill the gaps in their ranks. They outnumber you, and more importantly, each of them is armed with heavy weaponry. Someone, not convinced, asked, what do they possess? Si Gu answered, handguns, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, everything you can imagine. The crowd was left in astonishment, struggling to believe it. Li Buqian suspected Si Gu was exaggerating and asked, do all of them possess such weapons? Or just a select few? Si Gu replied, every single one is armed, and their arsenal is quite abundant. With such heavy weaponry, how did they acquire it? Someone questioned skeptically, did they raid an armory? Li Heng shrugged helplessly. Pretty much. The group fell silent, surprised that their conjecture had hit the mark. Li Heng interrupted their murmurs, addressing Li Buqian, if you have no further matters to attend to, we should set off immediately. Li Buqian sensed something amiss. Why were only the 3 of them departing? What about his subordinates? He looked to Li Heng for clarification. Li Heng responded, first, gather the leaders of the bases together, and then you can bring your people along. I know you wouldn't feel comfortable sending your men alone. Li Buqian found this reasoning sound and refrained from further objections. Lacking a motorcycle, the 3 had no choice but to squeeze onto a single bike to reach the next base. Li Buqian was aware of another base in the vicinity, whose leader was also a power user. However, this individual was notoriously ruthless, and he advised against Li Heng seeking him out. Nevertheless, pressed for time, Li Heng dismissed such concerns. All he needed was assistance in his mind. He reasoned that they needed at least 3 more power users to ensure the downfall of Yi Qiufeng. Soon, they arrived at the opposing base, which was established within an estate surrounded by a wrought iron fence, with a few zombies lurking outside. The trio swiftly cleared the area of the undead before Li Buqian called out toward the estate. Moments later, several figures appeared atop the wall, one of whom drew a bow and aimed at the sudden intruders. Who are you? Li Buqian slowly removed his hat and replied deliberately, I am Li Buqian, here to see your leader, Zhang Lin. Upon recognizing Li Buqian, the inhabitants of the estate instructed them to wait, then vanished from sight. A few minutes later, several figures re-emerged, and the foremost was Zhang Lin. Short in stature with sharp, hawk-like eyes, he emanated an air of cunning, his voice somewhat high-pitched, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Li Buqian, what brings you to my humble abode? Have you been longing for me? Li Buqian replied, I've brought 2 friends to discuss a business matter. Could we enter? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Lin motioned for the gates of the estate to open slowly. As the 3 entered, the scene within left Li Heng and Si Gu feeling unnerved. The entire estate was drenched in a blood-red hue, the color not from dye, but rather from blood. predominantly human, with some animal blood mixed in. The ground was littered with countless white bones, and in the distance stood two small structures constructed entirely of grim white bones. These diminutive edifices were simplistic in design, resembling something from a child's drawing. Featuring a roof beam and a small door at the front, nearby, several individuals were shackled, laboring under watchful eyes armed with weapons. Not far off, a striking woman sat in a wicker chair soaking up the sun. Upon spotting Zhang Lin and the others, she immediately rose and bowed her head. Chapter 53. Establishing authority. Zhang Lin led Li Hang and his companions past the woman and into the villa. The interior mirrored the exterior in its ghastly decor, with dried blood staining the floor and eerie patterns drawn in blood upon the walls. The ceiling was adorned with various ominous bones, some belonging to animals and others to humans, with some bones hanging perilously close to the ground, forcing Li Hang and the others to navigate carefully as they moved forward. Li Hang pushed aside the obstructive bones, casting a reproachful glance at Li Buqian for failing to adequately convey Zhang Lin's nature. When Li Buqian mentioned Zhang Lin's brutality, Li Hang had assumed it was mere ferocity. Little did he know that Zhang Lin's ruthlessness was of a twisted caliber. Had he foreseen the true horror of this individual, he would never have come. Yet, now that he was here, turning back was not an option. Zhang Lin settled into a chair crafted from human skulls, ominously inviting the others to sit. Li Hang glanced at the nearby chairs, which were made from animal bones and covered with an unknown hide. He sat down heavily, nearly collapsing the chair beneath him. Si Gu and Li Buqian sat cautiously, like school children, their bodies stiff and unmoving. Li Hang contemplated lighting a cigarette to ease his unease, but upon surveying the room's macabre decor, he reconsidered. Smoking here would essentially mean inhaling the scent of the bones surrounding him. Oh dear, are you all mute? Why the silence? Did you not just express a desire to discuss business with me? Li Buqian pointed at Li Hang, stating, "He is the one wishing to negotiate." Li Hang flashed a toothy grin at Zhang Lin and reiterated his earlier sentiments. Upon hearing that Yi Qiufeng was a reincarnator, Zhang Lin's eyes narrowed into slits, reminiscent of two sharp blades that a reincarnator. You say? How intriguing. I will take on this business. The swift agreement brought joy to Li Hang and his companions, though Li Hang suspected that Zhang Lin had some screws loose, prompting him to clarify. Let me be clear. During this operation, all of you must follow my lead. Si Gu and Li Buqian had no objections, primarily worried about Zhang Lin's compliance. Zhang Lin wiped his mouth, grinning ominously as he replied, "You can command as you wish. I only wish to meet this reincarnator." Once the arrangements were made, Li Hang led Zhang Lin and his group to seek out the next base leader. The subsequent leader, named Ma Yiyun, was also a power user. Ma Yiyun was well acquainted with Zhang Lin and harbored a deep fear of him. When Li Hang met with Ma Yiyun and conveyed the situation, he immediately consented. After Ma Yiyun's agreement, they proceeded to seek another base leader, a man named Jiang Jian, who was similarly endowed with abilities. Upon seeing the assembly Li Hang had brought, he readily agreed as well. Li Hang initially intended to gather a few more power users, but dissent arose among the others, with Zhang Lin being the first to voice his opposition. Zhang Lin asserted that their group was more than sufficient to deal with Yi Qiufeng, sparing the need to seek additional assistance. The remaining individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, unanimously expressed their support for Zhang Lin. Li Hang analyzed the combat capabilities of both sides and concluded that they were evenly matched, thus permitting Zhang Lin and his companions to return to their respective bases with their followers to prevent them from taking unnecessary detours. Li Hang even provided a rudimentary map, indicating which routes were teeming with zombies and which were relatively clear. He emphasized the utmost importance of discretion, instructing everyone to ensure that Yi Qiufeng remained oblivious to their movements. This matter was of paramount significance, and Li Hang reiterated his warning 3 times. Should Yi Qiufeng catch wind of their plans, he would undoubtedly flee in advance as the group was about to disperse. Zhang Lin unexpectedly suggested to Li Hang, "Since you have no pressing matters, why not accompany me back to the base? We can visit yours together afterward." Li Hang's lips twitched slightly, as he had no desire to venture into that cursed place, which resembled a hellish realm. A haunt for only the most malevolent. I'll pass. I prefer to go to Jiang Zhiyuan's place instead. Jiang Zhiyuan happened to be standing beside Li Hang, prompting him to mention the name casually. Zhang Lin nodded thoughtfully and suddenly turned his gaze towards Si Gu. "You appear to be alone as well. Why not accompany me back?" The group turned their attention to Si Gu, anticipating a refusal. To their surprise, Si Gu agreed, stating, "Fine, I have nothing else to do. Li Hang raised his eyebrows slightly, puzzled by CG's intentions, yet he refrained from intervening. Thus, the group bid farewell and parted ways. Li Hang rode his motorcycle with Jiang Zhiyuan. Swiftly returning to Jiang Zhiyuan's base, Jiang Zhiyuan was an enigmatic character. He claimed his supernatural ability was mental manipulation, allowing him to exert limited control over zombies. Such a formidable power left Li Hang envious. Occasionally, he would dream of devouring others' abilities, transforming them into his own. Upon waking, he would meticulously analyze the situation, refraining from attempting to turn dreams into reality. These supernatural beings were far too powerful, and he lacked the confidence to eliminate them. He resolved that when the time came to confront Yi Qiufeng, he would attempt to utilize his ability to devour. Upon returning to Jiang Zhiyuan's base, he summoned 6 capable subordinates for the mission. Leaving the remaining individuals at the base, the manpower at Jiang Zhiyuan's base was limited, totaling merely a handful of individuals, and their loyalties were divided. As Jiang Zhiyuan departed the base, he glanced back. Muttering to himself, I wonder if I will return, and if this will still be my base. As Li Hang and his companions approached Yi Qiufeng's base, they were intercepted by a group of Zhang Lin's people. Zhang Lin's group had already arrived, and to avoid detection by Yi Qiufeng, most remained behind, while only Zhang Lin and a few leaders stealthily approached the villa base. Li Hang left Jiang Zhiyuan's followers behind and returned with Jiang Zhiyuan to the base. That night, as they dined, Li Hang and the others deliberated their strategy, intending to act that very evening. Before anyone else could speak, Zhang Lin interjected, with so many of us, what is there to discuss? We should just charge in and take him down. Li Hang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, are you truly so dim-witted? If it were that simple, I wouldn't have summoned you here. He cleared his throat and calmly stated, you may not fully grasp Yi Qiufeng's capabilities. Allow me to elaborate on his powers. He possesses an offensive ability. Before Li Hang could finish, Zhang Lin scoffed. What of his offensive ability? Who doesn't have one? Li Hang's expression darkened, and he discreetly kicked Zhao Zishuan under the table, signaling her to assert dominance over the group. Zhao Zishuan's long blade lay upon the table, grasping it with her right hand. She lifted it, then with a swift motion, the blade's glint passed just above Zhang Lin's head. Several strands of hair visibly fell from Zhang Lin's scalp, settling onto the table. The atmosphere grew tense. No one dared to breathe. Zhang Lin fixated on Zhao Zishuan, fury igniting in his eyes as if ready to engulf him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Li Hang seized a piece of bread from the table and hurled it at him. The bread struck Zhang Lin's face, not particularly painful, but the humiliation was far more profound than before. Zhang Lin sprang from his chair, the one behind him splintering beneath him. Simultaneously, Li Hang rose and interjected. What are you doing? Did you not say you would follow my lead? Why do you oppose me at every turn? Do you believe we fear you? Ask anyone present if they are afraid of you. Except for Ma Yiyun, who kept his head down in silence. The others stood tall, defiantly raising their heads. Igu even slammed the table, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, we fear you. If you doubt it, challenge either Zhao Zishuan or Li Hang to a duel. Li Hang shot Sigu a glance, cursing inwardly, and then addressed Zhang Lin. Sigu and the others may despise you, speaking ill of you behind your back. Yet I still regard you as a person of some merit. It was your promise to follow my command that warranted your inclusion in this venture. However, I did not expect you to show me such blatant disrespect. Upon hearing those words, Sigu and the others turned pale. Zhang Lin cast a menacing glance at them before shifting his focus back to Li Hang. After a lengthy pause, his lips moved, and he uttered 3 words. I am sorry. Following his apology, he reached for the chair belonging to Ma Yiyun, who quickly stood to relinquish it to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin settled into the chair, falling silent thereafter. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hang swiftly redirected the conversation. Having discussed Yi Qiufeng's first ability, he now addressed his second. It is precisely because of his second ability that I summoned you all. Jiang Zhiyuan inquired, what is the second ability? Li Hang replied, his second ability is teleportation. Based on our intel, his range of teleportation is estimated to be between 100 to 200 meters. Our objective is to control a 200-meter radius centered around him, leaving him no chance to escape. Should he manage to flee, the consequences will be dire, as you all surely understand. The expressions of everyone present grew serious. Even Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, recognizing the threat posed by Yi Qiufeng. If he were to escape, It would be akin to consuming slow-acting poison for all present. Yi Qiufeng would exploit his spatial abilities to systematically eliminate them, leaving them powerless to resist. Observing that everyone had grasped the gravity of the situation, Li Heng continued, "My plan is for Zhao Zixuan and Zhang Lin to confront Yi Qiufeng head-on, while the remaining individuals encircle him from outside the 200-meter range, ensuring he cannot flee." The group nodded in agreement, commencing preparations for their equipment at midnight. The operation commenced. Li Heng's group consisted of 6 supernatural beings and 67 ordinary combatants, all armed with handguns or submachine guns provided by Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan. Under the cover of night, Li Heng and his 6 supernatural allies infiltrated the enemy's second line of defense. Utilizing their unique abilities, they swiftly eliminated the defenders, stealthily unlocking the gates to allow Si Gu and the others entry. The same strategy was employed as they advanced toward the third line of defense. Thus, Li Heng and his companions successfully breached the heart of the enemy's base as they approached within 300 meters of Yi Qiufeng's villa. Li Heng abruptly halted, prompting the others to do the same. He crouched down and beckoned the group to follow suit, pointing toward the distant villa. Yi Qiufeng resides there. Si Gu and Zhang Buqian. You will lead your teams to the east. Within 250 meters of the villa, Jiang Zhiyuan, you take the south side with your group, while Ma Yuyun, you will cover the west side beyond 250 meters. I will handle the north. Upon concluding his instructions, Li Heng licked his lips, muttering in frustration, "Those words about 250 meters are quite a mouthful. I nearly mispronounced them several times." The group couldn't help but chuckle at his comment. It was hardly the time for levity. Li Heng wiped his mouth and turned to Zhao Zixuan and Zhang Lin. "Once we have encircled the villa, we will unleash a barrage of fire upon it. After our assault, you two can engage that if you find yourselves unable to contend with Yi Qiufeng, do not hesitate to call for our assistance, in no need." Zhang Lin sneered. "Just ensure he doesn't escape." Li Heng surveyed the others, asking, "Any questions? If not, we shall proceed." With no objections raised, the operation commenced. Minutes later, they had completely surrounded Yi Qiufeng's villa. Not even a fly could escape, let alone a drop of water. Li Heng lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before quietly announcing, "Prepare." The group behind him readied their weapons, aiming at Yi Qiufeng's villa. Fire. With Li Heng's command, a multitude of fire points suddenly erupted from all directions surrounding the villa. The concentrated barrage surged into the villa, and in an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, crackling and crashing, followed by a series of escalating explosions. The relentless onslaught of firepower persisted for a full minute before finally subsiding. Once the gunfire ceased, 2 figures rushed towards the villa from opposite directions. Li Heng observed as the 2 individuals stormed into the villa, and with a deep drag on his cigarette, he felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that Yi Qiufeng's villa had been fortified, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The recent barrage of gunfire had barely shaken the villa's interior. His intention for the assault was primarily to intimidate Yi Qiufeng, and secondarily to bolster the morale of his own men. Within the villa, Yi Qiufeng had already endured 2 slashes from Zhao Zixuan and 4 stabs from Zhang Lin's dagger, though none had struck a vital area. Yi Qiufeng felt that the next blow could very well be fatal. Not far from the fray, Wang Xiaocui lay on the cold ground, abandoned. She had also participated in the skirmish, yet her combat prowess was woefully inadequate. After a mere exchange of blows with Zhang Lin, she had been knocked unconscious by a single punch. Zhang Lin had shown restraint. Had he faced a male opponent, he would have employed his dagger to pierce the temple instead. Yi Qiufeng deftly evaded the 2 attackers once more. In a bid to buy himself some time, he provocatively asked Zhao Zixuan, "Did we not agree to coexist peacefully? Why then do you seek my death?" "Because I find you insufferable," Zhao Zixuan retorted, swinging her blade at Yi Qiufeng, while her other hand unleashed a fiery projectile the size of a basin towards him. Yi Qiufeng dodged Zhao Zixuan's assault. Zhang Lin, like a specter, swiftly maneuvered to Yi Qiufeng's right side and delivered a vicious slash to his waist. The blow nearly severed Yi Qiufeng's kidney, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Yi Qiufeng staggered back several steps, suddenly bursting into a maniacal laugh. "Ha! You think you can kill me with such feeble attempts, Zhao Zixuan? Do you truly forget what I am capable of?" With a smirk, Zhao Zixuan taunted, "Is it not merely your ability to teleport? Even if you employ it today, you shall not escape death. Go on, give it a try." "Very well, I shall." Yi Qiufeng declared, and with that, he activated his teleportation ability. Vanishing from sight. As they stared at the empty space, Zhang Lin's eyes twitched. Zhao Zishuan remained unfazed, descending the stairs with her sword in hand. Meanwhile, having utilized his instantaneous ability, Yi Qiufeng found himself outside the villa. Just as he regained his footing, he spotted a group of over a dozen men looming ahead. Before he could react, gunfire erupted around him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back towards the villa. His teleportation ability could not be used consecutively. He could only activate it once each day. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, he encountered Zhao Zishuan and Zhang Lin as they emerged. The three engaged in a fierce battle at the threshold. This skirmish was intensely brutal. Within less than a minute, Zhao Zishuan sustained injuries, and seizing the opportunity, Yi Qiufeng dashed into the villa. Li Hang, upon learning of the recent events, swiftly deduced that Yi Qiufeng could no longer utilize his teleportation ability. Thus, he instructed the ordinary combatants to continue surrounding the villa while all other ability users infiltrated the premises in hopes of capturing Yi Qiufeng alive. As the group entered the courtyard, they employed various methods to breach the villa's interior. Jiang Jian stormed in through the front door. Zhao Zishuan leaped through a window, and Zhang Lin, displaying his ferocity, launched himself from the rooftop, crashing headfirst into the room below. Li Hong was the last to enter, stealthily approaching the door and peering inside. When the sounds of combat erupted, he rushed in, brandishing a trident military dagger, and bellowed towards the second floor, "You all are exceedingly swift. I have scarcely just arrived." As he spoke, he quickly made his way to the second floor landing, where suddenly, a figure hurtled out. The person slammed against the wall, emitting a painful groan. Due to the darkness of the night, Li Hong could not discern who it was. Instinctively, he lifted his foot and stomped down on the individual's head, producing a sickening crunch as the skull shattered. Moments later, Jiang Ziyuan's voice resonated within the house. "My yin, are you unharmed?" Startled by Jiang Ziyuan's inquiry, Li Hong retracted his neck and glanced down at the figure on the ground. The person's head had been so severely crushed that it was unrecognizable. His mind raced as he shouted into the room. "He is dead. Who killed him?" Jiang Ziyuan replied. "Who else could it be? Hurry and come help." Li Hong stepped around the corner and hurried to the scene of the conflict. His eyes fell first upon Yi Qiufeng, disheveled and wild-eyed, a veritable madman, covered in wounds. Upon spotting Li Hong, Yi Qiufeng roared, "I will slay you." Without regard for the attacks from others, he charged directly at Li Hong. Terrified, Li Hong thrust the trident dagger forward, retreating in the process. He had assumed that even if Yi Qiufeng lunged at him, he would be impaled by the dagger first. However, before Yi Qiufeng could close the distance, Zhang Lin unexpectedly darted to his right. With remarkable speed, Zhang Lin crouched and swiftly maneuvered his wrist. In an instant, Yi Qiufeng's calf was sliced to shreds, exposing bone. Yi Qiufeng let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, clutching the remnants of his right leg while cursing Li Hong. "Li Hong, may you meet a wretched end. May your entire family suffer the same fate. You will be torn to shreds. Damn you." Li Hong approached him, lifting his foot to kick Yi Qiufeng squarely on the chin. In that moment, the world fell silent. Li Hong, feeling an imbalance within himself, gazed at the unconscious Yi Qiufeng and remarked, "With so many people seeking your life, why do you single me out for your curses?" As he spoke, Zhang Boqian and Jiang Ziyuan produced ropes to bind Yi Qiufeng, to prevent him from using his teleportation ability. The fourth brother suggested piercing his limbs and securing him with chains, anchoring them to a heavy object. He was resolute that this would ensure Yi Qiufeng could not escape. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. However, the act of piercing limbs was a delicate task, and Li Hong admitted he was unfit for it, delegating the gruesome responsibility to another. Though the fourth brother had proposed the idea, he was equally reluctant to execute it. Ultimately, it fell to Zhang Lin to carry out the task. Li Hong, unable to bear the brutality of the scene, retreated downstairs. The others appeared quite intrigued by the grim task and remained behind. After a while, anguished cries and curses directed at Li Hong echoed from within the villa. Hearing Yi Qiufeng hurling insults at him only deepened Li Hong's sense of injustice. Why was it that Yi Qiufeng directed his wrath at him when the true harm was inflicted by the group inside the villa? Eventually, the fourth brother and Zhang Boqian stumbled out, supporting one another and retching violently. Witnessing their extreme distress made Li Hong feel a twinge of nausea, yet he managed to contain it. After another stretch of time, Zhao Zishuan called for them to entered. Li Hong and his companions stepped back into the room, only to be greeted by a horrifying sight of blood and dismembered flesh. The gruesome scene nearly compelled Li Heng to flee. But he resisted the urge to avoid embarrassment before his peers. Instead, he knelt and sifted through the remains, attempting to convey his own toughness and the terror he instilled as the others observed Li Heng rummaging through the grotesque remnants. They developed a newfound respect for him, believing him to be of the same ilk as Zhang Lin, both harboring psychological issues. Zhang Lin began to see Li Heng in a more favorable light, considering them akin to kindred spirits. "What shall we do about that woman?" Zhao Zixuan suddenly inquired. All eyes turned to the still unconscious Wang Xiaocui nearby. "Give her to me," the fourth brother said with a smirk. Zhang Buqian interjected. "This is our shared bounty. We ought to divide it among ourselves." Zhao Zixuan frowned at this, contemplating an immediate end for Wang Xiaocui. However, she refrained from such actions and instead turned to Li Heng. Li Heng smirked and replied, "She is my classmate. Perhaps you should leave her to me. This." The group immediately protested. The fourth brother teased, "But she's the woman I am pursuing. Should you not yield her to me?" Others quickly found their own reasons, adamantly refusing to relinquish Wang Xiaocui to Li Heng. Observing their obstinacy, Li Heng felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Though he maintained a cheerful facade, he approached Wang Xiaocui with the trident dagger in hand, casting a sinister smile at the fourth brother and the others. Suddenly, his expression turned cold and grave. In the next instant, he thrust the dagger towards Wang Xiaocui's forehead. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted from her brow like a fountain, splattering across Li Heng's entire being. Drenched in crimson, the only thing remaining dark about him were his eyes, transforming him into a specter emerging from the depths of hell. He slowly scanned the group, his voice deep and chilling. "Since you refuse to give her to me, let it be that none of us shall have her." The group fell silent, paralyzed by the terror emanating from Li Heng, none daring to speak. Even the typically ruthless Zhang Lin fell into silence, sensing Li Heng's genuine fury. Zhao Zixuan cast a glance at the lifeless beauty, sighing inwardly, perhaps for a schoolflower like her. This was the most fitting end. If she had fallen into the hands of others, her suffering would have been far worse than death. At that moment, Li Heng wiped the blood from his face, his expression grim as he commanded, "Bring Yi Qiufeng back to consciousness." Zhang Buqian promptly fetched a basin of water and splashed it upon Yi Qiufeng. Slowly, Yi Qiufeng opened his eyes, overwhelmed by pain throughout his body. His gaze fell upon Li Heng, then drifted to the others, only to close his eyes once more. He understood that his demise was inevitable. To die now was a stroke of fortune. He feared even the chance to die might elude him. Li Heng procured a chair and sat opposite Yi Qiufeng. "That I have a few questions for you." Why Yi Qiufeng remained unresponsive. Li Heng pressed on. "Are you a reincarnate? Do you possess the ability to store items in space?" Yi Qiufeng opened his eyes and weakly inquired. "I have asked, can you spare me?" "No, but we can grant you a swift death," Li Heng replied. Why Yi Qiufeng fell into silence for a moment before stating, "I am a reincarnator, and I too possess the ability to store items in space." Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of delight. Zhang Buqian chuckled, eagerly exclaiming, "Bring forth all the supplies from your space." Yi Qiufeng glanced around and replied, "This place is too confined. The supplies cannot fit." After a brief discussion, Li Heng and the others released the chains affixed to the heavy objects. The four of them each took hold of a chain and led Yi Qiufeng to a more spacious area downstairs. Yi Qiufeng looked up at the night sky, then turned back to view his villa, letting out a self-deprecating sigh. He had once believed that being reborn would allow him to thrive in the apocalyptic world, perhaps even become its ruler. Who could have anticipated such a dismal fate? He shut his eyes and retrieved a small portion of supplies from his storage. Though it was merely a fraction, it still amounted to 3 tons of goods, predominantly various meats, along with a small selection of seafood. Upon seeing the seafood, Li Heng and the others swallowed hard. It had been a long time since they had tasted such delicacies. "Is that all?" fourth brother inquired, yanking the chain forcefully. The other end pierced through Yi Qiufeng's right leg, and the sudden tug caused him to kneel in agony. "This is all there is. The rest lies in the underground warehouse." "And the KEY.IS on me." Li Heng swiftly approached Yi Qiufeng, finding a set of keys on him. The sight of the keys ignited a glimmer in the eyes of the others, yet none dared to request them from Li Heng. To divert the group's attention, Li Heng stepped closer to Yi Qiufeng and said nonchalantly, "Surely you have more supplies in your storage. Hurry and retrieve them. If you refuse, the only one who will suffer is you." I truly have nothing left. Yi Qiufeng's face contorted as his voice quivered with a hint of despair. Li Heng shook his head at Yi Qiufeng and then turned to fourth brother and the others, saying, "Who among you is skilled in torture? Give him a taste of it." Zhang Lin, clutching his dagger, sinisterly declared, "Allow me. I excel at this." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiufeng began to cry out in fear. Wait. The onlookers gazed at him, filled with anticipation. Why Yi Qiufeng's face turned pale, his eyes vacant. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he maintained a semblance of rationality. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to extract the majority of his supplies from storage. Leaving only a small portion behind, he thought that if he could survive, he could rise again with the remaining supplies, perhaps even seek vengeance. This time, the supplies totaled over 30 tons, half of which consisted of drinking water and food, while the other half included gasoline, medicine, medical equipment, various plant seeds, and chemicals. The sight of these goods made the others' eyes gleam. Even Zhang Lin, typically indifferent to supplies, found himself intrigued, particularly by the chemical products and medical equipment. At that moment, Li Heng asked, "Have you brought everything out?" Yi Qiufeng nodded vigorously. However, Li Heng remained skeptical and instructed Zhang Lin to apply some pressure on Yi Qiufeng. Zhang Lin approached him with the dagger. Ignoring Yi Qiufeng's pleas for mercy, the blade danced in his hand, as if he were sculpting a piece of art. In no time, a plum blossom was intricately etched into Yi Qiufeng's face, complete with petals and stamen. Li Heng speculated that Zhang Lin might have once been a master sculptor, as his technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Yi Qiufeng gritted his teeth, still insisting that there were no more supplies. Not only did Li Heng remain unconvinced, but so did the others. Subsequently, Li Heng and his companions took turns torturing Yi Qiufeng. The tranquil night sky echoed with his anguished cries. Yet, no matter how they tormented him, Yi Qiufeng persisted in his denial. Eventually, they were left with no choice but to believe him. Even if they did not wish to, they could not force him to yield any more supplies. For his stance was unmistakable. He would rather die than relinquish another item. Li Heng paced beside Yi Qiufeng, contemplating how to deal with him. Noticing Li Heng deep in thought, Zhao Zishuan inquired, "What are you pondering?" Li Heng halted, addressing the group. "I am considering how to handle him." Fourth brother interjected, "What is there to think about? Just kill him." "Indeed, we cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. He must be eliminated." Li Heng nodded in agreement with this course of action. Just as they prepared to execute Yi Qiufeng, one person stood up in opposition. Zhang Lin, the sole dissenting voice. "That I do not agree." The others turned their gazes toward him, puzzled by his intentions. Why was he always at odds with the group? Li Heng, somewhat irritated, stepped behind Zhao Zishuan, casting an unhappy glance at Zhang Lin. "What is your plan?" Zhang Lin smirked coldly and pointed at Yi Qiufeng, saying, "Killing him would be a waste. Do you not see him as a valuable asset?" The others were left bewildered, unsure of his meaning. "What on earth are you trying to say?" Fourth brother demanded. Zhang Lin twirled his dagger, grinning malevolently. "He possesses the ability to store items in space, and the contents do not spoil. This makes him akin to a mobile warehouse. Why not keep him alive and transform him into a mobile storage unit?" Maximizing his utility, Li Heng immediately countered. "Keeping him alive poses too great a risk. What if he escapes?" Zhang Lin abruptly halted the spinning of his dagger, swiftly plunging it into Yi Qiufeng's arm before yanking it out forcefully. He proclaimed, "Is that not simple? Have you ever heard of a human puppet? It involves severing a person's limbs and rendering their senses useless before encasing them in a jar. I could transform him into a human puppet. He would pose no threat, even if he managed to flee." The group was taken aback by Zhang Lin's grotesque suggestion. He truly was a devil for proposing such a repulsive and twisted method. No, Li Heng found it unconscionable. While he was indifferent to murder, the thought of employing such a perverse method was unacceptable to him. Noticing Li Heng's disapproval, Zhang Lin turned to the others. "Once we convert Yi Qiufeng into a mobile warehouse, all we need to do is bring him along to transport vast quantities of supplies, saving considerable manpower and resources. The significance of possessing such a mobile warehouse should be clear to all of you." Fourth brother and the others, envisioning the immense benefits of a mobile warehouse, were quickly swayed to that moment. Yi Qiufeng trembled, desperate to bite his tongue and end his own life. However, Zhang Lin had stuffed a cloth into his mouth earlier, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. Now, aside from Li Heng, none opposed the plan. Zhao Zishuan remained silent, having ignored Li Heng's several discreet pleas for assistance. Just then, Fourth brother interjected, "Consider the supplies before us. If we rely on manpower for transportation, it will take at least a month, and who knows what might happen along the way. Yet, with Yuqiufeng as our mobile warehouse, we could complete the task in mere days. This is an excellent opportunity. I cannot fathom why anyone would object. Do you suspect he has some ulterior motive?" This statement was clearly directed at Li Heng. The others began to view Li Heng with suspicion, as they perceived him to be of the same ilk as Zhang Lin. In that moment, Li Heng's hesitation raised further doubts. Observing the wary and distrustful gazes of the group, he resignedly shook his head. The majority rules, do as you please. With Li Heng's indifference, the others felt emboldened to proceed. Zhang Lin, with his vile intentions, proposed that since the human mobile warehouse belonged to everyone, each person should take turns inflicting a few wounds on Yuqiufeng. The others had no objections. Some severed Yuqiufeng's legs, while others gouged out one of his eyes. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan refrained from participating. Although they did not oppose the actions, they were also unwilling to endorse such practices. They had no intention of utilizing this human mobile warehouse. Li Heng chose not to witness the creation of the grotesque storage unit. After it was completed, he did, however, take a moment to inspect it. Yuqiufeng was encased in a deep purple jar, with only his head protruding. He had lost his eyes, his nose was gone, and one ear was deafened while the other remained. His tongue had vanished, and even his teeth were absent. Remarkably, despite enduring such torment, Yuqiufeng clung to life with tenacity. It seemed he sensed Li Heng's presence. As Li Heng approached him, Yuqiufeng shook his body vigorously, his mouth moving as if he were cursing. Li Heng bent down and flicked Yuqiufeng's forehead. "Even in such a state, how can you still curse me? I have done you no harm." Fourth brother chimed in. "Had it not been for you, he would not have ended up like this. He certainly harbors hatred toward you," Li Heng retorted, eager to defend himself. "It is clearly your cruelty. How can you blame me?" In the days that followed, Li Heng and the others began to inventory and allocate the supplies. During the distribution process, there were no disputes among the group. Li Heng, as the executor of the allocation, ensured that it was fair and reasonable. Upon acquiring the supplies, Zhang Lin and his companions prepared to depart. During the process of transporting the materials, they instructed Yuqiufeng to transfer a portion of the supplies into the storage space. The rationale for storing only part of the supplies was their apprehension that Yuqiufeng might act out of desperation, leading to a situation where both parties would suffer irreparably. Should Yuqiufeng complete the transfer and refuse to return the items, it would spell disaster. Though it may seem trivial to store only a fraction of the supplies, this method proved far swifter, safer, and less labor-intensive than using vehicles. Within 10 days, this group successfully delivered all the supplies to various bases. After their departure, Li Heng initially believed he could enjoy a tranquil existence. However, after a week, fourth brother arrived at the base with Zhang Buqian and a contingent of others. Li Heng greeted them warmly, inviting them to the villa. But fourth brother declined. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "We shall not enter, but rather inform you that we are relocating to Yuqiufeng's base." Li Heng responded with a thinly veiled smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. That moment, Zhao Zishuan approached from a distance. Li Heng hurried to her side and conveyed fourth brother's intentions. As they walked, Zhao Zishuan inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Li Heng shrugged his shoulders and replied softly, "Our intentions are not of great significance. What matters is that they are resolutely determined to reside at Yuqiufeng's base." As they approached fourth brother and his entourage, Zhao Zishuan scrutinized fourth brother with a dismissive sniff. "If you wish to stay there, then so be it. However, do not disturb our lives," fourth brother assured her. "Rest assured, we shall not intrude upon your existence." Zhao Zishuan offered no further comment and turned to leave. As Li Heng departed, he spat at fourth brother's feet and hurried after Zhao Zishuan. The ensuing days passed without incident, yet Li Heng felt an unease gnawing at him. Having just dealt with Yuqiufeng, he now faced the emergence of fourth brother and Zhang Buqian, which left him unable to eat or sleep in peace. One day, he invited Zhao Zishuan to the villa, hoping to persuade her to drive fourth brother and his group away. Handing her a packet of snacks, he cheerfully asked, "How have you been these past few days?" Zhao Zishuan swatted the snacks away, her impatience evident as she retorted, "If you have something to say, say it directly. Spare me your tricks." Embarrassed, Li Heng scratched his head, subtly nudging Lin Yan, who sat beside him, urging her to speak. Chapter 58. The Power of This Item. Lin Yan sniffled, feeling wronged. and could only say, Li Heng has nothing to report. Li Heng grinned and said, I truly have no issues, but Lin Yan has concerns. She mentioned that she has been unable to sleep lately, constantly worrying about what fourth brother in his group might do. As he spoke, he discreetly kicked Lin Yan's leg under the table, causing her discomfort. Lin Yan lowered her head and agreed. Yes, that is indeed my concern. Noticing Lin Yan's pitiful demeanor, Zhao Zishuan understood the situation. She shot Li Heng a glare and remarked, I suspect it is you who is restless at night. If you wish to confront them, then share your strategy. I shall follow your lead. Li Heng, maintaining his composure, replied, Very well, I shall share my thoughts. Fourth brother and his group differ from Yi Qiufeng, so we need not resort to extreme measures. A mere scare should suffice to send them scurrying away. How do we scare them? Zhao Zishuan inquired. Li Heng mischievously suggested. For instance, while they sleep, we could stealthily shave their heads. Alternatively, we might slip some laxatives into their food. If all else fails, we could simply eliminate a few of them. The aim is to ensure they recognize our strength. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow at his proposal. Do you believe I possess supernatural abilities? They have their own psychics. I cannot accomplish what you suggest. You are a goddess, a fairy. You can certainly manage it. Li Heng flattered her, then produced a packet of laxatives from his pocket. Everything is prepared for you. Zhao Zishuan chuckled, placing the packet in her own pocket. I shall give it a try. If it fails, you will need to devise another plan. That night, Zhao Zishuan, equipped with a razor and laxatives, stealthily infiltrated the opposing base. The following morning, fourth brother was soundly asleep when a sudden cry echoed from the first floor. He bolted upright in alarm, rushing outside. What happened? What's going on? The guards on duty below, scratching their heads, informed him that they had all woken to find themselves bald. At first, fourth brother did not grasp the situation, grumbling. So what if you are bald? Why the fuss? However, upon reflection, he realized something was amiss. Just the night before, these individuals had hair. How had they all lost it overnight? Did you shave your heads yourselves? He queried. The guards collectively shook their heads, plunging the room into an eerie silence. A chill crept up their spines as they contemplated the implications. Who had shaved their heads while they slept? If it were a prank from within their ranks, it would be one thing. But if it were an enemy's doing, that was truly alarming. Fourth brother urged himself to remain calm and ordered his subordinates to summon everyone else. Moments later, all his men, including Zhang Buqian, gathered. Not only had the few who had initially reported been shaved bald, but several others had also lost their hair. What on earth is happening? Zhang Buqian inquired, frowning as he approached fourth brother. Fourth brother shook his head, gritting his teeth. I am not sure. It seems someone is deliberately targeting us. Zhang Buqian poked the floor with his silver iron rod, guessing. Do you have any idea who might be responsible? Fourth brother reassured his men, attempting to quell their unease. He chuckled and announced to everyone. This was all Zhang Buqian's doing. He aimed to test our vigilance. Upon hearing this, the men felt relieved. Once his subordinates had dispersed, fourth brother turned to Zhang Buqian. Is this a warning to us? We are merely residing here. Why should they treat us this way? This is not their territory. Zhang Buqian sighed. Do not be angry. Did we not foresee this? Now that they have taken action, we must prepare ourselves. Fourth brother nodded emphatically, declaring with anger, I refuse to believe that we cannot handle 2 of them with our numbers. By midday, fourth brother and his men finished their meal and sought rest. A few, feeling idle, gathered to play cards. After only 10 minutes, one of them groaned, clutching his stomach. Oh no, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. The others teased. Are you afraid of losing and making excuses? Just as he finished speaking, his own stomach began to rumble. Soon after, everyone else's stomachs began to protest as well. Clutching their bellies, they raced toward the restroom. Some cursed. Damn it. Why is everyone's stomach hurting? Did we eat expired food? Zhang Buqian, being a psychic, had superior constitution, while others were still suffering. He stood on the balcony, laughing heartily, reveling in their misfortune. However, it wasn't long before he too felt a pang in his stomach. Pretending nothing was amiss, he casually strolled back to his room. As soon as he entered, he dashed to the restroom. The sound of distress echoed throughout the base's restrooms, although the odor was not overwhelming. An odd scent pervaded the air. Fourth brother and his men spent the afternoon in a pale-faced state, wobbling as they walked. It was not until evening that their stomachs settled. Exhausted, they slumped outside the villa, sighing heavily. Suddenly, someone suggested, Isn't it time for dinner? Upon hearing the mention of food, everyone became alert. They had suffered from their midday meal. Would dinner lead to further distress? If they continued to suffer, they might as well expel their intestines. "Brother, do you think our food has gone bad?" one asked fourth brother. Fourth brother's face, pale and tense, remained silent. He knew the food was not the issue. Someone had tampered with it. Without a doubt, it was Li Heng behind this mischief. The following day, yet another member of fourth brother's group awoke to find himself bald, and two others had their pinky fingers severed. The most alarming aspect was that those two had no recollection of when their fingers had been cut off. The subordinates began to murmur, speculating about the situation. Fourth brother realized he could no longer conceal the truth and had to reveal the reality to them. When the others learned that Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were responsible for the head shaving and the drugs, disbelief washed over them in their minds. Li Heng had been on amicable terms with fourth brother. They were supposed to be friends. Why would they do this? Someone asked. Fourth brother pointed to the ground beneath them and explained. For the sake of this base, they do not want us living here, so they resort to such tactics to drive us away. This is not their base. Why should they dictate our presence? Another echoed. Indeed, our residing here poses no issue for them. They are being utterly unreasonable. We shall not leave. Let us see what they can do. The group, filled with righteous indignation, expressed their frustrations once their anger subsided. However, clarity returned. While their words had been empowering, they knew they could not stand against Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. That I have a plan to deal with them. One subordinate suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 59. The Resurgence of the Reborn. Shall we still kill? The crowd turned towards the speaker, uncertain of his intentions. The man, feeling the weight of their gazes, stammered. We could take the initiative. Before he could finish, the fourth brother interrupted. What a ridiculous idea. Sit down. Observing the dejected expressions of the others, the fourth brother chuckled. I need a good plan as long as we stand united. Those two cannot harm us. From this day forth, we shall remain together. If anyone dares to bully us, we will confront them as one. Zhang Buoqian sighed inwardly, thinking that this idea was hardly brilliant. Yet, while he privately disapproved, he voiced his support. Others silently nodded in agreement, believing that their numbers would afford them strength, no longer fearing Li Heng and his companion. Previously, they had suffered due to Li Heng's ambush tactics, but now, gathered together, they wondered what those two could possibly do. That day passed uneventfully for the fourth brother and his companions. They seemed to have discovered a method to deal with Li Heng, with some even believing that Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were intimidated, boldly declaring their intention to confront them. Upon learning of the fourth brother's situation, Li Heng prepared to take action that very night alongside Zhao Zishuan. They resolved not to leave without inflicting some serious damage on their adversaries. As night fell, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan stealthily infiltrated the fourth brother's base, approaching the villa where Yi Qiufeng once resided. They overheard voices in the courtyard. Inside, the fourth brother and his companions were gathered, laughing and relaxed. Sensing a provocation, Zhao Zishuan felt a chill. Despite all her efforts in recent days, this group remained so at ease. Evidently dismissing her warnings, coldly, she uttered, think of a way to kill them all. Li Heng produced a bundle of explosives, handing it to Zhao Zishuan. This is powerful. Throw it over to let them taste it. Zhao Zishuan accepted the explosives and ignited the fuse. As the fuse neared its end, she hurled the explosives into the courtyard. The fourth brother and his companions, engrossed in their jovial conversation, suddenly spotted a dark shadow hurtling towards them. Trailing sparks in a moment of stunned silence, the explosives landed among them. Someone shouted in alarm, prompting the group to leap to their feet and flee. Yet before they could escape, the explosives detonated. Those closest were obliterated, while others were thrown into the air by the blast. Zhang Buoqian, moving swiftly, scooped up the fourth brother and dashed away at top speed. After the explosion, the fourth brother was left with his back mangled, while Zhang Buoqian emerged unscathed, having shielded himself behind the fourth brother. The others fared poorly, suffering either death or severe injury. 6 gravely wounded, 5 lightly, and the rest perished. At this moment, Zhao Zishuan, brandishing her blade, sought to charge in, but Li Heng restrained her. Why are you holding me back? Do you intend to spare them? Zhao Zishuan snapped, shaking off his grip. Li Heng shook his head, explaining, no, I have another explosive here. As he spoke, he retrieved another bundle of explosives. Zhao Zishuan kicked him, insisting, throw one. Li Heng hesitated, fumbling for his lighter to ignite the fuse. Just then, A familiar voice rang out behind them. "What are you two doing?" Startled, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan turned to see a figure emerging from behind a few trees. "What are you doing here?" Li Heng exclaimed, shocked to see Zhang Lin, who had abandoned the estate to come here. Zhang Lin glanced at the explosives in Li Heng's hand and remarked, "I came to discuss something with you that I happened to see what was happening here. So I came to check. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged skeptical glances. Zhang Lin surveyed the villa, asking, "Who's inside?" Li Heng replied, "A few enemies." As he spoke, he prepared to ignite the explosives. At that moment, the fourth brother's voice echoed from within the villa. "Li Heng, you bastard. If you're not dead, come out and face us instead of lurking in the shadows like a coward." Zhang Lin's eyes widened as he grasped Li Heng's shoulder. "Wait, isn't that the fourth brother?" "No." Li Heng dodged Zhang Lin's grip and ignited the explosives. As he spoke, he threw the explosives into the air. Zhang Lin, quick on his feet, produced a dagger, expertly launching it to intercept the fuse of the explosives. Extinguishing the flame with pinpoint accuracy. Li Heng watched in awe as the blade sliced through the burning wick. Impressed, he thought to himself that while he practiced throwing knives, his accuracy was nothing short of abysmal. "What are you doing?" Zhao Zishuan brandished her long knife before Zhang Lin. He raised his hands, taking a few steps back. "I merely wish to know who is inside." He then called out, "I am Zhang Lin." "Who are you inside?" "I am the fourth brother, Zhang Lin. Come help us." "I am Zhang Buqian." Upon confirming the identities within, Zhang Lin's curiosity piqued. His face lit up with a brilliant smile, excitement causing his hands to tremble slightly. "How fascinating. Aren't you supposed to be friends? Why are you fighting? Please, tell me all about it." Li Heng, not wishing to conceal the truth, recounted the events that had transpired. Zhang Lin nodded vigorously, expressing his support. "If I were in your shoes, I would not kill them. I would capture them and slowly torment them until they are nothing but skeletons, forever trapped here." Hearing this, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan felt a wave of relief. As long as Zhang Lin chose not to intervene, the fourth brother and Zhang Buqian were effectively doomed. However, Zhang Lin then shifted his tone, his stance changing. "But they cannot die just yet. Why not?" Zhao Zishuan inquired. Zhang Lin replied, "Did I not say earlier? I have matters to discuss with you. This issue concerns not only you but also them. Please do me a favor and spare them for the time being. Once my affairs are settled, I will personally help you eliminate them." Li Heng, his expression darkening, asked, "What business do you have?" Zhang Lin grinned sinisterly, his voice chilling. "Last time you sought my assistance in business. This time, I seek your cooperation for a similar venture." Li Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying that you have also discovered a reborn individual with spatial storage abilities?" He found it hard to believe such a coincidence could occur. The emergence of a single reborn individual was already unfathomable. How could there be another? Yet, Zhang Lin had no reason to deceive them without cause. Chapter 60. "Go away, you annoy me." As the three pondered the implications, the fourth brother's furious voice resonated from within the villa. Li Heng, are you dead or alive? If you're alive, come out and take a few steps." Zhang Lin shot a venomous glare towards the villa. Resenting the fourth brother for interrupting their discussion, he thought to himself that when the day came to torment the fourth brother, the first order of business would be to cut out his tongue. The man was insufferably irritating. Li Heng glanced at the villa and scoffed at Zhang Lin. "These two are hardly of any use." Zhang Lin countered, "The fourth brother may be useless, but Zhang Buqian is quite valuable. His metal abilities could assist us significantly." Li Heng scoffed, realizing that while Zhang Buqian might be of great assistance to Zhang Lin, he posed no benefit to himself. However, with Zhang Lin's formidable influence, there was little he could do to alter the situation. Even Zhao Zishuan would find it difficult to oppose him. With a resigned sigh, Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan. "Let's endure this for now." Zhao Zishuan nodded silently, turning to leave. Aware that they could not defeat Zhang Lin, she understood that as long as he opposed their intentions, they could not harm the fourth brother or Zhang Buqian. Li Heng, not wishing to linger any longer, stated, "I will take my leave now. You should ensure these two leave immediately. As for your business, let us discuss it in detail at our villa." Once Li Heng's figure vanished, Zhang Lin called into the villa, "I am Zhang Lin. You are safe now." The fourth brother and Zhang Buqian heard the voice from outside but were skeptical. After a considerable pause, they finally emerged cautiously. And upon seeing Zhang Lin, it was as though they had spotted their long-lost parents. Overwhelmed with relief, they had narrowly escaped death at Li Heng's hands. eager to enlist Zhang Lin's help for revenge. They were met with the disheartening news that he was not a match for Zhao Zishuan. Leaving them disheartened and without a leader, Zhang Lin urged them to retreat to their base for a time. But they hesitated, wishing to remain. Realizing their reluctance, Zhang Lin warned them that if they stayed, Li Heng would certainly kill them. Once they heard this, the two begrudgingly departed, carrying with them the seeds of vengeance. After sending the troublesome pair away, Zhang Lin turned his attention towards Li Heng's villa. Inside Li Heng's villa, he, Zhao Zishuan, and Zhang Lin sat in a triangular formation, reminiscent of a tense standoff. The clock ticked rhythmically. And the three remained silent, each looking down at their hands. Li Heng, adept at breaking such awkwardness, deliberately placed his hand on the table to draw their attention, stating, "If there is something to discuss, let us get on with it. I'd like to return home and rest." Zhang Lin promptly interjected, stating, "There is nothing much to discuss. I simply wish to join forces with you to eliminate that reincarnator." "I have no interest in this point." Two voices echoed simultaneously within the room, belonging to Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Neither of them had any desire to pursue the reincarnator. Their motivation for confronting Yu Qiufeng stemmed solely from the peril he posed to them. Li Heng remarked, "The reincarnator does not present any threat to us. Why should we seek trouble with him? Why invite a formidable adversary upon ourselves?" Zhang Lin was taken aback by their response. His expression contorted with frustration. His hand, resting beneath the table, twirled a dagger as he pondered how to persuade the two. After a brief silence, he began, "Allow me to share some information regarding this reincarnator." Ignoring their willingness to listen, he continued speaking to himself. "The reincarnator's name is Xia Tian, the founder of the Nanshan base, which houses over 100 individuals. Currently, Xia Tian is expanding his influence, encroaching upon the territory you occupy." Initially reluctant to assist Zhang Lin, Li Heng's disinterest deepened upon learning of the adversary's substantial following. Before Zhang Lin could finish, Li Heng interrupted, "Enough that we will not involve ourselves in this matter. That we lack the capability to assist you significantly. You should seek other ability users." Zhang Lin's face darkened, and he remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Zhao Zishuan, who had remained silent. "What is your stance?" He hoped Zhao Zishuan might offer a differing opinion from Li Heng's. However, her words were even more vehement. "Just get lost. Your presence irritates me," she said impatiently. Zhang Lin felt insulted and stormed out of the villa. Once outside, Li Heng pushed Zhao Zishuan in frustration. "Why did you insult him?" Zhao Zishuan's beautiful eyes widened as she retorted, "You should leave too." Li Heng, with an air of arrogance, replied, "This is my home." Zhao Zishuan, unyielding, kicked over Li Heng's chair. "What of it? You can leave as well." In an attempt to provoke Zhao Zishuan further, Li Heng shouted towards the second floor as he reached the door, "Lin Yan, come down and sleep with me." That night, Li Heng and Lin Yan took refuge in the neighboring villa. The following morning, when Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan encountered one another, they acted as if nothing had transpired, engaging in casual conversation and playful banter. 2 days passed in tranquility, but on the afternoon of the third day, 3 men stormed into the villa, clad in matching black suits. The man in the center brandished a handgun, while the others wielded long melee weapons. They strode through the base with an air of authority. Resembling leaders on an inspection tour, Lin Yan was the first to spot them and hurriedly informed Li Heng downstairs. Grabbing a submachine gun, Li Heng dashed to the balcony on the second floor. By then, the 3 men had approached Li Heng's villa. Li Heng raised his submachine gun, firing a few shots into the air. The gunfire startled the trio, causing the central figure to raise his hand. Suddenly, the ground before him bulged, and a wall of earth rose to block their path. Ability user. Li Heng mused, calling out to them, "This is our base. Please vacate immediately." From behind the earthen wall, someone arrogantly shouted, "Just because you say it's your base, it is? I could claim this as mine too." "Oh dear," Li Heng exclaimed in frustration. It seemed these individuals were seeking trouble. He aimed his submachine gun at the nearby wall and unleashed a barrage of bullets. After expending a magazine, he warned loudly, "Do not presume that your abilities grant you free rein. We possess abilities as well." This declaration had a certain deterrent effect, as the opposing party's demeanor became less brash. The one who had just demonstrated his powers, Lei Hengfeng, gradually emerged from behind the wall. "Brother, do not misunderstand. We inadvertently stumbled into your territory," he stated while scanning for Li Heng. "I bear you no ill will." "Simply leave now," Li Heng replied. Lei Hengfeng spotted Li Heng and waved at him while advancing. "Do we wish to rest here for a while before departing?" Is that acceptable? Li Heng remained silent as Zhao Zishuan approached. Soon, she appeared 100 meters away from Lei Hengfeng. Noticing a woman, Lei Hengfeng dismissed her presence. Zhao Zishuan, wielding a long blade, approached him without uttering a word and struck. Lei Hengfeng reacted swiftly, erecting a wall of earth before him. The blade clashed against the wall, cleaving it in two. Standing close to the wall, Lei Hengfeng felt the blade slice through his clothing, leaving a long gash upon his body. Alarmed, he stumbled back, his eyes wide with fear and shock. His earthen wall possessed formidable defensive capabilities, easily withstanding bullets and even grenades. Yet, why could it not withstand an ordinary blade? Are you an ability user? He inquired. Zhao Zishuan did not respond to his question but, with a stern expression, coldly declared, "You have 3 seconds to leave this place." As Zhao Zishuan spoke, Lei Hengfeng's 2 companions rushed to his side. One of them, upon hearing Zhao Zishuan's audacious words, retorted, "Do you know who we are?" "We are from the Nanshan base." Nanshan base. Zhao Zishuan found the name somewhat familiar, but could not recall where she had heard it. While others might have pondered further, Zhao Zishuan had no time for such thoughts. As she was silently counting down, she had already stated that she would allow them only 3 seconds. Now, as the countdown reached its end, her blade flashed like lightning, catching them off guard. Lei Hengfeng witnessed the glint of the blade as it severed his companion's head. He turned to see if the other companion had met the same fate. The moment he glanced back, he saw the second companion's head had also vanished. That instant, Lei Hengfeng finally grasped the situation. He instinctively recoiled, quickly erecting another wall of earth before crouching and rolling backward. Zhao Zishuan's third strike missed its target. She raised her blade, slicing through the front wall, and swiftly pursued the retreating Lei Hengfeng. As Lei Hengfeng scrambled to his feet, he fled towards the base's exit. After running for a while, he realized the relentless woman was hot on his heels and decided to employ his abilities once more. Suddenly, the ground before him began to undulate, as if something lay within the earth. In a matter of moments, the once solid ground transformed into a quagmire. Zhao Zishuan halted before the mire, thrusting her long blade into it and slowly withdrawing it. As the blade emerged, Zhao Zishuan felt a distinct pulling force. The mire possessed immense stickiness, akin to a glue trap. Once ensnared, movement became exceedingly difficult. Zhao Zishuan glanced into the distance, noticing that Lei Hengfeng had vanished from sight. Narrowing her eyes, she sensed ominous events on the horizon. At that moment, Li Heng arrived as well. Observing the soft ground, he inquired, "What is this? An ability?" Zhao Zishuan replied. Li Heng nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Let's catch a zombie and see what effect this ability has." Subsequently, the two set out to capture a zombie. Upon reaching the wire gate, Li Heng casually asked, "Do you know the origins of those men?" Zhao Zishuan replied nonchalantly, "They seem to be from the Nanshan base." Li Heng abruptly halted, eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Are you certain they are from the Nanshan base?" Zhao Zishuan refrained from answering and instead countered, "What of the Nanshan base?" Li Heng slapped his thigh, gritting his teeth. "Nanshan base? Do you not know of it?" Zhao Zishuan shook her head. Li Heng, exasperated, shouted, "It's the Nanshan base Zhang Lin mentioned, the one with the reincarnator." "Now do you understand?" Zhao Zishuan's expression hardened. She raised her foot and kicked Li Heng's knee, then huffed. "Why are you shouting?" Li Heng, visibly frustrated, fell silent. They then captured a zombie and tossed it into the mire. The zombie struggled futilely in the mire, unable to move an inch. Li Heng squatted beside the mire, stating, "If this mire can be sustained long-term, it would be an excellent method for dealing with zombies." Zhao Zishuan nodded in agreement, but based on her experience, she surmised the ability would fade after a certain period. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, the mire dissipated and the ground regained its solid state. The remnants of mud clinging to the zombie hardened into small clumps. Freed from the mire's grasp, the zombie suddenly lunged at Li Heng, who raised his trident and pierced its skull. Upon returning to the villa, they found Lin Yin cleaning the bloodstains outside, and the 2 bodies had vanished. Upon seeing them return, Lin Yin paused her work, quietly stating, "I disposed of the bodies in the garbage heap." Li Heng merely acknowledged her with a grunt. Saying nothing further, he felt no inclination to converse, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Nanshan base. Zhao Zishuan shared his concerns, but did not wish to reveal them before Li Heng. Thus, she deliberately provoked him, humming a tune as she returned to the villa, leaving Li Heng to seethe in frustration, helpless against the situation. This moment, Lei Hengfeng crouched in the corner of a building. gasping for breath. After resting for a while, he rose to survey his surroundings. Ensuring that the madwoman had not followed him before he departed, he found an electric scooter on the street that still had some charge and rode it away into the distance. Instead of returning to the Nanshan base, he made his way to Zhang Lin's Baigu Bone Manor. He intended to enlist Zhang Lin's assistance in eliminating the deranged woman. Upon hearing of Lei Hengfeng's arrival, Zhang Lin assumed he was representing the Nanshan base to discuss a merger. Some time ago, representatives from the Nanshan base had approached Zhang Lin, hoping he would agree to merge, but he had declined their offer. Zhang Lin did not step outside to greet Lei Hengfeng. Instead, he sent someone to bring him in. When he saw that Lei Hengfeng was alone, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He had known Lei Hengfeng for quite some time and was thoroughly familiar with him. This man had a penchant for theatrics, always surrounded by a retinue of followers, often accompanied by 2 armed subordinates. "Why are you alone?" Zhang Lin inquired. Recalling past events, Lei Hengfeng gritted his teeth at him. "Why people have all been killed." Zhang Lin burst into laughter. "Is that true? Who would dare harm someone from the Nanshan base? Who is this person? I truly wish to meet them." Chapter 62. We fear Li Heng. Seeing Zhang Lin's gleeful demeanor, Lei Hengfeng furrowed his brow and replied, "If you wish to meet them, then accompany me to confront them and assist me in eliminating them. Am I your father? Why should I help you?" Zhang Lin's retort left Lei Hengfeng speechless. Glaring fiercely at him, Lei Hengfeng eventually said, "If you help me eliminate them, I will forego the merger of your manor. Do you possess that authority?" Zhang Lin expressed his skepticism. Lei Hengfeng sneered, "Just tell me whether you are willing to assist." Eager to make the acquaintance of someone who had offended the Nanshan base, Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. "Fine. I accept your proposition." He then asked, "Who is this individual? Where do they reside?" Lei Hengfeng replied, "I do not know their names, but one woman is particularly formidable, wielding a long knife. They reside in the villa area of Qinghe district." Upon hearing that they were in the villa area of Qinghe district, Zhang Lin immediately thought of Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan. There was only one base in Qinghe district, the very place where Li Heng and his companions resided. Moreover, the woman Lei Hengfeng described bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zixuan. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. What a coincidence! Previously, he had sought out these two, but they had adamantly refused to join forces against the Nanshan base. Now, however, they had taken action against the people of the Nanshan base. How amusing, truly amusing. Noticing Zhang Lin's ramblings, Lei Hengfeng impatiently slapped the table and said, "What are you mumbling about?" Zhang Lin glanced at him sideways. A grin on his face. "I believe I know who that madwoman is." "You know her?" Zhang Lin stood, twirling a dagger as he spoke. "Oh yes, that I know her all too well. This woman is closely associated with Li Heng. I cannot afford to offend them. You should seek assistance elsewhere." Lei Hengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Lin. Having known him for so long, he had never heard Zhang Lin express fear of anyone. Now, he was astonished to hear him admit to such fear. He stood up, scrutinizing Zhang Lin, attempting to discern whether he was speaking falsely. "Who exactly is this Li Heng you mentioned?" he inquired. "He is the man accompanying that woman." Zhang Lin replied. Lei Hengfeng exclaimed softly, continuing to observe him. After a long moment, he found no change in Zhang Lin's expression. However, he sensed that Zhang Lin was not truly afraid of the two. His reluctance to assist was likely due to other reasons. Lei Hengfeng would not show weakness to Zhang Lin, nor would he grovel for his help. Seeing that Zhang Lin remained unyielding, he stood up to leave. "If you are unwilling, I shall seek assistance from someone else. Do not let the door hit you on the way out," Zhang Lin called out sarcastically, bursting into raucous laughter. After departing from the Baigu Manor, Lei Hengfeng proceeded to Zhang Buoqian's base. Although he and Zhang Buoqian were not acquainted, he possessed some knowledge about him. The Nanshan base had been gathering information about surrounding bases for quite some time in their quest for expansion. Upon arriving at the foot of Zhang Buoqian's mountain, Lei Hengfeng raised his voice to announce his identity. Upon learning that he was from the Nanshan base, the guards atop the mountain became flustered. Unsure of his intentions, Zhang Buoqian, upon hearing of the Nanshan base's presence, immediately ordered someone to summon Fourth Brother. Both men, accompanied by their subordinates, personally went to welcome Lei Hengfeng. After leaving Li Heng's company, Fourth Brother and Zhang Buoqian had remained together, returning to their current base as a duo. They ushered Lei Hengfeng into the base, treating him as an esteemed guest, almost eager to kneel before him in service. Lei Hengfeng was quite pleased with their demeanor and appreciated their attitude. After sipping the tea prepared by Fourth Brother, he promptly spat it out. "What kind of wretched tea is this? It pales in comparison to what we have at the Nanshan base. I shall invite you both to the Nanshan base sometime, so you can experience what good tea tastes like. Fourth brother nodded eagerly, saying, "We thank you in advance." After a moment, he discreetly glanced at Lei Hongfeng and asked, "Might I inquire about your purpose for visiting us? Are we to discuss a merger?" News of the Nanshan base's intention to merge with surrounding bases had spread widely. Zhang Buqian and fourth brother were well aware of this. They were keen to merge with the Nanshan base to leverage its strength against their adversaries, including Li Hong. However, the representatives from the Nanshan base had yet to approach them, which left them feeling anxious. Upon observing the two men's demeanor, Lei Hongfeng discerned their desire for a merger that he chuckled. "There is no rush on that front. I am here for another matter." "What matter?" Zhang Buqian inquired. Lei Hongfeng asked, "Are you familiar with Li Hang and Zhao Zixuan?" The mention of these two names struck fourth brother and Zhang Buqian like a thunderclap, freezing them in place. Fourth brother, uncertain of the relationship between Lei Hongfeng and Li Hong, cautiously responded, "We know them, but we are unsure of your connection to him." Lei Hongfeng's expression suddenly turned cold. "I am their enemy." This revelation caused fourth brother and Zhang Buqian to beam with delight. Fourth brother excitedly slapped his thigh. "We are enemies with him as well." The three men exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter. After their laughter subsided, they each recounted their grievances with Li Hong. Fourth brother spoke only of the struggle for the base, omitting any mention of Yi Qiufeng, as that was a secret known only to them. Once Lei Hongfeng shared his own grievances against Li Hong. Fourth brother understood why Lei Hongfeng had sought them out. Although they despised Li Hong and desired to eliminate him, it was utterly impossible for them to take on such a task. Before Lei Hongfeng could utter a word, they preemptively cut him off, leaving him speechless. Fourth brother began, "Li Hong and Zhao Zixuan are formidable opponents. We are no match for them. The last time we fought, we suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for others coming to our aid, we wouldn't have made it back alive. Now that we see you, we feel emboldened. With your help and the assistance of the brothers from the Nanshan base, we are certain we can avenge ourselves." Zhang Buqian chimed in. "Indeed, we cannot contend with Li Hong, but the Nanshan base certainly can. Just the other day, we were deliberating whether to seek help from the Nanshan base. We never expected you to arrive before we could even make the trip." The two men harmonized their thoughts, clearly conveying their message. They could not contend with Li Hang and require the intervention of the Nanshan base. After their statements, they anxiously gazed at Lei Hongfeng, fearing his displeasure. Chapter 63. He has special preferences. Lei Hongfeng awkwardly chuckled a few times. With both of them expressing their sentiments, he felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "If we were to recruit a few more individuals, would we stand a chance against them?" Fourth brother squinted thoughtfully before shaking his head. "I fear it would not be sufficient. Our bases are few and far between. The few we do have are not willing to offend Li Hong." Lei Hongfeng rubbed his face, skeptically asking, "Are they truly that fearsome? You have so many people, yet you fear just two." Recalling the devastating losses they had suffered at Li Hang's hands, fourth brother ground his teeth in frustration. However, he had to admit that he was indeed afraid of Li Hong. Until they amassed sufficient strength, he was unwilling to engage with him again. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Lei Hongfeng before lighting one for himself. After taking a deep drag, he stated, "While the madwoman is indeed powerful, dealing with her is not overly difficult. The real challenge lies with Li Hang. That scoundrel has too many underhanded schemes. Often, before we can strike at him, he has already set traps for us." Just as they were deliberating over Li Hong, a subordinate rushed in, whispering urgently in fourth brother's ear. After listening to the report, fourth brother's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, appearing quite peculiar. Lei Hongfeng inquired, "What is it? Has something gone awry?" Fourth brother shook his head. "Nothing to worry about. A few zombies have shown up outside that I will take care of. As Lei Hongfeng stood up to check. Fourth brother blocked his way. "You are a guest. What can I do for you?" "You are here chatting with Zhang Buqian. I will be back shortly." Subsequently, he departed the living room alone. Fourth brother, accompanied by several subordinates, ascended the mountain, gazing downwards. There, at the foot of the hill, stood two individuals. Between them was a black motorcycle, a vehicle fourth brother was all too familiar with, having previously ridden it. The two figures below were none other than Li Hang and Zhao Zixuan. Ever since Lei Hongfeng had fled, Li Hong had been contemplating how to resolve the matter. After much deliberation, he concluded that silencing Lei Hongfeng was imperative. Otherwise, should Lei Hongfeng return to the Nanshan base, he would undoubtedly bring reinforcements to confront them. This would irrevocably position them as mortal enemies with the Nashan base. If they could eliminate Lei Hengfeng before he reached the Nashan base, they might avoid becoming adversaries. Thus, the two rode the motorcycle in search of Lei Hengfeng. Based on Li Heng's analysis, having been injured and having fled in disarray, it was improbable that Lei Hengfeng would return to the Nanshan base alone. He might seek assistance from nearby bases, leveraging his status. Hence, he and Zhao Zishuan first visited Zhonglin. Upon learning of their intentions to find Lei Hengfeng, Zhonglin seized the opportunity to coerce them into taking action against the Nanshan base. Li Heng had no choice but to acquiesce temporarily. After his agreement, Zhonglin divulged a crucial piece of information. Lei Hengfeng was currently at Zhang Boqian's base. Zhonglin was aware of Lei Hengfeng's whereabouts because he had dispatched someone to follow him. With this revelation, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan made their way to Zhang Boqian's base. Li Heng looked up and discerned someone among the group above who resembled Fourth Brother that he called out. "Is that you, Fourth Brother? If so, please come down and have a word with me." Fourth Brother remained silent. After a brief interval, he descended the mountain alone. As Fourth Brother approached, Li Heng jested, "You possess quite the audacity. Coming here alone. Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Fourth Brother scoffed. "You are here to find Lei Hengfeng, aren't you?" Li Heng nodded, scrutinizing Fourth Brother. To his surprise, this fellow was rather astute, discerning his intentions at a glance. Given Fourth Brother's boldness in meeting him alone, it was evident he would not impede Li Heng's pursuit of Lei Hengfeng. Naturally, he likely had his own demands. With this thought in mind, Li Heng smiled and said, "Speak up. What would it take for us to eliminate Lei Hengfeng?" Fourth Brother coldly replied, "I want a crystal core." Li Heng had already internally consented to this request, yet he was reluctant to let Fourth Brother succeed so easily, wishing to create some difficulties. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhao Zishuan interjected, "No problem. We will go kill Lei Hengfeng first." Fourth Brother spread his arms, blocking Zhao Zishuan's path. "That won't do. I must receive the crystal core first." Li Heng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Obtaining the crystal core isn't easy. Where are we supposed to find it now? We can procure it after we have killed Lei Hengfeng," Fourth Brother stated. "I have ample time to wait for you. You can take your time to find it. I will keep Lei Hengfeng occupied." Li Heng spat on the ground, cursing, "You truly are insufferably arrogant. Do you believe we won't charge in and annihilate you all right now?" Fourth Brother shrugged dismissively. "Go ahead. Perhaps you can kill the people from our base, but eliminating Lei Hengfeng will be a different challenge if he escapes. Both of you won't survive for long." He had seized upon Li Heng's vulnerability. Now emboldened, Li Heng nodded fiercely, mounting the motorcycle, and said to Zhao Zishuan, "Let us go." The motorcycle emitted a plume of black smoke as it vanished down the hillside. Observing their hasty retreat, Fourth Brother felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Reveling in the rare moment of triumph over Li Heng, returning to the mountain, he informed Lei Hengfeng that the zombies had been dealt with, and then continued his conversation with him. Li Heng rode the motorcycle straight to Zhonglin's base. "Where are you headed?" Zhao Zishuan, clutching his waist from behind, inquired softly. Li Heng replied, "To find Zhonglin. He might have the crystal core." Upon arriving at Zhonglin's base, Li Heng directly asked Zhonglin if he had the crystal core. Zhonglin affirmed and then questioned what they needed it for. Li Heng conveyed Fourth Brother's request, prompting Zhonglin to chuckle sinisterly. Zhonglin went in his secret storage and retrieved a crystal core, which was encased in a small wooden box. As Li Heng accepted the box, he deliberately opened it to inspect, wary of any deceit from Zhonglin. Noticing Li Heng's cautious demeanor, Zhonglin lamented, "I might deceive the world, but I would never deceive you." Li Heng furrowed his brow, pondering Zhonglin's peculiar statement. Did he possess some unusual proclivity? He closed the box and said, "Thank you. We need to find Fourth Brother, so we shall take our leave." Observing their intent to depart, Zhonglin suddenly declared, "I will accompany you." Li Heng nodded in agreement, and Zhao Zishuan had no objections either. The three proceeded towards the exit. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the bones hanging from the rafters to sway gently. Some bones clashed together, producing eerie sounds. This uncanny sensation sent chills down Li Heng's spine, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Chapter 64. Hypocrisy and False Compassion. Noticing Li Heng's pause, Zhonglin asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Li Heng replied, shaking his head slightly before continuing forward. As the three emerged from the room, Zhonglin shouted to his subordinates, "Find me a motorcycle." His men quickly located a motorcycle in the garage. Zhonglin patted the motorcycle and remarked to Zhao Zishuan, if you prefer not to ride with Li Heng. You can take this one. I'll ride with him. Zhao Zishuan indeed preferred not to share a vehicle with Li Heng, so she opted for a separate motorcycle. Li Heng shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Lin. Muttering in discontent, surely you have more than one motorcycle here. Why can't you ride another? Zhang Lin approached Li Heng from behind and swung his leg over the back seat, stating, I only have this one. Let us go. Li Heng shouted in frustration as the motorcycle sped out of the base. By nightfall, they arrived again at Zhang Buqian's base. This time, they did not approach the base closely but stopped at a distance. Li Heng dismounted the motorcycle, lit a cigarette, and pondered the situation. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing his darting, dark eyes, clearly deep in thought. Zhao Zishuan gently kicked him, stepping between him and Zhang Lin. What devious plan are you concocting now? Li Heng looked up and grinned. Do you think the three of us could annihilate Zhang Buqian's base? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Zishuan and Zhang Lin frowned simultaneously. Li Heng was contemplating the complete extermination of everyone in the base. Zhao Zishuan remained silent, not perceiving any issue with such an approach, while Zhang Lin vehemently disagreed. Zhang Lin circumvented Zhao Zishuan and squatted beside Li Heng, saying, I understand your fear of leaks, but killing them serves no purpose. Your actions are not clandestine. Perhaps you have already been observed along your journey. You visited my place as well. I cannot guarantee my men will remain silent. Furthermore, this base houses over a dozen individuals. Can you ensure their complete extermination? Besides, we must contend with the Nanshan base. Having Fourth Brother and his crew on our side would bolster our chances. Li Heng anticipated Zhang Lin's descent. His original plan was to first exploit Zhang Lin, eliminating Fourth Brother and his group. Then, he would join forces with Zhao Zishuan to eliminate Zhang Lin. Following that, they would attack Zhang Lin's base, exterminating everyone there. This way, all traces of their actions would be obliterated. Even if the Nanshan base sent investigators, they would find nothing linking back to them. Even if they did, they could simply deny any involvement. However, he merely entertained this notion. Clearly, events would not unfold as he envisioned. Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan, inquiring, What do you think? Zhao Zishuan pondered for a moment before responding. Let us spare them for now. Li Heng, feeling dejected, nodded and rose. Fine, let us go find Fourth Brother. At that moment, Fourth Brother and Zhang Buqian were conversing with Lei Hengfeng over drinks, thoroughly engrossed in their discussion. Lei Hengfeng was painting a grand picture of the benefits of joining the Nanshan base, extolling the virtues of the future they could share. Just as the three were deep in conversation, a subordinate hurriedly approached Fourth Brother and whispered a few words in his ear. Fourth Brother stood up, smiling. A few friends have arrived outside. I will go greet them. Lei Hengfeng waved his hand nonchalantly, adopting the demeanor of a leader. Hurry back and bring your friends over for a drink. Certainly, I will bring them. Fourth Brother assured as he made his way outside. After a while, Fourth Brother returned alone. Upon seeing only him, Lei Hengfeng set down his cup and asked, Where are your friends? Fourth Brother smiled without replying. Why are you grinning like an idiot? I'm asking you a question, Lei Hengfeng scolded. Just then, three individuals walked through the door. As the three appeared unexpectedly, Lei Hengfeng leaped from his chair, stammering, You. His shock rendered him speechless, and fear gradually flickered in his eyes. Zhao Zishuan, silent yet deadly, lunged forward with her long knife. Zhang Lin launched an assault from the opposite side, while Li Heng maneuvered behind Lei Hengfeng to prevent his escape. Under the relentless onslaught of the three individuals, Lei Hengfeng sustained increasingly numerous wounds, particularly from the devastating and terrifying injuries inflicted by Zhang Lin. The dagger in Zhang Lin's hand whirled like a spinning knife, each contact with the flesh capable of shredding it to pieces. The agony was unbearable for an ordinary person. Soon enough, Lei Hengfeng was subdued. Li Heng stood upon his back and surveyed the others, chillingly stating, Let us each take a stab at him. The group exchanged glances, falling into a silence. This could indeed be regarded as sharing both fortune and misfortune. The Fourth Brother was the first to act, plunging his knife into Lei Hengfeng's abdomen. One by one, the others followed suit, delivering their own strikes. Each methodically aimed to injure vital areas without delivering a fatal blow. Finally, it was Li Heng's turn, and all eyes turned towards him, for his strike had to be lethal. Li Heng approached Lei Hengfeng, murmuring a prayer, Ba, before driving a triangular military dagger into his skull. Upon hearing Li Heng's chant, the Fourth Brother quietly remarked, Feign benevolence and compassion. Li Heng instructed the Fourth Brother and Zhang Buqian to personally dispose of Lei Hengfeng's corpse. After they completed the grim task, they returned to the hall. Upon seeing their return, Zhang Lin remarked, There is still one person missing. If he were here, we would be complete. The individual he referred to was Jiang Jian. The fourth brother suggested, why not summon him? Zhang Buqian, appearing somewhat apprehensive, responded, he bears no blood on his hands from the Nanshan base. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to come? Zhang Lin chuckled and replied, Jiang Jian has long since killed individuals from the Nanshan base. You need not worry about that. With his assurance, the group resolved to summon Jiang Jian. The following day, Jiang Jian arrived at the base. The individuals who had once slain Yi Qiufeng gathered once more. Excluding the deceased, their purpose for this gathering remained the same: to eliminate the reanimators. Identical to the previous assembly, the sole difference was that this time, Zhang Lin was the instigator, while previously it had been Li Hong. As the initiator, Zhang Lin's opinions were largely heeded. A few individuals gathered around a round table laden with an array of sumptuous dishes: lobsters, crabs, abalone, and sea cucumbers, all generously provided by Yi Qiufeng. Chapter 65, Anger Me. And you shall become human skin. Zhang Lin poured a glass of liquor for each person and proclaimed, our common enemy is the Nanshan base, is it not? After speaking, he surveyed the group. Awaiting their reactions, silence enveloped them, each merely nodding in agreement. Zhang Lin revealed a smile more grotesque than tears, ominously declaring, to toast to our imminent victory, let us celebrate with a drink. The group rose. Clinking glasses, each consuming the contents of their cups, some downed their drinks in one go, while others took but a small sip. Cautious and cunning as he was, Li Hong merely pretended to drink, ensuring he consumed nothing. Not only did he abstain, but he also deliberately bumped into Zhao Zishuan, causing her drink to spill. My apologies. My apologies. Li Hong quickly grabbed a napkin from the table, attempting to dab at Zhao Zishuan's attire. After a few ineffective swipes, she slapped him, exclaiming, where are you wiping? Ah, my mistake, he retorted, as the onlookers snickered at his antics, recognizing his ploy. Zhang Lin, unfazed, wiped the liquor from the corner of his mouth and remarked, I need not elaborate on the might of the Nanshan base. We cannot confront them head-on. Just my suggestion is to engage them cautiously, gradually amassing our strength. Li Hong interjected sarcastically, is that not common knowledge? Eager to curry favor with Zhang Lin, Zhang Buqian supported him, rebuking Li Hong. What do you mean by that? If you have something to say, just say it plainly. There's no need for veiled insinuations. Li Hong replied, what I mean is if there's nothing further, Zhao Zishuan and I will take our leave. The group expressed surprise at his intention to depart. Zhang Lin inquired, you're leaving now? Li Hong grinned mischievously, if I don't leave now, shall I wait until New Year's? If it comes to that, you'll be begging for my blessing, but I have no red envelopes for you. The others clenched their teeth in frustration, unwilling to provoke him at that moment. Zhang Lin, seemingly agitated, brandished a dagger that had appeared in his right hand. Twirling it, he inquired, what do you think of the situation with the Nanshan base? Li Hong pondered briefly before responding. The Nanshan base is vast, with numerous people and affairs. For now, they likely won't trouble you. The matter of Lei Hongfeng lacks witnesses, so they cannot take action against you. For the time being, you are not endangered, as you mentioned, while the Nanshan base has yet to target you. Use this time to gather strength. The others felt a sense of discomfort at Li Hong's words. While his statements held truth, the way he referred to you felt disconcertingly detached, as if he were entirely uninvolved. Tapping his chopsticks against a ceramic bowl, Li Hong remarked, Li Hong, what do you mean by constantly referring to you? Are you attempting to distance yourself from this? Do not forget, we are all in the same boat. If trouble arises, you will be the first to flee. Others echoed the sentiment, chastising Li Hong for his phrasing. Li Hong feigned indifference, rising to apologize. My apologies, it was my mistake. Did I not mean to say we? Seeing his antics, the group felt powerless to counter him. Zhang Lin, vexed by Li Hong's behavior, waved his hand impatiently. Enough, if you have nothing further, you may leave. Li Hong chuckled, waving goodbye as he and Zhao Zishuan exited. The fourth brother, facing away from the door, failed to notice where Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan had gone. Assuming they had left the premises, he could not help but mutter a curse. That wretched Zhao Zishuan, why does she heed Li Hong so? This remark ignited a spark, setting off a volatile reaction between Li Hong and Zhao Zishuan. She abruptly halted, raising her knife with the intent to strike the fourth brother. Yet, before she could move, Li Hong was already upon the fourth brother, faster than she could react. The others witnessed a flash as Li Hong appeared behind the fourth brother. And before they could utter a word, Li Hong had sprung into action, with his hands gripping the fourth brother's neck. Li Heng unleashed his devouring ability. The terrifying power swiftly consumed the fourth brother's strength. Coupled with Li Heng's tight grip on his throat, the fourth brother convulsed violently, his body writhing uncontrollably. The table was overturned, food scattered everywhere. The large lobster landed squarely on the fourth brother's face, obscuring his contorted features. The onlookers, witnessing the fourth brother's agony, contemplated intervening. However, Zhao Zixuan's icy gaze and her cold blade deterred them. The devouring skill persisted for 10 excruciating minutes. The group watched in horror as a once-living body was reduced to mere human skin. Were one to fill that skin with cotton, it would resemble a living person. The neck that Li Heng held was no longer a neck, but merely skin, the head's skin enveloping his hand. From a distance appearing as if he were holding a garment. Li Heng, taken aback by the extent of the transformation, discarded the human skin with disdain, casting a chilling glance at the others. After all, he was not an ability user. Death was merely death. With that, he seized the somewhat dazed Zhao Zixuan and exited the room. Outside, a cold breeze swept through, causing the thin human skin to flutter in the wind. Aside from Zhang Lin, the remaining two involuntarily shuddered. In that moment, they felt Li Heng to be more terrifying, more ruthless, and more deranged than Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin licked the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the inky night, a fervent expression illuminating his features. He bent down to retrieve the discarded human skin, gently caressing it with his hand, and murmured to himself, "This is the most exquisite gift Li Heng has bestowed upon me." Zhang Buqian and Jiang Zhiyuan exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines. As Li Heng and Zhao Zixuan departed the base on a motorcycle, Zhao Zixuan wrapped her arms around Li Heng's waist. Feeling comforted by the night wind whipping past her ears, resting her head against his back, she softly inquired, "You were hiding your strength all along." Li Heng slowed the bike slightly, expressing his vexation. "After everything I did for you just now, are you not the least bit moved?" Zhao Zixuan scoffed. "What is there to be moved about? You intended to kill him from the start." Li Heng sighed deeply, recognizing the sharpness of a woman's intuition. How could she discern his thoughts so easily? He had anticipated a touch of gratitude from her, only to realize he had overestimated her response on their way back. Li Heng discussed the necessity of recruiting more allies to bolster their strength. Their limited capabilities rendered them vulnerable against a larger adversary, as exemplified by Lei Hengfeng's intrusion into their base. Had they possessed sufficient personnel to guard the premises, Lei Hengfeng would never have gained entry, thus averting the subsequent turmoil. Li Heng spoke passionately, yet Zhao Zixuan remained obstinately opposed. Li Heng, feeling utterly cornered, took hold of Zhao Zixuan's wrist with one hand while gripping the steering wheel with the other. He spoke with a fierce intensity, "If you continue to disagree, I may have to unleash my abilities." Chapter 66. The Warmth After the Apocalypse. Zhao Zixuan closed her eyes and pressed her body against Li Heng's back, exuding an air of surrender. Naturally, Li Heng had no intention of truly harming her, and he ultimately relented, releasing his grip. "If you genuinely wish to recruit individuals, then seek out the ability users," Zhao Zixuan replied with a hint of tenderness and resignation in her voice. Li Heng's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Let us recruit the ability users." Observing Li Heng's mirth, Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but smile slightly in response. Upon returning to the base, Li Heng immediately set his recruitment plan into motion. He had been optimistic, believing he would swiftly gather a group of individuals. However, when the time came to seek them out, he found himself at a loss. After scouring a 100-mile radius, he was dismayed to discover not a single living soul. This infuriated him. It seemed that whenever he wished to avoid people, they were always around, yet when he sought their company, they were nowhere to be found. That day, Li Heng returned empty-handed once more. He slumped onto the sofa like a pile of mush, sighing heavily. Lin Yin poured him a glass of water, standing cautiously before him, and gently inquired, "Did you fail to find anyone again? Who knows where all the people have vanished to?" Li Heng grumbled, in a lower voice. Lin Yin suggested, "Have you considered me?" Li Heng glanced up at her, feigning concern as he replied, "You, my dear, are fine just as you are. There is no need for you to become an ability user." Summoning her courage, Lin Yin declared, "I want to become an ability user. I refuse to be a mere ornament. Rest assured, once I obtain my powers, I will still heed your words and never betray you. I swear." She raised her fair hand in emphasis. Li Heng responded, "Let me ponder this. After all, I currently lack any crystal cores that we shall discuss it once I acquire some." Sensing Li Heng's willingness to consider her request, Lin Yin chose not to press further. The following day, Li Heng sought out Zhao Zixuan. asking her to accompany him in hunting mutated zombies. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the two had not hunted many mutated zombies. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the scarcity of such creatures, making encounters rare. Previously, they had slain 3, all of which they had used for themselves. Li Heng had consumed 1. While Zhao Zishuan had utilized the other 2, Zhao Zishuan had been diligently searching for mutated zombies. Yet her results mirrored Li Heng's fruitless search for people. The two prepared their gear, ready to explore uncharted territories. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, as their unfamiliarity with the area meant they could encounter unforeseen dangers. Unsure of how long they would be gone, they cautioned Lin Yin to be cautious, advising her to hide if she encountered any ill-intentioned individuals and to refrain from revealing herself until their return. Lin Yin had initially wished to accompany them, but Zhao Zishuan outright refused. Believing that her presence would be a burden, he also preferred not to witness any romantic entanglements between Lin Yin and Li Heng that could hinder their mission. After a lengthy motorcycle ride, they finally reached Longquan District. Qihai City comprised 8 districts, with their previous location in Qinghe District. Now, they had ventured into the unknown territory of Longquan District. They stopped in front of a desolate construction site. Beyond lay a bustling area teeming with zombies. Do you think Longquan District also has many bases? Li Heng inquired. Zhao Zishuan nodded silently, a certainty in her expression. They secured their motorcycle in a safe spot and proceeded on foot. After 10 minutes of walking, they entered a lively street. Numerous zombies wandered about, but their vision was impaired, allowing Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan to remain undetected despite their proximity. At that moment, a massive object suddenly plummeted from a high-rise building 100 meters away. Before Li Heng could discern what it was, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, attracting the attention of most nearby zombies. The zombies converged on the source of the sound. A hand unexpectedly emerged from a 5th-floor window, gently waving a red silk scarf. "There are people," Li Heng exclaimed. Zhao Zishuan glanced up at the building and then scanned their surroundings, pointing toward a nearby entrance. "We should go inside." As they rushed into the building, several zombies lunged at them from the stairwell. Li Heng brandished his triangular military dagger, while Zhao Zishuan swung her long knife with precision. In mere moments, 7 or 8 corpses lay at their feet. Stepping over the fallen, they ascended the stairs. Encountering more zombies on the way, they dispatched them swiftly. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they found 4 occupied apartments. Li Heng called out, "Is anyone there? Who's inside?" No sooner had he spoken than one of the doors swung open. Inside stood a meticulously groomed and beautiful girl, her jet black hair damp, clearly freshly washed. She wore a light layer of makeup, exuding a fragrant aroma. Clad in denim shorts and a loose pink top, her large eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a charming blue sprite. "Come in quickly," she exclaimed, pulling Li Heng inside, followed by Zhao Zishuan. Once inside the room, they were taken aback by the decor. The space was dominated by shades of pink, resembling a whimsical fairy tale. To the right stood a massive mirror above a vanity, surrounded by an array of well-known skincare and cosmetic products, enough to occupy half the room. Noticing their astonished expressions, the girl giggled. "These are things I collected from outside." Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan were even more shocked. While others sought food, this girl had been gathering cosmetics. Did she not understand that food was paramount in the apocalyptic world? Seeing their silence, she waved her hand in front of them, asking, "Are you both mute? Why aren't you speaking?" Zhao Zishuan, straightforward as ever, inquired, "Why aren't you stockpiling food?" The girl replied, "I do stockpile food, but I prefer cosmetics and skincare products. I couldn't afford them before, but now I can use them freely." As she spoke, she caressed her fair face, proudly stating, "Look at my skin. Isn't it exceptional?" Zhao Zishuan instinctively touched her own face, feeling smooth yet sensing it paled in comparison to the girl's flawless complexion. She silently nodded, thinking she should start using some cosmetics upon her return. Li Heng, ever the flatterer, praised the girl's skin as being as perfect as an egg, both tender and smooth, with a texture so delicate it seemed it could break with a touch. Listening to Li Heng's compliments, the girl burst into peals of laughter, her melodious giggles filling the room, creating an atmosphere that felt far removed from the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Chapter 67. Beauty in the Apocalypse. As Li Heng observed the girl's carefree laughter, he found her innocence refreshing. He was drawn to such simplicity. Once her laughter subsided, he posed a question. "Aren't you afraid we might be bad people? Why let us in?" Pouting, the girl shook her head nonchalantly. "Not afraid at all. I have my ways of dealing with bad people." Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged curious glances, intrigued by her method. The girl's naive demeanor hardly suggested she could fend off threats. Zhao Zishuan asked, "What methods do you have?" The girl responded playfully, "I want to tell you. What if you are the bad ones?" Amused by her cleverness, Zhao Zishuan smiled, realizing the girl was not as naive as she appeared. "You've asked us questions. Now it's my turn," the girl said, taking a cautious step back. "I noticed you came on a motorcycle, which means you've traveled a long way. What brings you here?" Li Heng was taken aback by her observation. A quick glance around revealed a telescope casually tossed on a nearby sofa, and he realized how she had spotted them. Feeling that honesty was the best policy with someone who seemed so innocent, he replied, "We came here to see if there are any survivors. To rescue them." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you're like a saint. The novels say not to associate with saints." Li Heng chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "We're not saints. We just want to find a few trustworthy companions." The girl's quick wit kicked in as she said, "You want me to join you, don't you?" Zhao Zishuan interjected, "Sort of, but there's no pressure." The girl glanced out the window, hesitating as she looked longingly at her cosmetics and skincare products. To persuade her, Li Heng added, "You don't have to rush to refuse. If you lack any skills, we wouldn't want you anyway." The girl shot him an irritated glare, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Of course I have skills. I'm an ability user." She clenched her tiny fist, her expression adorably defiant. Li Heng teased, "Really? Someone like you can possess abilities? I find that hard to believe." The girl, frustrated, slammed her palm on the table but refrained from demonstrating her powers. Realizing he was not easily fooled, the girl pouted her lips, seemingly angered by Li Heng's disdain for her. Although he lived alone in this place, not worrying about food or clothing, the solitude weighed heavily on him. She yearned for companionship but was apprehensive of potential dangers. As she hesitated, Zhao Zishuan suddenly interjected, "We won't harm you." "Well then." The girl nodded obediently, signifying her consent, just as Li Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The girl spoke again, causing him to tense up once more. "I have a request that you must agree to." "What request?" Li Heng inquired. "You must help me take away all these cosmetics and skincare products. Also, there's a beauty salon nearby, and I need you to accompany me there," she stated. Her words made both Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan furrow their brows. In this apocalyptic world, how could one still be concerned with cosmetics and skincare? Why not seek something useful instead? And what purpose could a visit to a beauty salon serve? Surely, she didn't intend to procure more cosmetics? Li Heng, with a look of reluctance, remarked, "What use do these worthless items serve? If you want them, I can fetch them for you later." With tears welling in her eyes, the girl pitifully clutched a pile of skincare products and pleaded, No. These are my lifeline, my everything. Without them, I cannot survive." Li Heng, conceding a little, replied, "I can help you take the items, but what do you need to go to the beauty salon for?" Embarrassed, the girl lowered her head and mumbled, "What else would I go to a beauty salon for? But for beauty treatments?" Li Heng was at a loss for words. Indeed, this girl was intent on seeking beauty products at the salon. Such a notion was utterly absurd in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Everyone prioritized food and essential supplies. Who would risk their life for beauty? Li Heng resolved that he could not engage in such foolishness. Zhao Zishuan subtly shook her head. Noticing their reluctance, the girl pursed her lips and suddenly declared, "I possess the ability of invisibility. If you help me procure beauty products, I can assist you in return, just a little though." "You can turn invisible?" Li Heng exclaimed in shock, recalling that Lin Baichuan also had this ability. He wondered where that fellow had disappeared to, as he had not been seen for quite some time. "Indeed, allow me to demonstrate," the girl said, and in an instant, she vanished. After a second, she reappeared on the sofa. Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan and suggested, "Perhaps you should accompany her to the beauty salon." Zhao Zishuan nodded. The ability of invisibility was incredibly powerful, and if the girl could truly become a companion, it would greatly benefit them in the future. The girl joyfully stood up, extending her delicate, fair hands to high-five the two. Just as they were about to engage in the gesture, a deafening explosion interrupted their actions. Immediately, the room began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the walls, and the chandelier above came crashing down. The three of them supported each other to avoid falling. Soon, the tremors ceased, and the room fell silent. However, this tranquility lasted barely 3 seconds before sounds erupted from outside. The noise was that of gunfire, prompting the trio to rush to the window to observe the situation below. Outside, a well-organized, well-trained military unit was exterminating the surrounding zombies. Among the troops were a tank and 4 armored vehicles. The earlier explosion in the building's tremors had been caused by the tank. A shell had misfired, striking near the girl's building. Had it deviated slightly more, it would have hit her room directly. The soldiers wore white uniforms, making them conspicuously visible. That it was apparent from their attire that they formed an independent military group. Li Heng gazed at the tank, his eyes gleaming with desire. If only he had one, he would command great respect. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan remarked, there are a total of 45 individuals, most armed with submachine guns, and 3 possess abilities. Li Heng was startled by this detail and anxiously asked, why do you remember such specifics? You don't intend to confront them, do you? Zhao Zishuan replied earnestly, we would certainly have to engage if we encountered them. Li Heng rubbed his forehead, hoping they would not cross paths with the group. Suddenly, the girl pointed towards the rooftop of the adjacent building, exclaiming, look over there. Chapter 68. The torn apart tank. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan simultaneously turned to follow the girl's gaze. On the rooftop of the opposite building, an enormous green creature had materialized, reminiscent of the Hulk from the movies. Towering at 4 meters, it was massive and muscular, exuding immense strength. What manner of beast is this? Li Heng muttered to himself. The girl replied, that is a mutated zombie. I have encountered them before. As they spoke, 2 more identical green creatures appeared atop the girl's building. These were evolved, raging zombies, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and immense power. The 3 raging zombies positioned themselves in a triangle, gazing down at the crowd below. In the next moment, the trio howled in unison and lunged downward. They descended like cannonballs, crashing into the throng below, raising clouds of dust akin to mushroom clouds. This was swiftly followed by the harrowing screams of humanity. The colossal raging zombies trampled the crowd as if they were mere insects, with a mere swipe of their arms. They sent people flying, and a single step could crush a car into rubble. The tank roared as it fired a shell at one of the raging zombies. The creature, unflinching, caught the shell with its bare hand. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending the raging zombies soaring through the air while obliterating the surrounding people and vehicles. The injured zombie plummeted back to the ground, creating a massive crater. Green blood oozed from its wounds. Yet astonishingly, it slowly rose to its feet, battered but alive. Meanwhile, the other 2 raging zombies commenced their slaughter of humanity. By the time the first raging zombie landed, the surrounding populace had been nearly annihilated, and the tank was reduced to mere fragments. Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, Li Heng and the others could not help but gasp in disbelief, instinctively retreating a few steps, fearful of being noticed by the raging zombies. After a lengthy pause, Li Heng cautiously approached the window again to peer down. The ground below was littered with corpses, alongside zombies feasting on the remains. The 3 raging zombies had vanished, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Li Heng murmured, these mutated zombies are far too powerful. What level are they? I've never seen anything like this. Zhao Zishuan was equally baffled. The girl, possessing some knowledge in this area, explained, they should be classified as 3-star mutated zombies. This classification intrigued both Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan, who had never encountered such a ranking system before. Zhao Zishuan inquired, so you're saying these 3-star zombies are part of a tier classification? How's this tier determined, and by whom? The girl looked at them incredulously, not expecting them to lack such basic knowledge. She felt as though they were aliens. You don't know this. It's fundamental knowledge. Li Heng scratched his head, defiantly stating, the apocalypse just erupted 6 months ago. Everyone is still exploring. How could there be established knowledge about zombies? At this point, his expression turned sinister as he threatened the girl. Are you a reincarnator? The girl looked bewildered and pouted. What do you mean by reincarnator? I don't understand what you're saying. Seeing her confusion, Li Heng realized she was unfamiliar with web novels. The girl pointed to the radio on the table, saying, I heard about it on the radio. There's a station broadcasting from base number 1 in Chihai City. They report news every night at 8, including updates on tier classifications. Zhao Zishuan urged, please explain the tier classifications in detail. The girl nodded and elaborated. Whether it's mutated zombies, mutated creatures, or ability users, the classification is consistent, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. With 1 star being the weakest and 9 stars the strongest. Li Heng, curious, asked, how can we determine our star level? What justifies calling those raging zombies 3-star? If I claim they are 1 star, what's wrong with that? That's sheer nonsense. The girl shot him a glare but patiently continued to explain. The classification is derived from the mutated zombies. Initially, different types of mutated zombies are assigned a star level, and then our levels are determined based on them. If you can defeat a 3-star mutated zombie, then you are classified as a 3-star ability user. If you can conquer a 1-star mutated zombie, you are a 1-star ability user. Li Hang's eyes widened in understanding as he slyly remarked, if I were to encounter a dying 9-star mutated zombie and manage to kill it as a 1-star ability user, wouldn't that mean I am a 9-star ability user? The girl rolled her eyes in derision, retorting, you can think that way, but if your star level doesn't match your actual strength, you'll be the one who suffers. Moreover, those who usually verify their star levels tend to choose normal mutated zombies. It's rare for someone to have your shameless mindset. As the 3 individuals engaged in conversation, a sudden gunshot echoed from downstairs, startling them all. Could it be that the frenzied zombies had returned? The trio hurried to the window to investigate. To their relief, it was not the return of the rampaging undead, but rather a fortunate survivor hiding in an overturned armored vehicle, valiantly defending against the encroaching zombies with a handgun. The girl blinked her eyes and inquired, should we save him? Li Hang and Zhao Zishuan feigned ignorance, continuing to gaze downwards. The girl fell silent. The area surrounding the toppled vehicle was swarming with zombies, and it was only a matter of time before the occupant would succumb to the same fate. As one of the zombies began to claw its way into the vehicle, the girl closed her eyes and muttered, we're doomed. Li Hang and Zhao Zishuan understood all too well that the individual was as good as dead. However, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once still armored vehicle began to twist and contort. Then it started to writhe inward. In an instant, it appeared as though something had ensnared the entire vehicle, compressing it into a humanoid shape. The zombie that had attempted to enter was flung out with great force. This bizarre spectacle left Li Hang and his companions utterly astonished. Zhao Zishuan speculated, the person inside must have become a supernatural being. Her deduction proved accurate. At the critical moment, the individual had awakened latent powers. His abilities allowed him to manipulate all objects outside of living beings and alter their shapes at will. In that dire moment, he had transformed the armored vehicle into a grotesque suit of armor. Simultaneously, he hurled a chair from within the vehicle at the incoming zombie, successfully propelling it away. Clad in the hideous armor, he no longer feared the zombies, yet due to the recent awakening of his powers, he hesitated to confront them directly. He sprinted towards the building across from him, which was the very building where Li Hang and his companions resided. Chapter 69. I reported your name upon noticing the direction in which the individual was running. Li Hang felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly drew his handgun and fired 2 shots at the ground before the person, intending to warn him to stay away. However, the message was misconstrued. Startled by the unexpected gunfire, the individual interpreted it as assistance and continued to advance. By the time Li Hang contemplated firing again, the person had already entered the building. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Hang's eyes. Yet he was reluctant to take matters into his own hands, so he gently nudged Zhao Zishuan beside him. Having spent considerable time with Li Hang, Zhao Zishuan understood his unspoken intent, without uttering a word. She grasped her knife and headed outside. Li Hang, observing her departure, could not resist asking, what are you going to do? Zhao Zishuan paused, turned to face him, and declared, I'm going to kill that person, feigning benevolence. Li Hang responded, well, if we choose not to save him, why resort to murder? I think that it's best to refrain from such actions. Zhao Zishuan's eyes twitched in irritation as she silently cursed Li Hang for wanting to play the virtuous role while harboring ulterior motives. Frustrated, she thrust her long knife into the floor and coldly stated, I'm not going. Determined to prevent the individual from ascending, Li Hang quickly approached Zhao Zishuan and pulled her up from the sofa. All right, find out even if I didn't say anything. Do as you wish, and I will pretend I didn't see. Zhao Zishuan, disgusted, shrugged off his hand and proceeded downstairs. The girl, curious, circled around Li Hang and playfully patted his shoulder, exclaiming, I didn't expect you to be so kind. Li Hang chuckled, tilting his head back and proclaiming, of course, one must be kind. Even in the apocalypse that we cannot become villains, nor can we abandon our principles and moral compass. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to be harmed. That is simply who I am. The girl interrupted his lengthy discourse, puffing her cheeks and retorting, all right, no need to put on an act. If you were truly kind, why would you send a girl to kill someone? Li Hang was rendered speechless by her rebuttal. Observing his discomposure, the girl erupted in laughter. 3 minutes later, Zhao Zishuan returned, knife in hand. Upon seeing her, Li Hang's previously jovial expression shifted to one of seriousness. He noticed that her blade was devoid of blood, indicating that she had spared the individual as expected before Li Hang could inquire. Zhao Zishuan announced. He got away. Li Heng replied with a chuckle. Let him run. It's not a big deal. Zhao Zishuan tilted her head, still gripping her long knife, and earnestly stated, I told him your name. Li Heng's pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed, Why did you mention my name? How did you phrase it? Zhao Zishuan responded, I said it was Li Heng who sent me to kill you. So don't blame me. The girl beside them stifled her laughter. Unable to contain herself, Li Heng slumped onto the sofa, visibly frustrated, turning his gaze away from Zhao Zishuan. Clearing her throat, Zhao Zishuan's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she added, I thought I could kill him. Li Heng gazed out the window and remarked, But he escaped. That I didn't foresee that. Zhao Zishuan pouted, tentatively asking, Should I go after him again? Li Heng, irritated, almost retorted, Then why not go? However, as he contemplated the zombies lurking outside and recalled the 3 terrifying frenzied zombies, he ultimately refrained from saying it. Forget it. Perhaps I should change my name. Thus, this matter was temporarily set aside. As night fell, the trio prepared to venture to the beauty salon as suggested by the girl. During their previous conversations, Li Heng learned that the girl's name was Jiang Xiaodai, and she had just turned 18. Initially, she aspired to attend a film academy and become a star, but alas, that dream had been dashed. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her pursuit of beauty, believing that regardless of the circumstances, a woman's attractiveness would always afford her certain advantages and privileges. Li Heng perceived her views on beauty as somewhat extreme, possibly due to certain influences, but he chose not to pry further. In a world plunged into chaos, the thoughts of individuals held little significance. Survival was the paramount concern. After ensuring their equipment was in order, the trio stealthily departed from the building. They skillfully evaded the zombies along the way and soon arrived at the beauty salon that Jiang Xiaodai had mentioned. The establishment was not far from her residence. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken a mere 10-minute walk. However, to avoid the zombies, they traversed for 30 minutes. Nestled in an alley, the beauty salon was surrounded by a dozen or so zombies meandering about. To be prudent, Li Heng suggested that Jiang Xiaodai utilize her invisibility powers to scout ahead and assess the situation within the salon. Jiang Xiaodai quietly approached the salon's entrance, utilizing her powers to remain undetected. She slowly opened the door and slipped inside. Moments later, she returned to Li Heng's side and whispered, There are very few zombies inside. Li Heng nodded, instructing, Let's eliminate the zombies in the alley first. Then we can enter. The 3 of them swiftly dispatched the zombies in the alley before making their way into the salon. The beauty salon spanned 3 floors. The first floor served as a check-in area for consultations, the second for treatments, and the third functioned as a storage space filled with an abundance of beauty and skincare products. Jiang Xiaodai's goal was to seize all the skincare and beauty products and equipment available. To accomplish this, they would need a vehicle, but as Li Heng had observed during their journey, the traffic was largely obstructed. Clearing a path for their vehicle would prove to be a formidable challenge. Given the overwhelming number of zombies on the streets, after clearing the zombies on the first floor, the trio ascended to the second floor, where they encountered even fewer zombies, only 4 or 5. Before Li Heng could take action, Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Xiaodai had already dealt with the zombies, allowing them to proceed to the third floor. The third floor was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. As the 3 entered, the only sound echoing through the corridor was the rhythm of their footsteps, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds emanated from a distant room. The trio immediately halted, their expressions tense as they peered ahead. Abruptly, a door was smashed open, and a hulking figure emerged. A muscular man clad in green and a frenzied zombie. Li Heng's mind raced back to the events of the day. This frenzied zombie appeared significantly smaller than the one encountered earlier, which had stood over 4 meters tall. This one was only about 2 meters. Despite its reduced size, the malevolence in its eyes remained undiminished. Chapter 70. You go first. I will withdraw. The frenzied zombie let out a deafening roar and charged towards Li Heng and his companions like a heavily armored tank. In a panic, Li Heng pushed Zhao Zishuan forward while retreating himself. In the process, he inadvertently shoved Jiang Xiaodai, who was trailing behind him, forward as well. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaodai sidestepped Li Heng's hands, her expression filled with anger. Li Heng replied earnestly, You 2 hold it off. I will figure out a way to kill it. Jiang Xiaodai appeared skeptical but nevertheless charged ahead. Soon, the 2 girls were engaged in a fierce battle with the frenzied zombie. Utilizing her invisibility powers, Jiang Xiaodai managed to avoid harm while occasionally launching surprise attacks on the creature. Zhao Zishuan, although facing the zombie head-on, held her ground, with each swing of her long knife. She struck the frenzied zombie, yet its formidable defenses rendered her efforts futile. Each contact sparked a shower of flames, but none inflicted any substantial damage. The frenzied zombie, unable to channel its rage, resorted to an even more violent form of resistance. It spread its arms wide, flailing them about, creating an impenetrable whirlwind around itself. Any wall that came into contact with its swinging limbs was reduced to rubble. In such dire circumstances, Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai dared not act recklessly. They could only retreat continuously. As they backed away, they searched for Li Hong. However, after scanning their surroundings, they found that Li Hong had mysteriously vanished. Jiang Shaodai, filled with concern, inquired of Zishuan, "Do you think Li Hong has fled?" Zhao Zishuan chuckled lightly and replied, "He wouldn't run away, but it is quite likely he has hidden himself." Jiang Shaodai pursed her lips, thinking that this was hardly different from fleeing. At a glance at Zhao Zishuan revealed that she was still smiling, which left her even more speechless. How could she still smile when their companion was missing? Just as the two of them continued to retreat, a board on the ceiling was suddenly pried open. Revealing Li Hang's head, he shouted to the startled girls, "I'm going to attack it from above. You both help me block its hands." Before the girls could respond, the enraged zombie lunged forward, its arms whirling like a fan. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow, quickly crouching down as her blade slashed towards the zombie's legs. Jiang Shaodai, wielding a dagger, dared not approach the zombie head. In a moment of desperation, she threw her dagger. It flew through the air, striking the zombie's arm, only to ricochet back. Crouching down to avoid the returning dagger, Jiang Shaodai sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Glancing to her right, she spotted a large flower pot and immediately hurled it at the frenzied zombie. The pot shattered upon impact, scattering dirt and flowers everywhere, with a significant amount landing on Zhao Zishuan's hair and clothes, rendering her quite disheveled. Meanwhile, Zhao Zishuan's blade had already grazed the zombie's legs, inflicting no damage. However, her attack had drawn the zombie's attention. It halted its arms swinging and launched a fierce punch at Zhao Zishuan. That moment, Li Hong kicked through the ceiling board, landing directly atop the frenzied zombie. He clung to the back of the zombie's neck, immediately employing his devouring ability. As it stood, the devouring ability could not absorb an opponent's energy in a short span. This meant that while Li Hong activated his power, the zombie retained considerable combat prowess. When he had defeated Fourth Brother, it was due to the vast disparity in strength, compounded by Fourth Brother being restrained and unable to resist. However, the current frenzied zombie was an entirely different entity, a creature of a different caliber. The moment Li Hang embraced the zombie, it twisted its body, slamming him against the wall. With a thunderous crash, a large hole was smashed into the wall, and both the zombie and Li Hang tumbled into a spacious room filled with various beauty and skincare products. Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai followed them inside, intending to assist, but with Li Hong and the zombie locked in a struggle, they could only stand by, anxiously observing. The frenzied zombie exhibited a degree of intelligence, aware of the presence behind it, and began to pound backward with its fists. However, as these strikes were aimed behind it, their force was significantly diminished. Even so, Li Hang endured several blows, blood spilling from his mouth. Fortunately, the zombie's diminished strength meant that if it had struck him head-on, he might not have withstood it for long. Yet, every moment he managed to hold on was enough to sway the tide of battle. As time passed, the zombie's strength waned further. After a few minutes, it was no stronger than an average human. Meanwhile, Li Hang appeared utterly wretched, his face smeared with blood, and his back a site of torment. Several deep craters marred his back, blood pooling within, with jagged bones protruding grotesquely. At that moment, the frenzied zombie raised its fist once more. Yet, as it did, its arm gradually fell, and soon after, it knelt before collapsing entirely. Li Hong, still clinging to the zombie's back, trembled slightly, as if jolted by electricity. He had lost consciousness earlier, fighting solely on sheer willpower. Even in his stupor, he did not relinquish his grip, the devouring ability still in effect. Upon witnessing the zombie's fall, Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai rushed forward. Jiang Shaodai, uncertain if the zombie was truly dead, reached out to pull Li Hong up. However, Zhao Zishuan seized her hand, saying, "Wait, don't move." After a minute, Jiang Shaodai observed the zombie's body undergoing a transformation, drying and decaying. Minutes later, it had transformed into a desiccated corpse. A few moments more, and it was reduced to mere dust. Jiang Shaodai gasped in horror, covering her mouth, stammering, What is happening?" Zhao Zishuan replied, "This is Li Heng's ability." Mention of Li Heng caused Jiang Shaodai to grow anxious again, asking with concern, "He won't be dead, will he?" Zhao Zishuan gazed worriedly at Li Heng's form, yet reassured her, "Someone like him surely won't perish." Unsure of Li Heng's condition, Zhao Zishuan refrained from moving him, and she and Jiang Shaodai remained vigilant in the room. The first day passed without Li Heng awakening. The second day came and went with no sign of him stirring to at present. Li Heng's body was undergoing a transformation, and no one knew when he might awaken. Perhaps he would remain in this state forever. Chapter 71. This crystal core is mine, right? In this instance, Li Heng had not merely absorbed power. He had also assimilated the defensive and strength abilities of the frenzied zombie as a result of acquiring these two powers. His body was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis by the third night. Li Heng's eyes finally fluttered open. The first thing he saw were two faces as pale as parchment, their dark eyes startling him into a sitting position. Once seated, he realized these faces belonged to Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai. The two had been applying face masks, which explained their ghostly appearance. "Are you both wearing face masks?" Li Heng asked incredulously. Given the severity of his injuries, he found it astonishing that they still had the leisure for vanity. That it was a testament to his mental fortitude. Anyone else might have been driven to despair. Jiang Shaodai chuckled, explaining that they had grown bored waiting for so long, which led them to apply masks in the evening. Coincidentally, when Li Heng had awakened, Zhao Zishuan shifted the topic, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Li Heng shifted his body, feeling intense pain radiating through him. His awakening was due to the digestion of the energy within him, but his injuries remained unhealed. He touched his back, discovering several deep indentations that sent shivers down his spine. "With injuries this severe, am I going to die?" He worriedly glanced at the two girls. They, too, were uncertain about his fate. Judging by his wounds, he seemed doomed. Yet, Li Heng was awake now, and he did not appear to be on the brink of death. Zhao Zishuan asked, "Can you walk?" She believed that if he could manage to stand, it signified he was not in grave danger. With Jiang Shaodai's assistance, Li Heng stood and took a step. The moment he did, a searing pain coursed through him, causing cold sweat to break out as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Jiang Shaodai was there to support him. That he waved his hand, sinking back to the ground, stating, "I can't walk just yet." With Li Heng unable to move, they had no choice but to remain in the shelter for the time being. Jiang Shaodai's ability was invisibility, so they were not lacking for food, and she had even procured some medicine for Li Heng. Morning arrived, and Li Heng remained in slumber. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by Jiang Shaodai's startled exclamation. Blinking groggily, he saw her crouched beside him, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had witnessed something miraculous. "What's wrong?" Li Heng inquired. Jiang Shaodai pointed at him, exclaiming, "Your wounds have healed." Li Heng paused, then instinctively touched his wounds, finding that they indeed seemed to have mended. Previously, he had felt several deep pits on his back. But now, there was no such sensation. Although some areas were still slightly sunken, they were no longer as terrifying as before. Looking at his front, he found no trace of injury. As he contemplated the reason behind this rapid healing, Jiang Shaodai suggested, "Do you possess self-healing abilities? Otherwise, your wounds couldn't have healed this quickly." Her words awakened a realization in Li Heng. This must be the result of his devouring ability. The devouring power had not only granted him defensive and strength capabilities, but it also endowed him with a certain degree of self-healing. Li Heng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. Soon, he discerned the uniqueness of his body. He could confirm that the devouring ability had bestowed upon him three distinct powers, with no potential for enhancement. In other words, these three abilities would remain in their current state indefinitely, without any possibility of further improvement. This realization left Li Heng feeling disheartened. Though his external injuries had largely healed, his internal wounds remained severe, necessitating his continued stay. 3 days later, Li Heng's injuries had completely healed, and the trio prepared to depart. Just as they stepped out of the beauty salon, a series of gunshots echoed in the distance, startling them. The three exchanged glances, then returned to the third floor of the beauty salon. The dense array of gun barrels suggested that a considerable number of humans were not far off. A sudden thought struck Li Heng. Could this group be affiliated with the military from a few days prior? If they were, it would spell danger, for he had previously incited Zhao Zishuan to eliminate their members. Yet one had managed to escape. Upon voicing his concerns, the two girls also wore solemn expressions, aware that Li Heng's deductions were likely accurate that in such a remote location, it would be improbable for two opposing factions to emerge in such a short span of time. Just then, the gunfire outside grew closer. The trio approached the window, angling their bodies to glimpse the alleyway below. From their vantage point, they could only see the edge of the alley. After a brief moment, they spotted several figures making their way through the alley. Their attire mirrored that of the military they had encountered days prior, unmistakably indicating that they belonged to the same faction. "What should we do?" Zhang Xiaodai inquired. Li Heng shot her a glance, exasperatedly retorting, "What else is there to do? We must flee." Zhang Xiaodai surveyed the array of skincare and cosmetic products around her, reluctant to leave them behind. "But what about all this?" Li Heng rolled his eyes, irritated that she was still fixated on such trivialities in this dire moment. Zhao Zishuan interjected, urging Zhang Xiaodai, "If you wish to avoid seeing your possessions destroyed, we must leave at once. If they discover our presence, they may very well obliterate this place." Considering the destructive power of their tanks, Zhang Xiaodai reluctantly nodded in agreement. Once they confirmed that the military had vacated the alley, they hastily exited the beauty salon. They dared not return to Zhang Xiaodia's residence, opting instead for a new route toward the construction site, where they had previously hidden their motorcycle. As they neared the site, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Turning, they witnessed thick smoke billowing from the building where Zhang Xiaodai had resided. Before the smoke could dissipate, several more explosions followed, and the structure began to collapse. In mere seconds, the entire building was left in ruins. Zhang Xiaodai squatted down, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "My home. It's gone. My cosmetics, my skincare products. I sacrificed so much for them." Sob. Li Heng shot her a discreet glance, unwilling to offer consolation. It was merely a collection of cosmetics. If lost, they could always be replaced later. In this apocalyptic world, it was unlikely anyone would compete for such items. The trio mounted a motorcycle and sped back toward Qinghe District. Just as they approached their destination, Li Heng remembered something. While driving, he asked, "By the way, I killed that ferocious zombie, but why haven't I seen its crystal core?" Zhao Zishuan replied, "I have it." Li Heng acknowledged her with a brief, "Oh," then fell silent for some time. After 10 minutes had passed, he suddenly remarked, "That crystal core should be mine, right?" Chapter 72. Everyone, put down your guns. Zhao Zishuan inquired, "Are you planning to give it to Lin Yan?" Li Heng simply hummed in response, choosing not to elaborate. Zhao Zishuan remained quiet as well. Curious, Zhang Xiaodai asked, "Who is Zhao Baitao?" but received no answer. She quickly deduced that Lin Yan must be quite formidable to render two such terrifying individuals speechless. As they neared the base, they spotted two guards armed with submachine guns stationed within the barbed wire enclosure. Li Heng frowned slightly. Strangers within the base suggested trouble. The guards noticed Li Heng and his companions immediately. Raising their weapons in their direction, one shouted, "Halt! If you advance any further, we will open fire." Li Heng brought the motorcycle to a stop, and the trio dismounted. They walked in unison until they reached the barbed wire fence. Upon seeing two exceptionally beautiful girls, the guards could not help but let their imaginations run wild. One of them leered at Zhao Zishuan, grinning, "Are you ladies looking to join our base? All you have to do is spend a night with me, and I guarantee your admission." The other guard turned his attention to Zhang Xiaodai, saying, "Little beauty, if you share a night with me, I'll let you join as well." Li Heng immediately objected, his voice rising as he shouted, "What the hell? I'm not here to join your base by sleeping with anyone." His outburst elicited laughter from those present. Zhao Zishuan and Zhang Xiaodai stifled smiles, while the guards doubled over with mirth, their weapons lowering at that moment. Li Heng suddenly lunged at them. Despite the barrier of barbed wire, his strength surged as he forcefully pushed the wire back about a meter. His hands slipped through the gaps, grabbing hold of one guard. Before the two could react, he hoisted one up and hurled him over the fence. As the guard fell, Zhao Zishuan's blade swiftly severed his neck. By the time the body hit the ground, the head and torso were already parted. Li Heng tore through the barbed wire and entered the base, followed closely by Zhao Zishuan and Zhang Xiaodai. Just as they stepped into the villa area, a gunshot rang out from a distance. Moments later, a group of over 10 individuals emerged, led by a man smoking a cigar, dressed in blue plastic sandals and floral shorts. This was Zhao Baitao, the leader of the group. His subordinates were armed with an assortment of firearms, While he carried nothing to at that moment, someone brought him a chair, and he perched himself on it, casually crossing his legs, squinting at the approaching trio. Upon recognizing the two stunning women beside Li Hong, he abruptly stood up, fixated on them. His subordinates displayed similar expressions, some licking their lips and scratching their thighs with an insatiable hunger. Where are my two brothers guarding the gate? Zhao Baitao, captivated by the beauty before him, still retained a sense of duty. Li Hong stepped forward and replied, I killed them. Zhao Baitao glanced at Li Hong, retorting, Get lost. I have no interest in speaking with you. Ladies, tell me what happened to my two brothers. Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Shaodai had no desire to converse with someone like him. They simultaneously rolled their eyes skyward, completely ignoring his inquiry. This haughty demeanor only seemed to further endear them to Zhao Baita. As he approached, he chuckled, Oh, that's such character. I like it. I like it that I adore your defiance. Just as he finished speaking, Li Hong delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Baitao's abdomen, sending him tumbling into the crowd behind him. The onlookers attempted to catch him, but Li Hong's force was so great that they merely toppled over, creating chaos among the group. Those not knocked down quickly aimed their weapons at Li Hong. Before they could fire, Zhao Baitao scrambled to his feet, shouting, Don't shoot. Be careful not to hit my two wives. Seeing him unscathed, Li Hong realized this man was also an ability user. After all, anyone else would not have survived such a blow, let alone rise again. Zhao Baitao rubbed his stomach, scrutinizing Li Hong for a moment before commenting. You re quite strong, aren't you? It seems you possess some skill that I value talent, so I won't kill you. You can join me from now on. As for these two women, they can be mine. I want to mind that you've had them. Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Shaodai had longed to confront Zhao Baitao. Upon hearing his lewd comments, they could no longer contain themselves. Zhao Zixuan brandished her knife, ready to strike him down. Sensing their intent, Zhao Baitao became intrigued. He stepped back, raising his hands to reveal crackling arcs of electricity dancing between them, an alluring yet ominous display that he held the electric energy in his right palm, gently swaying it until it transformed into a bolt of lightning. Observing the astonished expressions of the trio, he tilted his head back, laughing. Have you been frightened? You think you can take me on? You're barking up the wrong tree. I am an ability user, a powerful lightning ability user, no less. Oh, you know what that means. I'm beyond your ordinary existence. With a mere flick of my wrist, I could annihilate you. After his grandstanding, he dispersed the lightning and settled back into his chair. Now, are you willing to join me? Li Hong shook his head, chuckling. An ability user, you say? Who isn't T1 in this day and age? Zhao Baitao paused, clearly bewildered by the implications of Li Hong's words. While he was lost in thought, Li Hong propelled himself forward like a cannonball, soaring into the air before crashing towards Zhao Baitao. In an instant, he was upon him, his hands slicing through Zhao Baitao's chest like curved blades, pulling apart with a swift motion. Blood sprayed around them as Zhao Baitao's body was cleaved in two, falling to either side. That a pool of blood formed on the ground, with Li Hong standing triumphantly behind it, while Zhao Baitao lay lifeless, having met his end. Zhao Baitao's subordinates did not witness the exact moment of his demise. They only saw Li Hong collide with Zhao Baitao, after which his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Once they regained their composure, they hastily aimed their firearms at Li Hong. Yet the horrifying spectacle they had just witnessed rendered them incapable of pulling the trigger. Li Hong cast a menacing glance over the crowd and suddenly bellowed, Put down your guns, all of you. Naturally, this group was reluctant to heed Li Hong's command, and one individual impulsively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Li Hong, but it failed to penetrate his skin. Those surrounding him clearly observed the bullet fall at his feet, and this sight horrified them further. Was this person made of bronze and iron? A gun could not harm him in the slightest. I repeat, lower your weapons, Li Hong commanded once more. This time, the group dared not resist. They placed their guns on the ground and, understanding the proper protocol, crouched with their hands on their heads. Li Hong approached the man who had fired and kicked him to the ground before returning to Zhao Zixuan's side. Jiang Shaodai gazed at Li Hong with admiration and, tilting her head, remarked, You are truly impressive. Zhao Zixuan snorted derisively, retorting, He simply relishes bullying these insignificant characters. Li Hong did not engage in a debate with Zhao Zixuan. Instead, he inquired, What shall we do with this lot? Should we execute them all? Jiang Shaodai felt that was unnecessarily cruel and suggested, There's no need for that. We can just drive them away. Zhao Zishuan, well aware of Li Heng's cunning nature, countered, "What do you intend to do with them?" Li Heng replied, "Let us keep them for now. They may prove useful in the future. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zishuan understood Li Heng's intention to utilize this group against the Nanshan base and nodded in agreement. Li Heng once again addressed the group, declaring, "From today onward, I am your leader, and you shall obey my commands." The group, fearing for their lives, dared not utter a word of dissent. All they desired was to remain alive, and thus they pledged their allegiance to Li Heng. Among the 10 or so individuals, Li Heng selected one who appeared to possess good character to serve as the leader of this band. He then dispatched them to the former base of Yi Qiufeng. Observing how effortlessly Li Heng had managed to send the group away, Jiang Shaodai approached him and queried, "Aren't you afraid they might escape or turn against you?" Li Heng nonchalantly replied, "If they run, then so be it. They are of no use to me anyway. As for turning against me, they would not dare. As he spoke, he pointed to the firearms discarded by the group on the ground. "Look, they are too scared to even retrieve their weapons. How could they possibly confront me?" At that moment, Zhao Zishuan suggested, "Let us search for Lin Yan." Li Heng smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about Lin Yan. He called out her name anxiously. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan emerged from a villa at your back. She exclaimed joyfully, running up to Li Heng, her excitement prompting her to want to embrace him. Yet she hesitated. Li Heng asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Yan shook her head, explaining that she had hidden in the villa's underground storage, completely undetected. The four of them entered the villa, which was in disarray due to the previous intruders. With debris and empty bottles strewn across the floor, they began to tidy up the room, and by the time they finished, it was already evening. During dinner, Lin Yan hesitated several times, wanting to inquire if Li Heng had brought back any crystal cores, but feeling too shy to ask. Once dinner concluded, and as Zhao Zishuan prepared to return to her own villa, Lin Yan could no longer contain herself and asked Li Heng, "Did you manage to hunt any mutated zombies this time?" Li Heng glanced at Zhao Zishuan, uncertainly responding, "Perhaps yes, perhaps no." The crystal core was in Zhao Zishuan's possession. If she was willing to reveal it, it would indicate a successful hunt for mutated zombies. If she refused, then it would imply otherwise. Zhao Zishuan produced the crystal core and tossed it to Li Heng before turning on her heel to leave. Jiang Shaodai stuck out her tongue and followed suit. "Why did you come out with me?" Zhao Zishuan asked Jiang Shaodai. Jiang Shaodai pouted, "Li Heng and Lin Yan are a couple, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay with them." Zhao Zishuan scoffed, "Don't trivialize the term couple. They are at best engaged in a long-term physical relationship. Also, I prefer to live alone. There are plenty of villas here, so choose one for yourself." Jiang Shaodai made a face and began to survey the surrounding villas. Quickly selecting her own residence, inside Li Heng's villa, he handed the crystal core to Lin Yan, cautioning her, "Consuming the crystal core may pose a life-threatening risk. Furthermore, that IT does not guarantee the activation of any powers. So be mentally prepared." Lin Yan nodded gratefully, cradling the crystal core in her hands as she ascended to the upper floor. Regarding the matter of consuming the crystal core, Li Heng felt he could be of no further assistance. So he returned to his room to sleep. He fell into a deep, restful slumber, awakening the following morning around 9 o'clock. The first thing he did upon waking was call out Lin Yan's name. As long as Lin Yan was alive, it was a good day for Li Heng. Just as he finished calling her name, Lin Yan's voice echoed from outside. "I'm here. I have powers now." Her tone was noticeably higher. Infused with joy and confidence, Li Heng quickly got out of bed and rushed to find Lin Yan, eager to discover what her newfound abilities entailed. Lin Yan was particularly cheerful today. It was the happiest she had felt since the apocalypse began. She had expected to have much to say upon seeing Li Heng, yet when he appeared before her, words eluded her. Li Heng approached her and bluntly asked, "What is your ability?" Lin Yan replied, "My power seems to be transformation. I can sprout a pair of wings and fly through the air." Upon hearing of her extraordinary ability, Li Heng's immediate concern was, would she attempt to escape? After all, if she could fly while others could not, no one would be able to stop her should she choose to flee. Noticing Li Heng's silence, Lin Yan suddenly declared, "I won't leave for now. Even if I do, I will repay you before I go." Li Heng remained silent, recognizing that she clearly intended to depart. It was a bittersweet sentiment, as the woman who shared his bed spoke such resolute words. To avoid further awkwardness, Li Heng grabbed the intercom and relayed the situation to Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai. Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai soon arrived at the villa, urging Lin Yin to demonstrate her powers for them to witness. Lin Yin nodded and activated her transformation ability. They observed as her skeletal structure quivered slightly, followed by the emergence of a pair of white wings resembling those of an angel, under Lin Yin's control. The wings fluttered gracefully as she lifted off the ground, ascending slowly into the sky. Jiang Shaodai gasped, covering her mouth in awe. How beautiful! I wish I could have wings like that. Lin Yin soared to a height of 13 meters before gently descending. This was the maximum altitude she could currently achieve. Once on the ground, she retracted her wings, but since they had torn through her clothing, she was left wearing only a small tank top. Fortunately, everyone in the villa was familiar, and there was little need for modesty at this moment. Li Heng solemnly pointed out a drawback of her transformation ability. Your power is remarkable, but the issue lies in the severe wardrobe malfunction it causes upon activation. After stating this, he deliberately cast a few glances at Lin Yin. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly searched for a garment to cover herself with on the sofa. Jiang Shaodai tilted her head and suggested, "Why not cut a few slits in the back of your clothes for future transformations?" Lin Yin, "Sister, oh, could you take me flying too?" Lin Yin nodded silently. Jiang Shaodai continued, "Also, how long can you fly for?" Lin Yin shook her head, admitting she was unsure as she hadn't tested it yet. "How about I take you up to try?" Jiang Shaodai eagerly agreed. Lin Yin activated her transformation ability once more and, cradling Jiang Shaodai, began to flap her wings. The two quickly took to the skies, but this time they only reached an altitude of about 8 meters to that height. They attempted to fly forward for several hundred meters, and Lin Yin did not feel particularly strained. She initially intended to continue flying, but Li Heng called them down, citing concerns for their safety. After landing, Jiang Shaodai cautiously touched the feathers on Lin Yin's back. "Sister Lin Yin, can you feel me touching your wings?" Lin Yin nodded, replying, "I can feel it. The wings feel as though they are a part of my body." Zhao Zishuan, standing nearby with her arms crossed, suddenly inquired, "Besides flying, do you possess any other abilities?" Lin Yin had always harbored an inexplicable fear of Zhao Zishuan. Hearing her question, she averted her gaze, mumbling, "No, for now, I only have the ability to fly." Zhao Zishuan's piercing gaze swept over her, but she remained silent. The previously tranquil atmosphere grew tense following Zhao Zishuan's inquiry. Li Heng chuckled, attempting to diffuse the situation. "All right, Lin Yin has just awakened her powers and must be fatigued. Let us allow her to rest." Lin Yin bid farewell to the others and retreated upstairs to rest, while Zhao Zishuan returned to her own villa. Li Heng accompanied Jiang Shaodai on a tour of the base. Later visiting her villa to assist in moving some personal items at noon, he gathered all the personnel at the base to assign a routine task. This task was quite straightforward, to stand guard at the entrance of the base, preventing outsiders from entering. Each person would work a 24-hour shift, with 4 individuals rotating duties. Aside from a minor complaint from Jiang Shaodai regarding the adverse effects of night shifts on her skin, the others had no objections. Following this, a period of tranquility ensued. That day, after dining, Lin Yin took her turn to guard the base, while Jiang Shaodai returned to her quarters to dabble in cosmetics. Zhao Zishuan, unlike her usual routine of heading straight home, settled onto the sofa, clearly with matters to discuss with Li Heng. Once Li Heng had tidied the items on the table, he seated himself beside Zhao Zishuan. Casting a sidelong glance at her, "There's something on your mind." After a prolonged silence, Li Heng inquired. Zhao Zishuan acknowledged with a slight sound, gathering her thoughts before speaking. "Have you asked Lin Yin what she has been up to recently?" Li Heng replied, "What else could she be doing? Isn't it the same as us?" Zhao Zishuan countered, "Not necessarily, that on several occasions, both Jiang Shaodai and I have seen her leave the base. Have you not noticed?" Li Heng shook his head. He truly had not seen her leave. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "If you have seen her departing, you ought to have some idea of her destination." Zhao Zishuan revealed, "Initially, I paid her no mind. But later I followed her out once and discovered she went to Yi Qiufeng's base." Realization dawned on Li Heng. Yi Qiufeng's base was currently occupied by a group of individuals who, while ostensibly his subordinates, had not been monitored by him for quite some time. Lin Yan's visit there was evidently to meet with them, and the purpose of their meeting was known solely to her. Zhao Zishuan added, "I heard Lin Yan even renamed that base that Li Heng." Intrigued, asked, "What name did she choose?" "She renamed it the Jinshi base." Li Heng responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, showing little reaction. However, Zhao Zishuan remarked, "The name Jianshi is a homophone for Li Yin, derived from your names." Li Heng nodded, acknowledging her understanding of the situation at the base. Zhao Zishuan, with a sardonic smile, stated, "After all, they are your subordinates. I must keep an eye on them for you." Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Li Heng suddenly inquired, "So, do my subordinates listen to you more, or to Lin Yin?" "Certainly, they heed me more," Zhao Zishuan replied, her pride evident. Li Heng remarked, "Given that they listen to you, what is there to worry about?" Zhao Zishuan frowned, a hint of displeasure on her face. "I am concerned Lin Yin may have ulterior motives," Li Heng assured. "I shall have a word with her when the opportunity arises to in the early hours." Jiang Shaodai, feeling drowsy, approached to swap guard duties with Lin Yin. Lin Yin, barely opening her eyes, suggested she return to sleep while she continued to keep watch, claiming she wasn't tired. Although Jiang Shaodai disliked the task, upon hearing Lin Yan's offer to assist, her eyes widened with urgency as she quickly replied, "No, that I can manage." Lin Yan smiled, "Should you feel weary, come find me. I will take your shift." After saying this, she made her way toward the villa. Upon arriving, Lin Yan noticed the villa was brightly lit, suggesting Li Heng had yet to retire for the night. Was he waiting for her? She pondered as she pushed open the door to in the well-lit living room. Li Heng sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, leaving her uncertain whether he was asleep or deep in thought. Her heart raced, and cautiously, she approached, intending to ascend the stairs for rest. Just as she reached Li Heng's side, he abruptly opened his eyes and said, "Come here. We need to talk to." Lin Yan stammered, nervously perching on the sofa's edge, her right hand anxiously fidgeting with her pants, producing a rustling sound. "What have you been up to lately?" Li Heng inquired. Lin Yan replied, "Nothing much." Hearing her response, Li Heng felt as though their conversation mirrored one he might have with Zhao Zishuan. He chuckled softly and decided to alter his approach. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "How is the situation at the Jianshi base?" Lin Yan's expression suddenly stiffened, and Li Heng distinctly observed a tremor at the corner of her mouth. She became as motionless as a statue, her previously flushed cheeks now as pale as if she had applied a white mask. For a lengthy pause, she remained silent. Li Heng tapped the table to prompt her response. Finally, she regained her composure, saying, "It's going well that I intended to discuss the renaming with you in a few days. I didn't expect you to already know. Why the formality? Why address me as you? Come sit beside me." Li Heng beckoned, patting the space next to him. Though his tone was gentle, his gaze turned piercing. Upon meeting his eyes, Lin Yan trembled with trepidation, yet she dared not defy his directive and obediently sat beside him. The moment she did, Li Heng unexpectedly grasped her neck, coldly demanding, "Tell me what are your intentions?" Chapter 75. "I have a shotgun. I am quite impressive." Lin Yan opened her mouth to speak, but the grip around her throat rendered her unable to articulate. Producing only muffled sounds, the chilling indifference in Li Heng's eyes made her feel he could take her life at any moment, causing her body to quiver slightly. Suddenly, Li Heng released her. "Speak. What do you desire?" Tears welled in Lin Yan's eyes. She never anticipated that after sharing a bed with Li Heng for so long, he would still treat her so harshly. Resolute, she decided to be forthright. "I seek freedom. I do not wish to be controlled by others. That I want the same autonomy as Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai." Li Heng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. "Now that you possess abilities, your desire for independence is understandable. Our previous arrangement was a mutual transaction. Would you not agree?" Lin Yan silently nodded. Dissent was futile. Li Heng continued, "Now that you have powers, your wings must be feeling stronger." With a hint of grievance, Lin Yan shook her head, replying, "I do not wish to betray you. I merely seek fair treatment." Li Heng scoffed. "Very well. I shall grant you fair treatment. From now on, you need not stay here. You may choose a place of your preference to reside. Moreover, I will entrust the management of the Jianshi base to you." After delivering this ultimatum, Li Heng extinguished the unlit cigarette in the ashtray and ascended the stairs in silence. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that she had indeed heard correctly? Had Li Heng truly granted her freedom? She felt as if she were in a dream. After lingering in a state of shock for an extended period, she finally rose from the floor and slowly exited the villa. That night, she did not sleep. Instead, she sat nearby, leaving only as dawn approached, not wanting anyone to witness her disheveled appearance. During breakfast, the atmosphere among Li Heng and the other three was palpably unusual. Before they began eating, Li Heng announced. From now on, Lin Yin will no longer reside here. She will select her own dwelling, and the management of the Jianshi base will be entrusted to her. At this, he glanced at Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Xiaodai, instructing, "You need not go there anymore." Both women nodded silently, not uttering a word. Lin Yin, feeling like a thief, dared not meet the eyes of the three individuals present. She hastily finished her meal, eager to escape the awkward situation. Just as she stood to leave, Li Heng also rose and stated, "I will accompany you to the Jianshi base." Lin Yin shivered and nodded quietly. Upon arriving at the Jianshi base, Li Heng gathered his subordinates and pointed at Lin Yin, proclaiming, "From now on, you shall heed her commands." With that, he departed. The subordinates regarded Lin Yin, some harboring resentment, while others, having previously benefited from her, now supported her. However, they were acutely aware that despite Lin Yin's nominal leadership, their true leader remained Li Heng. Seemingly fragile, Lin Yin demonstrated remarkable capability, quickly asserting control over the members of the Jianshi base within a matter of days. Li Heng, upon learning of her success, felt a sense of pride. Initially unaware of this development, he had been informed by Zhao Zishuan, who had her own means of acquiring such knowledge, though Li Heng had previously instructed Zhao Zishuan not to interfere with the affairs of the Jianshi base. Her evident involvement now suggested an unspoken approval from him. That day, while practicing throwing knives in the villa, Jiang Xiaodai burst in, hopping with excitement. "I have something to tell you. A few people have arrived outside the base. They wish to trade some supplies with us." Li Heng flung a knife, hitting the target precisely. Turning to her, he remarked, "How curious. Whenever I sought someone, they were always elusive. Yet now, when I wish to avoid them, they appear out of the blue." After a moment of reflection, he queried, "Who are they?" Jiang Xiaodai replied, "There are 4 in total, 2 men, 1 woman, and a child." I felt quite sorry for the child. Li Heng offered a brief smile, lamenting the plight of the many unfortunate souls around him. "What do they wish to exchange?" he inquired. Jiang Xiaodai replied, "They seem to have procured a few hunting rifles from somewhere and wish to trade them for some food." Li Heng, intent on bolstering his strength in preparation for future confrontations with the Nanshan base, contemplated the prospect of incorporating these individuals into the Legion base. "That I shall go meet them," Li Heng declared. Soon after, the two arrived at the entrance of the base. Outside stood 4 individuals, their tattered clothing reminiscent of desperate fugitives. 3 adults bore hunting rifles slung across their backs, while each held a rifle in hand. "You wish to trade for food?" Li Heng queried. 1 man responded, "Indeed, we desire to exchange 3 rifles for some provisions." Li Heng inspected the rifles. While they may hold value for others, to him they were the most inferior of weapons. "Your rifles are of little worth, hardly enough to barter for anything substantial. However, should you be inclined to join my base, I would be willing to provide you with food free of charge. Furthermore, you would gain a secure shelter, free from the need to flee." The man, immediately growing wary, shook his head, saying, "We have no interest in joining your base." After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the 3-edged military dagger at Li Heng's waist. "Your weapon does not compare to mine. Why not trade with me? Provide me with food for a month, and I shall give you 3 rifles. With these rifles, you could procure even more food." Li Heng smirked inwardly. While 3 rifles were indeed valuable, they were not worth a month's worth of food. That he mused that even if they ventured outside with submachine guns in search of provisions, it was unlikely they could scavenge enough to last for a month. If rifles were truly so useful, would you still seek to barter for food with me? The only way you shall receive food is by joining my base. Otherwise, I will not oblige." Seeing Li Heng's steadfast demeanor, the man suddenly aimed his rifle at Li Heng and pulled the trigger. With a bang, gunpowder erupted towards Li Heng. He raised his hand to shield his face and lowered his head. The gunpowder struck him, sending sparks flying and igniting his clothing. The unexpected turn of events startled Jiang Xiaodai. In response, she drew the handgun concealed beneath her garments. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The man fell, fatally wounded. The remaining 3 were left in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that their adversaries possessed firearms. While they stood dumbfounded, Lin Yin rushed over, wielding a submachine gun. The 2 adults with rifles were once again rendered speechless. The presence of a gun was sufficient to force them to their knees and surrender, and now another armed individual had appeared. At that moment, they comprehended why Li Heng had dismissed the value of their hunting rifles. He possessed even more formidable weaponry. Chapter 76. The War Among Women. The two individuals, understanding the gravity of their situation, promptly discarded their rifles and fell to their knees, upon noticing that the child behind them had not knelt. The woman quickly pulled him down, and he mimicked their actions. Li Hung glanced at the lifeless man on the ground and inquired, "What was your relationship with this man?" The woman replied, "We have no ties to him. He was merely a companion on the road. We harbor no intentions of avenging him. Please, spare us." With those words, she unfastened the rifle from her back. The other followed suit. At that moment, Lin Yan interjected, "Let us keep them. Our base is in need of women." Li Hung turned to her, then redirected his gaze to the kneeling woman. "Did you hear what she said?" The woman nodded, acknowledging the implications. Should she remain at the base, she would be expected to serve the men there. After much contemplation, she silently acquiesced. Throughout their arduous journey, she had already adapted to serving the two men beside her. In this apocalyptic environment, survival was paramount. Other concerns were of little significance, especially with a child in tow. Jiang Shaodai pouted, displeased with this arrangement. She suddenly turned to the woman and asked, "If you were to fight a man, could you defeat him?" The question caught the woman off guard. After a moment of contemplation, she vigorously nodded, recognizing that this might be an opportunity to alter her fate. Li Hung cast a surprised glance at Jiang Shaodai, a smile gracing his lips, while Lin Yan wore a more somber expression. Jiang Shaodai continued, "You can say anything, but I cannot trust you. If you want me to believe you, prove it by killing this man before you." No sooner had she finished speaking than the kneeling woman drew a dagger from her bosom and plunged it fiercely into the man's side. The dagger sank into his waist. He grasped her arm with a vice-like grip. Glaring at her with fury, he forcefully extracted the dagger, striking her with a resounding slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Rising to his feet, he began to mercilessly kick her. The woman lay motionless, clutching the dagger. After a prolonged beating, he paused, believing he had beaten her to death. However, at that moment, the woman surged back to life, swinging the dagger toward his ankle. This time, the blade cut deep, causing him to collapse in agony. The woman, like a ferocious mother tiger, pounced upon him, relentlessly stabbing with the dagger. Her movements were mechanical, the blade plunging into the man's flesh repeatedly, leaving his face a bloody mess. Li Hung and the others observed the scene in stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Shaodai finally spoke. "That's enough." Upon hearing her voice, the woman seemed to lose all strength. Collapsing onto the man's body, "I killed him," she murmured, looking to Jiang Shaodai for confirmation. Jiang Shaodai, with a playful smile, turned to Li Hung and said with a hint of concern, "Please allow me to take this woman and her child." Li Hung pondered for a moment and then asked Lin Yan, "Do you have any objections?" Lin Yan shook her head. Li Hung then turned to Jiang Shaodai, "You may take them, but do not create any trouble for me. Also, they cannot reside in the villa base." Jiang Shaodai nodded eagerly, casting a defiant glance at Lin Yan. Lin Yan ignored her and turned to leave, followed by Li Hung, to the base entrance. Only Jiang Shaodai remained with the woman and the child. The young boy, barely 10 years old, stood frozen in shock from the horrific scene he had just witnessed. Jiang Shaodai surveyed her surroundings and gestured toward a nearby residential building, saying, "You can stay there." Gathering his courage, the boy stammered, "But there are zombies there." Jiang Shaodai rubbed her neck, slightly exasperated, realizing she had overlooked the presence of zombies. After a moment of thought, she decided to let them enter the base instead. She instructed them to rest at the entrance while she retrieved some food from her villa. After ensuring they were settled and instructed them to remain there without wandering, she went to find Zhao Zishuan, asking her to help clear the zombies outside. Zhao Zishuan, puzzled by Jiang Shaodai's intentions, inquired why she needed the zombies cleared. Jiang Shaodai explained the situation, and Zhao Zishuan agreed with her plan. The two then gathered their gear and headed to the residential building to eliminate the zombies. Upon reaching the base entrance, Zhao Zishuan spotted the mother and child. Hearing they were going to clear the zombies, they expressed their desire to join. Zhao Zishuan consented, and soon, the 3 adults and 1 child, each armed, ventured to the building. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the residential building. In a single day, they managed to eliminate all the zombies both inside and outside the building, and even erected a barbed wire fence around it. This new addition significantly expanded Li Hang's villa base. Jiang Shaodai arranged for the mother and child to stay in the residential building, providing them with ample food. After everything was settled, she and Zhao Zishuan began their return. Zhao Zishuan, skipping joyfully and humming a tune, suddenly asked, "Why are you helping this mother and child?" Jiang Shaodai halted, turned, and replied, "We are all women. Why not lend her a hand? Besides, killing a man does not make her inferior." After a moment's pause, she hesitated before asking, "Do you think we could establish a base led by women?" Zhao Zishuan gave her a surprised look, not expecting such depth from the young girl. After careful consideration, she responded, "You should discuss this with Li Hong." Jiang Shaodai pouted, "Aren't you the leader here? If you agree, Li Hong will likely not oppose." Zhao Zishuan chuckled, patting her on the head, "You should still ask Li Hong." Disheartened, Jiang Shaodai sighed and sulked. During dinner that evening, she shared her idea with Li Hong. He was quite supportive of her vision and entrusted the residential building to her, allowing her to accommodate any women she brought in. Lin Yan, who sat quietly at the table, remained silent but harbored many thoughts, suspecting that Jiang Shaodai's actions were instigated by Zhao Zishuan. Zhao Zishuan's intention behind her actions was to establish a power of her own, one that could stand in opposition to her. Contemplating this, Lin Yan couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhao Zishuan, only to find that Zhao Zishuan was also looking back at her. Their eyes met, and it was as if sparks ignited between them. However, Lin Yan was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Zhao Zishuan. The moment she encountered Zhao Zishuan's piercing gaze, she immediately lowered her head. Chapter 77. The Arrangement of Fate. What are you looking at? Zhao Zishuan provocatively inquired. Lin Yan, flustered, shook her head and first glanced at Li Hong before responding to Zhao Zishuan, "I wasn't looking at you." Li Hong pretended not to see anything and quickly left after finishing his meal. Strolling leisurely, he arrived near a residential building surrounded by barbed wire. There, he spotted a young boy peering down from the rooftop. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Where did these people come from? Was there anyone left alive in their former residence? With this thought in mind, he waved at the boy above, who, startled, disappeared from view. Moments later, a woman from the building emerged, leading the boy. She respectfully greeted Li Hong, saying, "You've arrived." Li Hong nodded and asked, "How have you been living here?" The woman replied that they were doing quite well. Li Hong then inquired, "Where did you come from?" The woman gestured toward the distance, saying, "We came from Beiqing." Beiqing is one of the 8 districts of Qihai and falls within a rural area. It must have been quite a journey to reach Qinghe district. Li Hong, intrigued, asked, "Are there many people still alive over there?" The woman thoughtfully speculated, "There should be in rural areas. Each household has its own courtyard, and the population is not as dense, so the chances of survival are greater." Curiously, Li Hong asked, "If it's so good there, why did you come to Qinghe district?" The woman timidly responded, "I didn't say it was good. I merely indicated that the chances of survival were higher during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. But things have changed now. Many people have banded together or established bases. If you're not one of them, they will kill you on sight or enslave you. Why don't you establish your own base?" Li Hong inquired. The woman explained, "We had a small base before, but it was taken over by others. We had no choice but to flee to Qinghe." "Are there many bases in your area?" Li Hong asked. The woman replied, "I'm not sure, but I suspect there are quite a few." Li Hong ceased his inquiries and, hands behind his back, pondered whether he should venture to Beiqing. There must be plenty of survivors there. Could he recruit them all for the base? Suddenly, he turned back, intending to discuss this matter with Zhao Zishuan. Upon finding her, he shared his thoughts. Zhao Zishuan did not oppose the idea. She likely recognized the benefit of numbers. Although she agreed, she stipulated a condition. The new recruits from Beiqing could not be entrusted to Lin Yan's management. Confused, Li Hong asked, "Are you planning to cultivate Jiang Shaodai to compete with Lin Yan?" Zhao Zishuan denied it, and Li Hong chose not to pursue the matter further. That evening, Li Hong announced his intention to visit Beiqing, accompanied by Jiang Shaodai and Zhao Zishuan, while Lin Yan remained behind. Although Lin Yan wished to join, she was decisively turned down by Zhao Zishuan. "If you go, who will watch over the base? Who will manage the people at the sword base? Those individuals are hardly loyal right now." Jiang Shaodai also supported this, and ultimately, Lin Yan was unable to accompany them. On the following morning, Li Hong, Jiang Shaodai, and Zhao Zishuan arrived at the foot of the residential building. Jiang Shaodai approached the woman, asking if she would be willing to return to Beiqing with them. The woman tightly grasped the child's hand. Her expression conflicted. If she were alone, she would have gone without hesitation, but now she had a child to consider. However, If she chose not to go, what reason did she have to remain? Everything she consumed and used here was provided by the base. And now that the base needed her assistance, it was her duty to comply. No place would harbor those unwilling to contribute. If she could not offer value to the base, she would eventually be cast aside. Zhang Xiaodai sensed her apprehension and reassured her. The child can stay at the base. No one will harm her. The woman immediately shook her head and asked, "Can I bring my child with me?" Li Heng frowned slightly, clearly reluctant. Yet Zhang Xiaodai said, "It is possible, but your child is so young. What if something were to happen?" She attempted to gently persuade the woman to leave the child behind. But the woman remained resolute. The boy, with his big, dark eyes, firmly declared, "I won't be a burden. I can fight zombies too." As he spoke, he produced a dagger, its sharp blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "Perhaps that we should take him along," Zhang Xiaodai suggested. Seeking Li Heng's approval, Li Heng nodded in agreement. The 4 adults and 1 child climbed into a black SUV, racing towards the direction of Beicheng. The journey to Beicheng was fairly routine. Although there were damaged vehicles along the roadside, they posed no obstacle to their passage. The sparse zombies scattered about were easily disregarded. Occasionally, when Li Heng spotted zombies ahead, he deliberately accelerated, sending them flying upon impact. Around 3 in the afternoon, they reached Beicheng. As Li Heng drove, he gazed out the window, taking in the expansive fields flanking both sides of the road, with villages and mountains in the distance. Zhang Xiaodai, captivated by the scenery, remarked, "If we established a base here, it should be quite safe. Just look at that mountain. If we set up on the summit, zombies wouldn't be able to reach us." Li Heng smiled and nodded, saying, "While zombies may not be able to ascend, the most perilous threat in this apocalyptic world is not the undead, but humanity itself. Although this area is vast and sparsely populated, resources are severely limited. It may suffice for a time. But what will you do when food runs out? Unless you can cultivate sustenance on the mountain." Zhang Xiaodai sighed despondently. "I heard on the radio that the land has been infected. Although it can still produce crops, those crops are inedible. But why hasn't the water been infected?" Li Heng was equally uncertain of the answer. He replied with a philosophical perspective. "Water is the essence of life. If it were to be infected, this world would cease to exist. The calamity we face is a trial from the heavens, which does not wish for humanity's extinction, but rather hopes for our emergence from this disaster." The young boy listened intently, finding great wisdom in Li Heng's words. He silently prayed, "Heaven, grant me a special ability. With such power, I can protect my mother from being bullied." Suddenly, Li Heng furrowed his brow. Not far ahead, a small village appeared, its access obstructed by 2 large trees. Chapter 78. The terror within the breeding farm. Li Heng slowed the vehicle, stopping about 100 meters from the village. "You go take a look," he instructed Zhang Xiaodai. She nodded, activated her invisibility ability, and quietly exited the car. Approaching the 2 trees that blocked the road, she scanned her surroundings and noticed the absence of people. Glancing toward the village, she observed that it seemed deserted as well. However, the presence of 2 trees in such a manner could not be mere coincidence. Someone had deliberately placed them there. She stepped over the trunk and ventured toward the village. Upon reaching a corner of the village, she spotted 2 men crouching there, armed with makeshift long guns. Zhang Xiaodai circled the area again, discovering 2 individuals hiding in deep pits by the roadside. She returned to the vehicle and reported her findings to Li Heng. Looking at the woman holding the child, he asked, "What is your name?" He felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having learned it sooner. Zhao Zixuan interjected, "Her name is Chun Pingshui." Li Heng nodded politely. Addressing her, "Sister Chun, please go outside and draw them out." Chun Pingshui nodded, picking up a hunting rifle to head out. Li Heng quickly cautioned, "Don't take the gun. If you do, they won't dare to come out." Chun Pingshui put the gun down, expressing her concern. "What if they try to kill me?" Li Heng chuckled, "Aren't we here?" Chun Pingshui left the car empty-handed. As she walked forward, she remained vigilant. Although Zhao Zixuan had warned her of hidden dangers, she saw nothing amiss. After walking about 20 meters, 2 men suddenly charged out from the right side of the road. Brandishing improvised blades and blocking her path, "Stop right there. What are you doing?" Chun Pingshui immediately raised her hands, pleading, "Please don't harm me. I'm just passing by. Just passing by. Who's in the car? Have them all come out." One of the men, his chin covered in stubble, shouted while waving his knife. From the vehicle, Zhao Zixuan emerged, hands raised. The moment the 2 men laid eyes on her, their expressions turned to shock. as if they had encountered a rare specimen. One of them called out to his concealed companions, "Come out! Come out! We found a beautiful woman!" Unable to contain themselves, the hidden comrades rushed out from their hiding spots. Previously, Jiang Shaodai mentioned that there were a total of 6 individuals. Yet now there are 8, clearly indicating that 2 of them have gone unnoticed. This group, armed with weapons, surrounded Zhao Zixuan and Chen Pingxue, their eager eyes darting back and forth between the two. "What do you want?" Chen Pingxue asked, fear causing her to shrink back slightly. The bearded man chuckled sinisterly. What can men and women possibly want? As he spoke, he reached for Zhao Zixuan at that moment. Li Heng emerged from the vehicle, and as he stepped out, both the bearded man and his companions were taken aback, for Li Heng was wielding a submachine gun. "Don't move. Anyone who does will be shot." Li Heng declared firmly as he approached the bearded man with a smile. He delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing Li Heng take action, the others hesitated, drawing closer but lacking the courage to confront him. At that moment, the bearded man struggled to rise. Peering at Li Heng's weapon with narrowed eyes, he sneered, "That gun must be a fake, right?" Li Heng glanced at his firearm, aimed it at the bearded man, and fired 3 shots. Each bullet struck the bearded man's thigh, causing him to howl in agony. His companions, startled by the gunfire, turned and fled. "Don't move. I will shoot," Li Heng shouted, and the fleeing individuals froze as if paralyzed. One person took a step forward, raising a leg as if to run, but his balance faltered, and he soon fell to the ground. Clutching his head, he cried out, "Don't shoot. I only moved because I couldn't hold still." Meanwhile, the bearded man continued to wail in pain, which irritated Li Heng, prompting him to instruct Chen Pingxue to silence him. He then gathered the fleeing individuals, lining them up to squat on the roadside. At that moment, Jiang Shaodai exited the vehicle, approaching the enemies with her hands clasped behind her back. Exuding an air of authority, she asked coolly, "Do you have any other accomplices?" The group shook their heads in unison. Observing their synchronized response, Jiang Shaodai concluded that there were indeed no additional associates. Li Heng interjected, "Now you have 2 choices, to follow me, or to become zombies." Naturally, the group opted against becoming zombies. Eager to align themselves with Li Heng, that he easily recruited them. While the bearded man met his end that in this apocalyptic world, strength naturally drew followers. Li Heng surveyed his disheveled new subordinates, reluctant to continue the journey with them. Turning to Chen Pingxue, he asked, "Can you manage them on your own?" Chen Pingxue nodded eagerly. Recognizing this as an opportunity to prove herself, "No problem," she affirmed. Li Heng, satisfied, instructed, "There are weapons in the vehicle. Go select a few." Chen Pingxue retrieved 2 submachine guns, a handgun, and 2 grenades. Armed with these, she felt confident in subduing the group. The young boy also chose to stay with Chen Pingxue, while Li Heng, Zhao Zixuan, and Jiang Shaodai pressed on. As they traveled, they encountered several villages but faced no attacks. By 8 in the evening, Li Heng sought a place to rest. Suddenly, Zhao Zixuan pointed to a distant earthen mound, exclaiming, "Look over there." Li Heng turned to where she indicated, spotting a fleeting glimmer of light that quickly vanished. "Let us go check it out," he decided, determined to recruit more people and unafraid of potential encounters. The trio drove to the location where the light had appeared. Before them lay a series of undulating earth mounds, with a breeding farm nestled below. As they disembarked, the gates of the farm swung open, and to their astonishment, instead of humans, a dozen mutated pigs charged forth. These colossal creatures stood 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, resembling small cars, radiating an intimidating presence that struck fear into Li Heng and his companions. They felt that a single charge from these beasts could easily overwhelm them, and facing not just one but a dozen was terrifying. In shock, the trio stood frozen, unable to process the scene before them. The mutated pigs, well trained, formed ranks and refrained from attacking, seemingly awaiting a command. "Why aren't they attacking?" Jiang Shaodai whispered. Li Heng turned to her, only to realize her voice was the only sound. She had evidently rendered herself invisible. Zhao Zixuan speculated, perhaps someone is commanding them. This hypothesis startled both Li Heng and Jiang Shaodai. Could a human truly control such a number of mutated pigs? If so, the individual wielding that power would indeed be formidable. Li Heng contemplated briefly and replied, "That is a possibility. That we all possess various abilities. It is not unusual for someone to control other creatures." He then glanced at Zhao Zixuan. Do you remember Zhang Zhiyuan? That fellow had the ability to control people, though he commanded ordinary zombies. After some deliberation, they concluded that someone was indeed controlling the mutated pigs. Li Hung cleared his throat and called out to the farm. Is anyone there? We mean you no harm, that if you prefer not to meet us or wish not to be disturbed, we can leave at once. His voice echoed. The pigs began to agitate, shaking their heads and stomping their feet as if preparing to charge. Just as Li Hung and his companions were about to retreat, the agitated pigs suddenly fell silent. Gradually, an individual emerged from within the farm. He stopped behind the pigs, shining a flashlight on Li Hung and his friends. Upon noticing their firearms, he appeared momentarily stunned. Even in this apocalyptic world, not everyone could acquire weapons. This individual scrutinized them. Li Hung and his companions examined him in turn. He was a slender young man, dark-skinned, with eyes that sparkled with an ominous light even in the darkness. He held a flashlight in one hand and a blood-stained scythe in the other. You are not from around here, are you? He inquired. Li Hung nodded. We come from Qinghe District. Qinghe District? The young man was taken aback, having expected them to be from North City. After pondering, he asked, Are you looking for a place to rest? Li Hung sensed an invitation in the young man's tone and replied, Yes, we are indeed seeking a place to rest. Would it be possible here? The young man responded, You may come in to rest, but you must temporarily surrender your weapons to me. Li Hung assessed his own arms, unconcerned. While the weapons could harm ordinary people, they posed little threat to him and his companions, as each ability user experienced a significant enhancement after activating their powers. Although they couldn't completely deflect bullets like Li Hung, the projectiles would inflict minimal harm, at most, causing injury without penetrating their bodies. However, specialized ammunition like armor-piercing rounds could still prove lethal. The trio placed their weapons on the ground and stepped back a few paces to demonstrate their sincerity. The young man, surprised by their compliance, grew more cautious. He advanced with 4 mutated pigs, which formed a barrier behind him. He picked up one of the submachine guns, weighing it in his hands, and examined it closely. His clumsy handling suggested it was his first encounter with such a weapon. Is it a real gun? Li Hung asked. The young man nodded and queried, How do I use it? Do I just pull the trigger? Or is there a procedure? Li Hung smiled warmly, adopting a mentor's demeanor as he explained that the safety must first be disengaged. The young man, having seen gunfight scenes on television, understood the general location of the safety but was uncertain of the specifics. He turned the gun towards Li Hung and asked, Where exactly is it? Would you like me to show you? Li Hung offered. The young man scrutinized Li Hung before stating cautiously, Have that invisible girl come out. I want her to teach me. He had been secretly observing them from the shadows and noticed the sudden absence of one person, deducing that the missing girl likely possessed the ability to become invisible. Zhang Xiaodai, feeling somewhat dejected, reappeared, tapping her head and asking, Why is it that I have such an impressive ability, yet you seem entirely unfazed? Approaching the young man, she pointed to the safety mechanism and said, It's right there. Just open it. The young man slowly disengaged the safety, suddenly aiming the gun at Zhang Xiaodai. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot. Zhang Xiaodai immediately raised her hands, unperturbed by his actions. As many people resorted to such tactics, Li Hung and Zhao Zishuan remained calm as well. The young man glared at them coldly, demanding, Now, who exactly are you? Why have you come here? We are indeed residents of Qinghe District. Our presence here is merely coincidental that we noticed a light on the mountain and decided to investigate. Li Hung explained, Why should I trust you? A young man aimed his gun at Zhang Xiaodai's forehead. Li Heng's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. If you do not believe us, we can leave immediately. However, should you dare to harm us, I assure you, you will not survive until dawn. The young man scoffed, You 3 think you can defeat me? We are 3 abilities users. It is sufficient to eliminate you. Zhao Zishuan brandished her sword, exuding confidence. The young man widened his eyes and then derided. Do you think abilities users can change like these pigs at will? Li Heng gritted his teeth in frustration. How could he compare them to pigs? Moreover, the human population far exceeds that of pigs. Statistically, the likelihood of humans becoming abilities users is greater than that of pigs. To convince the young man of their claims, Li Heng slammed his fist into the ground. The earth was instantly cratered, a depth unattainable by an ordinary person. The young man's pupils constricted in fear as he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, a group of mutated pigs behind him began to advance slowly. Li Hung and his companions assumed he was about to attack. But instead, he merely positioned the mutated pigs as a barrier, not ordering them to attack. Chapter 80. Taking all living beings from the town feeling secure, the young man halted. I'm not afraid of 3 abilities users. I have so many mutated creatures. You think you can't defeat me? Li Heng replied helplessly. We never said we wanted to fight you, that we just want to rest inside if you are unwilling. We can leave, the young man pondered, his eyes darting in the darkness. After a moment, he said, All right, you can come in with me. However, to prevent you from harming me, you must enter my encirclement. Encirclement? Li Heng was puzzled. At that moment, the mutated pigs began to roam, forming a circle around them. The young man pointed at the pen and said, You must enter here. As he spoke, a mutated pig wobbled its massive body out of the circle, creating an entrance. Although Li Heng and his companions were dissatisfied, they stepped into the pig pen. Once inside, the mutated pigs began to move toward the farm. Upon entering the farm, Li Heng and his companions could not discern the situation as their view was completely obstructed by the herd of mutated pigs. After walking for a few minutes, the pigs suddenly halted and then dispersed, not moving far, but merely expanding the circular formation several times over. The young man stood between 2 mutated pigs and addressed Li Heng and his companions. You shall stay here. Li Heng looked down at his feet and then up at the sky, laughing and crying at once. What difference does it make to stay here or outside? If that is the case, we might as well leave, the young man asserted. There is a difference. I will bring you food and tents shortly. Li Heng nodded and inquired, Can we have a conversation? What do you wish to discuss? The young man asked, May I know your name? Li Heng inquired. Ma Huangzhong. Li Heng further asked, Are you the only one here? Ma Huangzhong nodded. What was that light on the mountain earlier? Ma Huangzhong replied coldly. There were strangers on the mountain, and I killed them. Li Heng fell silent. Jiang Shaodai blinked and asked, If you are so powerful, why are you alone here? Don't others come to seek your protection? Ma Huangzhong replied, Some have come to seek my protection, but I drove them away. I find being alone quite agreeable. Zhao Zishuan suddenly suggested, Why not ally with us? Ally with you. Ma Huangzhong looked at Li Heng and the others with disdain. Unimpressed by their presence, noticing his attitude, Zhao Zishuan waved her sword, saying, If you doubt us, we can have a duel. If I win, you will join us. Ma Huangzhong scoffed. Why would I fight you? Even if I lost. Why would I join you? I am content here and have no need to rely on anyone, nor do I wish for others to rely on me. Seeing that this fellow was obstinate, Li Heng shifted the topic. Are there other bases nearby? Ma Huangzhong did not respond but coldly remarked, It has been you asking me questions. Now it is my turn. Go ahead. Li Heng said. Ma Huangzhong asked, What is your purpose for coming here? Li Heng candidly replied, We wish to recruit some people to take back with us. Ma Huangzhong was somewhat surprised. You mean to bring the people of Beiqing back to Qinghe district? Li Heng nodded. Ma Huangzhong looked at Li Heng with a strange expression. Does Qinghe district have no one? Why travel such a distance to recruit people? Li Heng licked his lips and explained, I believe the people here are more inclined to leave Beiqing. Why? Ma Huangzhong inquired. Li Heng responded, Because there are more resources within the city. Although the countryside might store some grain, eventually, they will run out. Moreover, in the near future, many zombies in the city will be driven away, making your situation here perilous. If I am correct, though there are few zombies here, there must be many mutated creatures. Ma Huangzhong fell silent. Indeed, as Li Heng mentioned, while there were few zombies, there were numerous mutated beings, and these creatures were intelligent, lurking in the mountains, waiting to ambush humans. What troubled him most was that his food supplies were dwindling. Although the countryside stored some grain, it was not substantial. Most were sold off. His farm, previously raising pigs, had accumulated a considerable amount of grain. However, at the onset of the apocalypse, it had been ravaged by zombies, rendering much of the grain unusable. In the following period, others had come to steal or raid his food, resulting in significant losses. Recently, a group from another base attempted to rob his supplies. Not only did they fail to obtain any food, but they also lost several members. In retaliation, they burned down Ma Huangzhong's grain storage, leading to his current food scarcity. The reason he allowed Li Heng and his companions to enter was to extort some supplies from them. However, after conversing with them, he began to reconsider. He pondered whether he could leverage the strength of the 3 before him to drive away the surrounding residents. If everyone around left, he could live in peace here. With this thought, he stated, Aren't you looking to recruit people here? I can assist you. However, that I have one condition. What is your condition? Li Heng asked. That Ma Huangzhong replied, you must take all the surrounding people away, and their food must be left for me. Upon hearing his demands, Li Heng and the others understood his intentions. However, this was advantageous for them, so they agreed to demonstrate his sincerity. Ma Huangzhong instructed the mutated pigs to retreat behind him and invited Li Heng and his companions into his room. Ma Huangzhong's room was enclosed in multiple layers of iron sheeting, with several layers of wood covering it. Upon entering, Li Heng was met with a wave of heat, accompanied by a peculiar odor. He wrinkled his nose and asked Ma Huangzhong, don't you feel stifled living here? Isn't it too hot? Ma Huangzhong dismissed his concern. What does it matter if it's hot as long as I'm alive? I feel safe here. After they sat down, Ma Huangzhong rummaged through his belongings and produced a map. He placed the map before Li Heng and his companions, saying, this is the map of our town. Surprised by the mention of a town map, Li Heng looked at Ma Huangzhong incredulously. You can't be suggesting I take all the living beings from an entire town, can you? Ma Huangzhong looked at Li Heng with contempt and scoffed. Do you possess the ability to do that? Just helping me take away the nearby residents would be commendable. Li Heng, feeling provoked, replied with determination. He genuinely wanted to see if he could indeed evacuate all the living beings from this town. Chapter 81. I am not bragging. Li Heng patted Ma Huangzhong on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. What if I managed to take all the living beings from the town? Ma Huangzhong was momentarily taken aback before responding impatiently. Enough. Stop boasting. Li Heng retorted. I am not bragging. That if I can truly accomplish that, how about you follow me? If I fail, I will follow you. Not just me, but my people will follow you as well. Hearing Li Heng's declaration, Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai thought he had lost his mind. Zhao Zishuan, angered, kicked him in the rear and scolded, are you out of your mind? Why say such things? Ma Huangzhong also considered him deranged. Although Li Heng's words were enticing, he remained unconvinced, believing Li Heng was merely boasting, and his words were untrustworthy. Initially, Li Heng had this notion, but it was not particularly strong. However, now that the three did not believe him, he was infuriated. Since you all doubt me, I shall indeed make this happen. He slammed the table, his voice firm and resolute. I am not jesting. I speak the truth. Suddenly, he turned to Ma Huangzhong, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose, and declared, do you dare to take this bet with me? If you are truly a man, you will agree. Naturally, Ma Huangzhong, a proud man, felt a surge of anger at Li Heng's provocation, especially with two beautiful girls watching him intently. To back down at this moment would surely invite ridicule. In a fit of frustration, he retorted, fine, I accept your wager. Come, let us seal it with a handshake. Li Heng extended his right hand, while Ma Huangzhong lethargically lifted his soft hand and weakly slapped Li Heng's palm, then slumped back onto the sofa. Though he had spoken boldly moments before, he was now filled with regret. Why had he agreed to this wager with Li Heng? Surely, it was impossible for Li Heng to take every person in town away. If he couldn't, would he honor his promise? Absolutely not. To avoid fulfilling his vow, Li Heng might resort to violence. Was he not simply inviting trouble upon himself? Casting a glance at the two girls, Ma Huangzhong thought, if I retract my agreement, they likely won't think less of me. Just as he was about to utter the words of withdrawal, Li Heng slammed his hand on the table and said, now, let us discuss the situation in the town. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, adopting an aggressive stance. Ma Huangzhong lowered his head and gritted his teeth, asking, can I back out? Li Heng banged the table again, his eyes wide. No. If you back out, I will fight you. Your room is sturdy enough. It should be no problem for the three of us to take you out. After he spoke, Zhao Zishuan instinctively positioned herself at the door to prevent Ma Huangzhong from escaping. In Zhao Zishuan's eyes, Li Heng's remarks were intended to provoke Ma Huangzhong, providing an excuse to eliminate him. Thus, she blocked the exit. Just as she anticipated Li Heng would make a move, he instead took a seat facing Ma Huangzhong. Zhao Zishuan cleared her throat softly and gave Li Heng a pointed look, as if questioning why he hadn't acted. Li Heng shot her a glance and playfully asked, what are you winking at me for? Frustrated, Zhao Zishuan bit her lip, remaining silent at this moment. Ma Huangzhong sensed the shift in atmosphere. The trio clearly harbored ill intentions that a slight misstep could lead to his demise. He swallowed hard and begrudgingly began to recount the town's circumstances. As far as I know, our town has 4 major bases, each with its own abilities, Besides these 4 bases, there should be a few survivors, but I am not well acquainted with their situations. Li Hong stroked his chin and inquired. Which base is closest to here? Ma Huangzhong pointed to a location on the map, saying, it's right here. This place is also a village with about 20 people. They are part of a very united family. My relationship with them isn't great, as they recently burned down my food storage. Li Hing thought to himself, you had it coming. Why weren't you burned to ashes? He surveyed the 3 individuals in the room, his expression suddenly turning serious. Our first target is this base that we aim to subdue them without any bloodshed. If they resist to the end, we will retreat. The others expected Li Hong to utter something like kill without mercy, but were astonished when he spoke of retreat. Despite his words, none of them believed him, as they all knew Li Hong was particularly treacherous. How could he antagonize someone and then simply let them go? After making his statement, he waited for others to respond, fully anticipating opposition to his final remark, expecting suggestions to eradicate the threat entirely. However, after a long pause, the 3 remained silent, leaving Li Hong feeling somewhat vexed, just as he was about to signal for a response. Ma Huangzhong spoke up, I believe that once we take action, we should leave no survivors. Li Hong took a few steps back, a look of disdain on his face, and said to Ma Huangzhong, how can you be so ruthless? However, that you do make a valid point that we shall follow your lead. The consequences will fall upon you. Not me. Huangzhong felt he had fallen into a trap, but had no way to argue. The 4 of them spent a stifling night in the sweltering room. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Shaodai ventured outside, unable to endure the heat any longer. Jiang Shaodai gazed at the sky, reminiscing about her comfortable villa base. Never again would she accompany Li Hong on such expeditions. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong and Ma Huangzhong emerged from the room. Li Hong asked if there was any food, to which Ma Huangzhong replied affirmatively and proceeded to prepare a meal. Upon seeing the food Ma Huangzhong brought, Li Hong and the others felt no appetite, as the offerings were clearly fit for pigs, merely soaked in hot water and served before them. Isn't this meant for pigs? Jiang Shaodai wrinkled her nose in distaste. Ma Huangzhong nodded, stating that while it was previously meant for pigs, it was a rare treat for humans now. After saying this, he began to wolf down his portion from a metal bowl. Li Hong glanced at Jiang Shaodai with a sly grin. Why don't you go fetch our food from the car? Jiang Shaodai nodded and dashed outside to retrieve it. Moments later, she returned with a backpack full of provisions, distributing the food among Li Hong and Zhao Zixuan. She deliberately flaunted it in front of Ma Huangzhong without sharing any. As he looked at the bread, milk, sausages, and canned goods in their hands, then back at the unappetizing slop before him, his appetite evaporated. Can I have some? Ma Huangzhong licked his lips and asked. Jiang Shaodai batted her adorable eyes and shook her head. No, we don't have much ourselves. Setting down his metal plate, Ma Huangzhong replied sulkily, I'd be willing to share my food with you. Why can't you reciprocate? Jiang Shaodai tossed him a bag of bread. Smirking, just kidding. Eat up. Having not tasted bread in a long time, Ma Huangzhong devoured 3 pieces in quick succession, but he looked longingly at Jiang Shaodai, hoping for more. She handed him a halal sausage and remarked, That's all there is. Ma Huangzhong savored the sausage slowly, its familiar flavor heightened, and after consuming half, he tucked the other half into his pocket. Li Hong offered his sausage to Ma Huangzhong with a smile. I don't like it. You have it. Gratefully, Ma Huangzhong accepted it, smiling back at Li Hong. Li Hong then asked, Can you control the mutated fat pigs to fight alongside us? A troubled expression crossed Ma Huangzhong's face. The mutated fat pigs can indeed join the battle, but their combat effectiveness is very low. Upon hearing this, Li Hong appeared surprised. Visually, the mutated fat pigs seemed terrifying. Ma Huangzhong explained, they merely look menacing. In reality, they lack true fighting prowess, primarily charging forward. However, their impact isn't particularly strong. They can at most knock someone back. After his explanation, Jiang Shaodai frowned. Isn't that just a bigger version of a pig? Ma Huangzhong gave a wry smile and nodded. Yes, aside from their size, they are no different from ordinary pigs. I remain here because their combat power is weak. If they were strong, I wouldn't have been bullied by others. Li Hong felt utterly disheartened. He had hoped to leverage the mutated fat pigs against others, but that prospect was now dashed. Yet, he sensed that Ma Huangzhong was still concealing something if the mutated fat pigs truly lacked fighting ability. How had Ma Huangzhong survived until now? After pondering for a moment, Li Hong asked, If we leave here, Will your mutated fat pigs run away? Will someone come to steal them? Ma Huangzhong shook his head. No, they have never approached the mutated fat pigs. Everyone believes they are quite formidable. Following this, the four of them boarded the car and headed towards the first base. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a village. Ma Huangzhong pointed to the village ahead and said, "This is the Changshan base, also known as Changshan Village." Li Heng picked up his submachine gun and exited the vehicle, followed by the others. Each armed with their own firearms. The four of them, standing side by side, exuded an imposing presence, as if one man could stand against 1,000. That upon noticing them, the inhabitants of the Changshan base immediately alerted their leader. The leader, upon hearing the news, promptly gathered everyone to confront the four armed individuals. Facing the quartet with submachine guns, the leader, a 20-year-old named Chen Han, felt no sense of ease. Chen Han was quite respected in the village, and no one dared to provoke him. Many idle youths followed him, making him a local tyrant. As Chen Han and his followers approached the village entrance, his eyes twitched upon seeing the submachine guns in the hands of the four. When he recognized Ma Huangzhong, his teeth began to chatter. Surely, Ma Huangzhong had come for revenge. Did I say? Ma Huangzhong, you really need to make such a grand spectacle. We have no deep-seated enmity. Why resort to guns? Ma Huangzhong retorted, "You little brat, today it's not me seeking you out, but my friend at present. There are a few individuals surrounding Li Heng, and Ma Huangzhong's courage has also swelled. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to speak to Chen Han in such a manner." Chen Han licked his lips, fixating on the firearm in Ma Huangzhong's hand, and inquired, "Is that gun real?" Ma Huangzhong aimed the weapon at him, retorting, "Would you like to give it a try?" Chen Han hastily waved his hands, insisting, No, I believe you." He then demanded, "So what brings you here with your men? Are you planning to wipe us out? We are all from the same town." "There's no need for such ruthlessness." Li Heng stepped forward, stating, "Brother, it is I who seeks you." Chen Han scrutinized Li Heng and asked, "You seek me? For what purpose?" Li Heng shook the gun in his hand, declaring, "I wish to recruit you all to my base. I wonder if you would be willing." Upon hearing this, Chen Han's expression shifted to one of discomfort. He had relished his reign here, living a carefree life. Why would he submit to another? Submitting would mean becoming a subordinate, and he shook his head, replying, "I'm not interested." Li Heng raised his firearm, threateningly stating, "If you are uninterested, I may be compelled to pull the trigger." Observing the ominous submachine gun in his grasp, Chen Han's subordinates immediately retreated in fear. Steeling himself, Chen Han declared, "Your gun holds no power over me. I am an abilities user." Li Heng countered, "So are we. If you are unconvinced, we can settle this with a duel. Should I win, you will join my base. What do you say?" Li Heng perceived this as the most reasonable and singular course of action. If the other party still refused to join, then more drastic measures would be necessary. Chen Han glanced at his subordinates behind him. They would undoubtedly be unable to shield him from bullets. Reluctantly, he resolved to face the opponent alone. That if he could defeat him, it was likely that the other side would hesitate to resort to force. His abilities lay in strength. He could lift weights of up to 600 pounds with one hand, and a single punch could pierce through a person's body. Coupled with his experience from frequent brawls before the apocalypse, he felt confident in his combat prowess. After contemplating, he said, "Very well, let us settle this with a duel." Li Heng chuckled and turned to Zhao Zishuan, saying, "You go." Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, wielding her long knife, pausing after taking several strides. Upon seeing a woman step up, Chen Han felt a surge of smugness. Even if she possessed skills, a woman was still a woman, inherently weaker than a man. This realization bolstered his confidence in victory. Approaching Zhao Zishuan, he greeted her with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Zhao Zishuan, considering the possibility of future camaraderie, extended her hand in return. However, as their hands connected, Chen Han suddenly exerted force, gripping Zhao Zishuan's hand fiercely. For an ordinary person, such force would spell disaster. But Zhao Zishuan was no ordinary individual. Her physical strength far surpassed Chen Han's, categorized as a 2-star abilities user, while Chen Han was merely a 1-star. Sensing the malice in his grip, Zhao Zishuan swung her long knife, severing Chen Han's left arm. Chen Han shuddered in pain, releasing his hold on her. In that split second, Zhao Zishuan pivoted her body, her blade spinning through the air. Chen Han, now terrified, clutched at his neck, his body slowly turning to retreat. Yet, After taking only a few steps, he collapsed to his knees with a thud, ultimately laying still upon the ground. Witnessing their leader's demise, Chen Han's subordinates fled in panic. Ma Huangzhong snatched his gun, firing several rounds into the ground nearby, bellowing, "Don't run. Anyone who dares to flee will be shot." However, his words fell on deaf ears, as the fleeing individuals had no intention of heeding his command. Within mere seconds, they had vanished into the surrounding buildings. Li Hong approached Chen Han's lifeless form, delivering a few kicks to confirm his death before moving on, arriving at the vicinity of the buildings where the others had taken refuge. Li Hong called out, "We mean you no harm. The reason for our visit is to invite you to join our base, located in the Qinghe district, which is brimming with weapons and an abundance of food. Far superior to your current situation that if you wish to join, step forward. If not, we shall not coerce you." Ma Huangzhong echoed his sentiments, emphasizing the merits of joining Li Heng's base, promising enhanced living conditions and security. The individuals hiding within the buildings recognized their precarious predicament. Following Li Heng was their only viable option. Furthermore, the persuasive words of Li Heng and Ma Huangzhong had undoubtedly stirred their interest. If the base truly offered what had been claimed, aligning with them would be most agreeable. Yet, they feared that upon arriving at Li Heng's base, they might be treated as mere laborers. One voice from within the room questioned, "You wouldn't be attempting to deceive us into becoming laborers, would you?" Li Heng rolled his eyes, retorting, "Do you truly think I would go to the trouble of deceiving you? Will you genuinely treat us as your own?" Another inquired. Li Heng replied, "Whether we can become one family depends on your actions. Ma Huangzhong and I have only just met. Observe how he possesses food and drink, as well as that submachine gun. Should you prove satisfactory, I can extend the same treatment to you. The first person to step out will become your leader and receive a submachine gun." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room rushed out in droves. One young man dashed forth, leaping through the window. "I'll be the first. I'll be the first." Li Heng approached him, personally helping him up and patting his shoulder. "Well done. You shall lead this group, and this gun is yours." He handed over his submachine gun to the young man, who gleefully cradled it, basking in the envy of his peers. The others, though filled with jealousy, dared not voice their thoughts, as they recognized the young man now wielded a firearm. Those who once scorned him now lowered their heads and silenced. Li Heng and his team tidied the scene, gathering the supplies together before finding a safe place to conceal them. After resting for an hour, Li Heng led his sizable entourage onward to the next base. This next base, also a village, was named Nanjilu. Initially, Li Heng was unaware of its location, but after traversing a stretch of road, he recognized it as the path they had taken before. Observing the familiar scenery outside, he remarked, "Isn't this the route we took to arrive? Could Nanjilu be the village where Chun Pingxue resides?" Li Heng described the village where Chun Pingxue was located and inquired if Nanjilu was that very place, and Ma Huangzhong nodded affirmatively, confirming it was indeed the same village. Li Heng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The people of this village have already surrendered to us." Ma Huangzhong, astonished by this revelation, asked, "Shall we still go?" Li Heng replied, "Yes, let us gather our people and proceed to the next base." Currently, 3 cars followed behind Li Heng's vehicle, carrying the newly recruited individuals. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Heng and his entourage arrived at Nanjilu. Upon reaching the village, everyone disembarked. Li Heng instructed Ma Huangzhong and his subordinates to remain in place while he, along with Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai, ventured into the village to locate Chen Pingxue. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Zhao Zishuan frowned and remarked, "There is a strong scent of blood." Li Heng sensed impending trouble and quickened his pace. As they approached the courtyard, the stench of blood assaulted their senses, and they could faintly hear the sound of a woman weeping. Kicking the door open, they were met with a gruesome sight. Corpses strewn haphazardly across the yard. In the center, a blood-soaked woman cradled a small boy. Startled by the sound of the door being kicked in, the woman looked up, and upon recognizing Li Heng and the others, she lowered her head and resumed her silent sobbing. Li Heng remained silent. The woman before him was Chun Pingxue, and the child in her arms was her son, now lifeless. Li Heng had no heart to comfort Chen Pingxue. He needed to issue a warning to his subordinates outside. He glanced at Jiang Shaodai and instructed, "Go call the others in." Jiang Shaodai nodded and went to fetch the individuals waiting outside. Moments later, she returned with them at the door. Li Heng regarded the newcomers with a cold demeanor, stating, Step inside and take a look. Point one by one. They entered the yard, their hearts racing in fear as they beheld the corpses. These individuals, once eager to join his base, had reneged upon his departure. Resulting in their grim fate, he urged them to learn from this lesson and not tread the same path. Li Hong, with a dark expression, surveyed the crowd, delivering a foreboding warning that he then turned to Chen Pingxue, asking, "How shall we dispose of these bodies?" Chen Pingxue lifted her head and replied coldly, "I want to feed them to the zombies." Li Hong nodded, addressing his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Get rid of these bodies." His men promptly began to remove the corpses, and soon the area was cleared. The group outside was astute enough to stay at the entrance, wary of incurring Li Hong's wrath. Li Hong approached Chen Pingxue, asking nonchalantly, "Can you still leave? If not, you may rest here for a few days." Chen Pingxue shook her head, saying, "I can walk. I wish to take the child back." Li Hong glanced at the child and remarked, "The weather is quite warm. Let us procure some ice." And no sooner had Li Hong uttered these words than a voice called out from the doorway, "I know where to find ice." Chapter 84. Deceiving away 2 guns. Where can we find it? Li Hong inquired. The individual responded, "The health clinic has some." Li Hong observed Chen Pingxue, whose expression remained unchanged, and stated, "Let us proceed to the health clinic first." Chen Pingxue, cradling the child, replied coolly, "I can manage on my own." Li Hong looked at her, somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Zhao Zishuan interjected, "She has developed abilities." Li Hong was momentarily stunned, then scrutinized Chen Pingxue more closely. Indeed, there was a subtle energy emanating from her, gently pulsating. Although the fluctuation was faint, it was still perceptible. Nonetheless, Li Hong felt uneasy about allowing Chen Pingxue to venture alone. She had just recently acquired her abilities and lacked practical experience. Given her current state of mental disarray, it would be prudent to send someone with her. He surveyed those around him. Apart from Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Xiaodai, the others were of no use. Jiang Xiaodai raised her hand eagerly, saying, "I will accompany her." Li Hong nodded and cautioned the two to exercise caution. After they departed, he too took his leave with the rest of the group. Their destination was a base with more than 30 members, led by an elderly gentleman nearing 80 years of age, who was also a teacher and a practitioner of abilities. The notion of an 80-year-old possessing abilities was intriguing. Li Hong felt that meeting this elder and showcasing his own strength would surely persuade him to join their base. When he shared this thought with Zhao Zishuan, her response was less than encouraging. A Huangzhong further dampened his spirits, saying, "Someone who has lived for such a long time is undoubtedly astute. There is no way he could be deceived by you. Moreover, as a teacher, he possesses a wealth of knowledge, unlike the uneducated villagers you previously recruited." After Ma Huangzhong spoke, Li Hong shot him a fierce glare, as 2 of the recently subdued villagers were seated in the back of their vehicle. Ma Huangzhong's words essentially informed them that Li Hong was attempting to deceive them. Aware of his gaffe, Ma Huangzhong clapped his hand over his mouth and explained to the villagers, "I didn't mean to imply that Li Hong is deceiving you. I merely meant that the old man is too cunning to be easily fooled, especially given his cultivated background." One of the villagers, with a simple expression, asked, "Is that true?" Ma Huangzhong patted his shoulder. "Of course it's true." Soon, Li Hong and his entourage arrived at the opposing base. Upon observing the defenses, it became apparent that the leader was no ordinary individual. This base bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xiufeng's original base, featuring 3 layers of defenses. The first layer centered around a village, with various entrances secured by gates, some iron, some wooden, and others simply blocked by planks. The second layer of defense was situated on the mountain behind the village, where a few guards could be discerned. The third layer consisted of a secret escape route, allowing for a quick exit in emergencies. As soon as Li Hong and his group arrived, they were already noticed by the inhabitants of the base. Before they could speak, several individuals emerged on the rooftops, 3 of whom were armed with hunting rifles. One person brandished a kitchen knife and shouted down, "What do you brothers want? Are you here to rob us, or just passing through and seeking a moment's respite?" Li Hong looked up and replied, "Neither. I wish to meet your leader. Kindly relay my request." "All right, please wait a moment." 10 minutes later, several figures appeared on the rooftop. Among them was an elderly man dressed in a purple tang suit, leaning on a matching cane. His sparse white hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes sparkled like lightning, piercing through to the soul. He leaned slightly forward and inquired, "Which of you is the leader?" Li Hing stepped back and pointed to Zhao Zishuan, saying, "She is." Zhao Zishuan shot Li Heng a glare, stepped forward, and declared, "Grandfather, I am their leader." The elder nodded, clearing his throat. "I have heard you seek my counsel. May I inquire what the matter is?" Zhao Zishuan responded, "We wish for you to join our base." As soon as Zhao Zishuan finished speaking, Li Heng stepped forward, brandishing his submachine gun. "Elder, take a look at our equipment and our strength. Joining us would not be a loss." The elder squinted and remarked, "What is that?" "A gun. Is it real or fake?" "May I have a closer look?" Li Heng nodded. "Certainly. I will toss it up to you." He spun the submachine gun a few times before throwing it onto the roof. The occupants retrieved the weapon and presented it to the elder. After examining it, the elder addressed Li Heng. "This gun is genuine. It appears you possess some degree of strength. However, what if you only brought one submachine gun to deceive me? I remain skeptical that you have more." Li Heng shot a sidelong glance at the elder, sensing he was being led astray. Yet, in order to avoid conflict, he decided to toss up Zhao Zishuan's submachine gun as well. Upon seeing the second weapon, the elder remarked, "This second submachine gun is also authentic. Yet you might only have these two. What if the rest are counterfeit?" Li Heng, feeling disgruntled, twisted his neck and replied darkly, "Are you mocking me?" Old man, he was genuinely irked. He had always been the one to deceive others, and never had he been outsmarted until now by an octogenarian. The elder's hearty laughter resonated throughout the air. Once he regained his composure, he calmly stated, "I see you have only 4 submachine guns. Now that 2 are in my possession, you still have 2 remaining. How do you intend to confront me? In terms of numbers, you are outmatched. In terms of weaponry, you are outgunned. I advise you to leave promptly. At my age, I have no desire to take a life. Li Heng grinned coldly. "The fact that I can produce 2 submachine guns means I can produce more. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. However, should you wish to test me, we may very well see bloodshed today." At that juncture, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The individuals on the rooftop had their weapons trained on Li Heng and his companions. Aside from Ma Huangzhong and another individual, none of the others were armed. Li Heng narrowed his eyes and harshly instructed Ma Huangzhong, "Go and bring everything out from the trunk," uncertain of what lay within the trunk. Ma Huangzhong assumed it was filled with weapons. Indeed, the trunk contained 3 boxes laden with armaments. Chapter 85. Unveiling the blind box of weapons. Ma Huangzhong set the 3 boxes before the group. Curiously inspecting them, he was unaware of their contents, but each box was exceedingly heavy. Li Heng proudly raised his head and shouted at the figures on the rooftop, "Shall I open them for you?" The elder replied, "Of course you must open them. What if you attempt to deceive me again?" Pausing momentarily, he added with a teasing grin, "Why don't you bring 1 box up for me to inspect?" Li Heng cursed inwardly, then instructed Ma Huangzhong to open one of the boxes. That he knew that each box contained firearms, ammunition, and grenades, but since they all appeared identical, he could not ascertain what lay within the opened box. It was akin to unveiling a blind box, and even he felt a surge of excitement. Upon opening, the box revealed gleaming ammunition, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Witnessing the sight elicited gasps of awe from many, though several others remained remarkably composed. The elder on the rooftop remarked coolly, "Though you possess a plethora of ammunition, your firearms are rather scarce. Moreover, who can ascertain the authenticity of this ammunition?" Li Heng was not about to fall for that trick again. He refused to send the ammunition up. He smiled slyly, and since his counterpart doubted the ammunition's legitimacy, he decided to demonstrate. Turning to Ma Huangzhong, he said, "Hand me a gun." A Huangzhong complied, and Li Heng removed the bullets from the gun, replacing them with those from the box, then aimed the weapon at the elder. "I'm about to fire." With that declaration, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the rooftop. Li Heng's aim was true. Although he targeted the elder, he intentionally lowered his aim, ensuring that the bullets struck the eaves without injuring anyone. The gunfire startled the individuals on the rooftop. Some covered their ears while others ducked down. Yet the elder remained unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility as if life and death held no sway over him. Seeing the elder's indifference to danger posed a dilemma for Li Heng. The most fearsome trait in a person is a lack of fear for death, for once one is unafraid of dying, they become fearless in all matters. The elder chuckled heartily. "It seems your ammunition is indeed real. I am quite curious about the contents of the next box." Li Heng glanced at Ma Huangzhong, who, understanding the cue, promptly opened another box. This time, the box contained handguns and submachine guns. The sight of these weapons not only terrified the individuals on the rooftop, but also left Li Heng's subordinates in a state of bewilderment. They had never anticipated that Li Heng's trunk would house such an arsenal. Reflecting on it now, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not opposing him. Otherwise, they would have been riddled with bullets from the submachine guns. While they harbored a sense of awe towards Li Heng, a flicker of discontent lingered in their hearts. With so many firearms at his disposal, why did he not permit them to wield them? Did he look down upon them, or was it a matter of mistrust? Li Heng fixed his gaze upon the elderly man, contemplating that if he dared to claim the weapons were fake once more, he would injure him to demonstrate their authenticity. However, to Li Heng's frustration, the old man shifted tactics. Instead of asserting the guns were counterfeit, he questioned Li Heng as to why he possessed so many weapons yet denied his subordinates the opportunity to use them. This act of sowing discord momentarily left Li Heng at a loss. The atmosphere was eerily silent. At that moment, he felt as if the vast world offered him no refuge. He sensed that there was no one around whom he could trust. Save for Zhao Zishuan, he believed her insights were indeed correct, and at this critical juncture, Zhao Zishuan stepped forward. With a cold demeanor, Zhao Zishuan raised her gaze and spoke. I have heard you are a teacher, and your eloquence is indeed commendable. The reason we do not allow them to use the guns is that they have only recently surrendered. Upon hearing her words, the group of subordinates felt somewhat reassured. They reasoned that had they been in the same position, they too would be reluctant to share guns with others. Another factor contributing to their shift in perspective was the fiery anger evident in Li Heng's eyes. This fury sent shivers down their spines, making them acutely aware that any further misstep could lead to being consumed by his wrath. Once Zhao Zishuan concluded her statement, Li Heng suddenly fixed a chilling gaze upon his subordinates, declaring, "Are you so easily swayed by a few words of provocation that you dare to question me? Do you have thoughts of rebellion? Believe me, I can turn you all into human skins right now. Considering you have only just surrendered, I will spare you this time. But should there be a next, do not blame me for turning my threats into reality." After his proclamation, Li Heng shook his head and turned back to the elder, saying, "You have repeatedly provoked me with your words. I have chosen to overlook your transgressions thus far, but do not test my patience. If you continue to irritate me, your entire village will cease to exist." The elder's expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on Li Heng, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment at this juncture. Li Heng instructed Ma Huangzhong to open the final box, and Ma Huangzhong promptly complied, revealing rows of grenades within. The destructive power of grenades far surpassed that of firearms. Upon seeing the grenades, the arrogance on the faces of those atop the roof vanished, replaced by expressions of astonishment and panic. Even the elder's visage betraying a hint of fear. Everyone understood the immense power of grenades. While a burst from a submachine gun could potentially be shielded, it was nearly impossible to guard against a thrown grenade, especially with an entire box of them in view. Who would not fear being blown to smithereens? Li Heng straightened his posture and declared, "Can these items secure your allegiance? If not, I will use them to eliminate you all." The elder contemplated for a moment before responding. "These items can indeed facilitate our joining. However, since you are offering them as a condition for our allegiance, they should rightfully belong to us." Upon hearing this, Li Heng felt a surge of anger, realizing that the old man's implication was that he should first hand over the weapons to them. If he did so, they would undoubtedly renege on their agreement. Li Heng struggled to temper his rising fury. Before he could refuse, Ma Huangzhong interjected, "You old fool, do you think you can deceive us with the same trick as before? Do you truly believe we are that gullible?" The elder merely smiled without retort, seemingly harboring other plans to that moment. He suddenly raised his hand to stroke his beard. As he did so, a figure on an adjacent rooftop, positioned 100 meters away, pulled the trigger of a makeshift sniper rifle. The bullet transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Li Heng. Li Heng caught a glimpse of something hurtling towards him, and before he could react, the bullet struck his forehead. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his forehead. Chapter 86. The terrifying Li Heng. Upon witnessing Li Heng fall to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead, the most panicked individual was Zhao Zishuan. She knelt beside him, unable to articulate her fear. Ma Huangzhong was paralyzed with fright, uncertain of what to do, while the others stood frozen in place. The onlookers atop the roof, however, reacted differently. Some erupted in laughter at Li Heng's misfortune, while others shouted, "He's dead, he's dead." The elder squinted, his face etched with wrinkles, devoid of any expression, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. On the ground, Li Heng suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Zhao Zishuan, whose eyes glistened with tears, and with a sly grin, he remarked, "Are you crying?" Zhao Zishuan clutched his clothing tightly, anxious. "Are you all right?" A fierce glint flashed in Li Heng's eyes as he forcefully pulled at the flesh on his forehead. He tore off a piece and cast it aside, coldly stating, "I'm fine. My skin is tough, and my flesh thick. Bullets cannot penetrate." With that, he executed a swift maneuver, springing back to his feet. As he did so, a cloud of dust erupted around him. Zhao Zishuan, standing close by, inhaled a mouthful of dirt, which filled her previously empty heart with a mix of emotions. The individuals on the rooftop were struck dumb as they beheld Li Heng rise suddenly. As they stood in stunned silence, Li Heng darted towards the direction from which the shot had originated, moving with the agility of a rabbit. While he ran, bullets were fired in his direction, yet none found their mark. When the shooter attempted to flee, it was already too late. Li Heng leaped onto the second floor, seizing the individual with one hand and lifting him high above his head. He cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon the surrounding onlookers before unleashing his devouring ability. This power did not inflict pain, but rather instilled fear through the loss of strength. The man in Li Heng's grasp writhed and twisted in midair, emitting strange sounds that to the others. It appeared as though he was enduring unimaginable agony. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he shouted. Assistant Li Heng, however, did not relent, his chilling gaze directed at the elder, allowing him to sense an icy dread from a distance. Under the watchful eyes of the terrified crowd, Li Heng continued to wield his devouring power. 6 minutes later, the man had been reduced to a mere skin. Li Heng brandished the human skin in his hand, ominously surveying the individuals on the rooftop, and then sweeping his gaze over his subordinates. He bellowed, "This is human skin. Do not assume my words are mere jest." The onlookers, witnessing the flapping skin in the wind, recalled Li Heng's earlier threat to transform them into human skins, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. They had initially thought he was merely attempting to frighten them. Now, they realized he was indeed capable of such horrifying feats. Casting aside the skin, Li Heng returned to Zhao Zishuan's side. The blood on his forehead had ceased flowing, but the remnants that had trickled down his face rendered him a fearsome sight, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. Had Zhang Lin been present at that moment, he would surely have been entranced by Li Heng's daunting display. Li Heng was silent, and none dared to utter a word. Even the once self-assured elder found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated the depths of Li Heng's terror, nor his ruthlessness, and he now regretted everything he had previously done. Understanding that Li Heng was a madman, he realized he should have joined him without hesitation. With a life lost and Li Heng thoroughly incensed, the elder now feared that Li Heng might resort to slaughter in his fury. After a long pause, the elder finally spoke. "We are willing to join you, and we hope you will grant us this opportunity." As for what transpired earlier, I apologize. That was that man's personal decision and has nothing to do with our entire base. Had I known, I would have undoubtedly intervened. Truly, the wisdom of an 80-year-old shone through, as with just a few words, he distanced himself from the incident. At that moment, despite Li Heng's fearsome appearance, his inner calm remained intact. As he contemplated how to win over this group, the earlier act of killing was merely to establish authority. Now that the elder had spoken, Li Heng contemplated leveraging this opportunity. Yet, just then, a subordinate behind him suddenly exclaimed, "If you dare harm our leader, you must pay with your lives. Am I right?" The others echoed his sentiments, clamoring for vengeance. Li Heng slowly turned around, his gaze locking onto the speaker. Instantly, the voices of those behind him fell silent, as if someone had grasped their throats, leaving them frozen in place. Li Heng approached the speaker and began to tighten his grip around his neck. The man, gripped by fear, did not dare resist. "Do you wish to become human skin as well? What right do you have to shout when I have yet to make a decision?" Li Heng's voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. The subordinate stammered, "I'm sorry." Li Heng released his grip, patting the man's shoulder gently, and said, "You are one of us. I shall grant you a chance. Do not let this happen again." The subordinate nodded fervently. Too terrified to utter another word, Li Heng turned and returned to Zhao Zishuan's side, lowering his head to speak softly to her. "You are the true leader. I will follow your lead. What do you think? Should we allow them to join?" Though his voice was not loud, it was clear enough for all present to hear. Everyone looked at Zhao Zishuan, then at Li Heng, yet they cannot distinguish who among them is the leader. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brow and spoke. "Let them join us." Li Heng nodded and shouted to the people on the roof, our boss has spoken. We welcome your joining. Now, open the gates and let us in." After saying this, he turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Distribute the items in the box. If anyone dares to act against us once we enter, deal with them ruthlessly." His subordinates nodded eagerly and began to allocate weapons. As they distributed the arms, the figures on the rooftop departed. The elder descended from the house and promptly convened a brief meeting to explain the situation to everyone, before leading them to open the base's entrance. Li Hong and his group streamed in. The elder's subordinates stood like wooden stakes, too intimidated to move. Under the elder's guidance, Li Hong and his companions passed through 2 lines of defense as they approached the second line. Li Hong felt a deep admiration for the elder. The elder had stockpiled numerous rolling logs and boulders on the mountain. Anyone attempting to charge up would surely face a barrage from these defenses. Although these were relics from ancient times, they still held significant utility even in the present day. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered rows of modest bungalows, one of which was twice the size of the others. The elder led them into this largest bungalow, which was simply adorned, devoid of extravagant items, save for a few plain paintings and calligraphy. Zhao Zishuan sat down first, followed by Li Hong, and only after he settled did the others dare to take their seats. Chapter 87. Recruitment. The elder introduced himself first. "I am Yang Buoqing. You may call me Old Yang. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" Li Hong and the others introduced themselves in turn. Yang Buoqing then posed several questions that Li Hong remained silent, appearing as a subordinate. Zhao Zishuan was also reluctant to speak, but after a moment of noticing Li Hong's silence, she felt compelled to answer Yang Buoqing's inquiries. Yang Buoqing sighed with a hint of humor and asked, "Are you planning to relocate all of us to Qinghe? With such a large-scale movement, won't there be dangers on the road?" Li Hong interjected. "There is little danger. We encountered nothing significant along the way," Yang Buoqing replied. "With fewer people, there shouldn't be any issues, but once the numbers increase, it becomes uncertain. From my observations, zombies have developed a degree of intelligence. If they realize a large group of humans is gathered, they may converge to launch an assault on us. This phenomenon is what novels refer to as a zombie tide. I wonder if you have heard of it." Li Hong and the others nodded. Having indeed heard of the zombie tide to combat zombies, they often read apocalyptic novels in their spare time, gleaning useful experiences from them. Although Li Hong had not previously contemplated this issue, Yang Buoqing's words prompted him to reflect. If a zombie tide truly manifested, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. "Have you ever witnessed a zombie tide?" Li Hong inquired. Yang Buoqing pondered for a moment. Pointing into the distance, there is a larger base called Tianshan Base. Once, Tianshan Base housed over 100 individuals, but due to their large numbers, they triggered a zombie tide. What was the outcome? Ma Huangzhong asked with curiosity. Yang Buoqing sighed with a hint of bitterness. They managed to fend off the tide, but suffered heavy losses, leaving only about 40 survivors. Li Hong furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable strength of the Tianshan base. The ability to withstand a zombie tide is no small feat for any base. That he stroked his chin and inquired further, "What is the strength of Tianshan base? Can we contend with them?" Yang Buoqing glanced at Li Hong and then at his companions. While he had witnessed Li Hong's prowess, he was uncertain about the others. Nevertheless, he surmised that they were likely not inferior to Li Hong. After some contemplation, Yang Buoqing began to analyze the situation. In terms of numbers, Li Hong's group was comparable to the opposing side, though they were slightly disadvantaged in weaponry. As for abilities, Tianshan base boasted 4 individuals with special powers. Li Hong was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a large base to exist in a small town. Furthermore, they appeared to be equally matched in various aspects. Zhao Zishuan, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Do they also possess equipment like ours?" Yang Buoqing nodded. "Their equipment is slightly inferior to yours, but they do have handguns and submachine guns, with most of their firearms being shotguns." "Where did they acquire their firearms?" Li Hong was curious about this matter. Yang Buoqing replied that he did not know. Upon learning of Tianshan base's strength, Li Hong was hesitant to launch a reckless attack. With both sides relatively equal in power, he feared heavy losses should a confrontation occur. Thus he resolved to rest and recuperate for the time being. However, this decision was publicly announced by Zhao Zishuan, as she was ostensibly the leader of the group during this period of rest. Li Hong and his companions did not remain idle, but instead ventured to recruit others from various locations. Li Hong led a portion of the group eastward to gather reinforcements, while Zhao Zishuan took her team in another direction. Ma Huangzhong also led his group elsewhere. 10 days later, their originally modest band of over 40 had grown to more than 60 individuals. With such an increase, the daily food requirements were substantial. Enough to fill a pot for Li Heng alone at present. He was troubled by the dwindling food supplies, as their provisions were nearly depleted. At most, they could last for 3 more days in the evening. Li Heng summoned several high-ranking members to discuss solutions for the food shortage. Present were Zhao Zixuan, Ma Huangzhong, Yang Buqing, and Zhao Lixian, the young man who had been the first to surrender at the base. This lad had now assumed the role of a minor leader, commanding a group of a dozen followers. Yang Buqing still oversaw his original subordinates, while Ma Huangzhong managed the recently recruited members. "We are running low on food. Let's brainstorm solutions," Zhao Zixuan remarked casually. The group immediately turned their gaze towards Li Heng, fully aware of his unique standing within the team. After pondering for a moment, Li Heng stated, "We have only 2 options to resolve this. The first is to venture outside to search for supplies. The second is to assault Tianshan base." Old number 8, ever cunning, anticipated that Li Heng's group would inevitably target Nanshan base, and thus said, "I support the second option." The others feigned agreement, vocalizing their support for the attack on Nanshan base. Consequently, they resolved to proceed with the assault. Zhao Zixuan suddenly turned to Li Heng. "Should we wait for Jiang Shaodai and Chen Xueping to return?" Li Heng felt that waiting would take too long, so he replied, "Let us send someone to find them." Zhao Zixuan nodded and dispatched Zhao Lixian to search for Jiang Shaodai and Chen Xueping. That night, Zhao Lixian set out with his team, and by the next afternoon, he returned with Jiang Shaodai and Chen Xueping. When Li Heng and the others saw them, they were somewhat taken aback. Jiang Shaodai appeared largely unchanged, but Chen Xueping was quite different from their previous encounter. Now, her hair was entirely silver, resembling a white-haired witch, wielding a short knife in her hand, with a rectangular wooden box strapped to her back, the contents of which remained a mystery. Li Heng glanced at the box behind her, suspecting it might contain her child. "Is everything arranged?" Li Heng inquired. Chen Xueping silently nodded, saying nothing. Typically reticent, she had become even more withdrawn after experiencing such a profound loss. During her time with Jiang Shaodai, she had only spoken a few words. Jiang Shaodai hopped in front of Li Heng, pouting in complaint, "I'm exhausted. Let us rest first." Li Heng affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, you all go rest." After Jiang Shaodai and Chen Xueping departed, old number 8 casually asked, "Who are these 2? That white-haired woman seems to be mentally affected." Zhao Zixuan replied, "Her child is gone." Yang Buqing sighed softly, speaking to himself, "No wonder she is in such a state." 3 days later, Li Heng, accompanied by Zhao Zixuan, Jiang Shaodai, and Chen Xueping, set off for Nanshan base. The rest remained behind to guard the base. This time, their primary objective was to test the waters. If they could persuade the other party to join them, it would be a splendid outcome. But if not, Li Heng would return to gather more forces to annihilate them. Upon their arrival at Nanshan base, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted from within. Li Heng and his companions looked up to see clusters of fireworks ascending into the sky. "Is this a welcome for us?" Li Heng mused, perplexed as he rubbed his nose. Chapter 88. The battle among ability users. As soon as Li Heng finished speaking, the gates of the opposing base slowly opened, revealing a throng of people emerging. At the forefront were 4 young individuals, the eldest not exceeding 30 years of age. Among the crowd trailing behind them, some were carrying tables, others chairs, and still others held large plastic bags filled with unknown contents. The group approached Li Heng and his companions, with the leader, Zhou Feng, speaking first. "I anticipated your arrival and have been awaiting you." Upon hearing this, Li Heng furrowed his brow slightly and gestured for Zhao Zixuan to take the floor. He deferred to Zhao Zixuan to speak, as she was ostensibly their leader. Zhao Zixuan, feeling disgruntled at being made to play the role of leader again, wore a stoic expression and coldly replied, "How did you know we would come?" Zhou Feng responded, "With the commotion you caused here, how could we possibly remain unaware? We heard that you have recruited all the surrounding individuals. We speculated that you would inevitably come to our base. So we prepared to welcome you days ago. We didn't expect it would take you so long to arrive." He spoke. He waved his hand, prompting those behind him to immediately arrange the table and chairs in front. The person holding a plastic bag opened it and placed an assortment of food items on the table, including several bottles of red wine. Zhou Feng was the first to take a seat. Leaning back against the chair, while the other three followed suit. Li Heng and his companions settled across from them. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, as if the two parties were old friends reuniting over a meal. Zhou Feng uncorked a bottle of red wine, poured himself a glass, and then slid the bottle toward Zhao Zishuan, saying, "Help yourselves. I shall not entertain you further." Li Heng picked up the wine and gave it a gentle swirl, inquiring, "It's not poisoned, is it?" Zhou Feng glanced at Li Heng and replied coolly, "You must be Li Heng, that I've heard tales of your prowess, that you can transform a person into human skin." Li Heng acknowledged with a hum, pouring a glass of wine for Zhao Zishuan and the others. Yet leaving his own cup empty, he set the wine down and returned to his original position. Zhao Zishuan lifted her glass, examined it, and then placed it back down, saying, "You seem quite well informed about us. It appears you know our purpose for being here." Zhou Feng took a sip of wine and burped lightly. "You wish to recruit us, I presume, but are you not overly presumptuous, thinking you can enlist us with merely a handful of people?" Zhao Zishuan replied, "We aim to minimize casualties, hence the small group. After all, those ordinary folks are of little use. The focus lies on us, the ability users. Would you not agree?" Zhou Feng chuckled heartily, glancing at the individuals across from him. "So, are all of you ability users?" Zhao Zishuan nodded. Zhou Feng, somewhat skeptical, noted that they had 4 ability users on their side, and it seemed too coincidental for the opposing side to have the same number. At that moment, Lin Hanjing, who was beside Zhou Feng, impatiently interjected, "Are you suggesting a contest among the 4 of us?" Li Heng added, "Indeed, if we win, you join us. If we lose, we join you. It's a win-win situation." Zhou Feng pondered silently. Realizing that the opposing side must have come prepared, he felt a twinge of anxiety about not being able to match them. Lin Hanjing, however, erupted with laughter. "I'll go first and challenge you. By doing so." He did not agree to Li Heng's proposal, but directly initiated a match with them, implying that even if they lost, they could still refuse to join. Li Heng did not mind. His objective was to assert dominance through strength. As he observed Lin Hanjing's arrogance, he considered letting Zhao Zishuan teach them a lesson. However, before he could speak, Chen Pingxue suddenly stood up. "Leave this person to me." Li Heng felt apprehensive but replied, "All right, just be careful." Chen Pingxue and Lin Hanjing moved a short distance from the dining table and began to fight. Initially, their exchange was not particularly intense, consisting merely of punches and kicks, one hit followed by another. There was no display of combat techniques, nor any use of abilities. The individuals at the table seemed unconcerned with the skirmish, continuing to drink and eat. Meanwhile, Li Heng remained seated, abstaining from food and drink. After about 2 minutes of the standoff, Li Heng's brow twitched slightly. It became evident that Chen Pingxue was no match for Lin Hanjing. For every punch she landed, he retaliated with 3. If this continued, her defeat was inevitable. Li Heng glanced at Jiang Shaodai beside him and quietly asked, "What ability does Chen Pingxue possess?" Jiang Shaodai smirked. "You need not worry about that. Just enjoy the show." Seeing Jiang Shaodai so at ease, Li Heng inferred that Chen Pingxue must have a winning strategy. Feeling elated, he surveyed the food on the table, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and remarked, "I wonder how you all feel about my earlier suggestion." Zhou Feng replied, "Not particularly interested at the moment, but since we're here, why not have a match to see who is superior?" At that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted. Chen Pingxue began to move swiftly. And as she did, several identical figures appeared around her. Li Heng counted a total of 6, making 7 in all, including Chen Pingxue. Zhou Feng was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Is that a doppelganger?" Jiang Shaodai gleefully boasted, "Indeed, it's a doppelganger. Your companion is in for a rough time." No sooner had she finished speaking than the 7 Chen Pingxues lunged at Lin Hanjing. At that moment, Lin Hanjing also activated his ability, which turned out to be flames as well. However, his flames were distinctly different from Zhao Zishuan's, which were purple-red. His were a fiery red. He conjured a wall of fire to block 2 of the Chen Pingxues. Yet the other 4 managed to bypass it, crashing into him. A pain scream escaped Lin Hanjing as blood began to seep from several wounds on his body. Chen Pingxue, having landed her strike, promptly retreated, and as she did, her duplicates swiftly returned to her. Chen Pingxue returned to her seat, coldly resuming her silence. Zhou Feng glared at her, gritting his teeth. "Many thanks to this lovely lady for showing mercy." Chen Pingxue offered no response, seemingly oblivious to his words, which only served to exacerbate Zhou Feng's displeasure. Jiang Shaodai chuckled. Don't mind Chinjia. She is not one for conversation. Zhou Feng forced a smile, nodding for someone to carry Lin Hanjing away. After downing another glass of wine, he turned to his companion Lin Hanxing. Lin Hanxing, it's your turn. Lin Hanxing stretched his neck, glanced at the opposing team, and stood up. Which of you wishes to challenge me? I don't possess any exceptional skills, just a bit of strength. Jiang Shaodai blinked her eyes, perceiving him as the weakest link, and eagerly chimed in. I'll take you on. Chapter 89. I will fight two among the four. Lin Hanxing was indeed the weakest. However, he had not been entirely truthful. He possessed not only the ability of strength but also formidable defense. A person with only strength is relatively easy to deal with, but a person endowed with both strength and defense poses a significant challenge. Zhao Zishuan cast a worried glance at Jiang Shaodai, cautioning her to be careful and to concede if she could not win. Jiang Shaodai confidently patted her chest. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Upon entering the battlefield, Jiang Shaodai immediately activated her ability, causing her body to vanish. Upon realizing that Jiang Shaodai possessed the power of invisibility, Zhou Feng and the others looked on enviously. Such a skill was incredibly formidable, akin to killing without a trace. Zhou Feng and Jia Run felt an immediate surge of pressure. This little girl could stealthily attack anyone. They could very well find themselves ambushed in their sleep one day. A glimmer of malice flickered in Zhou Feng's eyes. If he were to confront Li Heng and the others, he would have to eliminate this girl first. Li Heng sensed the deep-seated hostility emanating from them, and couldn't help but chuckle. You seem quite eager to eliminate that girl, don't you? But the truth is, even if you did, Zhao Zishuan and I are far stronger than she is. Upon hearing Li Heng's words, Zhou Feng sneered dismissively. Is that so? I initially intended to challenge Zhao Zishuan, but now that you've said that, I suppose I shall fight you instead. Li Heng shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, suit yourself. Either of you would find it impossible to defeat me. Zhou Feng clenched his teeth with a cold smile. Shifting his gaze back to the battlefield, the combatants were locked in a fierce struggle. Jiang Shaodai, utilizing her invisibility, became nearly invincible days long as she found a safe spot to hide. Lin Hanxing would be unable to locate her. However, Lin Hanxing's remarkable defensive capabilities meant that Jiang Shaodai would struggle to breach his defenses. Prolonging the fight was not a viable strategy. Li Heng called out to Jiang Shaodai, who remained hidden. I think it's time to get serious. Though Jiang Shaodai did not respond, she understood Li Heng's intent. His suggestion to get serious implied employing some underhanded tactics, despite Lin Hanxing's formidable defense. There were surely vulnerable spots, such as the groin, the eyes, and other sensitive areas. If Jiang Shaodai aimed for those critical points, she could inflict damage on Lin Hanxing. Even if she could not cause him physical harm, she could still deeply affect his psyche. To secure victory, Jiang Shaodai resolved to resort to devious means. She had witnessed Li Heng employ various underhanded tactics before, but found those methods too distasteful for her liking. Thus, she opted for a simpler tactic. Targeting the eyes, she stowed her dagger and picked up a stick. The moment the stick touched her arm, she became invisible. Cautiously, she approached Lin Hanxing, and when she was in a position to attack his eyes, she halted, slowly raising the stick. Suddenly, she thrust the stick toward Lin Hanxing's eyes. Although Lin Hanxing could not see her, as an ability user, his sensory perception was far superior to that of an ordinary person. As the stick approached his eyes, he felt an intense discomfort and sensed something coming at him. Instinctively, he ducked his head and shielded his head with both arms. The stick struck his arm with a resounding crack. As the stick made contact, it became visible again. Jiang Shaodai quickly retracted the stick, making it disappear once more. Lin Hanxing gasped for breath, shaken by the near miss. Moments ago, he was caught off guard, and a wooden stick jabbed into his eye. If the stick were to strike his eye, he risked losing his sight. He was uncertain of the resilience of his eyes, for he had never tested it. Nor would anyone willingly experiment by stabbing their own eyes. What if his eyes lacked any defense? Would he not be inflicting harm upon himself? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Hanxing's forehead, while he might manage to block the first strike. The second was uncertain. Even if he could block the second, what about the third and fourth? As he pondered, he sensed another object hurtling towards him. He swiftly shielded his eyes and pivoted his body, relinquishing his rear position to allow Jiang Shaodai the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Upon seeing her opponent turn, Jiang Shaodai pressed the stick downward, aiming for below. This underhanded tactic was learned from Li Heng. Though she had not intended to use such a method, Her opponent had unwittingly granted her the chance. Fortunately, the wooden stick lacked force. Upon feeling a threat to a certain part of his body, Lin Hanqing lunged forward and sprinted away. Narrowly avoiding the stick's attack, he turned to face the empty expanse ahead, exclaiming in frustration, "You shameless girl, do you have no sense of decency, resorting to such disgraceful tactics?" Jiang Xiaoda's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet she remained silent, not out of shyness, but from fear that speaking might reveal her position. After uttering a few curses, Lin Hanqing, noticing Jiang Xiaoda's lack of response, strode towards the dining table. As he walked, he declared, "No more fighting. I concede." He had no desire to risk his sight or sustain any injuries. Conceding was the wisest choice. Jiang Xiaoda's gleeful laughter echoed across the sky as she skipped over to Li Heng, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I won, right? Is there a reward?" Li Heng, slightly breathless from her embrace, coughed and replied, "Ahem. Not at the moment. Consider it a debt." Jiang Xiaodai shook her head in disappointment, but happily returned to her seat. Zhou Feng, wearing a sullen expression, suddenly stood up and said, "Come on, Li Heng. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Surely, you're not afraid to step into the ring now." Li Heng lazily rose, responding, "I advise against fighting me. For if I strike, that you may not have the chance to survive. Haha." Zhou Feng sneered. "Then let us see. Who lives and who dies today." With that, he walked out. Li Heng pushed his chair back to follow. But at that moment, Zhao Zishuan grabbed him, stating coolly, "I'll take this one." Li Heng frowned slightly. "No need. I can handle him." Zhao Zishuan replied, "I know, but it's unnecessary for you to intervene." She firmly pressed her hand on Li Heng's shoulder, compelling him back into his seat. Li Heng was puzzled by her intention. Did she wish for him to deal with the remaining Jiaoren? Upon witnessing the situation on Li Heng's side, Zhou Feng's displeasure was palpable as he shouted at Li Heng, "You're truly not a man." Just as Li Heng was about to retort, Zhao Zishuan suddenly said, "You should join in." Jiaoren, who had been spectating, blinked in surprise, pointing to himself and asking Zhao Zishuan, "Are you suggesting that you wish to fight us both?" Chapter 90. Trouble arises. Zhao Zishuan brandished her long knife, affirming, "Yes, specifically the two of you." No one expected Zhao Zishuan to be so audacious, not even Li Heng, though he believed in her capabilities. Zhou Feng and Jiaoren exchanged glances and immediately aligned themselves, although it felt somewhat like bullying. They disregarded that as long as victory was within reach, even if it required employing more despicable tactics, they were more than willing. Once the three engaged, Zhou Feng and Jiaoren quickly understood why Zhao Zishuan was so confident. She indeed possessed the prowess to back her arrogance. Her long knife danced like the wind, effortlessly fending them off without resorting to her abilities. Zhou Feng glanced at Jiaoren and urged, "Use your powers." Jiaoren promptly activated his ability, wind manipulation, that he could control and generate wind. But due to the low level of his powers, his options were limited. At present, he could only utilize two techniques: wind blade for offense and wind acceleration to enhance speed either for himself or others. First, he applied wind acceleration to Zhou Feng, then unleashed a wind blade at Zhao Zishuan. However, even with the activation of his powers, Zhao Zishuan handled both men with ease, still refraining from using her own abilities. Frustrated, Zhou Feng immediately transformed using his powers. There are various transformation skills. For instance, Lin Yin gained wings, while Zhou Feng's transformation was far more terrifying. His body suddenly erupted, bones twisting and morphing until he resembled a creature that was part man, part wolf. His head transformed into that of a wolf, with limbs resembling those of a wolf, yet his torso remained human. Zhou Feng's wolfish mouth emitted a strange, furious roar as he lunged at Zhao Zishuan. Transformed into the Wolf King, Zhou Feng's speed surged, closing the distance to Zhao Zishuan in the blink of an eye, and he struck her with a mighty blow, sending her flying. Zhao Zishuan was propelled over 4 meters. Rolling to her feet with her long knife held defensively across her chest, a fierce glint in her eyes. With her right hand gripping the knife, she lightly traced her left hand along its length. Igniting the once ordinary weapon with a searing flame, Zhao Zishuan swept the knife forward, sending a fiery blade hurtling toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng leapt to evade the first fiery blade, but before he could land, a second blade followed. As he dodged the second, a third and fourth came barreling toward him. The fourth blade sliced a deep gash across his chest, incapacitating him on the ground. Witnessing this, Jiaoren activated wind acceleration for himself and turned to flee towards the base. Li Heng had been observing the battle, Noticing Jia Ren attempting to escape, he dashed in front of him, blocking his path. "Get out of the way!" Jia Ren shouted, throwing a punch at Li Heng's shoulder. Li Heng smirked, seizing his arm and delivering a kick that sent Jia Ren soaring into the air. With a thud, Jia Ren crashed back to the ground, momentarily losing consciousness. Li Heng dragged Jia Ren's limp body to Zhou Feng, tossing him beside the ladder, remarking, "It seems your strength is rather lacking." Zhou Feng glared at Li Heng in furious silence. Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan and inquired, "What should be done with them? Shall we execute them?" Upon hearing that they were to be killed, Zhou Feng's face drained of color, his rage replaced by fear. "Please don't kill us. We are also enhanced individuals, capable of serving you in many ways." Li Heng replied with a smile, "What relation do we share? Why would you wish to assist us?" Zhou Feng, grasping Li Heng's meaning, responded, "We are on the same side now. We wish to join you." Li Heng squinted, remaining silent. He regarded the four enhanced individuals with trepidation. Should they rebel, the consequences would be dire. He considered eliminating them outright, yet his nature prevented him from voicing such intentions or taking action himself. Zhao Zishuan, recognizing Li Heng's silence, approached him and coldly stated, "It's best to eliminate them." At that moment, Jiang Xiaodai and Chen Pingshui also approached. Chen Pingshui remained silent. The fate of these individuals held little significance for her. Jiang Xiaodai, being younger, felt a pang of reluctance and pouted, "What a shame to kill them. Let us have them join us instead." Zhao Zishuan retorted, "Their strength cannot be underestimated. If they cause trouble within our base, it could lead to our downfall. Do you still believe they should be spared?" Jiang Xiaodai pursed her lips, falling silent. After a moment, she bit her lip and said, "Then let us kill them. Each of us can take one." Li Heng chuckled, "I can't bring myself to do it. Who among you will assist me?" Chen Pingshui offered, "I'll do it." Li Heng glanced at her, but said nothing. As the four discussed their impending demise, a glint of madness flickered in Zhou Feng's eyes. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. Leaping off the ground, Li Heng, who had been standing on him, was sent flying. "I'll take you all on," Zhou Feng bellowed in defiance. Just as his roar echoed, Zhao Zishuan struck, ending his life with a single blow. Jia Ren met a similar fate at the hands of Jiang Xiaodai, passing away peacefully, still unconscious when he died. Lin Hanjing, gravely injured, had been carried away earlier, while Lin Hanxing sensed the situation was dire and fled. The remaining individuals in the base, witnessing Li Heng and his companions slay Zhou Feng and Jia Ren, were paralyzed with fear, desperately searching for Lin Hanxing and Lin Hanjing. They scoured the base, but only found Lin Hanjing, while Lin Hanxing was nowhere to be found, with Lin Hanjing severely injured and unable to lead. The group was at a loss. Meanwhile, Li Heng and the others began calling out from beneath the base, "Listen up, everyone inside. Aside from those four enhanced individuals, we will not harm anyone else, but all of you must join our base." Upon hearing these words, the occupants of the base began to murmur among themselves. Before long, the gates of the base slowly creaked open and a throng of individuals emerged, with the foremost figure gripping a severed human head. Upon closer inspection, Li Heng recognized it as the head of Lin Hanji. The man holding the head knelt upon the ground, followed by those behind him, who also sank to their knees. "We are willing to join. This is Lin Hanji's head, and we have slain him." Li Heng bade them rise, offering words of reassurance, before leading the group into the base. After inventorying the supplies, they loaded everything onto a vehicle and transported it back to the base. As they arrived, Li Heng spotted Ma Huangzhong pacing anxiously, as if something urgent had transpired. Upon seeing Li Heng's return, Ma Huangzhong rushed forward exclaiming, "There's been a crisis." Chapter 91. What have I done wrong? Why am I being sent away? Upon hearing of the disturbance, Li Heng's expression darkened. How could calamity strike so soon after their departure? Although Ma Huangzhong was inept, could it be that the astute old man had also failed? Was it possible he was behind this chaos? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ma Huangzhong approached and said that Zhao Lixian has gone mad. He attempted to ambush Yang Buqing, but was instead slain by him. I am uncertain of the details, so I temporarily detained Yang Buqing. However, his subordinates are causing an uproar in the base. Li Heng shot Ma Huangzhong a withering glare and scolded, "Why have you imprisoned him? Is it not sufficient to keep an eye on him?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ma Huangzhong replied, "That old fox is too cunning. I feared he might plot something sinister, so I felt it best to confine him." Li Heng strode purposefully forward, instructing, "Xiao Dai, Please arrange our people. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaodai nodded. She had hoped to witness the commotion, but that was no longer feasible. Upon entering the base, they discovered two factions in a standoff outside. One armed with firearms and the other wielding melee weapons, hurling curses at one another. At that moment, someone shouted, "Li Heng is back." Upon hearing this, the belligerent factions immediately quelled their hostility, standing obediently in place. Fully aware of Li Heng's temper, provoking him could lead to dire consequences, Li Heng approached them, casting a cold glance over the crowd and commanded, "Return to your duties." Silence enveloped them as they swiftly dispersed from view. Li Heng turned to Ma Huangzhong and inquired, "Where have you detained him?" Ma Huangzhong pointed towards a room. Inside there, Li Heng opened the door and stepped inside. Although Ma Huangzhong had imprisoned Yang Buqing, he had not bound him. He was merely confined to a room. Upon seeing Li Heng, Yang Buqing offered a slight smile and said, "You have returned." Li Heng regarded him and inquired, "Have you endured any hardships?" Yang Buqing shook his head. "None at all." Do not blame Ma Huangzhong. I believe his actions were not entirely unjustified, though perhaps his methods were somewhat improper. Ma Huangzhong cast a grateful glance at Yang Buqing, his admiration for him growing. Li Heng mused internally. This old fox truly understood the intricacies of human relations, effortlessly winning hearts with mere words. He nonchalantly settled onto the sofa and asked, "What precisely transpired?" "I heard from Ma Huangzhong that Zhao Lixian intended to kill you." With a sigh, Yang Buqing replied, "It's nothing of great consequence. Ma Huangzhong, Zhao Lixian, and I all have our own subordinates. Zhao Lixian has the fewest. So he sought to transfer some of mine to his ranks, which I declined. His intention was to eliminate me and subsequently command my followers." Ma Huangzhong nodded in agreement. Indeed, that must be the case. Having benefited from Yang Buqing's earlier defense, he felt compelled to support him now. Li Heng shot a stern look at Ma Huangzhong, his voice icy. "Do you have a say in this matter? If you truly believe that, why confine him?" Ma Huangzhong immediately lowered his gaze, rendered speechless. Zhao Zishuan interjected, "Enough. The man is dead, and there's no need to dwell on right or wrong." However, Yang Buqing raises a valid point. We must allocate these individuals effectively to prevent future conflicts. Li Heng felt a headache coming on at Zhao Zishuan's words. He understood her motivations well. She sought to resolve the allocation of personnel before their return to the villa base. Fearing Lin Yan would vie for the same individuals, with a resigned sigh, he said, "You are the leader. Your decision is final." Zhao Zishuan did not yield, responding directly, "Very well. Then I shall proceed with the allocation." That evening, Zhao Zishuan summoned all personnel within the base and began to assign them to teams. Aside from his previous subordinates, Ma Huangzhong also took command of Zhao Lixian's group. Yang Buqing continued to oversee his prior base, while Zhao Zishuan managed the contingent from Tianshan base herself. All women and children were placed under Jiang Xiaodai's care. Initially, Zhao Zishuan intended for Li Heng to oversee the Tianshan contingent, but he declined, believing that being a leader or chief was too perilous. Holding such a position entailed immense risks and responsibilities, with countless individuals seeking to usurp one's authority and engage in treachery. Li Heng preferred to avoid such complications, willingly allowing Zhao Zishuan to take the helm. Although Zhao Zishuan was the leader, Li Heng's stature among the group was hardly diminished. He functioned as the second in command. This position carried fewer burdens yet still afforded him authority and respect, along with favorable treatment. Should the base ever find itself in dire straits, Li Heng could escape without significant moral qualms. The scenario would be entirely different if he were the leader. Li Heng's philosophy was centered on safety, believing that being second in command was the most secure option. Furthermore, he had established a profound trust with Zhao Zishuan, alleviating any concerns regarding potential betrayal. Even if Zhao Zishuan were to distrust him, her lack of authority would prevent her from taking extreme measures against him. Once Zhao Zishuan completed the allocation, she dismissed everyone, elated with his newfound subordinates. Ma Huangzhong strode forward with an air of confidence. Li Heng quickened his pace to catch up, playfully draping an arm around his neck and grinning mischievously. Ma Huangzhong, unnerved by Li Heng's laughter, stammered, "What are you laughing about?" Li Heng replied, "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Ma Huangzhong's eyes widened slightly as he recalled their prior conversation. Li Heng had stated that if he could rally all the living souls in town, he would have Ma Huangzhong follow him. Now that Li Heng had fulfilled his part, it was time for Ma Huangzhong to honor his promise. In truth, after spending several days alongside Li Heng's group, Ma Huangjong had grown accustomed to their company that he hesitated to leave, saying, "All right, I will follow you." Feigning grievance, he put on a show of reluctance. However, Li Heng's next words halted him, leaving his face pale. "I think it would be better for you to stay here." And Ma Huangjong stared at Li Heng in disbelief, confused about what he had done wrong to be cast out of the group. "What have I done wrong? Why are you rejecting me?" Chapter 92. "They are all mine. It's not that I do not want you. Rather, I wish for you to remain here," Li Heng replied earnestly. "Stay here?" Ma Huangjong was perplexed. Li Heng surveyed the surroundings, stroking his chin as he spoke in a low voice. "I hope you can stay here to assist me in forming a special unit comprised of mutated creatures and humans. Are you familiar with cavalry? I want you to train a unique cavalry unit. Ma Huangjong grasped Li Heng's intent, scratching his head with a pained expression. "That sounds exceedingly difficult. Mutated creatures are inherently volatile. How could one possibly ride them?" As he walked ahead, Li Heng explained, "That is precisely why I want you to remain and gradually research and assemble this unit." Ma Huangjong felt a weighty responsibility bestowed upon him, which both thrilled and pressured him. "Are you willing?" Li Heng asked earnestly. "I will think it over." The task was of great significance to Ma Huangjong, and he needed time to ponder. Li Heng did not press him further. He patted Ma Huangjong's shoulder before swiftly departing. As Ma Huangjong observed Li Heng's retreating figure, he plopped down onto the ground, deep in contemplation. Should he stay to help Li Heng form a unit? Follow Li Heng away? Or should he simply not submit to him at all? The next morning, Li Heng and the others gathered at the base entrance, ready to depart. Most had arrived, except for Ma Huangjong. Jiang Shaodai furrowed her brow, glancing into the base, expressing concern. "Do you think he has run away?" "He should not have," Li Heng replied. Moments later, Ma Huangjong emerged from the base, appearing rather disheveled, still clad in his pajamas. "How could you come out dressed like that? Don't you know we are supposed to leave today?" Jiang Shaodai inquired. Ma Huangjong scratched his head and glanced at the others, stating, "I no longer wish to go." Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of astonishment. Jiang Shaodai immediately widened her eyes, asking, "Are you having second thoughts?" Just as Ma Huangjong was about to explain, Li Heng interjected, "All right, since he wants to stay, let him stay." After saying this, he inquired if Ma Huangjong needed anything, additional personnel, supplies, or weapons. Ma Huangjong had already contemplated this the previous night. He intended to remain here to assist Li Heng in forming a special team. He envisioned returning to Li Heng's base with this team, full of pride. Responding to Li Heng's inquiry, Ma Huangjong stated, "I would like to keep the personnel you assigned to me, and I will also leave behind some weapons. Currently, we are not lacking in supplies." Li Heng replied, "There are no issues with the supplies and weapons, but the personnel situation is somewhat complicated. I hope they have the freedom to choose." Ma Huangjong nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Li Heng's words. Forcing individuals to stay was less effective than allowing them to choose, which could prevent numerous complications in the future. Li Heng turned to Ma Huangjong's subordinates and asked, "Who among you would like to stay with Ma Huangjong?" 7 or 8 individuals, having a good rapport with him, chose to remain, while the others preferred to follow Li Heng. Li Heng inquired if Ma Huangjong had enough personnel. Ma Huangjong nodded affirmatively, indicating it was sufficient. Li Heng approached him, embraced him, and whispered, "Do not let those who remain become cavalry. In due time, I will select a trusted group to join you. You can train them as cavalry." Ma Huangjong assured him, "Rest assured," and then gently pushed Li Heng away. Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai were puzzled by Li Heng's intentions, but seeing his demeanor, it seemed he had already conferred with Ma Huangjong, so they refrained from further comment. Thus, Li Heng and his entourage embarked on their journey back to Qinghe District. When Li Heng and his group arrived at the entrance of the Qinghe District base in grand fashion, Lin Yan, who was secretly guarding, nearly tumbled from the rooftop in fright, mistakenly believing the enemy had arrived. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the individuals in the front were Li Heng and his companions. She quickly rose from the rooftop and waved at the group. As Li Heng and the others advanced, they engaged in conversation. Yang Buoqing observed the woman on the rooftop and curiously asked, "Is there only one person guarding here?" Li Heng chuckled, "It seems so. We've been gone for quite a while, so I'm unaware of the situation inside." Yang Buoqing stroked his beard and surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "Aren't you concerned she might defect? What if she has ambushed individuals nearby?" Li Heng glanced at Yang Buoqing and examined the area, but could not discern anything unusual. "Have you noticed something?" Yang Buoqing nodded silently and whispered, "It seems someone is hiding nearby." Li Heng called out to the approaching Lin Yan, "Are you the only one guarding here?" Lin Yin replied. No, there are two others here. As she spoke, she waved her hand behind her. At her gesture, two individuals emerged from the window of a nearby villa. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Xiaodai exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complex. They had not anticipated that Lin Yin could command the personnel from the sword base so swiftly. Zhao Zishuan let out a cold hum, feeling a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have left someone at the sword base to oversee matters. Yang Buqing also grasped the underlying issue. Although the base was ostensibly under the authority of Zhao Zishuan and Li Heng, Lin Yin was able to fully command the two individuals lurking in the shadows, which was quite unusual. However, as a newcomer to the base, he felt it unwise to voice his concerns. Lin Yin gazed at the group behind her with fervent eyes. If she could gain control over these individuals, it would be splendid. Eagerly, she inquired, are these individuals all recruited by you? Li Heng nodded. Indeed. Lin Yin continued. Then I will arrange accommodations for them. Upon her statement, Li Heng abruptly halted, prompting everyone else to stop as well. He looked at Lin Yin, and the others followed suit, their expressions shifting to a peculiar atmosphere. Lin Yin realized she had misspoken. It was inappropriate to bring up such matters at this juncture, especially with such urgency, as it implied a desire to claim them for herself. She quickly clarified, I meant no offense. I merely wish for everyone to have a place to rest. Lin Yin pressed her lips together, adopting a look of grievance, gazing at Li Heng without uttering another word. Suddenly, Li Heng turned his gaze to Zhao Zishuan, feigning subservience, and asked, Leader. How would you prefer to arrange this? I shall defer to your judgment. Zhao Zishuan disdainfully glanced at Lin Yin before responding. Since Lin Yin wishes to provide them with accommodations, let her do so. Chapter 93. Ignoring the ignorant Lin Yin had not anticipated that. After all this, the task would ultimately fall to her. Internally elated, she feigned difficulty on her face. Isn't this inappropriate? You are the leader. It should be your responsibility. She initially intended to express modesty, but Zhao Zishuan continued her line of reasoning. If you are unwilling, then I shall take charge. Lin Yin began to utter an objection, but Zhao Zishuan coughed deliberately, raising her voice. Jiang Xiaodai. Take your people to the residential building. Old Yang, your people will stay at the sword base. In a few days, I will allocate a portion of the sword base for your management. Sister Chun, your people will reside opposite Xiaodai. At this point, she deliberately paused, as her own subordinates were the only ones left without arrangements. She aimed to create an illusion that this last group was intended for Lin Yin. Lin Yin, indeed, fell for it. Upon hearing Zhao Zishuan's arrangements, a chill ran down her spine. Jiang Xiaodai had taken a portion of the people. The old man had taken another group, and Chen Pingxue had taken yet another batch. If Zhao Zishuan were to take the remaining individuals, there would be nothing left for her. Just as hope seemed lost, Zhao Zishuan unexpectedly provided her with an opportunity. Gazing at the final batch of unassigned individuals, she urgently appealed to Li Heng. Please assign this group to me. She grasped Li Heng's wrist, her demeanor pitifully endearing. Li Heng shot a sidelong glare at Zhao Zishuan, irritated by her meddling. Could you not simply state your intentions? Why dangle hope in front of Lin Yin, leading her to misunderstand? He did not wish to make Lin Yin appear foolish, and quickly added, that group belongs to Zhao Zishuan. Lin Yin momentarily froze, then glanced at Zhao Zishuan, lowering her head in silence. At this moment, she comprehended Zhao Zishuan's intentions and recognized that Zhao Zishuan sought to undermine her in front of the newcomers. To regain some ground, she mustered her courage and addressed Zhao Zishuan. Aren't you averse to managing people? You also dislike others in your villa. Could you spare some individuals for the sword base? Zhao Zishuan would not indulge Lin Yin, bluntly replying, no, which left Lin Yan's face pale with indignation. Seeing the endless back and forth between the two, Li Heng's expression darkened with impatience as he remarked, I am going to rest. Please do not disturb me. With that, he strode away decisively. Observing Li Heng's departure, Zhao Zishuan paid no further heed to Lin Yin and proceeded to arrange accommodations for the others. Lin Yin stood there for quite some time before storming off in anger, realizing she had been sidelined. Later that evening, Zhao Zishuan informed Li Heng that she had arranged everyone's accommodations. However, the exact location for Yang Buqing's group remained uncertain. When discussing the living arrangements for Yang Buqing's group, everyone in the room turned their attention to Li Heng, aware that he held significant influence. His words were tantamount to Zhao Zishuan's, and at times, even more authoritative. Li Heng stated, let us proceed as previously discussed. Allocate a portion of the sword base to Yang Buqing. After all, The sword base is vast, and Lin Yin cannot utilize all of it at this point. He turned to Lin Yin and asked again, "Do you require such a large space?" Lin Yin ambiguously replied, "Currently, no, but that may change in the future." She was adamant about not wanting to allocate any part of the sword base to Yang Buqing. Yang Buqing, not wishing to offend Lin Yin so soon after arriving, quickly suggested, "Our area is quite spacious. I could simply take up residence on the other side of the residential building." Indeed, the area under their control was expansive, encompassing the entire villa district. The outskirts of the villa district were also within their grasp, albeit with a small number of zombies. Li Heng contemplated the situation and proposed, "Since we are all residing near the villas, I suggest we expand our base outward." Zhao Zishuan inquired, "To what location do you wish to extend the base?" Li Heng replied, "Let us transform the entire community into our base." This community was indeed vast, with a cluster of over 80 villas to the rear and a total of 46 ordinary residential buildings in front. If they could eliminate all the zombies in the community, they could establish a sanctuary behind the community's barriers. After extensive discussion, the group agreed to commence a thorough cleanup of the entire neighborhood the following day. Yang Buqing glanced at the pitch-black sky with concern, asking, "Could there be mutated zombies within the community?" "They were also killed by us long ago," Li Heng asserted firmly. Yang Buqing nodded, expressing his concerns. "I believe we should conduct another thorough investigation." Li Heng concurred with Yang Buqing's suggestion. In order to initiate the cleanup operation by the following morning, Li Heng and his team began to meticulously inspect the entire community that night. By 4 o'clock in the morning, they had completed a thorough search of the area, confirming that no mutated zombies were found. Subsequently, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. By the next morning, aside from Li Heng, who was still asleep, the others had commenced the task of clearing the zombies from the community. With overwhelming firepower and the prowess of the supernatural beings, the zombies were eradicated within a few days. In the ensuing period, the main task for the group was to fortify the perimeter walls of the community and secure the various entry points. The community had a total of 6 entrances, and upon Zhao Zishuan's suggestion, they decided to leave one entrance each to the east, south, west, and north, while sealing off the other 2. Once these tasks were completed, there were no significant issues within the base point. One afternoon, while Li Heng and the others were having lunch, Lin Yin suddenly proposed an idea. She looked at everyone and stated, "Personally, I believe that for a base to endure over time, it must have unified management, a hierarchical structure, and individuals must fulfill their respective roles. We cannot allow our base to remain as chaotic as it currently is." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaodai immediately objected, glaring with wide eyes. "How is our base chaotic?" Lin Yin responded amicably, "Is our base not chaotic enough? Firstly, we have so many people, yet there is no central figure to lead us. Although Zhao Zishuan is the nominal leader, there is no clear distinction between her and the rest of us, which leaves many unsure of whom to heed. Should we listen to Zhao Zishuan, or to Li Heng, or to me, or you? While the absence of conflict may seem manageable now, once a battle erupts, whom shall our subordinates follow?" Initially, the others did not take Jiang Shaodai's words seriously. After her extensive discourse, they remained largely indifferent, particularly Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai, who were disinclined to listen to her. However, Yang Buqing paid heed to her remarks and found himself in agreement with Lin Yan. Li Heng also absorbed her words. Lin Yin continued, "Furthermore, our squad should be organized similarly to the military, with appropriate team names and regulated management. They should not be allowed to become too lax. Daily training should be mandated, and tasks should be assigned to them." Even Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Shaodai, who initially appeared dismissive, began to adopt a serious demeanor, indicating they, too, were considering Lin Yan's points. Once Lin Yan finished speaking, Li Heng began to summarize her proposals. He tapped on the table and said, "Feigning seriousness, let me summarize. First, we need to determine who the leader of this base will be. Secondly, we should give our teams a resonant name." Lin Yan gazed at Li Heng, eagerly anticipating his continuation, but he offered no further elaboration. Disappointed, she shook her head. Was that all he had to say? While she had intended to convey more than just those 2 points, Li Heng's brevity left her frustrated. Zhao Zishuan frowned and sneered. "Let us first discuss who the leader of this base will be. If we cannot resolve this issue, I see no point in discussing anything else." With that, she cast a knowing glance at Lin Yan. Under Zhao Zishuan's scrutiny, Lin Yan instinctively averted her gaze. Lin Yan's remarks had been well considered, Her primary desire was for the base to thrive, but she also aimed to dislodge Zhao Zishuan. The unworthy leader. If Zhao Zishuan were to relinquish her position, Li Heng would undoubtedly ascend to leadership, which would be advantageous for Lin Yan, as she shared a close bond with him. Moreover, once Li Heng became the leader, their statuses would be equal, freeing her from having to appease Zhao Zishuan. Lin Yan boldly declared, "I believe Li Heng is fit for the position of leader." After she made this pronouncement, the others found it difficult to voice any objections, as it was evident that Li Heng was indeed capable of such a role, although the others did not fear offending Li Heng. Apart from Yang Buqing, they saw no need to oppose him. Seeing danger looming, Li Heng immediately protested, "I disagree. I am not suited to be the leader." Lin Yan's mouth twitched in irritation. She wished she could silence him. Others aspired to leadership yet could not attain it. Why did he want to shirk such responsibility? Was he out of his mind? Zhao Zishuan, aware of Li Heng's cunning nature, merely huffed, but said nothing. Jiang Xiaodai, though not entirely grasping Li Heng's intentions, recognized his desire for Zhao Zishuan to lead, and thus asked, "Who do you think would be a suitable leader then?" Li Heng replied, "I would say Zhao Zishuan." "Of course." Jiang Xiaodai promptly raised her hand. "Then I also support Zhao Zishuan." Lin Yan, fearing that Zhao Zishuan might support herself, quickly interjected, "Surely you do not wish to endorse yourself?" Zhao Zishuan shot her a glance, but remained silent. Lin Yan then turned her gaze to Yang Buqing, asking, "Whom do you support?" Everyone's eyes fell upon Yang Buqing, as his vote was crucial that if he supported Li Heng, Lin Yan could still contest Zhao Zishuan. However, if he backed Zhao Zishuan, Lin Yan would have no hope of challenging her. Yang Buqing, being seasoned and well-versed in the intricacies of human relations, found himself in a quandary to in the current scenario. No matter his choice, he would offend a faction. After much contemplation, he reluctantly focused on Zhao Zishuan and said, "I also support Zhao Zishuan." Lin Yan deflated, like a deflated balloon, her previously upright posture now sagging. Zhao Zishuan looked at Lin Yan with a smile and teasingly asked, "You seem dissatisfied. Shall we hold another vote?" Lin Yan replied, "No need. I am quite satisfied." Though she spoke thus, her heart was far from content. Believing this was all part of Li Heng's covert machinations, noticing the two about to bicker again, Li Heng swiftly redirected the conversation. "Let us move on to the next matter. How about naming our squads? Do any of you have suggestions?" Lin Yan proposed. "My team shall be called the Blade Squad." Jiang Xiaodai tilted her head in thought and quickly came up with a fitting name. "My team shall be called the Hope Squad." "And you?" Li Heng turned to Zhao Zishuan. Zhao Zishuan replied, "Oh, my team shall be named the Longsword Squad." "Right?" Yang Buqing also suggested a name for his team. "My team will be called the Peace Squad." Upon hearing this, the others regarded Yang Buqing with a hint of disdain. After they had named their squads, Li Heng assumed that the matter was settled, but Lin Yan had more to say. She insisted that with 4 squads, they should be treated equitably. Weapons should be distributed fairly, food should be allocated evenly, and the number of members in each team should also be balanced, while the notion of equitable distribution of weapons and food seemed reasonable. Her insistence on equalizing team sizes met with opposition. Despite being one person, Lin Yan was still able to engage in a spirited debate with the 3 others. Ultimately, it was Li Heng who pounded the table. Putting the matter to rest, he clearly stated that team sizes need not be evenly distributed. Those with capabilities should expand their squads, while those lacking skill should prepare for dissolution. His statement was directed at Lin Yan, urging her to cease her petty maneuvers. If she had the ability, she should recruit individuals from outside. "I have one more thing to address," Lin Yan said, looking at Li Heng. Li Heng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Is she ever going to stop?" Lin Yan cautiously suggested, "Should we not consider renaming the base as well?" Li Heng rubbed his eyes and yawned before responding, "Let us just call it Villa Base." After saying this, he directly ascended the stairs. Zhao Zishuan and Jiang Xiaodai held hands and followed suit, while Yang Buqing politely nodded at Lin Yan before hastily departing to the first floor. Only Lin Yan remained. She picked up her cup, contemplating throwing it to the ground, but hesitated and gently set it down instead, leaving in silence. The following morning, Lin Yan, in her capacity as the leader of the Blade Squad, visited the other squads to inspect their weapons and provisions, ensuring they matched those of the Blade Squad. If she found that the other squads possessed superior resources, she intended to advocate for her team to receive equal treatment. However, after a thorough tour, she discovered that the other 3 squads had fewer weapons and provisions than the Blade Squad. Returning empty-handed and dejected to the Blade Squad's camp, she summoned all her team members. Determined to lead them in a quest for food, living individuals, and even to hunt mutated creatures. Only through such endeavors could her squad grow stronger and no longer be beholden to Zhao Zishuan's whims. Chapter 95. Old friend show no favor. Zhao Zishuan furrowed her brows tightly as she hastened toward Li Heng, casting a fleeting glance at the gaming console screen before exclaiming, "How can you still find time to play? Do you not know that Lin Yin has left with her group?" Li Heng too knitted his brows and inquired, "Where did they go? Please clarify." Zhao Zishuan scoffed, "Who knows where they might have gone? They could very well have fled. Are you not going to ask her yourself?" Li Heng gazed out the window, remaining motionless, convinced that Lin Yin would not resort to such actions, though her behavior had indeed been peculiar in recent days. He believed that if she truly intended to leave, she would have confided in him. Their conversation that night had been quite explicit. Observing Li Heng's indifference, Zhao Zishuan kicked him lightly in the backside and poked his forehead with her finger, demanding, "What are you thinking? Are you feeling sorry for her again?" Li Heng dodged her finger and seated himself casually on the sofa, crossing his legs as he declared, "She won't leave," seeing his unwavering certainty. Zhao Zishuan fixed her captivating gaze upon him, her chest rising and falling in agitation, clearly incensed. She could not fathom why Li Heng was so enchanted by that woman, especially when she had taken everyone with her. Yet he remained obstinate. Just as Zhao Zishuan was about to erupt in anger, a soft and frail voice suddenly echoed from outside. "What happened? Is the door broken?" As the voice resonated, Lin Yin entered. She glanced at the footprint on the door frame, then at Zhao Zishuan's shoes, and instantly understood everything, particularly upon witnessing the palpable tension between the two. A smirk of triumph crept onto her face. With an air of confidence, she approached Li Heng and proclaimed, "I plan to take a group out." She informed Li Heng, who merely grunted in response, casually inquiring about their purpose. Lin Yin explained that they intended to hunt mutated creatures and scavenge for supplies. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's previously relaxed expression returned to a frown. "Isn't that too dangerous? You're the only one with powers. Perhaps I should accompany you?" Lin Yin quickly shook her head, insisting, No, this is a matter for our sword team. Your assistance is unnecessary. If you help, others will start to gossip. Nonetheless, I appreciate your concern." She then turned to Zhao Zishuan and added, "If there are no issues, I shall take my leave." Li Heng nodded silently. After Lin Yin skipped away, Zhao Zishuan seethed with frustration. Li Heng questioned her, "Have you been antagonizing her from the start?" Zhao Zishuan coldly replied, "I fear she may be a thankless vixen." Li Heng picked up a dagger from the table, twirled it with a meaningful expression, and declared, "Even if she is a thankless vixen, she cannot harm me. If the day comes when she wishes to do so, I will not hesitate to end her." With that, he halted, and the dagger flew from his hand, embedding itself forcefully into a landscape painting. Zhao Zishuan glanced at the artwork, noting how the dagger had pierced a black stone in the stream depicted within. Approaching the painting, she extracted the dagger, which had penetrated 3 inches deep, nearly burying itself entirely within the artwork. The sheer strength of the throw left Zhao Zishuan astonished. She tossed the dagger back to Li Heng and coldly remarked, "That dagger cannot harm her." With that, she departed. 10 days later, Lin Yin returned. When she left, she had been accompanied by 23 individuals. Now, only 20 remained. Many bore weapons that had significantly diminished in number, and each appeared mentally exhausted. With several sporting bandages, evidently having encountered peril, Lin Yan's complexion was ashen. Though uninjured, her expression was rigid, akin to a slab of iron. She lowered her head, advancing with the hope of avoiding an encounter with Li Heng and the others, particularly Zhao Zishuan. Yet, fate had other plans. As Zhao Zishuan and Zhang Xiaodai approached, running toward her, "Lin Yin, are you all right? I heard your outing was rather unfortunate," Zhang Xiaodai called from a distance. Her words of concern were laced with a smile as radiant as a newly bloomed flower. Betraying her delight, Lin Yin was compelled to halt, casting a cold glance at the approaching duo. After her recent experiences, Lin Yin had become more composed than before, and she now faced Zhao Zishuan without the trepidation she once felt. Although Zhao Zishuan harbored animosity toward Lin Yin, the sight of the injured individuals behind her tightened her brow as she demanded, "What happened?" Lin Yin replied softly, "We encountered Zhang Buqin's people, who seized half our weapons and killed several of us." Claiming it was revenge for a former ally at us, it was he who orchestrated this. Zhao Zishuan's expression turned icy as she pivoted toward Li Heng's villa. Zhang Xiaodai hurriedly followed, whispering, "Do you know Zhang Buqin?" Zhao Zishuan nodded and succinctly recounted their connection. Upon reaching Li Heng's villa, they found him just about to step out. having heard of Lin Yan's return and the troubling circumstances she faced. Before he could leave, however, they arrived. "What brings you here?" Li Heng asked, laying aside his coat and inviting them inside. Zhao Zishuan stood at the threshold, stating, "Lin Yan has returned. We lost several people, and she said it was Zhang Buqian's doing." Li Heng's eyes widened, then narrowed suspiciously. "He did it. Does he not value his life? Perhaps?" Zhao Zishuan mused, stroking the long knife strapped to her back. "I intend to have a word with him. Let us go together." "I wish to confront those rascals as well," Li Heng replied. The following day, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan set off for Zhang Buqian's base, leaving the others behind to guard their own. Lin Yan and Jiang Shaodai had intended to accompany them, but Li Heng firmly declined. Zhang Buqian's base had acquired a new name, Brother Camp. Before heading there, Li Heng and Jiang Shaodai made a detour to visit Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin's base had expanded considerably, and his entourage had grown as well. Upon learning of their arrival, he welcomed them with great enthusiasm, eagerly pulling Li Heng into his room adorned with skulls. Zhao Zishuan received only a cursory acknowledgement from Zhang Lin, who quickly turned his attention back to Li Heng. After a brief chat, the topic shifted to Zhang Buqian. Li Heng inquired if Zhang Lin was aware of the situation at Zhang Buqian's base. Realizing Li Heng sought trouble with Zhang Buqian, Zhang Lin's expression shifted. Recognizing that Li Heng was aware of Zhang Buqian's recent misdeeds, he grasped a nearby skull's arm, squeezing it lightly, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light. "You're here to confront him, aren't you?" Li Heng reclined, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before extinguishing it beneath his heel, a hint of menace lacing his voice. "To know that my people were harmed and not seek justice would be a disgrace. How could I continue to exist in Qinghe district without addressing this?" His words surprised Zhang Lin. He had always known Li Heng to be cautious, typically pushing Zhao Zishuan to the forefront. Today, however, he was unusually assertive. He removed the skull he had been toying with and placed it before Li Heng, grinning. "What do you think of this bone?" Li Heng glanced at it disdainfully, noting the dried blood and desiccated flesh. "Mostly bare bones. Mediocre," he declared dismissively. "I have no fondness for such things." Zhang Lin chuckled. "I know you prefer human skin. Do you plan to turn Zhang Buqian into a piece of it?" Li Heng remained silent, contemplating how to deal with Zhang Buqian, though he had no intention of being as brutal as Zhang Lin suggested. He also considered the possibility that cornering Zhang Buqian might drive him to ally with the Nanshan base. Zhao Zishuan, growing impatient, interjected, "Zhang Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. We came to see you as a friend, and you must understand that." Zhang Lin smiled slightly, particularly pleased that Li Heng sought him out. He felt a strong urge to embrace Li Heng and shower him with affection, but restrained himself, knowing such intimacy might provoke Li Heng's aversion. There was no rush. Time was on his side. Zhang Lin rose, arms outstretched, moving forward. As he walked, his arms brushed against the various hanging bones in the room, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds, mingling with the soft whisper of the wind, enveloping the room in an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, he halted, and silence fell, his voice resonating within the stillness. "Zhang Buqian is no longer the man he once was. He is now quite arrogant, even disregarding me. You must exercise caution when meeting him. As far as I know, his base is home to several ability users." Li Heng raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "A few ability users? What is there to be so arrogant about?" Zhang Lin flicked the skull's head, his tone ominous. "Several ability users indeed. It's only natural for him to be bold." Upon inquiring about Zhang Buqian's circumstances, Li Heng decided against prolonging his stay at the Whitebone Manor. He rose to bid farewell to Zhang Lin, who made no effort to retain him, instead advising both men to exercise caution and to seek his assistance should any trouble arise. Mounting his sleek black motorcycle, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan sped towards Zhang Buqian's base, which had significantly expanded since their last visit. Previously, the entrance was located at the foot of a hill, but now it extended over 1,000 meters outward. As they approached an intersection, the sharp crack of a gunshot from a nearby skyscraper forced Li Heng to halt. He glanced toward the source of the shot, where no figure was visible, indicating the presence of a sniper. At that moment, 3 individuals appeared atop the opposite building. One bore a familiar visage, likely an old subordinate of Zhang Buqian. This man, clearly recognizing Li Heng, exhibited signs of trepidation, stammering, "Why, you're Li Heng. What brings you here?" Observing his fearful demeanor, Li Heng dismounted and declared, "Summon Zhang Buqian and inform him I seek an audience." The subordinate nodded and promptly went to relay the message. Before long, Zhang Buqian appeared. Gazing down from his elevated position, he noted only 2 visitors and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Behind him stood 4 individuals, all possessing extraordinary abilities, and each stronger than the last. It was their presence that alleviated Zhang Buqian's fear of Li Heng. Among them was Lin Baichuan, someone Li Heng recognized but had not seen in quite some time. Is that you, Li Heng? It has indeed been a while, Zhang Buqian remarked, exchanging pleasantries before inquiring. Would you prefer to converse outside or inside? Li Heng glanced at Zhao Zishuan. Feeling uneasy, I'll enter alone. You remain outside for protection. Zhao Zishuan shot him a disapproving look, yet her silence conveyed her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled and called up to Zhang Buqian. I think it best if you come down to speak with me. Very well, let us converse, Zhang Buqian replied, descending with his entourage. Initially, Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan paid little heed to Zhang Buqian's companions, but upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to find Lin Baichuan among them. They had not anticipated his presence here, nor could they fathom why he would serve under Zhang Buqian, having once been a leader of his own base. Are you surprised to see an old friend? Zhang Buqian laughed heartily, turning to Lin Baichuan. Why not greet them? Taking a few steps forward, Lin Baichuan nodded at Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan, yet said nothing. However, the malice flickering in his eyes betrayed a deep-seated animosity towards them. Li Heng was perplexed by Lin Baichuan's hostility. Is it because of the 4th brother? He ventured to probe. Upon hearing the mention of the 4th brother, Lin Baichuan's gaze sharpened, muscles in his face twitching as he clenched his fists. He and I are brothers, he replied tersely. Same mother? Li Heng pressed, provoking Lin Baichuan's ire to in an instant. Lin Baichuan vanished from sight, and simultaneously, Zhao Zishuan's blade swept past Li Heng in an instant. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Though only Zhang Buqian and his men were truly flustered, as Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan had already prepared for battle. Outnumbered, Zhang Buqian's men found themselves at a disadvantage, just as a confrontation seemed imminent. Zhang Buqian abruptly commanded the concealed Lin Baichuan to return. Lin Baichuan, come back, he ordered. After a moment of silence, Lin Baichuan gradually materialized before them, standing mere meters from Li Heng. While he could strike swiftly, whether he could land a blow on Li Heng remained uncertain. Li Heng disdainfully snorted, clearly dismissive of Lin Baichuan's threat. Reluctantly, Lin Baichuan returned to Zhang Buqian's side, who then lit a cigar and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, You have come regarding Lin Yan, haven't you? Li Heng nodded as Zhang Buqian began to explain. He claimed the incident was not his fault, alleging that his men were engaged in hunting a mutated creature when Lin Yan intervened, seizing the creature from him. Thus, he had merely disciplined Lin Yan, sparing her further punishment due to Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan's presence. Had it been anyone else, I would have annihilated them, he asserted. Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan exchanged skeptical glances, uncertain of the truth behind Zhang Buqian's words. If you doubt my account, feel free to inquire further, Zhang Buqian offered. Li Heng, his expression dark, remained silent. He had resolved to teach Zhang Buqian a lesson, regardless of right or wrong, to illustrate that certain individuals should not be trifled with. Yet, he had not anticipated Zhang Buqian would attempt to reason with him. Once reason entered the fray, matters grew convoluted. Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, her voice cold as she declared, The question of right or wrong is irrelevant. We have come to avenge our comrades. Zhang Buqian's expression darkened as he recognized their determination to engage him in combat. Avenge? How do you plan to do that, with just the 2 of you? He scoffed. As he spoke, Lin Baichuan and the others began to shift, seemingly preparing to encircle Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Li Heng's greatest concern remained Lin Baichuan, whose ability to vanish posed a significant threat. Seizing the moment while Lin Baichuan was still visible, Li Heng lunged at him with lightning speed. Just as he was about to reach Lin Baichuan, the latter disappeared. Yet, Li Heng collided with the space Lin Baichuan had occupied moments before. Feeling as if he had struck someone, Li Heng swiftly wrapped his arms around the figure, his fingers piercing like daggers into the skin. He unleashed his devouring ability. Lin Baichuan, possessing little more than his invisibility skill, found himself at Li Heng's mercy. Akin to a helpless chick, Lin Baichuan drew a dagger to plunge into Li Heng's back. The blade produced a metallic clang, stunning him. How is this fellow's body so resilient? He wondered, attempting to stab again, yet failing to penetrate Li Heng's flesh. Though his clothing was pierced, it did little more than mar Li Heng's appearance. Within mere seconds, Lin Baichuan felt his strength waning, an overwhelming dread enveloping him. Despite his desperate struggles, He could not break free, and the fear of death coursed through him, rendering him increasingly rigid as his pupils dilated. Time passed, and Lin Baichuan's once invisible form gradually re-emerged before the crowd. Upon witnessing him, they instinctively recoiled in terror. Lin Baichuan was no longer a man, but rather a desiccated husk, his skin resembling a bizarre hue. Li Heng carelessly tossed Lin Baichuan's lifeless body at Zhang Buqian's feet, grinning with a cruel, sinister smile, standing beside Li Heng. Zhao Zixuan had grown accustomed to such scenes. Had she not intervened to shield Li Heng from others, he would not have succeeded in killing Lin Baichuan. Zhang Buqian, gazing at the corpse before him, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye that he had not anticipated Lin Baichuan's demise. The latter had been his trump card, intended to deal with Li Heng and his companion. Now, Zhang Buqian found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. To beg for mercy would be futile, yet to refuse would invite death. The arrogance he had previously exhibited evaporated, leaving him speechless. Recognizing Zhang Buqian's fear, Li Heng chose not to press too hard, as he still required Zhang Buqian's assistance against the Nanshan base in the future. Given our past, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply hand over those responsible for the killings, and we shall consider the matter settled. Zhang Buqian gritted his teeth, his voice firm as he replied. I will surrender the culprits, but first, you must best me in combat. If you defeat me, I shall hand them over without hesitation. Li Heng cracked his neck and swung his fist toward Zhang Buqian. The punch was delivered with astonishing speed, catching Zhang Buqian completely off guard. With a sickening thud, the blow shattered 3 of his front teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. Still want to continue? Li Heng taunted. Eyes narrowed in provocation, Zhang Buqian, on the verge of conceding, felt his pride flare in front of the gathered crowd, and with a roar, he lunged at Li Heng like a raging tiger. Li Heng observed as he leapt forward, and with a swift motion, he raised his leg to deliver a kick. However, the blow failed to connect with Zhang Buqian. In midair, Zhang executed a graceful spin, astonishingly pausing momentarily before unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Li Heng's head. Li Heng glanced upward and deftly sidestepped the incoming fist. Simultaneously, a portion of Zhang Buqian's body descended before Li Heng. Seizing his opportunity, Li Heng clasped Zhang's arms, treating him like a mere punching bag, and hurled him into the distance. A resounding crash echoed as Zhang Buqian collided with an abandoned car, leaving a human-shaped dent in its side. He staggered to his feet and groggily made his way back to the group. Shall we continue? Li Heng inquired. Zhang Buqian, resembling a defeated rooster, suddenly lowered his head. I will deliver the person to you, but not at this moment. Chapter 98. The arrival. Li Heng was acutely aware that the other party harbored ulterior motives. Yet he still posed the question, why can't you provide us with the individual now? Zhang Buqian replied, I need to summon a few friends. The implication of his words suggested a lingering defiance, prompting Li Heng to chuckle. You still harbor resentment and wish to find allies, do you? Zhang Buqian shook his head. I concede that I acknowledge the outcome of our wager, and I shall comply. However, I know you well enough to fear that should I hand over the individual to you, you might still cause me trouble. Thus, I require a few witnesses. Naturally, Li Heng was reluctant. If Zhang summoned reinforcements, it could spell trouble for him, with the opposing side already boasting numerical superiority in abilities. Additional assistance would surely overwhelm him. Thus, he firmly opposed the notion. The two engaged in a vigorous debate over the matter, yet no resolution emerged after considerable time had passed. Zhao Zixuan, growing impatient, brandished her long knife and coldly addressed Li Heng. Let us take action. They have 4 ability users. We have 2. It should not pose a problem for each of us to handle 2. Li Heng silently nodded. Given their combined strength, confronting the 4 adversaries was indeed feasible. Yet, if the opposition sought to flee, they would be powerless to stop them. Should the enemy return to their base, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Hence, he still hoped Zhang Buqian would acquiesce to his request. After a moment's contemplation, Li Heng devised a clever proposal. Since you lack confidence in us, what if we depart now, and you deliver the individual to the base in a few days? Zhang Buqian nodded in silence, finding this suggestion acceptable. Moreover, it afforded him time to devise a strategy. He certainly did not intend to relinquish the individual to Li Heng without a plan. Now that Li Heng had granted him time, he had no objection. Li Heng refrained from further comment and departed with Zhao Zixuan. On the motorcycle, Zhao Zixuan voiced her discontent, asserting that Li Heng should not have acted so naively. She believed Zhang Buqian was merely stalling for time and was undoubtedly rallying forces to counter them. Li Heng chuckled, reassuring her that Zhang Buqian would struggle to find allies. Aside from the 3 ability users at his side, few could come to his aid, although Zhang Lin possessed formidable strength. Their relationship with Li Heng was far more amicable, rendering any assistance to Zhang Buqian unlikely. Even if Zhang Lin chose to aid Zhang Buqian, Li Heng was not particularly concerned, beyond Zhang Lin. The only potential ally for Zhang Buqian was the Nanshan base, yet he could not approach them due to previous hostilities. Furthermore, should he dare to ally himself with Nanshan, Zhang Lin would surely eliminate him first. Having analyzed the situation, Li Heng's insights significantly eased Zhao Zishuan's worries. Days later, the two returned to the base. Upon their solitary arrival, the others refrained from inquiring about the events of their outing. During mealtime, Jiang Xiaodai kept her head lowered, yearning to ask about their experience but lacking the courage. Curiously, her eyes flitted between Li Heng and Zhao Zishuan. Once the meal concluded, she energetically approached Zhao Zishuan, linking her arm and quietly inquiring, "Sister Zishuan, was your outing successful?" Zhao Zishuan sighed and briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaodai emitted a disdainful scoff. "Humph, they will never deliver the individual. This is clearly a delay tactic." Afterward, she shot a reproachful glance at Li Heng. Confidently, Li Heng replied, "Rest assured, he will undoubtedly bring the individual. He possesses enough self-awareness for that." The following day, it seemed someone had spread news of Li Heng's exploits outside the base. Now, the entire base was aware that Zhang Buqian would soon deliver those who had previously wronged them for punishment. The gossip among the populace varied, with most believing Zhang Buqian was merely posturing and would not follow through. Some even thought Li Heng overly confident, anticipating a swift rebuttal. Jiang Xiaodai too criticized Li Heng for acquiescing so readily to the opponent. That noon, as Li Heng and the others dined, a sudden gunshot rang out from outside. Li Heng immediately rose and made his way outside. Could it be that Zhang Buqian has arrived with his men? Jiang Xiaodai enthusiastically followed at his side. The others remained silent, reluctant to speculate until they grasped the situation. Li Heng felt uncertain. It was entirely possible that Zhang Buqian would not bring anyone after all. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, they discovered the area deserted. Jiang Xiaodia's expression soured instantly. She shouted at the guards, "Why was there gunfire just now?" One of the guards, perched atop the roof, sheepishly scratched his head. "I saw a zombie and fired a shot." Jiang Xiaodai scolded him vehemently before storming back. While Li Heng and the others could only shake their heads in resignation, they had been somewhat too hasty. Gunfire within the base was not uncommon. It often occurred when individuals aimed at surrounding zombies. A practice that not only cleared the area but also honed their marksmanship. In the past, they would not have reacted strongly to gunfire, but due to the recent commotion involving Zhang Buqian, they had grown overly sensitive to the sounds outside. Upon returning to the villa, before they even settled down, another gunshot echoed from outside. The group exchanged glances, each silent. This shot felt peculiar, judging by the sound's origin. It appeared to have come from the same guard position as before. However, considering Jiang Xiaodai had just reprimanded them, they should not have fired again. The sudden discharge indicated something was amiss. Li Heng plopped down onto the sofa, lazily glancing at Jiang Xiaodai. "Go see what's happening outside." Jiang Xiaodai hopped off eagerly. Moments later, she returned, beaming with excitement. Even before she reached the villa, her voice carried in, "They're here. They're here." As she spoke, others rushed in behind her, their faces flushed with delight. Jiang Xiaodai caught her breath, hands resting on her knees, grinning widely as she said, "Zhang Buqian has arrived with his men. Many from the base have gathered to watch." Outside the base, Zhang Buqian awaited Li Heng's emergence. Observing Li Heng's base, he felt a twinge of envy. Once, Li Heng's base had been meager and dilapidated, nearly devoid of inhabitants. Now, it had transformed, bustling with over 30 spectators at the entrance alone. With more continually approaching, intensifying his jealousy, the group behind him engaged in hushed discussions, remarking on how Li Heng's base surpassed theirs, further fueling Zhang Buqian's discontent. He thought to himself that Li Heng's success was not solely his own doing. Had they not banded together to eliminate Yi Qiufeng, Li Heng would not possess his current standing. Yet, instead of gratitude, Li Heng sought to humiliate him as he wallowed in grievances. Li Heng and his companions finally appeared. Zhang Buqian forced a strained smile and gestured toward his entourage, stating, "I have brought the individuals for you." Behind him, Three figures were bound by ropes, their faces bruised and bloodied, rendering their identities unrecognizable. And their tongues had been severed. Zhang Buqian instructed his subordinates to deliver the trio to the entrance of the base, then added, "I heard they harmed your people, so in a fit of rage, I taught them a lesson and removed their tongues that I hope you don't mind." Li Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he responded with a smile. I do not mind. He surmised that Zhang Buqian had likely snatched these individuals from elsewhere to serve as scapegoats, thus placating his wrath without endangering his own subordinates. A clever strategy indeed. It was unfortunate for these innocent souls. Both sides understood the underlying truth of the matter, yet neither party objected. Li Heng's group sought merely to save face, to compel Zhang Buqian to yield. Conversely, Zhang Buqian's objective was to hand over the individuals, leaving Li Heng with no grounds for complaint. Ultimately, the actual guilt of these three was of little consequence. Li Heng instructed his subordinates to take the three individuals, who had been utterly tormented, away, and then warmly invited Zhang Buqian to step inside for a moment. Zhang Buqian waved his hand dismissively, saying, I won't go. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he did not wait for Li Heng to utter another word, but instead got into his vehicle and swiftly vanished from Li Heng's sight. Observing his rapid departure, Li Heng couldn't help but smirk. Beside him, Yang Buqing stroked his beard and remarked meaningfully, "Is that all they have brought?" Li Heng glanced at him, chuckling mischievously. "Certainly not just these. There must be more of their people nearby." Internally, he lamented that if Zhang Buqian had truly dared to come with so few, he would have undoubtedly eliminated him. However, he recognized that Zhang Buqian was not a fool and must have been well prepared. Thus, he did not intend to take action against him. Inside the villa, Li Heng rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to deal with the three individuals sent by Zhang Buqian. These three were clearly innocent, and it would be inappropriate to kill them. Flanking him were Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Xiaodai, both of whom noticed the furrow in Li Heng's brow but were perplexed by his thoughts. Zhao Zixuan, growing impatient, directly inquired, "What are you thinking about now?" Li Heng replied, "What should we do with the three individuals sent over?" Zhao Zixuan and Jiang Xiaodai fell silent, aware of their innocence, and thus felt no inclination towards violence. Jiang Xiaodai, her eyes flickering, suggested, "Let them stay. They may be unable to speak, but they are no different from others. If we treat them well, they might become steadfastly loyal to us." Upon hearing the phrase steadfastly loyal, Li Heng's eyes brightened. He nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we should keep them. I will personally meet with them." As he spoke, he headed outside, while Jiang Xiaodai sought to accompany him, only to be sent back by Li Heng, who wished to keep his intentions secret. He arrived alone at the cell where the three were detained. They were confined in the same room, having endured considerable mistreatment along the way, and were now resting against the wall. The faint sound of footsteps stirred them from their stupor, and upon seeing Li Heng, they attempted to speak, but no words emerged. Li Heng crouched outside, stating, "I know you are innocent, and I intend to release you." At his words, the three were taken aback, their disbelief evident as they gazed at him. They first knelt down, banging their heads on the ground in gratitude, then looked up at Li Heng with a mix of fear and astonishment. Murmuring something unintelligible, Li Heng, uninterested in deciphering their words, called in the guard and instructed him to take the three to another room for a wash and a meal, before later bringing them to his villa. After half an hour in the villa, the three were escorted in by the base's guards. After a thorough washing and grooming, their original appearances were revealed. They were all robust men in their 30s. Li Heng invited them to sit, but the three stood in a line, too apprehensive to comply, obediently remaining on their feet. Li Heng tapped on the paper and pen on the table, smiling as he said, "Please, take a seat. Here are pens and paper. If you have anything to convey, you may write it down." Once seated, the three, trembling with fear, took up the pens and began to write fervently. The first finished and handed the paper to Li Heng. Upon reading its contents, which stated, "We did not know Zhang Buqian before. They captured us, cut out our tongues, and brought us here," Li Heng shook his head, confirming his suspicions. The other two wrote similar statements, all clarifying their innocence. Li Heng poured them some water, saying, "I know you are victims. There is no need for further explanation. Have you considered what you will do moving forward?" This question left the three at a loss. They felt that being released by Li Heng was a stroke of immense luck, leaving them no room to contemplate the future. Li Heng continued, "You may stay here if you prefer not to remain. I can provide you with some supplies and weapons so you can venture outside. The three were taken aback by Li Heng's offer of refuge. Tears welling in their eyes, one of them picked up the pen and began to write again.